Chapter 1. Traversing the Jurassic, Awakening the Dragon Master System. In the sweltering summer, the humid warm breeze brushed against Gene He, yet it failed to warm the depths of his heart. At this moment, Gene He lay collapsed on the golden sands by the sea, utterly devastated, pondering. What the hell? I didn't even customize a truck for this journey. How could I get hit by one while playing in the wilderness of Ark? Where on earth did this truck bring me? Am I still in my homeland? Just as Gene He completed his inner lament, a sudden chime resonated in his mind, followed by an electronic voice. Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing the Jurassic. Period. You have met the binding conditions for the Dragon Master system. Would you like to bind the system to receive a novice gift package? Ding. A friendly reminder. The planet you currently inhabit is entirely under the control of the Red Star civilization. Following a failed biological experiment, the climate and flora of this planet have become extraordinary, and the intelligence levels of its creatures have significantly elevated. As a result, many highly gifted dinosaurs are born with an intelligence equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human. Furthermore, numerous species on this planet have developed a certain degree of communicative ability among themselves. However, due to the uneven distribution of intelligence and the abundance of unintelligent dinosaurs that have not evolved, civilization has not rapidly developed. Nonetheless, the host's current situation remains extremely precarious. Without binding to this system, the survival rate in this realm is less than 2%. Upon hearing the words echoing in his mind, Gene He thought, no way, am I dreaming? I've truly traversed to another world. And I have the essential system of a novel's protagonist. It seems I am about to rise from the depths of despair and reach the pinnacle of life. With this thought, Gene He hurriedly exclaimed, bind it. I must bind it. Oh, great system. What must I do next to thrive in this perilous Jurassic era and conquer the ages? As soon as these words escaped his lips, Gene He seemed to realize something, and his mind momentarily froze. He failed to notice the sudden appearance of a blue light screen alongside him, nor the system binding progress bar materializing upon it. At that moment, a tempest surged within his heart. Wait a minute. I can't believe it. I've traversed to a perilous version of the Jurassic. I can barely grasp Ark. How could I possibly survive in such a dangerous Jurassic era? This is disastrous. Based on my experience of being killed thrice by raptors in just 1 minute of gameplay, I doubt my slender arms and legs could endure even 10 minutes in this age. Just then, a chime interrupted Gene He's frantic thoughts. Ding. Binding progress at 100%. Congratulations, host, on completing the system binding. You have received a novice gift package, which has been stored in the system backpack. The system's usage instructions have been implanted in your mind. Please refer to them at your convenience. At this moment, a sharp pain surged through Gene He's mind, and after the agony subsided, a wealth of information regarding the system flooded his consciousness. Gaining a clearer understanding of the system's functionalities bolstered Gene He's confidence, and just as he was about to claim his novice gift, an overwhelming scent of blood wafted from behind him. Without turning to look, Gene He felt an instinctive trepidation. With remarkable agility, he leapt onto a towering tree at an unprecedented speed. Once he exerted himself to reach the treetop, Gene He curiously glanced downward. Beneath him stood 2 adult double-crested dragons, their maws stained with fresh blood, indicating they had just finished a meal. The foremost dragon, startled by its failure to catch prey, appeared perplexed. Upon noticing the bipedal creature scaling the tree, it became increasingly agitated, jumping in frustration. At that moment, Gene He, perched safely amongst the branches, exhaled in relief. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had spared him. Double-crested dragons were incapable of climbing trees. Had he faltered, merely 10 minutes into his journey, he might have met a swift demise, a source of shame for any traveler through time. Assured of his safety, Gene He selected a sturdy branch to sit upon, observing the 2 circling double-crested dragons below, swallowing hard. He then turned his attention to the system panel beside him and declared, "Oh, esteemed system, kindly unveil the novice gift package." No sooner had his words faded than a mechanical chime echoed through the air, and the system's voice resounded once more. Novice gift package successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked system analysis function, host panel function, dragon control panel function, system incubation space function, system dragon control space function, and danger warning function. You have received 1 fertilized velociraptor egg from the Cretaceous period and 1 interspecies dialogue ability card, now stored in the system space. Instructions for the new functions have been implanted in your mind. Please consult them at your leisure. As the system's voice concluded, a sharp pain surged through Gene He's mind. In an instant, he comprehended the mechanics of all the newly acquired system functions. Once the agony subsided, he muttered in frustration, "Good heavens! Must the acquisition of information always come with such excruciating headaches? Could it not simply be displayed in text on the system panel? After expressing his grievance and receiving no response from the system, he decided against pursuing the matter further. Instead, he gently swiped the system panel, navigating to the system analysis page. He directed the panel towards the double-crested dragons below, prompting the system to analyze them. After a brief pause, a line of information materialized on the display. Double-crested dragon 1. Gender, male lifespan, adult aptitude, exceptional temperament, irritable special ability, venomous spray. Note: the special ability is a racial trait, not a unique skill of an individual. The double-crested dragon did not possess the ability to spray venom in the true age of dinosaurs. Taming progress, 0 biological rating. C. Double-crested dragon 2. Gender, female aptitude, ordinary lifespan, adult temperament, lazy special ability, venomous spray. Taming progress, 1 biological rating. C. Note: the double-crested dragon, also known as the double-spine dragon, was a carnivorous dinosaur that thrived in the early Jurassic period, measuring approximately 6 to 7 meters in length, standing about 2.4 meters tall, and weighing around 500 kilograms, characterized by its elongated body and diminutive forelimbs. Its distinctive head crest, resembling irregular half-elliptical or axe-like shapes, granted it its alternate name. Note: the world in which the protagonist resides does not distinguish between the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, allowing for the coexistence of early and late dinosaurs along the Jurassic timeline. The aforementioned details regarding height and weight are merely intended to provide readers with an informative insight into the true nature of the dragon, facilitating their analysis of its combat capabilities and distinguishing its authentic timeline from that depicted in this narrative. At this moment, he observed 2 double-crowned dragons, noticing that the taming progress of 1 female had surprisingly reached 1%, leaving him quite perplexed. He understood that the system could only transform creatures with a taming progress of 100% into his loyal beast. Yet he was curious as to why the female double-crowned dragon had already attained a progress of 1 despite his lack of any effort. Thus, he opened his system backpack and clicked on the Universal Dialogue ability card, followed by selecting the option to use it. Instantly, 2 translation options emerged from the card. Basic translation. This allows the emotions expressed through a creature's howls to be converted into a rudimentary form of language, lacking coherence. However, it enables the recipient to fully comprehend the user's language. Advanced translation. This option transforms the emotions conveyed in a creature's howls into a fluid and aesthetically pleasing language, occasionally infused with vocabulary from the user's mind, allowing for a clear understanding of the translation. Note: should the host be insulted, the advanced translation will convey this with clarity. Please choose wisely. Upon reviewing these 2 translation options, he unhesitatingly opted for the advanced one. Immediately, the ability card vanished from his system backpack, and he found himself able to comprehend the howls of the 2 double-crowned dragons below. The male dragon was now bellowing furiously, "Get down from that tree, little dragon, or I won't leave until you do." Meanwhile, the female dragon gently urged, "Let's depart, we could be more comfortable sleeping back in our lair." The male dragon, hearing this, was visibly displeased and roared, "Are you on his side or mine? You'd best stay here with me until he comes down, or I shall make you regret it." In response, the female emitted a low howl of discontent and lay down, preparing to doze off. At that moment, he, perched in the tree, began to grasp why the female dragon had achieved a taming progress of 1. He mentally cursed the male dragon's ancestors. However, this did not deter the male dragon, who continued to fixate on he. The lethargic female occasionally pleaded, "Little creature, could you please come down so we can feast upon you? I long to fill my belly and return to my den for a nap." Hearing these words filled he with dread, yet he forced himself to regain his composure and began to devise a strategy. First, he placed the velociraptor egg from his backpack into the system's incubation space, whereupon he noticed a countdown timer for 3 weeks beneath the velociraptor egg on the incubation panel. He shook his head at the 3-week incubation period, contemplating his next move. Desperate and on the brink of starvation while perched in the tree, perhaps I should consume this egg to quell my hunger. The incubation space guarantees the freshness of the dragon egg. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion upon noticing an abundance of fruits on the tree. Chapter 2. Who will starve first? Upon discovering the multitude of fruits on the grand tree, an intriguing thought crossed he's mind. Goodness, are these fruits edible? If they are, could I survive on these fruits while waiting out the 2 twin-crowned dragons? The moment this idea emerged, he felt a high degree of feasibility. Thus, he activated the system's analysis feature, aiming it at one of the fruits on the tree. After scanning the fruit, all its information appeared on the system's panel. From the data provided, He learned that although the fruit was approximately the size of a palm, it contained little flesh. Nonetheless, it was brimming with juice, had an exceptionally high sugar content, and was non-toxic. Elated by this revelation, He thought to himself, incredible. This fruit is indeed rich in moisture. I was initially concerned about dehydrating in this sweltering heat if I only consumed food without water. Now, I feel reassured. Furthermore, the high sugar content should provide ample energy, enabling me to endure longer. I am eager to see how those two twin-crowned dragons will fare against my perseverance. Feeling a sense of victory, he relaxed significantly. He adjusted into a comfortable position on the tree, grasping one of the fruits. Just as he was about to take a bite, an awkward predicament arose. The fruit, reminiscent of a coconut, was encased in a thick fibrous layer surrounding a hard shell, which posed a challenge for him. Employing a clumsy approach, he first stripped away the fibrous layer, only to be left bewildered by the tough shell. At that moment, beads of sweat streamed down He's face, and he began to panic as he realized he was losing precious moisture. His mind raced as he sought a solution. After a while, he suddenly remembered that his system seemed to possess a task panel, one of its primary functions being to offer rewards for completing designated tasks. With a flicker of hope, he opened the task panel. It displayed 5 tasks. 1. The first meal after transmigration. Complete your first meal to receive a finely crafted dagger as a reward. 2. First dinosaur taming. Successfully tame a dinosaur to earn a set of leather armor as a reward. 3. Establish a shelter. Successfully create your dwelling to complete this task, earning a leather sleeping bag as a reward. 4. First kill. Achieve a kill against a dinosaur to receive an iron spear as a reward. 5. The trio. Successfully tame 3 dinosaurs to earn a 3-year lifespan card. After reviewing the tasks, he felt utterly despondent. Setting aside the fact that he was utterly incapable of completing these tasks, even if he could, the only task reward that proves useful in the current predicament is the exquisite dagger. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that to obtain this dagger, one must first complete the inaugural meal after the transition. Yet, without the dagger, he cannot fulfill this initial requirement, trapping him in a vicious cycle. In a moment of despair, he implored the system, "Oh, esteemed system, might you consider advancing the task reward? I shall complete the task post-haste." The system responded in a cold, mechanical voice, "That is not permissible." He, feeling utterly defeated, muttered to himself, "Curse it, the heavens conspire against me. They say there is always a way out, yet I see none. How am I to procure my first meal? The shell of this fruit cannot be opened without a blade." At that moment, beneath the tree, a male two-headed dragon overheard He's desperate lament. Thanks to He's use of the universal communication card, the dragon comprehended his words and began to mock him. "Ha! Silly little dragon, on the verge of starvation, are we? Why not adopt the ways of the herbivorous dragons and feast on leaves? Ha ha! Once you starve and fall from that tree, I shall have a grand feast." Upon hearing the dragon's taunts, an idea struck He. He utilized the system to scan the nearby leaves and discovered that while they offered him no nutritional value, they were devoid of toxins. With resolute determination, he seized a handful of leaves, chewed them briefly, and despite the sourness, swallowed them down. At the instant the leaves slid down his throat, a notification chimed within the system. He felt an unexpected wave of gratitude towards the male, two-headed dragon. Incredible. I never would have thought of this had that foolish dragon not prompted me. Leaves can indeed serve as my first meal. Eagerly, he navigated to the task panel within the system, claiming the task reward of the exquisite dagger, which was then stored in the system's backpack. After retrieving the 15-centimeter-long dagger, he called down to the two-headed dragon. "Thank you for the reminder, dear dragon. I am now free from hunger." The male two-headed dragon, still perplexed by He's nonsensical statement, pondered the meaning behind it when suddenly, a hollow fruit shell resembling a coconut plummeted from above, striking him squarely on the crown and leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon realizing the source of the ambush, the dragon's fury ignited, and he roared up at He, "You little rascal, your time is up. You had best remain aloft, lest you meet your demise in my jaws." How infuriating! If only my venomous spray had a greater range, you would surely be finished. At this moment, he lay comfortably upon a branch, his left hand grasping a knife, while his right hand held a fruit with a notch the size of a cup lid. He returned the dagger to his system's backpack and brought the fruit to his lips, savoring a refreshing sip of its juice. The delightful blend of sweet and sour liquid was accompanied by a few morsels of slightly sweet, cake-like pulp. The only drawback was the presence of one or two hard seeds nestled within the flesh. However, he cherished these seeds after enjoying the pulp. He could not bear to discard them, and instead stored them in his system's backpack. Yet he had no intention of keeping the hollow fruit shell that remained after drinking the juice and eating the flesh. He intended to use this shell to aim at the male double-crowned dragon below, who was cursing vehemently, and hurl it at its head. Having already been struck once, the male double-crowned dragon had learned its lesson. Upon seeing he prepared to throw the hollow shell. It let out a loud roar and swiftly dodged the projectile. Observing its evasion, he couldn't help but laugh and taunt. Now activate the detector and locate where those earthlings who vanquished Raditz are. This is the final time I will use it. You must learn to sense energy signatures as well, Vegeta proclaimed. Nappa hastily placed the device to his ear and switched it on, observing the readings. 432. 358. 1,200. Vegeta, there are 4 or 5 individuals with combat powers in the hundreds to thousands heading our way, Nappa reported. Very well. We shall wait here and let them come to their doom, Vegeta scoffed. In the sky, Krillin and Yamcha soared towards Vegeta's location. What an evil, formidable energy. I wonder if we will survive this battle, Krillin remarked. Don't worry. Goku has already been revived. Everything will be fine. I have faith in Goku, Yamcha reassured him. Just then, 2 more figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were Tien and Kaiatsu, flying together towards their destination. Gohan, let us go. The Scions have arrived. Piccolo, clad in a white cloak, set against the backdrop of a desolate landscape. Understood, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied. Piccolo's thoughts were tumultuous as he gazed at the youthful figure before him. You are the son of Son Goku. Yet you are the only one with whom I can converse. Chapter 5. The game begins. The vegetable people in the Hall of Judgment, a colossal figure sat, beneath which stood a green silhouette, the Guardian of Earth. Why have they not arrived yet? The Scions are already on Earth. The Guardian exclaimed anxiously. Vegeta sat upon a stone, while Nappa stood beside him, awaiting the arrival of the Earthlings. Suddenly, an expanse of open ground appeared before them, where Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu gradually descended. Noticing Piccolo and Gohan not far off, Krillin approached them and inquired, Hey, Piccolo, you arrived early. Silence. Who permitted you to address me in such a manner? I am Piccolo Daimao. Goku's life is mine to claim. Once I have vanquished the Scions, I shall dispose of you as well, Piccolo retorted fiercely. His pride barred him from befriending the Earthlings, despite having come to regard Gohan as his own son. Uncle Krillin. Gohan's uncertain voice broke the tension. Ah, Gohan, you've grown so much that I barely recognize you. You've become quite powerful, Krillin remarked, patting Gohan on the shoulder. Reflecting on how his brother's son had become so formidable, while pondering the identity of his own fiancée, which remained a mystery. Well, I don't mind if you reminisce in hell, but can anyone tell me where Kakarot is? Vegeta's voice, laden with malice, echoed ominously in their ears. Krillin gazed at the diminutive figure before him, fear evident in his demeanor. Goku will return in 2 hours. Are you brave enough to wait for him? Please do not wreak havoc on Earth before he arrives. I have no interest in destroying your planet, but I would not hesitate to send you to hell. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a way? Vegeta growled menacingly. My father will defeat you. Gohan trembled in response. Oh, so you are Kakarot's half-breed son. Are you interested in joining me in conquering the universe? Vegeta inquired with a hint of amusement. I refuse to accompany you in your murderous endeavors. You are all villains, Gohan declared resolutely. Vegeta gazed at the familiar figures, his heart trembling with excitement. These were renowned characters from his past life, and he was witnessing them firsthand. Nappa, go play with them, but tread lightly. Do not kill them, Vegeta instructed. Nappa smirked slightly, surveying the assembly of weak humans before him. Perhaps we should allow the vegetable people to entertain them? He suggested leisurely. Do as you wish. It might alleviate some of the boredom. However, heed this, do not slay that green-skinned human. Should he perish, you shall follow him into oblivion. Vegeta commanded. He resembles that Namekian. Nappa observed. Indeed, it is said that the Namekians possess formidable strength and extraordinary abilities, Vegeta remarked. No wonder he was able to defeat Raditz, Nappa added. Piccolo clenched his fists, and Krillin, astonished, remarked, Piccolo, you are also an extraterrestrial. It explains why you appear so different from others. Uncle Piccolo, is what he said true? Gohan asked. Piccolo, with a mixture of emotions, contemplated. So I am a Namekian. The Dragon Balls, you created them, didn't you? Vegeta inquired. Nanny? They are aware of the Dragon Balls, Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Our purpose here is to obtain the Dragon Balls, so you might as well surrender them. Even if you are a Namekian, you do not seem particularly powerful in our eyes, Nappa declared. Humph, thank you for finally revealing my ancestry. Regrettably, I am not the creator of the Dragon Balls. My forte lies in combat. Bring it on. I shall fight to the death, Piccolo retorted. Assuming a combat stance with his legs slightly bent, ready to charge. Perhaps upon seeing the vegetable people, you will be inclined to reveal the location of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta suggested. Nappa then produced a circular vial containing seeds resembling plants. He uncapped it, pouring the seeds onto the ground, and followed with a bottle of green liquid, which he poured over the seeds. Before their eyes, 6 grotesque green creatures began to sprout from the earth. Krillin's lips quivered as he remarked, "They look incredibly strong. Let us begin. Bring forth several of the same kind." Piccolo scoffed. The 6 vegetable beings began to whirl around the trio at a remarkable speed. In a flash, 3 figures zipped past. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu rushed onto the battlefield. How amusing. The numbers matched those of the vegetable beings, 6 in total. Shall we play a game, one-on-one? Vegeta suggested with a hint of amusement. A game? Enough with the jesting. Let us get acquainted quickly, Piccolo replied. Relax, this could work to our advantage. Buying us time until Goku returns, Krillin said as he approached Piccolo. In the bustling arena, a swift vegetable warrior charged towards Tianjin Fan. With a single hand, Tianjin Fan focused his energy, extending his right arm forward, and bellowed mightily. A powerful gust of energy erupted, toppling the vegetable warrior. As it adjusted midair, it unleashed a caustic liquid akin to sulfuric acid towards Tianjin Fan. With a deft sidestep, he soared into the sky, seizing the opportunity to elbow the vegetable warrior squarely in the chest, sending it crashing to the ground, convulsing in defeat. Such swiftness. In mere seconds, the battle was concluded. It was unfathomable. The vegetable warrior's combat prowess had exceeded 1,200, rivaling that of a second-rate scion. How could a mere earthling triumph? Nappa exclaimed in astonishment. There exists but one explanation. He has surpassed the vegetable warrior, Vegeta asserted. Tianjin Fan rose once more, and Dumpling, in terror, pointed at the fallen vegetable warrior. Vegeta raised his left hand, fingers poised like a sword, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated the vegetable warrior into mere remnants. This trash is of no use to me. I advise the remaining 5. Unless you exert yourselves fully, you will meet the same fate as him. Vegeta warned the remaining vegetable warriors. Such a wicked scion, even slaying his own kind, Krillin observed in fear. Piccolo marveled at the immense destructive power. With merely a flick of his finger, he could annihilate that foe. Snake Path. A peculiar sense of foreboding lingered in Goku's mind. Piccolo, hold on. You must endure until I return, he murmured, soaring through the skies like a fleeting comet. Chapter 6. Yamcha's Sudden Fate on Earth, Amidst the Howling Winds. A formidable assembly of humans stood resolute. Who shall step into the arena next? Vegeta inquired, surveying the crowd. All right, it's my turn now, Krillin announced. But before he could finish, Yamcha interjected. Hold on, Krillin. Allow me to take the stage. You have already faced death once. Should you perish again, the Dragon Balls will be unable to resurrect you. I will make them understand that the game is over, Yamcha declared gravely. Come forth. Let me demonstrate the consequences of underestimating us. Yamcha assumed a battle stance. Humph. Do not get too cocky, Vegeta sneered at this rival who hardly posed a threat. Kill him. If you fail, then you shall perish, he commanded the vegetable warriors with fierce intensity. After all, men are often possessive. He had traversed into this world and aimed to adhere closely to the original narrative. If he altered the storyline to ensure his survival, who could predict whether he might usurp Bulma's affections? Contemplating that woman, she must be watching the unfolding events on television at Kame House, Vegeta mused. Casting a sidelong glance at the Earthlings on the distant hillside, who were capturing the battle on camera. At Kame House, Chi-Chi watched Gohan on the television, witnessing the perilous scene, and cried out, Gohan, my Gohan, before fainting in shock. In the desolate expanse, come on, Iku, Yamcha shouted, charging towards the vegetable warrior. As he approached, both vanished in an instant. They disappeared? As Wu Fang gazed upon the battlefield, he remarked, Fool, that is high-speed movement. Do not rely solely on your eyes. Instead, use your instincts to sense the energy. Everyone but you can perceive it, Piccolo reprimanded, observing the ineptitude of the child before him. The air crackled with swift sounds, as 2 shadows darted through the space, weaving between grass and scattered rocks. Yamcha engaged in a fierce exchange with the vegetable warrior, delivering blows with both fists and feet. Seizing an opening, Yamcha maneuvered behind the vegetable warrior and struck with a powerful punch. The vegetable warrior leaped into the air, landing on all fours, only to be met with Yamcha's Kamehameha wave, which sent it crashing to the ground, creating a shallow crater. Motionless, it lay there as Yamcha withdrew his energy. Addressing the Scions, aren't they formidable? Leave the remaining four to me. Soon, he will pay for his arrogance. Impossible, he is lost again. How could this be? Nappa stammered in disbelief. Do not be hasty. Watch closely. Vegeta's cold gaze bore into Yamcha. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind Yamcha. It was the vegetable warrior, now risen again, charging forward to ensnare Yamcha with its limbs. Gasps echoed as everyone shouted, "Yamcha, be careful!" But it was too late. Piccolo exclaimed, "There is no time." The vegetable warrior glowed ominously, followed by a deafening explosion that filled the area with a tempest of dust and energy. As the chaos settled, the onlookers beheld Yamcha lying face down on the ground, his breath extinguished. The vegetable warrior had been reduced to mere debris. Unbelievable, he chose to self-destruct, Piccolo remarked. Yamcha! Krillin cried out, rushing to his friend's side, anguish evident in his voice. He must have sensed this beforehand to keep me from entering the fray. Yamcha! How am I to explain this to Bulma? At Kame House, Bulma stared blankly, seemingly in shock, until Master Roshi gently patted her shoulder, prompting her to react. She burst into tears, and Master Roshi quickly comforted her. Do not grieve. As long as we defeat the Scions, we can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Yamcha. On the battlefield, Nappa lamented, the useless vegetable warrior chose to self-destruct for that fool. The opponent was merely a weakling. After all, there were only 6 seeds of the vegetable warrior left. Every one saved was a small victory. One might think he had a change of heart, caring for his comrade. He scoffed. Hey, this is unhygienic. Clean up that wreckage. Vegeta commanded coldly. Damn it, everyone stay back. Tien, please move Yamcha's body. If we damage it further, he cannot be revived, Krillin urged. Tien flew over to carry Yamcha's lifeless form away. Krillin raised both hands towards the heavens, channeling his entire being to manifest a formidable aura, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, Behold the fruits of my year-long training. A brilliant, lightning-like yellow radiance coalesced between his palms. The vegetable man charged towards Krillin, who positioned his hands at chest level, unleashing a powerful wave of yellow energy towards the assailant. Quick, dodge. Urged by Ku, darting to the side. Though the energy is immense, its speed is woefully sluggish. Better make a hasty retreat. The vegetable man soared into the air, prompting Krillin to shout, now. He raised his hand, deftly splitting the energy wave into 5 separate blasts, each aimed at the remaining vegetable men and at Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta regarded the approaching energy blast with cold disdain, his expression betraying utter contempt as he made no effort to evade. The explosive sounds reverberated as the dust settled, revealing that 3 of the vegetable men had been reduced to mere scraps. The onlookers erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Incredible! Krillin is truly formidable. Yet, Baika focused intently on the debris, sensing a faint residual aura. Breathless, Krillin remarked, It's unfortunate. One has escaped. Before he could finish, the last vegetable man lunged at Sun Wufan, who found himself paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, a hand reached out, seizing the vegetable man's arm. It was Baiku. With an expression of indifference, Baiku declared, Perish, and with a powerful throw, sent the vegetable man soaring into the sky. Baiku then opened his mouth, releasing a beam of light that elicited a piercing scream from the vegetable man, whose form vanished amidst the brilliance, leaving only ashes to drift in the air. Truly, the great demon Baiku was unparalleled, dispatching the foe in an instant. Having gained considerable strength since his battle with Raditz, Baiku was a force to be reckoned with. Thank you, Uncle Baiku, Wu Fan expressed gratefully. Do not misunderstand. I had no intention of saving you. I merely wished to warm up for the impending battle, Baiku explained with a hint of pride. However, all present recognized that after training Wu Fan for a year, he undoubtedly regarded him as a disciple. As the crowd basked in their exhilaration, a chilling laugh echoed from behind. I hope the battle you speak of comes to fruition. They turned to see 2 figures emerging from the haze, Vegeta and Nappa. To their horror, they realized that neither bore a single mark of injury, not even a speck of dust. Now, let us bring this tedious game to an end. Kakarot should be arriving soon, Vegeta stated. Nappa eagerly interjected, At last, it's time to begin. I shall deal with all 5 of you in one fell swoop. Do as you wish, but you must not kill that Namekian just yet. I still require the Dragon Balls. If he perishes, they will turn to stone, Vegeta cautioned. Though the past Vegeta was unaware of this, one must not forget that he is a time traveler, well versed in the original tale. Understood, Vegeta. I shall be cautious. Nappa concentrated his energy, fists clenched, as he elevated his aura. A terrifying presence reverberated through the area, causing the ground to crack and debris to levitate in the air due to the overwhelming magnetic force. A profound sense of dread enveloped the onlookers. What a formidable scion he was, truly fearsome. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts as the crowd surged forward, charging towards Nappa. Chapter 7. The game ends. Goku returns in a tumultuous battlefield strewn with jagged rocks. A fierce battle erupted. Piccolo advised Gohan to maintain control over his energy, lest Nappa's overwhelming aura overpower him. The fighters pressed forward, with Tien landing a powerful punch aimed at Nappa, who merely smirked and shifted his body slightly. Tien's strike missed its mark. Nappa swiftly seized Tien's outstretched arm with his left hand and delivered a crushing blow to Tien's abdomen with his right. A resounding thud echoed as Tien's arm remained trapped in Nappa's grasp, yet his body was sent flying several meters away. Such terrifying power, one blow had rendered Tien incapacitated. The onlookers gazed at Nappa in horror. Kaiatsu called out anxiously, "Tien, are you all right?" As he flew towards him, Tien lay on the ground, trembling slightly, but thankfully, he was alive. The crowd sighed in relief. Kaiatsu rushed to assist Tien, who groaned in pain. "Everyone, be cautious. Our opponent is far too powerful. I had no chance to resist before he tore my arm away." Immediately afterward, Piccolo and Krillin charged at Nappa, while Gohan stood frozen in fear, unable to move. Lost in his thoughts, Piccolo shouted in anger, "Prepare to face my attack." He unleashed a technique known as the Special Beam Cannon towards Nappa. Nappa raised his palm with effortless ease to intercept the blow, feeling not a trace of pain. Meanwhile, Krillin launched his signature move, the Destructo Disc. But Nappa dismissed it casually, intending to take it head-on. "Fool. Nappa, dodge." Vegeta barked. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Nappa felt a moment of danger and leapt into the air just in time. The Destructo Disc sliced through the mountainside, leaving a mirror-like gash in its wake. Should this technique have struck him, his fate would likely have been even worse than that of the mountain. After contemplating this, Nappa's forehead dripped with cold sweat. "Damn it. Little Bald One, I will make you my primary target next," Nappa declared menacingly. "Idiot Nappa. If you continue to underestimate them, your fate will be no better than that of a vegetable." Vegeta scolded the inept warrior. "I understand, Vegeta. It won't happen again, I assure you," Nappa trembled in response. Reflecting on Vegeta's cruelty towards the Scions, he secretly resolved to make an extraordinary display, otherwise. "Gohan, in a moment. Krillin and I will launch our attack on him. You seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow," Piccolo whispered to Gohan. Turning to Gohan, he realized that Gohan had yet to recover from his recent fright. Exasperated, he exclaimed, "Son Gohan, what are you doing? Did you not hear my words?" Slowly regaining his composure, Gohan stammered, I understand, Uncle Piccolo." Observing the 5-year-old before him, Piccolo suddenly grasped that he could not depend on him. Coldly, he retorted, "You should leave. You are unworthy to stand shoulder to shoulder with me in battle. Return to your mother's embrace and enjoy your pitiful existence." Upon hearing these words, tears welled up in Gohan's eyes as he recalled his father being slain by a scion, and also thought of Yamcha and Tien. With determination, he declared, "I will not. Uncle Piccolo, I can fight." "Do as you wish," Piccolo replied impatiently. Just as he finished speaking, Nappa came soaring towards them. Piccolo engaged Nappa in a fierce exchange, trading punches and kicks. Although he managed to keep pace, with each clash, he felt the immense force of Nappa's steel-like body and gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Krillin spread his fingers wide, positioning them against his forehead, and shouted, "Solar Flare." Upon seeing Krillin's stance, Piccolo closed his eyes and shouted to Gohan, "Now, Gohan." Little did they know that Gohan's earlier resolve was again shattered by Nappa's terrifying power, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Tien took aim at Nappa with one hand, shouting, "Final Kamehameha." A square beam of energy shot forth towards Nappa, striking him down to the ground and creating a massive, bottomless pit where he landed. Nappa was blinded by a dazzling light, unable to open his eyes in agony. "Damn it, even these despicable tricks," he cried. As Tien's attack sent him crashing deep into the earth, his armor shattered. As the light faded, Krillin panted, We did it. Tien. Well done. However, Tien had already fallen, and Krillin rushed to catch him. Piccolo's indifferent gaze fell upon Gohan, who felt the weight of his disappointment without a single word being spoken. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan said, feeling unjustly wronged. It's all right. It's all right. Gohan is still just a child. Do not place such pressure on him. He is only 5. Krillin reassured Piccolo. As Nappa slowly ascended, he took advantage of the moment when everyone let their guard down, unleashing an energy wave towards Tien, who was too exhausted to evade. Tien could only watch helplessly as the attack hurtled toward him. A deafening roar erupted, and then silence fell. Tien's heartbeat ceased. Tien, Krillin shouted in despair. It was all his fault. He had known Tien was incapable of fighting and had merely let him drop without further concern. Be cautious, Nappa, Vegeta shouted, as he witnessed Kaiatsu clinging desperately to his disproportionate form. Farewell, everyone, Kaiatsu said, gazing at them. Tien, wait for me. We must be together for eternity. A radiant light enveloped him, and the air was filled with the deafening sound of an explosion. Kaiatsu too had perished, self-destructing without leaving a trace. He could never be revived again. Kaiatsu, Krillin cried out in agony. Within a fleeting moment, 3 lives had been lost, and despair consumed their hearts. Goku, where are you? When will you return? They gazed skyward, where a robust figure with an exposed torso materialized. It was Nappa. Remarkably, Kaiatsu's self-detonation had not claimed his life. Seizing the moment of their terror, Nappa charged towards Krillin, delivering a swift kick to his neck. Krillin collapsed. Though he had not succumbed to death, he was perilously close, with only faint breaths remaining. Damn it, Goku, are you not back yet? If you do not return soon, I will not be able to endure. Piccolo gritted his teeth in frustration. Nappa turned to Piccolo and warned, Namekian, stay back. Vegeta forbids me from killing you, but that half-breed is my final source of amusement. Piccolo, gazing at Gohan whom he had trained, urged, Gohan, flee. Head to the sacred world of the Kais. That is where your father will return first. If I survive, I may yet continue your training. His eyes were filled with a resolute determination. Gohan took flight, carrying Krillin towards the sacred world. Nappa attempted to intercept them, but was halted by Piccolo. Your adversary is me, Piccolo declared fiercely. Nappa cackled maliciously. Haha. Vegeta said I cannot kill you. But he did not say I could not maim you. Hey, Vegeta, you won't mind if I incapacitate him, will you? Vegeta coldly remarked, do as you wish. But he must not perish. Acknowledging this, Vegeta turned to Nappa, who was now utterly exhausted, barely able to muster the strength to remain airborne. With a casual flick, Nappa unleashed a ki blast, and in an instant, Piccolo's right arm vanished from sight. Enough, Nappa. Cease your actions. His energy is nearly depleted. If he dies, you too shall meet your end, Vegeta declared with icy indifference. Nappa slowly descended, sitting beside Vegeta. In the realm of the afterlife, a figure materialized. Goku, you have finally arrived. Quickly, lend me your hand. I shall escort you back to Earth, the Supreme Kai urged. Without a moment to ponder, Goku extended his palm, clasping the Supreme Kai's hand, and the two figures gradually faded into oblivion. In the Supreme Kai's palace, Goku expressed gratitude. Thank you, Supreme Kai. I shall immediately seek out my friends. As he spoke, he leapt from the palace, descending toward Korin Tower. There, Master Roshi awaited him at the railing, casually tossing 3 Senzu beans into Goku's hands. Goku, these are the last 3. I hope they prove useful. With no time for a response, Goku, weary from his long journey on Snake Way, swiftly consumed one of the Senzu beans. His body swelled slightly, and with a resounding pop, a surge of power coursed through him, restoring him to peak condition, with even a slight enhancement. After briefly sensing the surrounding energy, he soared toward the battlefield. Chapter 8. Nappa cannot escape his fate on Earth. Goku flew at breakneck speed toward the battlefield. Midway, he spotted Gohan and Krillin approaching. Dad, you're back, Gohan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Gohan, you've grown so much in a year. You seem considerably stronger, Goku remarked, observing his son. What happened to Krillin? Goku inquired. Uncle Krillin was attacked by a scion and had his neck broken. Dad, do you have a solution? Gohan responded, concern etched on his face. Those vile scions. Fortunately, Master Roshi has given me 3 Senzu beans. You both should take 1 each, Goku declared fiercely. Goku carefully fed a Senzu bean to Krillin, anxious not to make a mistake that might cost Krillin his life. Instantly, Krillin's nearly lifeless eyes regained their spark, and he stood up, brushing off the dust. Goku, those 2 scions are incredibly powerful. Though it was mainly the large one attacking, I sense that the shorter one might be even stronger, Krillin stated. Goku focused his gaze toward the battlefield, honing in on the energy signatures of Vegeta and Nappa, along with the faint presence of Piccolo. He turned to Gohan and Krillin, saying, Gohan, you and Krillin must go to the Supreme Kai's palace. You won't be consuming any senzu beans. I sense that Piccolo is on the verge of collapse. Dad, I'm fine. You must hurry and save Uncle Piccolo, Gohan urged. As the words faded, Goku soared towards the battlefield with unwavering determination, the deafening sound of sonic booms resonating in their ears. Gohan, filled with excitement, exclaimed how strong his father was. Perhaps he could indeed vanquish those two Saiyans. Yes, that's right. I can hardly perceive Goku's immense strength at this moment. Gohan, let us proceed, Krillin remarked. Vegeta gazed into the distant sky and softly uttered, Kakarot, you have finally arrived. Though he had not participated in the recent battle, he had acquired the ability to sense energy, and one could not help but acknowledge his brilliance. It was unfortunate that he had always been suppressed by Frieza, relegated to combat on feeble planets. Had he fought on more formidable worlds, perhaps he would not be so weak. Nappa timidly inquired, why can't I feel it? Baka, you imbecile. Truly a worthless fool, unable to grasp such a simple concept. Vegeta scolded furiously. Initially, he considered sparing Nappa, but after the loss of so many lives, the author decided it was best to eliminate him. Such actions could not go unpunished. With a swift motion, Goku descended to the ground. His gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of Tien, Yamcha, and the vanished Kairatsu, along with the faintly breathing Piccolo. Rage surged within him. How infuriating. They are all dead. Kairatsu's body is gone, and there is no way to revive him. I will not forgive you, Goku declared with indignation. Enough of your empty threats, Son Goku. You now face two choices. Surrender the Dragon Balls and join me and Vegeta in our conquest of the universe, or I will kill you, seize the Dragon Balls, and annihilate the entire Earth. Nappa boasted, still oblivious to the true extent of Goku's strength. Vegeta gazed at the figure before him, a person strikingly identical to the one from the animated series. He mused internally, truly befitting of a protagonist. His stature surpassed mine by a good 10 centimeters. Though in terms of appearance, he fell slightly short of this prince. Goku gradually approached Piccolo, disregarding Nappa entirely. Upon reaching Piccolo, he crouched down, observing the faintly flickering energy of his companion. Fear not, I have returned, he assured, opening his mouth to reveal a mystical bean. As Piccolo swallowed the bean, it slid down his throat, and an overwhelming sense of vitality surged throughout his body. With his legs bending, he executed a swift maneuver, rising to his feet. Nappa, astonished, watched as the seemingly dying Namekian was resurrected before his eyes. Hey, Kakarot, I'm speaking to you. Do you dare ignore me? Nappa exclaimed in indignation. In the midst of his outburst, he unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Goku. Without even a glance, Goku sidestepped, effortlessly swatting the energy blast aside with a casual motion. Without turning to face Nappa, he declared, You are no match for me. Summon your companion to face me. Upon hearing this, Nappa could hardly contain his fury, launching himself forward in a fit of rage. At this moment, Vegeta rose to his feet, exclaiming, Nappa, cease this at once. You are no match for him. I shall take over. Nappa's rapid movements abruptly halted as he turned to Vegeta, incredulous. What nonsense is this? I, the great Nappa, inferior to a mere low-class warrior? Vegeta, surely you jest. Fool. Return and watch, Vegeta retorted angrily. The scouter can no longer detect their power levels. Reluctantly, Nappa complied, settling slowly upon a nearby boulder, muttering, Very well. It's in your hands. Let me see just how powerful a low-class warrior can be. Old son, do you have confidence? Piccolo inquired gravely. That little runt has yet to make a move, and Nappa alone has already incapacitated us. That giant is of no concern. But Vegeta, I cannot say for certain, Goku replied, confidence brimming in his voice, but rest assured, I have my secret technique. Upon hearing this, Vegeta exclaimed, Show me the ultimate techniques you learned from King Kai, Kakarot. Let us see if they truly deserve such a title. Deep down, he was well aware that it was the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, yet he could not help but mock. How could you possibly know that I trained with King Kai? Goku responded in astonishment. That is of little consequence. I am determined to defeat you all and avenge my comrades, Goku declared with a simplicity characteristic of him. However, Piccolo, who was not so easily swayed, interjected loudly, Hey, Why are you privy to so much information? I can understand the communication function of the scouters you wear regarding the Dragon Balls. But the fact that Goku trained with King Kai has never been disclosed since your arrival. Awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere as Vegeta stumbled for an explanation. What is there to explain? It matters not. Strength is paramount, and fists convey the ultimate truth. You, Namekian, keep your distance, lest the shockwaves from my battle with Kakarot obliterate you. Vegeta declared arrogantly. Nanny, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you wish to taste my fists? Piccolo retorted boldly. I have no interest in you. If you wish to engage further, I can summon Nappa to entertain you, Vegeta coldly replied, casting a glance at Nappa, which reminded Piccolo of the earlier humiliation he endured. He scoffed and refrained from continuing the conversation with Vegeta, though sometimes a bit boastful. He was not foolish enough to seek unnecessary suffering. Very well, you are Vegeta, correct? Let us commence, Goku said impatiently, his fervor boiling over. The desire for battle made his body tremble with excitement. Bring it on, Kakarot. Show me what a lowly warrior like you can truly achieve. Vegeta scoffed, his arms crossed defiantly. As Goku charged towards Vegeta, he shouted, I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku, a human from Earth. His roar was accompanied by a sonic boom as he dashed forward at high speed, aiming for Vegeta. Vegeta sensed an aura behind him and swiftly raised his right arm, effortlessly blocking Goku's sweeping kick. With a powerful sweep of his leg, he sent Goku crashing to the ground, then pushed off with his hands and delivered a forceful kick that propelled Goku into the sky. In an instant, Vegeta moved at high speed above Goku, intertwining his fingers in a gesture of concentration, unleashing a devastating blast that hurled Goku violently against a pile of rubble, pinning him down. Nappa exclaimed with excitement, Vegeta, you truly are remarkable. You ended the battle in an instant. Fool, do you Scions lack any awareness? Can't you feel that Goku's aura hasn't changed at all? Piccolo interjected. Kakarot, come out now. I know this won't be a challenge for you. Vegeta retorted, you dare insult me, Namekian? Although I want to kill you, I can certainly obliterate the corpses of your companions to vent my frustration. As Nappa spoke, he flew towards the bodies of Tien and Yamcha, gathering energy for a ki blast aimed at them. Suddenly, the rubble exploded as Goku flew towards Nappa, determined not to allow their bodies to be destroyed. It would be irreversible, Goku shouted, invoking the Kaioken. His body radiated a crimson glow as his speed multiplied, bringing him face to face with Nappa in an instant. With a swift elbow strike, Nappa collapsed in agony, unable to move. Goku lifted Nappa's body and hurled it towards Vegeta, coldly stating, Take your comrade back to your planet. I spare you this time, but do not return to Earth. Vegeta, watching this merciful act, was left speechless by Goku's kindness. Kakarot, do not flatter yourself. Your recent display was unimpressive. You have no right to speak of mercy, he scoffed. Nappa, help me. I don't want to die. Nappa cried in pain. Vegeta glared at the imbecile. Who told you to act independently? Since you refuse to listen, then perish. Dismissing Nappa as a liability, Vegeta single-handedly launched him into the sky, mimicking the technique he used to eliminate the Namekian warrior. With a finger extended like a blade, he unleashed a surge of formidable energy. Please, Vegeta, spare me, Nappa pleaded in terror. Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion echoed, and Nappa's body was instantly reduced to ashes. Goku and Piccolo stared in disbelief, horrified by Vegeta's ruthlessness, realizing he had even turned against his own ally. Vegeta, why did you kill him? Wasn't he your comrade? Goku questioned angrily. Humph, this prince does not require disobedient dogs. Enough chatter, let us fight, Vegeta declared, crossing his arms defiantly. Chapter 9. The crushing battle. The winds howled fiercely as Goku gazed at the formidable yet malevolent figure before him, trembling with an uncertainty that arose from either fear of his wickedness or an exhilarating desire to engage in combat. He addressed Piccolo. Piccolo, you should carry Tien and Yamcha's bodies back to the heavenly temple. My presence here is sufficient. Your staying would be of no use. Goku's words lacked any consideration for the feelings of others. What? Old son, do you hold me in contempt? I am Piccolo, the great demon king. How dare you suggest I am of no use? Piccolo retorted, his eyes widened in indignation as he glared at Goku. All right, Piccolo, I apologize. Please ensure their bodies are safeguarded for future resurrection, Goku awkwardly explained. Humph, even if resurrected, they would still be a bunch of useless beings, Piccolo remarked disdainfully. Yet he proceeded towards the two lifeless bodies, gently levitating them with his energy, guiding them towards the heavenly temple. as Goku watched Piccolo depart with the bodies. A weight lifted from his heart. He turned his attention to Vegeta and began his warm-up routine, performing leg stretches, push-ups, and sit-ups in preparation for the imminent confrontation. Vegeta declared, "How is it? I have treated you well enough. Haven Ti? You can rest assured now. Shall we engage in a proper battle? No problem. Let us commence." As Goku's words faded, he surged toward Vegeta with incredible speed. In the air, the two figures clashed like a vivid sketch. Their movements so swift that they were nearly indistinguishable. Each strike landed with palpable force. You would throw a punch, and I would return with a kick. They exchanged blows. The collision of their fists creating shockwaves that shattered mountains within a 10-mile radius. Meanwhile, the Earthlings watching the live broadcast were left in disarray as their cameras malfunctioned. At the Turtle Hermit's abode, the onlookers stared anxiously at the television, which had lost its picture. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The Turtle Hermit opened it to find his sister, the Crystal Granny, standing there. The Crystal Granny spoke slowly. "I believe you require my presence at this moment." With that, she leapt into the crystal ball, her hands weaving an incomprehensible magic between its confines. Chanting a series of indistinct phrases, an image gradually emerged within the crystal ball, revealing the figures of Vegeta and Goku. Goku was seen panting atop a stone pillar, while Vegeta remained composed and steady. Vegeta laughed maniacally and taunted Kakarot. "What's the matter? Are you lacking in power?" In truth, Vegeta had not exerted himself at all. His current combat power hovered around 22,000, and through the recent mastery of controlling his ki perception, he could instantaneously unleash a power of approximately 26,000. Although he could not ascertain Goku's battle strength without a scouter, it was evident from their earlier skirmish that Goku's basic power was likely between 5,000 and 6,000, not even a fraction of Vegeta's might. Vegeta had been toying with him all along. Goku, with a wry smile, acknowledged, "You truly are formidable. I trained for a year under King Kai, yet I cannot inflict any damage upon you." Gradually calming his chaotic energy, he lamented, "I still possess one technique. If this does not defeat you, then I shall concede." "Ah, is it the technique that King Kai taught you? The one you used to vanquish Nappa?" Vegeta inquired. "Indeed. It is the Kaioken, which can double my combat power. However, I am uncertain if my body can endure it," Goku replied. "I have already utilized the twofold Kaioken in our previous battle, and it caused him no harm. Now, I shall attempt the threefold Kaioken. My body must hold up." Goku murmured to himself as he prepared. King Kai warned, "No, Goku, your body cannot withstand it. It will collapse under the strain." As Goku unleashed the threefold Kaioken, a crimson aura enveloped him, scorching the very air around him. His muscles swelled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Though his power had surged, it became increasingly difficult to maintain control. "Come on, Vegeta," Goku shouted as he charged toward him. Vegeta gazed at Goku before him, a thought echoing in his mind, "Not enough, not nearly enough." In an instant, Goku had reached behind Vegeta and unleashed a punch, only to strike nothing but a fleeting afterimage. Sensing the energy, he realized that Vegeta had already positioned himself behind him. With a swift kick, Goku narrowly evaded the blow using the speed granted by the Kaioken technique. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase. Yet Vegeta always remained a step ahead of Son Goku. Unable to evade, they collided with a punch. Vegeta stood unwavering, while Goku was sent flying several meters away. Crashing against a stone pillar, Goku gasped for breath, thoughts racing through his mind. "This can't be. I can't defeat him. What should I do? He is far too formidable. I am unable to inflict any impact upon him." Vegeta gazed at Goku and declared, "Let it end, Kakarot. I shall not take your life. You are a worthy adversary. I anticipate the day when you may match my strength, yet it appears that this aspiration shall remain unfulfilled." "Haha." Vegeta laughed maniacally. Goku, with a somber tone, proclaimed, "I still have strength for one final move. Earth, if I should falter, pray that this fiend does not bring about your destruction." With that, Goku assumed a horse stance, his hands clasped together at his waist as a formidable energy began to coalesce within his palms, shimmering with a brilliant blue light. Chanting the words of the Kamehameha, he unleashed a powerful beam of azure energy towards Vegeta. Vegeta gazed at the signature technique frequently employed at the conclusion of animated series, exclaiming with delight, "Ha, let me utterly extinguish your confidence." With that, he ascended slowly into the air, his body inclined, hands positioned between his head and neck, palms facing outward with fingers curled. He bellowed, "Final flash." A robust beam of violet light surged forth towards Kamehameha. The two beams clashed mid-air, each resisting the other. Goku, exerting all his energy into the wave, found Vegeta still holding back. For times. "No, Goku, the threefold Kaioken is your limit. Should you attempt to elevate further, your body will surely collapse," the Kaioshin warned. Yet, Goku paid no heed to the caution. The blue beam instantly thickened, gradually assuming a dominating posture as it advanced towards Vegeta. Observing Goku's power nearing 20,000, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. Channeling 70 of his energy into the violet beam, Goku, undeterred by the repercussions, shouted defiantly as the fivefold blue beam surged ahead. Seeing this, Vegeta too roared with all his might, his battle power soaring to 26,000, decisively overpowering Goku. The immense magnetic force shattered the crystal spheres of the Crystal Grandma from miles away. As the brilliance faded, Vegeta took a moment to catch his breath, musing, "Damn it. If the system hadn't granted me an additional 10,000 battle power, I would truly be at a loss." The Kaioken was indeed outrageous. He then recalled the exhilaration of the system rewards upon task completion. Meanwhile, Goku lay half-conscious in a vast crater. Upon sensing the situation, the Kai and Master Roshi promptly made their way to the battlefield, with Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin rushing forth with great speed. The inhabitants of Kame House watched as Bulma tossed a space capsule. With a resounding thud, an aircraft descended, and Bulma piloted it, leading the group towards the battlefield. Chapter 10. The battle concludes. System rewards Earth. In the sky, a compact yet formidable figure stood aloft. Vegeta observed the approaching silhouettes of Piccolo and others. Understanding they had arrived, he gradually descended to the ground, sitting upon a large boulder, patiently awaiting. He refrained from eliminating Goku, pondering that the system only tasked him with defeating Goku, not killing him. "I shall keep you as my whetstone," he thought. Vegeta cast a complex gaze upon the fallen body, his thoughts swirling. In the sky, several figures descended abruptly alongside an aircraft. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma among them. Piccolo looked at the prostrate Goku and asked, "Old son, are you all right? Can you hold on?" "Dad," Gohan replied, his eyes brimming with tears. "Go, Gohan." "Bulma," they cried as they rushed to Goku's side. "I'm fine, just my bones are shattered," Goku weakly responded. "He harbors no intent to kill me." "Fine? You are practically on the brink of the underworld. Truly, a scion, defying death in such a manner." Everyone turned their gaze towards Vegeta, regarding the detestable scion before them. Their eyes filled with questions. Why had he not ended Goku's life? Krillin and Piccolo assumed battle stances, prepared for the possibility that Vegeta might strike at any moment. Vegeta coldly addressed the individuals before him, assuring them, "Rest assured, I shall not eliminate you, nor will I bring ruin to this planet, nor shall I slay Kakarot, the very stone upon which I sharpen my resolve. I have come solely in pursuit of the Dragon Balls." One can only wonder if the former Vegeta, upon hearing such words, would rise in fury. "I am Prince Vegeta. I require no kindness. I wish to eradicate this wretched assembly." The onlookers, upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, were secretly astonished. Was it not said that scions were inherently malevolent, capable of obliterating planets and extinguishing life? Why, then, would this man spare them? Unbeknownst to them, this version of Vegeta was no longer the mindless harbinger of destruction he once was. His very soul had undergone a transformation. As a denizen of Earth, albeit not the Earth of his past, he would not commit such heinous acts against humanity. As for Nappa, a disobedient hound, he was no longer needed. Vegeta slowly approached the group, step by deliberate step. Krillin and Piccolo, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows, looked at the advancing figure of Vegeta with a mixture of anxiety and fear. "Halt! What do you intend to do?" Krillin exclaimed. "Though Goku has fallen, we are still alive. If you wish to harm them, you must first step over my corpse," he declared in terror. Vegeta's gaze gradually shifted to a woman with lustrous blue hair, a voluptuous figure, and exquisite features. "Bulma," he addressed her, saying, "This is sufficient company. You, woman, take me to your home for a bath and a meal. Rest assured, I am not so inclined to mistreat a lady." Bulma, staring at this domineering yet undeniably handsome man, retorted defiantly, "Not a chance. I will not take you home. You killed Yamcha, and you expect me to host you? Dream on." Though her words were resolute, a flicker of conflicting emotions stirred within her. This man exuded an irresistible charm. The thought of sharing a bath and a meal with him was not entirely unappealing. No, it was they who killed Yamcha. How could I even entertain such thoughts? The truth about Yamcha's notorious infidelity was well known. Bulma had long since ended their relationship, but still clung to the remnants of her first love. She no longer held any affection for him, recognizing his superficial charm and wayward heart, while Bulma had little regard for traditional sentiments. She could not abide her man's unfaithful nature. Oh, Yamcha? The first Earthling to fall? Was he your boyfriend? Vegeta teased, a smirk playing on his lips. He is no longer merely an ex-boyfriend. I have no feelings for him now, Bulma responded hastily, and immediately regretted her words as she caught the curious glances from the others, as if questioning the necessity of such a detailed explanation. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, feeling an awkward embarrassment. Why am I explaining myself to him? He's the enemy, she thought, even as her eyes betrayed her, discreetly glancing at the alluring, domineering figure before her. Just so you know, your ex-boyfriend did not meet his end by my hand. He sought his own demise. Moreover, I avenged you by eliminating that vegetable creature, Vegeta asserted, stepping closer to Bulma and lifting her chin with his finger, an impish grin on his face. Will you truly refrain from causing chaos? Vegeta, if that is the case, we shall no longer view you as an adversary. As for the 3 individuals killed by Nappa and that vegetable fiend, we can resurrect them with the Dragon Balls, Piccolo growled, begrudgingly attempting to negotiate. Though he loathed the idea, do you think you are worthy to oppose me? My priority is the Dragon Balls. I must use them first when they become available in a year, Vegeta declared with a haughty demeanor. How infuriating. We have lost so many friends. Why should you be allowed to use them first? We wish to revive our companions. Krillin retorted fiercely. Correct your demeanor. It is my mercy that has spared your lives. My refraining from your demise is already a testament to my magnanimity. Do you believe you have the right to set terms? Speak further, and I shall send you to the depths, Vegeta warned, his voice laced with menace. Enough, Krillin, be quiet, and let him go first, Piccolo calmly stated. Why? Before Piccolo could finish his sentence, his gaze towards him suddenly revealed an understanding. They were unable to win this battle and had no choice but to proceed this way. You should hurry and take Goku for treatment. He is not dead yet, but we cannot guarantee how much longer he can hold on, Vegeta remarked. He then turned, wrapping his right arm around Bulma's waist, to which she surprisingly offered no resistance. At that moment, Vegeta said, Woman, point the way and lead me to your home. I have a name. It's Bulma, not woman. Remember that, Bulma retorted, gesturing towards the direction of West City. Vegeta, without hesitation, scooped up Bulma and soared into the sky, heading in the direction she indicated. The onlookers gazed at the departing duo, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Had they truly left? Bulma had taken away that malevolent scion? Was she not afraid? Only Master Roshi, the wise elder, comprehended the situation. It seemed that these two had found a peculiar connection. This was perhaps for the best. Having something to care for would surely deter them from wreaking havoc on Earth. And a sense of relief washed over him. The group lifted Goku and placed him into the aircraft, setting off towards the hospital. During the journey, Krillin inquired of Piccolo. Do you have something else in mind? You stopped me from speaking earlier. Piccolo, with his eyes closed, replied. Though the Dragon Balls of Earth were created by that celestial being, they can only grant one wish at a time. Moreover, Den's body has already perished. Even if you wish to resurrect those slain by Nappa, where would Den's soul be reborn? Besides, if you wish to keep your life, refrain from quarreling with him. There are alternative solutions. Krillin pressed. What alternative? Piccolo opened his eyes and stated, Namek. Since I am an Namekian, I understand. You mean there are Dragon Balls on Namek as well? And are you also yearning to return to Namek, considering it is your ancestral home? Krillin responded with excitement. Piccolo shouted, I have no desire to return. I am a demon. I do not require emotional ties. If I were to return, it would only be to dominate them. Piccolo's stubbornness was to be expected, yet everyone understood that through the encounters with the Science and the young boy who called him Uncle Gohan, he had undergone a transformation. As a flicker of kindness stirred within him. After all, he was no longer the old Piccolo. This new incarnation, emerging from the egg, harbored no ambitions of world domination. If there was an obsession, it was merely to defeat Goku. In West City, at the villa of Dr. Briefs, the esteemed inventor, in the back garden, Vegeta descended with Bulma. Just then, the doctor was watering his plants while the little black creature perched on his shoulder, creating a picturesque scene. Dr. Briefs. astonished at the sight of his daughter being embraced by a stranger from the sky, asked, Bulma, is this your new boyfriend? He is far more handsome than Yamcha. Observing the strikingly attractive man with fiery black hair and a hint of a devilish smirk, he mused, Ah, youth is a wonderful thing. Does your mother know about your new beau? Father, stop it. He is merely a wicked and malevolent scion, Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushed. As for the truth of his nature, she was well aware. Vegeta chuckled to himself, realizing that this old gentleman was quite an amusing character. With Bulma leading him to the bathing area, Vegeta gazed into the mirror at his muscular, yet harmoniously proportioned physique. As his eyes traveled down, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, muttering to himself, not bad at all. Quite impressive, indeed. The only drawback is a slight discrepancy in height. He dismissed that thought, reminding himself that a man's pride remains formidable. He glanced at the protruding appendage, while Bulma stood outside, peering through the misted glass. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, lost in her own thoughts. Noticing the battle suit discarded outside, she tossed it into the washing machine and rummaged through her father's wardrobe, retrieving a youthful outfit. Placing it on the rack by the door, she called out, Your clothes have been put in the washing machine. There's a fresh set waiting for you outside. Please wear this. Upon hearing this, Vegeta murmured to himself, Women are indeed creatures obsessed with appearances. After donning his new attire, he proceeded to the dining hall, where an extravagant feast awaited him. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, including pork knuckles, succulent belly pork, tempura, and an assortment of chicken, duck, and fish. Perhaps Bulma, having known Goku for so long, was aware of the Scion's prodigious appetites and thus prepared such a lavish spread. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been issued, including the skill Killing Intent Fist. Upon hearing the voice, Vegeta inquired, What is the Killing Intent Fist? Is it superior to the Kaioken? The system elucidated. The Killing Intent Fist is specially crafted for the host. Given the Scion's boundless will for slaughter, this technique will infinitely augment your combat prowess, while inflicting minimal harm upon your physique. Do you believe the Kaioken is truly exceptional? Much of Goku's later heart complications stemmed from the excessive use of the Kaioken. Personal interface. Name, Vegeta Race. Scion Combat Power, 32,000 point skills. Artificial Moon, Explosive Wave, Gallic Gun, Prince's Combat Style. Special Combat Technique. Killing Intent Fist Level 1. The host's killing intent enhances the level, and after battle, the level will not diminish. Level 1 grants 5 times the host's combat power, and so forth. Super Scion Unawakened, S-cells at 20%, due to the host's lack of anger during this battle. No enhancement occurred. Vegeta gazed at his personal interface, his thoughts swirling in his mind. Although his battle with Kakarot significantly enhanced his power, he still found himself considerably distant from Frieza's level. With less than 3 months remaining, they would soon embark on their journey to Namek. The Gravity Room, the Ultra Divine Water, and the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. With so many methods to augment his combat abilities at his disposal, what was there to worry about? First, a meal. After dining, he would ask Bulma to modify his spaceship and enhance the Gravity Room. He would then seek the Ultra Divine Water and the Time Chamber. Chapter 11. Ultra Divine Water. Within a picturesque villa, Bulma observed the voracious eater before her. Despite his unrefined manner of eating, her fondness for him grew with each glance, causing her cheeks to blush slightly, lost in her thoughts. Hey, Bulma, why do you keep staring at me? Are you taken by my charm? Vegeta teased, while continuously shoveling food into his mouth. Not at all. I could never be interested in a glutton like you, Bulma retorted defiantly. Amidst a whirlwind of activity, the massive dining table lay barren, every dish and bowl emptied. Vegeta, with a toothpick in hand, nonchalantly remarked that he was barely 7/10 full. 7/10 full? Are you a pig? Even swine cannot consume as much as you do. Bulma was taken aback. This is nothing. We Scions have spent our lives in battle, possessing remarkable digestive capabilities that convert nearly all food into energy for combat. Even during periods of rest, this energy is stored within our bodies. Vegeta scoffed. No wonder Goku can eat so much. After every battle, he indulges in a grand feast, Bulma added. Now, Bulma, I have a favor to ask. Please modify my spaceship, adding a gravity chamber with the highest limit possible. You can handle the rest as you see fit. It's rather cramped and quite uncomfortable. Here is the remote. Pressing this button will return the ship to the remote S location. As Vegeta spoke, he handed the remote to Bulma, who gazed at it with sparkling eyes. After all, For a brilliant scientist, there is nothing more exhilarating than exploring new technologies. In the peculiar world of Dragon Ball, Earth lacks the technology to explore outer space, let alone travel to other planets, yet possesses the marvelous space capsule, akin to the storage rings found in fantasy novels. Moreover, in Vegeta's previous memories, he had never encountered anything like it on other planets. One must admit, it is indeed a bizarre realm. Suddenly, a circular flying object descended into Bulma's front yard with a resounding thud. Bulma, this is in your hands now. I have matters to attend to and shall return in 2 days. Before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta activated his flight technique and soared into the sky. Who does he think I am, to summon me at will? Bulma shouted at the receding figure of Vegeta. Forget it, a spaceship, how marvelous. Humph, this piques my interest, but it doesn't mean I'm doing this for you, she murmured to herself. Vegeta sensed 2 faint energies in a specific direction. The hospital. Ah, it hurts so much. No, no. Goku's anguished cries echoed in despair. The onlookers observed the man, whose bones were shattered yet remained silent, save for his cries of fear at the prospect of a needle. They wished to laugh, yet the scene felt inappropriate, leaving everyone's faces flushed. It was Krillin who could not contain himself, erupting into laughter. Suddenly, those sensitive to energy all turned their gazes toward a singular direction. Vegeta is flying towards the temple. What is he planning? Krillin exclaimed in panic. Could it be that he intends to kill the deity? Outside the window, floating in meditation, Piccolo remarked, I'll check it out. It should be impossible. I don't sense any murderous intent. With that, Piccolo leapt toward the temple, for if the deity perished, he too would not survive. He still wished to see his homeland. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta reached the vicinity of the temple, specifically the residence of Master Roshi. Abruptly halting, he entered the hall. Master Roshi trembled at the sight of the man before him, his hair standing like flames, and asked with a quivering voice, What do you want? Do not be anxious. I merely heard that Kakarot, in his youth, partook of the sacred water here to unlock his potential. I too wish to experience its flavor, Vegeta declared. The cat sage, relieved, responded, You startled me. I thought you intended to take my life. The sacred water, you say? At this point, it won't serve you much purpose, considering you have matured and your potential has been nearly fully realized. Do not perceive me through the lens of earthlings. I am the prince of the Science, endowed with boundless potential. Enough of your prattle. Bring it to me at once. Vegeta retorted haughtily. Very well. But I must forewarn you, consuming such a substance will bring you immense suffering. Should anything happen to you, I shall not be responsible. Follow me, said the cat sage, leading Vegeta down to a hidden chamber below. Upon reaching the end, the cat sage retrieved an unusual bottle from a recess in the wall and handed it to Vegeta. Here you go. When you drink this, be sure to control your energy. Do not destroy the Korin Tower. With that, he ascended, leaving Vegeta alone in the chamber. Vegeta gazed at the bottle, which weighed approximately half a pound, its contents emitting a faintly acrid aroma. With great resolve, he raised it to his lips and downed it in one swift motion. A powerful burning sensation coursed down his throat and into his stomach. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, muscles convulsing uncontrollably, a blend of agony and an overwhelming sense of vitality flooding through him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a resounding cry. The energy that erupted from him resonated throughout the entirety of Korin Tower, sending shockwaves across the surrounding 10-mile radius. The deity within the temple sensed this surge of power, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In the sky, Piccolo abruptly ceased his flight, nearly succumbing to the oppressive force. The cat sage, gripping his staff in one hand and the railing beside him in the other, felt his feet lift from the ground. 5 minutes later, Vegeta gasped for breath, gradually calming the explosive energy within him, eventually descending into a serene silence. His entire body was drenched. He truly did not anticipate such agony. In his mind, the voice of the system echoed, activating his personal interface. Name, Vegeta Race. Scion Combat Power, 58,000 point skills. Artificial Moon, Big Bang Attack, Gallic Gun. Prince's Combat Technique, Special Combat Technique. Killing Intent Fist Level 1, 5x Combat Power Enhancement. Super Saiyan Unawakened, 35S Cell. Vegeta gazed at the interface, observing the enhancement of the S cells, and inquired of the system, what is happening? Does drinking the Ultra Divine Water also benefit the enhancement of S cells? The system responded in its cold, mechanical voice. The S cells already exist within the host's body. As long as potential is tapped, there will be a continuous enhancement of the S cells. However, It has detected that the ultra-divine water contains potent toxins. While it may facilitate the development of S cells, it is akin to quenching thirst with poison. At this moment, the host may gradually expel the toxins from the body, but should you consume it again, the system cannot predict the consequences. Vegeta listened intently as the system finished its explanation, his thoughts abruptly halting. He contemplated the possibility that Kakarot's later affliction with viral heart disease might somehow be linked to the super divine water. Nevertheless, I possess a system in Bulma. There are myriad ways to enhance my combat prowess. Ultimately, the well-being of my body takes precedence. Chapter 12. Who exactly is Bobo? Karen, the cat sage, observed the scion before him, drenched in perspiration. As he meticulously sensed the scion's energy, he discovered that it had significantly increased since their last encounter. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You scions are truly extraordinary beings." Humph, the scions are not so easily comprehended, especially when I am the prince of the scions, Vegeta retorted. Suddenly, his thoughts drifted to the climactic battles from the original narrative. His gaze shifted toward a rather rotund individual lounging against a pillar, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Mr. Satan felt a sudden chill sweep over him, and, upon meeting Vegeta's fierce gaze, he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Please spare my life. I am willing to be your servant. Command me to go east, and I shall not venture west." "Vegeta, what are you planning? Please refrain from harming him. Though he is indolent, he has been my companion for quite some time," the cat sage implored in terror. Vegeta pondered the original narrative, recognizing that it was due to this rotund individual that the supply of Senzu beans had dwindled. Initially, only a handful could be cultivated each year. Yet this coward had devoured the entirety of the cat sage's century-old reserves in a mere few years. Suddenly, he recalled how, during the era of Black Goku, he had consistently protected his future daughter-in-law and wife. Thus, he relinquished his murderous intent. Turning to the cat sage, he declared, "From now on, do not allow him to consume any Senzu beans. I shall barter with you. I will ensure that Bulma delivers to you all the food, water, and even dried fish you desire. In return, you must cultivate more Senzu beans. Apart from myself, I believe Kakarot and the others could greatly benefit as well." As the cat sage listened to Vegeta's words, saliva gradually trickled down the corner of his mouth at the mention of dried fish, his utmost favorite. He responded to Vegeta, "Very well, it is agreed." At that moment, Majirbi also interjected, "Lord Vegeta, I swear I shall never consume Senzu beans again. I implore you, spare me." The cat sage, observing this inept individual, contemplated whether he had made a mistake in intervening, fearing that he might hoard all the dried fish for himself. "Enough. I shall take my leave to seek the deity. When I return, you had best conjure some Senzu beans for me. If not, you shall be rendered useless." Vegeta threatened the cat sage. Terror gripped the cat sage's heart, yet he lamented the thought that he might not be able to preserve his meager stock, which he had initially hoped to safeguard for emergencies. Vegeta soared into the air, ascending towards the temple above. Within the temple, a portly figure cloaked in darkness addressed the deity, exclaiming, "Oh, Great One, what brings him here? Surely he does not intend to destroy the temple." The ancient deity, frail in stature, grasped his staff and reassured, "Fear not, I sense no malice from him. His visit must pertain to some matter, though its nature remains unknown." Meanwhile, Piccolo, having sensed the ominous aura dissipate, reached the summit of Korin Tower and inquired of the cat sage, "What has transpired? Why does it seem that Vegeta's energy has grown even stronger?" The cat sage proceeded to elucidate the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing this, Piccolo, puzzled, remarked, "It is his first visit to Earth. How could he be so well informed?" The Dragon Balls could be understood as the peculiar devices they wore on their ears, which likely conveyed the information, yet the matter of the super divine water was unknown to him until it was mentioned. The cat sage was equally astonished. Not only the super divine water, but also the spirit beings were beyond their imagination. They could never have anticipated that Vegeta was a time-traveling entity familiar with the original tale. At that moment, a figure descended upon the temple. Vegeta gazed upon the aging deity before him, as well as the figure he had long been curious about, Bobo. "I shall refer to you as that Namekian," he stated. "For in my eyes, a god holds little significance. I have heard whispers of a miraculous chamber here, and I have come to make use of it." Although he had witnessed the animated tales and was aware of the events that would unfold, he possessed confidence in his ability to catch up to the likes of Broly and Whis. Such a declaration was not mere arrogance. The deity, perplexed, inquired, "You seem to possess considerable knowledge regarding the happenings on our Earth. How is it that you are aware?" At that moment, Bobo's expression, which had remained unchanged for a century, revealed a fleeting glimmer of clarity in his eyes. Humph, there is much you do not know about me. Enough with the chatter. Will you grant me access or not? If not, I shall end you. Vegeta threatened. Bobo, please escort Lord Vegeta to the room of spirit and time, the deity commanded, though still unsure. Make sure to explain the necessary precautions to him. Or perhaps it is unnecessary, as he seems to already understand the nature of the room. Despite his doubts, the deity dared not refuse. Very well, Lord Deity, follow me. Lord Vegeta, Bobo said, his expression as impassive as ever. Vegeta gazed at the deity and remarked, that Namekian, you are indeed one with Piccolo, are you not? I suggest you hasten to fuse with him. Otherwise, your lifespan may not endure until he reaches Namek. The deity trembled slightly. You are aware of this? Is there anything you are not cognizant of? In truth, the deity had already resolved to merge with Piccolo, for apart from sustaining the Dragon Balls, he felt himself to be of little use. In the original narrative, following the Frieza saga, when the androids emerged, Piccolo indeed fused with the deity. At that juncture, the deity sensed that his time was fleeting. Recognizing his diminishing utility, he deemed it preferable to accompany Piccolo and explore the ancestral land. Within the recesses of his memory lay the method of creating the Dragon Balls, the arcane language, and extraordinary abilities unknown to Earthlings, all of which had existed in his mind since birth. Do not fret about Dragon Balls, Vegeta. Since I have also resolved to venture to Namek, it stands to reason that there must be a genius there capable of creating Dragon Balls. If I can bring back just one, it will suffice. Following the Frieza saga, Piccolo merged with Kami, and the Dragon Balls transformed into stone. Had it not been for the malevolent energy from the demon realm that initially tainted Piccolo, such a fate would not have befallen him. Consequently, Goku utilized instant transmission to retrieve Den from Namek. Moreover, the Dragon Balls now grant 2 additional wishes compared to before. Upon concluding his words, Vegeta followed Popo towards the Grand Hall at the center. Gazing at Popo before him, Vegeta meticulously recalled the character's identity from the original narrative, ageless and immortal. He had once imparted martial arts skills to Kakarot in his youth. Later, was mentioned that Kakarot possessed a faint foundation of the Ultra Instinct technique, leading Vegeta to suspect that it was indeed Popo who had imparted such knowledge during Kakarot's formative years. Vegeta suddenly delivered a powerful punch aimed at Bobo's nape. Yet Bobo effortlessly shifted his body 10 centimeters to the left, evading Vegeta's iron fist in an instant. Who exactly are you? Even Kakarot could not evade my fist at such a close range, and within such a brief moment, Vegeta questioned, perplexed. Bobo slowly turned his head, gazing at the scion before him. An enigmatic, yet imperceptible pressure instantly descended upon Vegeta. Vegeta instantly comprehended that this was the aura of a deity. The original text had also elucidated that divine power is imperceptible to mortals, no matter how formidable they may be. Vegeta, who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is who you are, Bobo spoke slowly. Vegeta was taken aback, a wave of fear washing over him as he pondered whether this individual had discovered his otherworldly origins. Who exactly was he? Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Rest assured, host. When the system integrated with the rules of this realm, it erased your origins. This person merely senses a dissonance between your soul and body. He is attempting to deceive you. Are you a deity? Which god do you represent? Vegeta inquired. Bobo coldly replied, you are privy to too much information. Attend to your own affairs and refrain from any actions that might threaten the divine sanctuary. I will not intervene. But should you cross that line, you will find yourself in hell. Vegeta's forehead glistened with cold sweat, yet he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of indignation. I understand that you seek to become stronger, and I hold no grudge against you. In fact, if you are interested, upon your emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber, I would be willing to impart some divine techniques, provided you can grasp them, said Bobo. He then playfully struck Vegeta's cheek, offering a sweet respite, which gradually eased the tension in Vegeta's body. Very well, as you say, I shall remain in the time chamber for but a day, and upon my return, I will seek you out. Let us go. Lead me there. Vegeta declared, though inwardly he mused, just wait. One day, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Endure this moment of tranquility. If I do not, my life may be forfeit, and how could I ever hope to triumph? Hold on, Piccolo is coming. Perhaps having him accompany you would prove to be an excellent training partner. Bobo suggested, halting in his tracks. Piccolo, what use is that weakling? This prince can easily subdue him with a single hand. Vegeta scoffed. Yet, Despite his words, he held a deep admiration for Piccolo, whose indomitable spirit never faltered. Though his innate talent may not have been exceptional when compared to the Scions, among the Namekians, he was indeed the finest, and even in the vast universe, few could rival him. However, presently, Piccolo posed little challenge to him, leaving Vegeta perplexed by Bobo's suggestion. Though your strength is formidable, your aura is rife with brutality, malice, and instability. If you could temper your combativeness by sparring with Piccolo, you would quickly stabilize your energy and dispel your malevolence, Bobo articulated slowly. Upon finishing his explanation, Bobo communicated with the deity, requesting Piccolo to join them. Though the deity was uncertain of Bobo's intentions, he recognized that having Piccolo as a sparring partner could enhance his strength. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Vegeta acquiesced. At the edge of the temple, Piccolo gazed at the aging figure before him and remarked, "Old man, you must hold on for a few more days. Do not perish on me, for if you do, I shall have no chance of survival either. Fear not, soon, when you emerge from the time chamber, I shall merge with you as the primary entity. Allow me to accompany you to witness the ancestral grounds," the deity replied. "Nanny, how did you know I intended to visit Namek? Did Vegeta divulge this to you? How can he be aware of everything?" Piccolo inquired, astonished. "I cannot say for certain, but he seems to harbor no ill intent and is concerned that my demise might burden you. Thus, he urged me to merge with you," the deity explained. "Through this experience, I have come to realize that what Earth truly requires is not a deity, but formidable warriors. Go now, Vegeta invites you to train with him. You too shall enhance your prowess, and when the time comes for a merger, you will emerge even stronger." Though it was Bobo's suggestion, the deity fabricated a tale, fearing that Piccolo might harm Bobo, unaware that few in the entire Dragon Ball universe could pose a threat to him. Reluctantly, Piccolo accepted the opportunity for growth and made his way toward the center of the temple. Vegeta gazed at Piccolo as he remarked, "I hope you can endure under my hand." Haha. Piccolo's lips twitched, yet he retorted defiantly, "Do not underestimate me. I am the great demon King Piccolo." At that moment, Bobo opened a door, revealing only a blinding white light beyond. "Step inside," he instructed. "There is food within, but you must not remain for more than 2 years. For if you do, the entrance will vanish, and you shall never escape." Though Vegeta was aware of the capabilities of the Majin Buu saga and the Super Saiyan 3 transformation that could create spatial portals, he remained uncertain whether he could attain the Super Saiyan 3 form within such a brief period upon his initial entry. The two approached the portal leading into the realm beyond. Chapter 13. Training Goku's recovery within a vast estate, in an expansive laboratory. Bulma paced before a circular spacecraft while Dr. Briefs observed the parameters on a computer screen, exclaiming in astonishment at the advanced technology. Though compact in size, the vessel was filled with essential substances for human sustenance, enabling a state of suspended animation that allowed survival without the need for food or water. "Of course it's advanced. This is alien technology. Earth has yet to explore the cosmos," Bulma replied as she continued her modifications. "Hey, Midrobe, take this Senzu to Goku and help him recover swiftly. The only one who can rival Vegeta might be Goku," she instructed. "If you eat it, I wouldn't mind letting Vegeta pay you a visit," she added, addressing the plump figure seated on the ground. "Fine, I'll deliver it. But I would rather not encounter that Scion. He is terrifying," Midrobe retorted, tossing out a spatial capsule which, upon impact, revealed a finely crafted flying machine. Its barrel-like form nearly toppled as he climbed aboard. Hospital Krillin and Master Roshi had departed, leaving Gohan and Chi-Chi behind. Gohan, embodying the essence of a diligent student, sat at a desk diligently completing his homework. Although a half-Scion, his aspirations lay in becoming a distinguished scholar. Perhaps the Scion lineage endowed him with formidable strength but lacked the fierce warrior spirit. This deficiency later led to his transformation into a mere shadow of his potential. Otherwise, what business would Vegeta and Goku have with the matter? In the Majin Buu saga, after being granted a mysterious state by the Elder Kaishin, he could single-handedly subdue the transformed Majin Buu. Yet, Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form could merely engage in a test of strength with Fat Buu, seemingly unable to prevail. However, a powerful master had been softened by the influence of a woman, ultimately reshaping him into a caricature of his former self. Indeed, women do affect a man's swiftness in drawing his sword, Chi-Chi thought with concern as she gazed upon Goku, who was ensconced within a device resembling a nurturing pod, swathed in bandages like a mummy. A nearby doctor remarked, "It's astonishing. His bones may be shattered, yet he remains alive and spirited. A typical person would have succumbed long ago. The doctor, it appeared, had a penchant for humor. Before he could finish speaking, a behemoth, broader than the doorway itself, sidled into the room. Upon closer inspection, it was Midgerope. With a crooked finger, he sent a green bean soaring towards Goku's mouth. Goku. This senzu bean is from the cat sage. Goku opened his mouth to swallow it, while the doctor anxiously interjected, "Wait. What are you giving him? He shouldn't consume anything haphazardly." Before the conversation could continue, Goku leaped to the ground, his bandages snapping as he shouted with vigor. A smooth, muscular physique had fully regained its health. The doctor was so astonished that his jaw nearly dislocated, while the nurse behind him covered her eyes with her hands. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Who knows what wicked thoughts might have crossed their minds? Haha. With tears in her eyes, Chi-Chi embraced Wukong, exclaiming, "Wukong, you are finally better. I was so worried about you." Wukong, lacking in emotional intelligence, held Chi-Chi with one arm while scratching his head with the other, inquiring, "Chi-Chi, where's my training uniform? I need to practice." Vegeta has already gone to the temple. He must be looking for the room of spirit and time. I've been there before. By the time he comes out, I'll surely be left behind. Chi-Chi, in a reproachful tone, replied, "You rascal. I have been so worried about you and taking care of you. And the first thing you want to do once you're well is to train." As she spoke, she released Wukong and walked to a nearby cupboard, retrieving an orange training uniform and handing it to him. "All right, Chi-Chi. Isn't it great that I'm back to normal?" "Don't worry," Wukong said while putting on his clothes. "Dad, I want to go too. I want to fight," Gohan declared, his eyes filled with determination as he looked at Wukong. "No, Gohan. You focus on your studies and become a great scholar. I can hardly control your father. I want to allow you to follow in his footsteps," Chi-Chi admonished angrily. Gohan's eyes welled with tears as he thought of Uncle Piccolo's disappointment. And a sense of grievance surged within him. He shouted at Chi-Chi, "Mom, I hate you," before running away. Chi-Chi watched as Gohan fled, standing there in shock. Muttering to herself, "Gohan, you've gone astray. How dare you speak to me like that?" She turned to the awkward Wukong, scolding him. "This is all your fault. Since we got married, you've neglected our home. I had hoped to nurture Gohan into a fine person, yet because of you, he has gone astray." Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face as she lamented and berated Wukong. "It's been 5 years since I married you, and you haven't contributed a single penny to the family nor earned a dime. You eat so much, yet we can only live in the mountains, relying on nature. You spend every day training, and you even died for a year. The heavy burden of raising Gohan has aged me rapidly. I haven't bought cosmetics in years." Wukong, feeling utterly helpless, could only weakly say, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. I'll go find Gohan and make him apologize to you." Wukong, being simple-minded, decided that retreating was the best option. Chi-Chi was left profoundly disappointed in him. After Wukong left, he approached Gohan, who was squatting beside a crooked tree. He gently patted Gohan's head and said, "Gohan, you must speak to your mother like that. She is worried about you. She doesn't want anything to happen to you. After all, seeing your father injured frightened her." "Dad, but I want to go to Namek. I want to contribute." Gohan's resolute gaze met his father's. "All right, as long as you can persuade your mother, I have no objections," Wukong replied. After the great battle, following Vegeta and Bulma's departure, Wukong had also heard Piccolo's words. He too wished to see Piccolo's homeland, engaged in a fierce battle against formidable extraterrestrial beings. He remains unaware of Frisia's impending arrival on Namek. Within the confines of the temple's room of spirit and time, mere hours in the outside world have elapsed. Yet more than 10 days have passed within. In a vast clearing, Piccolo is embroiled in a confrontation with Vegeta. Employing his princely combat techniques, Vegeta launches an assault towards Piccolo, who, in turn, deftly evades the incoming energy waves with remarkable speed. With his fingers poised in a sword-like gesture at his brow, he gathers energy for his ultimate technique, the special beam cannon. As time drifts by, Piccolo accumulates sufficient energy while continuing to evade, carefully aiming at Vegeta. Seizing a fleeting opportunity during Vegeta's next move, he bellows, "Prepare yourself." A beam of light, not overly thick but surrounded by spiraling yellow energy, hurtles towards Vegeta. Vegeta smirked coldly, declaring, Such tricks are beneath me. I need not even evade them." Yet, despite his bravado, his body tensed slightly. With a serious demeanor, he raised one hand, palm directed at the energy wave, as if preparing to confront it head-on. Chairman Mao once remarked that one should disdain the enemy strategically while treating them with utmost seriousness tactically. Piccolo, infuriated, retorted, "Do not underestimate me. My power has significantly increased over the past few days. Try to withstand this if you dare, but should you perish, I shall not be responsible." Both warriors were unwilling to concede to each other verbally, yet Piccolo poured all his energy into the attack. As the energy wave collided with Vegeta's palm, a tremendous penetrating force compelled him to stagger backward. The searing sensation in his palm exhilarated Vegeta. As the dust settled, a burnt aroma wafted from Vegeta's palm, while Piccolo panted heavily. "Impressive. In such a short span, your combat power has surged from around 2,000 to 15,000. You surpass even Son Goku, but do not grow complacent. Should he recover from his injuries, his strength will undoubtedly escalate. We Scions possess the ability to unleash our potential upon the brink of death. Why are you helping me?" Piccolo inquired. "Do not overthink it. This prince merely seeks worthy opponents for future battles. You are one, and Kakarot is another," Vegeta replied with a haughty air. "Furthermore, when you arrive on Namek, inquire with your brethren. Perhaps your race has an extraordinary lineage. After all, they created the miraculous Dragon Balls." "Hey, Vegeta, thanks," Piccolo said reluctantly. Yet he felt a surge of gratitude, as this offered him a path to rival Goku. Defeating Son Goku was a burning obsession for Piccolo. "Well then, I must commence my training. You shall teach me those methods of controlling and stabilizing energy. I have much to learn. Engaging in combat with you will no longer elevate my strength. Focus on your own training," Vegeta declared. "Very well, you need not concern yourself with me. I have my own training regimen," Piccolo replied. With that, Piccolo settled into a meditative position, legs crossed, arms folded, eyes closed, levitating in the air. Meanwhile, Goku had arrived at the temple with Gohan. After Gohan apologized to Chi-Chi and explained the situation at length, Chi-Chi, albeit reluctantly, agreed. The god inquired, "Will you also train?" "Indeed, Lord God, I wish to train with Gohan," Goku responded. The god replied, "You will need to wait several hours. Vegeta and Piccolo have only just begun their training and have reserved a full day. Piccolo is in there too. All right. Hey, Mr. Bubbles, you're here as well. I'm quite hungry. Could you prepare something for me?" Goku said, eyeing the approaching Bubbles. "Certainly. Please follow me," Bubbles replied, leading Goku and Gohan toward the dining hall. In the vast cosmos, a colossal fleet of spacecraft was en route to Namek. Within the grandest vessel, a refined figure perched elegantly upon a diminutive craft, swirling a glass of red wine in hand. "How much longer until we arrive?" he inquired impatiently, his excitement palpable at the prospect of fulfilling his desire for immortality. "Report. Lord Frieza, we shall arrive in 4 months." A trembling subordinate responded, fear evident in his voice. In an instant, a beam of purple light pierced through the soldier's chest. "Accelerate our speed. Spare no effort," Frieza's malevolent voice commanded. The trembling minions hastened their tasks, increasing their pace significantly. It was estimated they would arrive in approximately 3 months. Chapter 14. Conclusion of Training and New System Task Within the Temple. Goku and Gohan languidly awaited the emergence of Vegeta and Piccolo at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. The mere thought of battling Vegeta ignited Goku's Saiyan blood, stirring excitement within him. Initially believing he had reached an impasse in his strength, his encounters with his brother Raditz and Vegeta revealed that the true barrier lay not in his capabilities, but in the lack of worthy opponents to challenge him. With Vegeta present, he felt reinvigorated, ready to grow stronger through combat. Suddenly, the doors of the time chamber creaked open, and 2 figures emerged. Goku gazed at the tattered, yet vibrant forms of Piccolo and Vegeta. "Piccolo, you've grown remarkably powerful. I dare say I may struggle against you now." "What do you mean? Old friend? Are you looking down on me?" Piccolo retorted, anger flaring in his eyes. "Do not forget, before the Science arrived, I was your greatest rival." "Ah, my apologies. I simply did not foresee this." Goku stammered, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "How about a friendly match then? Although your strength may currently exceed mine, I can hold back," Piccolo offered. After a year of rigorous training, coupled with the relentless beatings from Vegeta, Piccolo's power had seen a modest increase, now hovering around 20,000. True breakthroughs require a solid foundation and overcoming limitations. To achieve further significant advancements, one must await the right opportunities. "All right, let's see what new techniques you have developed," Goku replied enthusiastically. Following his harrowing battle, Goku estimated his own power level to be approximately 18,000. In the original narrative, upon reaching Namek, he unleashed the Kaioken tenfold, with Jinyu detecting a battle power of around 180,000. This detail, while respected, shall not be elaborated upon here, as this is a fanfiction. Vegeta remarked, "You two should move far away to fight. Do not damage the sanctuary." Upon hearing this, the two swiftly departed from the temple, reaching a distance of approximately 10 kilometers to its left. With a simultaneous roar, they unleashed their full energy, charging towards each other. In the midst of their rapid movements, punches collided and knees met, an exchange that appeared quite painful. After all, there was a slight disparity in their fighting power. Goku was caught off guard by Piccolo's attack, who deftly slipped between Goku's fists, evading the iron punch and landing a devastating elbow strike that sent Goku flying several meters away. The clouds above were swept away by the terrifying shockwave. Goku, grimacing in pain as he rubbed his chest, suddenly vanished from sight and reappeared before Piccolo, exclaiming, "Wow, you have become incredibly strong. How have you trained? Please tell me. Are we still fighting?" "Enough with the chatter. I'll tell you after we finish," Piccolo replied. "This is just the beginning. Why would I stop? I'm simply curious," Goku insisted, positioning himself with clenched fists and bent legs, charging at Piccolo with great speed. Observing this, Piccolo unleashed a soul strike, sending an invisible wave directly toward Goku's mind. However, Goku felt no energy and dismissed it, continuing his charge toward Piccolo. Suddenly, Goku's figure flickered, clutching his head in agony and exclaiming, "It hurts so much. My head feels like it's going to explode." After approximately 5 minutes, Goku finally recovered and inquired, "What was that technique of yours, Piccolo? I've never seen you use it before. Did you learn something new?" "I couldn't sense any energy. And then suddenly I was struck with excruciating pain in my mind." "Forget it. I want to continue. That technique is quite peculiar." Hey. What do you mean you're not going to fight anymore? There is no clear victor yet. Don't think I'm unaware. You haven't even utilized the ultimate move from your last battle with Vegeta." Piccolo retorted fiercely. Goku replied, "That move is currently difficult for me to control. My body was completely shattered last time, and it wasn't solely due to Vegeta. I also suffered from the backlash of the Kaioken technique. My body simply cannot endure it. I came to this temple intending to train my physique properly to better wield the Kaioken." Having said that, Goku relaxed his fighting stance. Piccolo too lowered his guard, explaining, "This technique was made possible thanks to Vegeta's suggestions. As Namekians, we possess inherently strong mental capabilities, though we seldom utilize them. That strange fellow, the Guardian, has some peculiar abilities, while I am primarily skilled in combat. After heeding Vegeta's advice, I trained my mental strength and developed this technique. In truth, it's not exceptionally powerful. If an enemy were to engage in direct combat, they would assuredly defend themselves, tightening their energy to shield their entire body, rendering this technique ineffective." "Oh, I see. No wonder I sensed something unusual earlier but couldn't discern any energy. I didn't pay it much mind," Goku remarked. "Who would have thought you still haven't shed your careless habits? Fortunately, this is just sparring, and I was only using a fraction of my power. If it were a true enemy, you would be doomed," Piccolo admonished. "Haha, it's not like I've never encountered such techniques before." Goku chuckled awkwardly. As the two conversed, they soared back toward the temple. Vegeta System, Access Personal Interface. Personal Interface Name, Vegeta Race, Scion Battle Power, 200,000 Point Skills, Artificial Moon. Ellipsis Special Combat Technique, Killing Intent Fist Level 1, enhances battle power by 5 times. Unawakened Super Saiyan, S-Cell Development at 35%. Vegeta has encountered a formidable bottleneck. While Piccolo has imparted the skill of controlling his energy, he has not significantly enhanced Vegeta's combat prowess. After all, he poses no real threat to Vegeta, thus rendering the breakthrough impossible. With their departure imminent, Vegeta reflects on the vast chasm that separates him from Frieza. Although the Killing Intent Fist can amplify his combat power 5-fold, his foundational strength remains woefully inadequate. When executed, it barely reaches a mere 1 million in combat power, falling short even of Frieza's second transformation. It is inconceivable to even contemplate the final, overwhelming power of 120 million. Vegeta suddenly inquired of the system, "When will the new mission be released?" The system elucidated that missions are random and will only be issued once the host reaches the requisite threshold. Goku and Piccolo returned as well. "Hey, Vegeta," Goku called with a wave. "Humph, Kakarot, your strength is far beneath mine. Train diligently inside. If you lag too far behind, I shall contemplate acquiring a new sharpening stone." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Goku's gaze sharpened as he regarded the man, who, despite his shorter stature, possessed strength several times greater than his own. Upon closer inspection, Goku realized that even with the Kaioken at 10 times its normal level, he would still be unable to defeat him. Little did he know that Vegeta had similar formidable techniques. If Vegeta unleashed his killing intent fist, it would take a Kaioken at 100 times to stand a chance of victory. Yet, throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball's history, Goku had never trained his physique to that extent. I understand. When I emerge, we shall engage in a proper battle. Goku's combative spirit surged. His gaze filled with the fervor of conflict as he looked at Vegeta. Humph, as long as you possess the qualifications to oppose me, Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Goku and Gohan made their way toward the hyperbolic time chamber, while Piccolo, with a surge of magical energy, donned an unchanging cloak and headscarf, proceeding toward the divine. Vegeta gazed at Mr. Popo and inquired, Mr. Popo, are you not supposed to teach me something? Mr. Popo, with an expressionless demeanor, responded, very well. Return to prepare, as I must gather some items. Come back in 3 days. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words, resigned to follow his superior's directives. After all, he was currently unable to match his strength and aspired to learn from him. Despite the Scion's notorious brutality and combative nature, they are not devoid of wisdom. They harbor a healthy respect for those who surpass them in power. What? Fearless? Just recall how King Vegeta once bowed before Frieza. The fate of the fearless often mirrors that of Bardock, who fought valiantly yet was ultimately reduced to ashes. The cinematic adaptations are mere interpretations. Here, we adhere to the canon. Vegeta glanced at his tattered attire and murmured to himself, this wretched garment is utterly useless. Were it not for my efforts to shield it with my energy, it would have surely disintegrated into fragments by now. Truly, my royal battle uniform is far superior. With that, he soared towards Bulma's residence. West City, Vegeta gradually descended and approached the laboratory, where he beheld the nearly completed spaceship modified by Bulma. Moving behind her, he called out, Hey, Bulma. Startled, Bulma instinctively swung the wrench in her hand towards Vegeta. In an instant, he caught it with one hand and exclaimed, Hey, woman. Do you take me for a fool, daring to strike me? Let go of me. You're hurting me. Who told you to scare me? Don't you know that frightening someone can be lethal? Bulma retorted defiantly. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, announcing a new mission. Choice 1. Overwhelm Bulma tonight. Reward. Break through the bottleneck, increasing battle power by 500, 000. Choice 2. Merely tease, do not penetrate. Reward. A title of less than beast. Choice 3. Ensure Bulma willingly surrenders. Reward. 2 doses of S-Cell Enhancer. System. May I select 2 tasks? Overwhelm Bulma and ensure her willing surrender seem not to conflict. Vegeta mused. I could provocatively visit Bulma's room, enticing her to submit, which I could count as overwhelming her. Buzzing sounds interrupted him. This system is experiencing a malfunction, this time. The host's choice is permitted. However, such occurrences will not happen again. The system requires a repair time of 3 months. Upon hearing this, the system concluded. Host has accepted tasks 1 and 3. Rewards will be automatically dispensed upon completion, unaffected by the repairs. With that last statement, the system fell silent. A broken machine. And it provides me with such an opportunity. Though I am unsure of the nature of this system, I shall comprehend it one day. Vegeta pondered, returning to the present. Bulma gazed at the rugged figure before her. Amidst the tatters of his attire, the outline of his muscular physique was discernible. Bulma felt her blood pressure rise, and unexpectedly, a warm stream trickled from her nose. She was bleeding. Vegeta smirked. What is the matter? Are you unable to resist the sight of my formidable physique? I grant you permission to leave the door ajar for me tonight, so that I may indulge in your company, haha. Though it may be mere banter, it serves to pave the way for our mission. Hearing this, Bulma's face flushed crimson as she lifted her chin and strode toward the restroom, exclaiming, Stop being so self-absorbed. Narcissist, I won't let you have your way. Yet, she could not shake the image of his powerful muscles from her mind. Chapter 15, Overthrow. Counterattack. Upon exiting the restroom, Bulma noticed a wad of tissue stuck in her nose, which made her grimace. How disgusting. I need to wash up. The restaurant has robots. Just tell them what you want. Bulma said disdainfully. By the way, I've tailored several new outfits for you based on your combat suit, lighter and more breathable than the one you have. That filthy suit of yours is in the trash. I've placed your new clothes in the cabinet of the shower room, Bulma added. Humph. Noted. How's the spaceship modification coming along? How much longer until the gravity chamber is ready? Vegeta inquired. Bulma, infuriated, retorted, do you think I'm a robot? Even a robot wouldn't be this fast. It's only been a day. Now get lost and stop disrupting my work. With that, she turned back, and the sound of machinery filled the air, completely disregarding Vegeta's discomfited expression. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner, he mused, a wicked glint in his eye. However, you shall have your reckoning tonight, Vegeta whispered, his tone laced with mischief and a hint of lewdness. Vegeta ambled toward the bathing chamber, and upon scrutinizing his silhouette, one might discern a subtle curvature in his form. Perhaps his younger brother has come to comprehend his thoughts. Haha. Within the sacred temple, amidst the time chamber, two figures engaged in fervent combat. With a flash of malevolent energy, Gohan concentrated beams of light above his head, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy directed at Goku. Goku, adopting a stance with crossed arms and legs firmly planted, braced himself against the onslaught of Gohan's energy wave. As the dust settled, Goku, with an air of nonchalance, turned to Gohan and remarked, "Excellent, Gohan. You have achieved a remarkable control over your ki. Your strength has multiplied significantly during our recent sparring sessions. You are far more powerful than I was at your age. Dad, it's still not enough. I must grow stronger. Please continue my training." Gohan's resolute voice echoed. Training requires a balance of relaxation and exertion. Your body has reached its limits. Now you must rest adequately. I, too, must commence my own training, Goku stated, his words falling like the final straw on a beleaguered camel. No sooner had he spoken than Gohan collapsed to the ground. After days of intense training, with little more than sustenance and toil, his body had surpassed its capacity. Perhaps fainting was a blessing, a chance for a restorative slumber. In the time chamber, the drastic fluctuation of day and night would have incapacitated anyone else, were it not for their scion lineage. Goku cradled the unconscious Gohan and made his way to the resting area, while he himself merely consumed a light meal before returning to training. In the sacred temple, Piccolo gazed at the celestial being that bore his likeness, his emotions a tumultuous tide. The deity spoke, "Let us wait a moment longer. Once Goku emerges, I will impart certain matters before merging with you." Piccolo, without further ado, turned and settled into a meditative posture in an open space, legs crossed and suspended in midair. "Master, Boppo cannot bear to see you go," Boppo said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Boppo, I have aged, yet you remain as you were when we first met. Perhaps you are the true celestial being," the deity replied. "Do not grieve. I am merely merging with Piccolo, not departing from existence." As he beheld his companion of over a century, the deity fought back tears. "Perhaps upon my return from Namek, you shall find new allies," he added. On Namek, a colossal green planet loomed, its grandeur dwarfing that of Earth. At its core, a mountain towered, piercing the heavens, crowned by a structure reminiscent of a beetle-esque shell. "Nail, I sense an overwhelmingly malevolent presence approaching our planet. My lifespan is drawing to a close. In this critical moment, do not concern yourself with me. Prioritize the protection of our people," declared the great elder of the Namekians, seated within the central chamber. A figure, significantly smaller than the elder, bowed respectfully and replied, "Rest assured, great elder. With Elder Murray guarding them, I will not abandon you." Evening descended upon Earth. After finishing his meal, Vegeta made his way towards Bulma's workshop, where she was engrossed in editing the program code, directing the engineering robots in their task of modifying the spaceship. Dr. Briefs approached Vegeta and said, "You should urge her to take a break. Since you left and returned, it has been 2 days and nights without food or rest. It seems she has quite an affection for you." Vegeta gazed at his future father-in-law and remarked, "Very well, leave it to me. If she refuses to rest, I might have to knock her out to ensure she does. Perhaps the emotional intelligence of science is indeed quite lacking." He then teasingly addressed Bulma, saying, "Hey, Bulma. I'm exhausted. Attend to my needs and help me sleep." To which Bulma, blushing, retorted, "You fool. Who would attend to your slumber? My father is still here. What nonsense are you spouting?" Vegeta approached Bulma with a menacing tone, warning her that if she did not take a break and it affected his work, he would eliminate her. "Humph, kill me. You might as well forfeit your spaceship." Bulma retorted dismissively, showing no fear. "All right, go rest. You'll wear yourself out. Who am I supposed to turn to?" Vegeta replied gently. Surprised by his unexpected tenderness, Bulma blushed slightly and conceded, "Fine. I'm tired as well, so I'll reluctantly heed your advice." She slowly removed her white lab coat and headed toward the bedroom, suddenly turning to glance at Vegeta, her eyes seemingly conveying, "I'll be waiting for you." Vegeta followed Bulma closely. In the room, Bulma provocatively inquired about his presence, insisting, "What are you doing here? Leave. I am tired and wish to sleep. Did you not invite me in?" He replied with a smirk. "Can you truly rest without me?" As he spoke, he playfully wrapped his arm around Bulma's delicate waist. Their gazes locked, igniting a palpable surge of chemistry between them. They leaned into each other, tumbling onto the large bed within the room. Yet, Vegeta, focused on his mission, refrained from initiating the final assault. Suddenly, Bulma flipped over, and Vegeta thought to himself, "Yes, this is it." The two engaged in a vigorous bout of passionate wrestling, details omitted for brevity. Chapter 16. The fusion of Piccolo and Kami West City, morning. A chaotic battlefield lay scattered with undergarments. Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the woman he had just conquered. She lay in his embrace, fast asleep, her posture relaxed and unrestrained. Looking down, he caught a glimpse of her curvaceous form, the warmth of the room enveloping them as the blankets had been tossed aside. Vegeta silently vowed to himself, "Now that you are my woman, I shall ensure that you endure no grievances." As Bulma's eyes fluttered open, she caught a glimpse of Vegeta's affectionate gaze, and her heart felt a gentle warmth. Vegeta gazed at the awakening Bulma and said, "Do take some time to rest. I shall fetch you some breakfast." As he rose, he couldn't resist giving her a playful pat on her alluring posterior. As Vegeta stepped outside, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, congratulating the host on the successful completion of a task and announcing that the reward had been dispensed. This was a preordained program set before the system entered its slumber. A surge of formidable energy enveloped Vegeta, causing his muscles to swell slightly. The bottleneck that had hindered his progress shattered in response. He had broken through, though the system's slumber obscured the interface. Nevertheless, Vegeta sensed the increase in his combat power, which had more than doubled from his previous state, now approximately reaching 700,000 points. His body felt an indescribable warmth coursing through it, a manifestation of the S-Cell enhancer. Each dose provided a 20% boost, and this time, he had received 2 doses. With the previous enhancements, his power had now likely reached around 750,000. With a display of his killing intent fist, he could achieve a combat power of 3.5 million. Although he still could not surpass Frieza, the Super Saiyan transformation was imminent. The gap was not insurmountable, especially with Bobo set to teach him divine techniques. With 3 months remaining, that should be ample time. Vegeta brought breakfast to Bulma. Upon entering the room, he noticed that Bulma was already dressed and ready, perhaps fearing that Vegeta might reprimand her again. "Bulma, how long will it take to modify the spaceship?" The original program included the location of Namek. "Once it's completed, how long will it take to reach Namek?" Vegeta inquired. Bulma limped over to the dining table, munching on her breakfast, and replied, "According to your original spaceship, it would require a year. However, after my modifications, we can reach it in a maximum of 15 days. The gravity chamber is a bit troublesome. I lack sufficient alien materials, so I will have to dismantle your companion spacecraft to enhance this one." "That's fine. 15 days is sufficient. We have plenty of time. Just try to finish it within a month. I still need to train for another month. We depart in the 3rd month. As for the gravity chamber, it must be perfected. Ideally, the limit should be set to 1,000 times. "What? 1,000 times? I originally planned for only 300 times. Can you even endure that?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "At present, 300 times has little effect on me. Besides, are you not aware of how formidable my body is?" Vegeta teased. For the once proud and self-assured Vegeta, such banter would have been unthinkable, yet now he found himself reveling in the opportunity to flirt. "As a proud young man of my great Huaxia. No, I can't handle it. Let me recover. Walking still pains me." Bulma waved her hands insistently, her face flushed. "Huh, I'm just teasing you. Go ahead and eat. Take the day off afterward. There's no rush. We have ample time." "I'll visit the temple for a while," Vegeta chuckled. "All right, but remember to come back tonight," Bulma blurted out, immediately regretting it. She glanced at the teasing expression on the man before her and clarified, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just worried you might starve out there. Who else can feed you but me, given your appetite? It seems that the great Saiyan Prince has also succumbed to relying on others." "Ha!" Vegeta proclaimed, "Rest assured, I could never neglect a beauty as exquisite as you." Bulma's heart leaped with joy upon hearing her beloved's praise, filling her with immense delight. In an instant, Vegeta vanished. Soaring towards the temple, Bulma gazed dreamily at the retreating figure of Vegeta, reflecting, I once believed all Scions were merciless demons or, like Goku, blissfully naive fools. Yet, I find Vegeta to be a paradoxical blend of dominance and tenderness. As her thoughts swirled, any lingering attachment to Yamcha gradually faded away. In the temple, the deity sensed the approaching Vegeta, feeling the surge of an increasingly formidable aura, marveling at his rapid growth. Truly, he was evolving at an astonishing pace. Piccolo maintained an expression of calm indifference. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had grown accustomed to Vegeta's extraordinary prowess. At that moment, Goku and Gohan emerged from the chamber. Their tattered garments a testament to their arduous training, their powerful presences palpable as they stepped out. As they exited, Goku exclaimed, "Mr. Popo, could you possibly prepare some food? I'm ravenous." Though the chamber provided essentials, it barely sufficed for the two of us, and the meals were rather unpalatable. It's been a year since we truly savored a decent meal. Gohan then approached Piccolo, asking, "Uncle Piccolo, could you grant me a set of attire identical to yours?" Piccolo regarded the significantly transformed Gohan and, with a wave of his hand, summoned forth a matching headband and white cloak for him. At this moment, Vegeta arrived at the temple, observing Goku as he emerged. "Kakarot," he inquired, "do you possess the confidence to defeat me now?" Goku mumbled incoherently, I'm not sure." Vegeta, with a displeased expression, retorted, "Close your mouth and swallow before you speak." Goku, with his robust throat, gulped down a substantial piece of food, took a sip of water, and confessed, "I lack certainty. I initially thought I could match you, but I sense that you have grown significantly stronger since our last encounter. I am the Prince of the Scions. Do not underestimate me by comparing me to your lower-class warrior potential," Vegeta replied with a hint of arrogance. "However, if I were to employ the Kaioken technique, I could barely hold my own against you. Would you care to test it?" Goku exclaimed with excitement. "Save some energy, for on Namek there exists an even more formidable alien, Frieza, the very fiend who threatens our planet," Vegeta declared with disdain. "Is he stronger than you? Then I must confront him." Goku's warrior spirit surged with fervor at the thought of battling someone so powerful, growing increasingly exhilarated. "Goku, follow me. I have matters to discuss with you," the Elder Kai said, leading Goku to a secluded area. The Elder Kai spoke to Goku, leaving him with an expression of astonishment. After their conversation, the Elder approached Piccolo. "Let us fuse, Piccolo. I wish to visit the ancestral grounds." Piccolo halted his meditation, asserting, "This fusion is centered around me, so do not attempt to influence my essence. Rest assured, I could not possibly sway you, for you are far superior to me," the Elder Kai replied calmly. With a swift motion, the Elder Kai extended his palm towards Piccolo's chest, and a surge of white energy erupted from their bodies. The Elder Kai transformed into a brilliant, blinding white light, merging with Piccolo. Approximately a minute later, the Elder Kai vanished, leaving Piccolo enveloped in an aura of heat, gasping for breath. Vegeta gazed at the unyielding, formidable aura emanating from Piccolo, estimating that his battle power had soared to approximately 10 million. Such an extraordinary capability. After a year of arduous training, he found it utterly disheartening that their fusion had proven far more effective. Reflecting on the original storyline, he recalled that post-fusion, they could have rivaled Android 17. How could it only amount to a mere 10 million in battle power? Suddenly, it dawned on him that Piccolo had originally resurrected from King Kai's planet to Namek, merging with Nail, and had fought Frieza before eventually fusing with the Kai. With many steps omitted this time, achieving 10 million battle power was quite anticipated. Chapter 17. Bobo's Divine Technique in the Temple. Everyone gazed at the fused Piccolo, some astonished, others exhilarated. Yet, only Mr. Bobo stood with misty eyes, softly calling out to the Lord of the Gods. Regardless of Bobo's identity, their bond, forged over centuries, held profound significance. "Gohan, let us return. Your mother must be anxiously awaiting us," Goku declared. "Yes, Dad. Goodbye, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied. The two soared down from the temple, heading towards the Banyan Mountain. Piccolo stood at the temple's edge, resembling a deity, yet his hand was devoid of the staff that symbolized the god. Bobo turned to Vegeta, saying, "Follow me. I have prepared what you requested." Vegeta, arms crossed, followed Bobo into an expansive chamber. There, he beheld a puppet that bore a striking resemblance to himself. Was this what Bobo had been preparing for these past few days? "Vegeta, though I know not who you truly are, I am certain that you and this vessel are not one and the same," Bobo stated, his expression unchanged. It seemed the system was correct. The discord between the soul and the body revealed a hint of truth. This puppet was once used by Goku in his youth. Battling it may yield unexpected rewards. Bobo explained. Could this be a remnant of Kakaroto's training in Ultra Instinct during his childhood? Vegeta pondered, intrigue swelling within him. In an instant, Vegeta charged toward the puppet, which remained unmoved. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to connect, the puppet subtly raised its hand, though it appeared slow, in that fleeting moment. Its palm aligned perfectly with Vegeta's punch, as if he had willingly struck there. Vegeta's heart raced. Was this truly the legendary Ultra Instinct? Hadn't Whis mentioned that only angels and deities could master such a technique? How could Bobo's seemingly simple puppet manifest this power? What was his true identity? At that moment, the Scion's combative blood surged within him. Casting aside his thoughts, he lunged at the puppet once more. In the flurry of movement, no matter how he attacked, Vegeta could never land a blow on the puppet, leaving him breathless and exhausted. The puppet remained stationary, not having moved more than a meter from its original position. A sense of fury and helplessness filled Vegeta's heart. With a thunderous roar, the murderous intent surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming combat strength that reverberated throughout the entire temple. Elevating his power from 700,000 to an astonishing 3.5 million, he darted towards the puppet at an accelerated speed, several times faster than before. Bobo, his gaze fixated, murmured in awe at this unprecedented martial technique. Such a formidable skill. It amplifies one's combat prowess fivefold. While it may not rival the King of the North's King Fist in sheer power, it bears no detrimental aftereffects on the body, allowing for limitless combat. Who is he? And how does he possess such peculiar abilities? You insolent puppet, how dare you underestimate me? Vegeta bellowed, his fury igniting. He drew his hands to his chest, forming a blossom-like shape. A torrent of yellow energy surged forth, hurtling towards the puppet. Yet, the puppet remained unfazed. In a split second, it subtly shifted to the left, narrowly evading the onslaught. Vegeta, commanding the energy sphere with precision, swept his hands upward, directing the energy towards the ceiling. The roof shattered, creating a gaping hole, as the radiant wave soared into the sky, piercing through the atmosphere and vanishing into the cosmos. Outside, spectators gasped in astonishment at the display of energy, realizing that Vegeta's strength had become unfathomable. Only Piccolo stood stoically, akin to a granite pillar, unaffected by the spectacle. After all, even with the application of the murderous intent fist, Vegeta's power was merely 3.5 million, still a considerable distance from him. He could effortlessly shatter that wave of light. If Vegeta were aware of Piccolo's dismissive attitude, he would undoubtedly be infuriated enough to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, if you persist in this manner, you will never grasp what I am trying to teach you. Bobo explained. Your muscles remain perpetually tense, preventing you from sensing the puppet's movements. You must allow your body to fight naturally. In battle, let your body evade attacks instinctively, rather than overthinking it and then relaying commands to your limbs. That approach is a waste of precious time. While it may seem rapid to the untrained eye, to me, you are slower than a snail. Vegeta pondered deeply over Bobo's words, realizing they bore a striking resemblance to what Whis had once imparted to him regarding Kakaroto. In the original narrative, Vegeta had perpetually struggled to master this technique. Was it destined that he would never grasp the Ultra Instinct? If this continued, would he once again be relegated to the title of second best for a millennium? Give it another attempt, and if it proves futile, I shall instruct you in an alternative method. Perhaps the ancestral Saiyan technique would be more suited to you. Bobo continued to elucidate. Ancestral Saiyan? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the forebears of your kind. Eons ago, they ruled the entire seventh universe, forcing the gods into retreat. Had it not been for that individual perched upon the high ground who obliterated them, perhaps I would not be here now, imparting wisdom unto you. A subtle shift in Bobo's otherwise unchanging demeanor caught Vegeta's attention. It was a semblance of fear he had witnessed many times before. Vegeta pondered to himself, noting that the original narrative did not delve into these matters. Was it possible that the world of Dragon Ball harbored numerous secrets yet to be unveiled? Teach me that technique which allows the body to fight autonomously. I truly cannot grasp it. Vegeta exclaimed. Neither of the two disclosed the 5 characters of Ultra Instinct. Bubbles assumed that Vegeta was unaware, while Vegeta refrained from revealing his extensive knowledge. The more one speaks, the more one risks revealing too much. Something he was keenly aware of. Very well, I do not possess the specific technique. I can only transmit a few glimpses of the battles from that time. You must contemplate them deeply. Upon finishing his words, Bubbles extended his dark finger toward the center of Vegeta's forehead, causing an explosion of pain within Vegeta's skull, compelling him to cry out uncontrollably. I have transmitted images into your mind. However, you are presently unable to fully absorb the entirety of the battle scenes, for you are still too weak. I have sealed away the majority of the images. For now, you can only witness the initial steps of your ancestors toward dominion. Bubbles stated with an impassive expression. Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat, and the pain in his head gradually dissipated with Bobo's seal. With a casual wave of his hand, Bobo transformed the puppet he had created into a mass of mud. Vegeta gazed at Bobo in astonishment, a feeling of humiliation washing over him. The puppet he had fought was merely a pile of dirt. Anger surged within him, and unbeknownst to him, as his fury intensified, his S cells slowly rose from 75% to 90%. With just 10% more, he would meet the conditions for transformation. The two walked towards the outside of the divine sculpture. Upon exiting, Vegeta turned to Piccolo and said, "We depart in 2 months. Be prepared. Do not be so presumptuous. The enemy from Namek, the mightiest of them all, is 10 times stronger than you are now." Piccolo, incredulous, replied, "What? I thought I was invincible. I had no idea there were others beyond me." His initial pride quickly vanished. "Humph, and in this universe, you are not exceptional. There are countless beings stronger than you." Vegeta scoffed. Cell, Majin Buu, gods of destruction, angels, Moro, each one surpasses Frieza. Though Frieza experienced significant enhancement in the Dragon Ball Super Saga, appearing to rise quickly. It was merely the culmination of his torment and meditation in the afterlife. With that, Vegeta soared towards West City, heading to Bulma's home. Bulma was in her workshop, busily tinkering with the spaceship, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once intricate and compact vessel had expanded to nearly 10 times its original size. Vegeta entered and inquired, "Bulma, how is the modification of the spaceship progressing? The exterior is nearly complete, but the interior is still bare. It will require over 20 more days. We need a sleeping quarters, a gravity chamber, music, and a bathing area," Bulma explained while working. "Those aspects are inconsequential. The gravity chamber must be perfected." Vegeta interrupted. "What do you mean inconsequential? You may not need it, but I certainly do. I want to see the aliens." Bulma replied with a touch of pride. "What? You wish to go as well?" "Absolutely not. It is perilous there. Entire planets could be obliterated. If you perish, a wish must be spent to resurrect you," Vegeta stated, his concern veiled by his stern demeanor. Relax. I am aware of your worries. If the situation turns dire, I will escape in the escape pod. The spaceship is for you all. I've dismantled the essentials from your companion S-ship and transformed the remaining wreckage into a simple escape pod. Besides, do you lack confidence in your ability to protect me? Or are you truly worried about me?" Bulma teased, her gaze fixed on him. "Humph, who worries about you?" Vegeta retorted, maintaining his tough facade. "It's late. Let us retire for the night." Vegeta added with a mischievous grin. Bulma, observing his lewd smile, felt a slight flush rise on her cheeks. How annoying. I'm not ready yet. Despite her protest, having recently savored the sweetness of their connection, she set aside her work and linked her arm with Vegeta's as they walked towards the bedroom. After some intimate moments, Vegeta gazed tenderly at Bulma and said, "All right. I want to tease you today. You haven't rested enough. I'm merely concerned that you may be overexerting yourself." Bulma felt a surge of emotion as she looked at this domineering, charming prince. Perhaps it was only in these moments that he revealed such gentleness, for outside, he perpetually donned a facade of unyielding pride and cold indifference. "Can you withstand this?" he asked playfully. "Let me assist you." Before he could finish his sentence, Bulma dove beneath the covers, details left to the imagination. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the person who had devoted themselves to him, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 18. The 1000 times gravity chamber, late night in West City. Vegeta gazed tenderly at Bulma, who lay resting on his arm, gently covering her with the blanket that had been kicked aside. He too succumbed to slumber, having recently been deprived of adequate rest after his battles with Kakarot. The relentless pursuit of enhancing his power weighed heavily upon him, along with the oppressive pressure of Frieza lingering in his heart. The following day, after both awoke and attended to their morning routines, they each busied themselves with their respective tasks. In the serene garden, Vegeta engaged in simple warm-up exercises when Mrs. Briefs approached him, a coffee cup in hand. "Ah, you must be Bulma's little boyfriend. Indeed, you are quite handsome. I almost wish to go on a date with you," she remarked with a playful smile. Clearing his throat, Vegeta awkwardly replied, "Ahem. Good day, Mrs. Briefs. I am, indeed, Bulma's boyfriend. Are you not concerned that Bulma might be upset by such words?" He found himself pondering the allure of this captivating woman, questioning why someone so beautiful would marry the elderly Mr. Briefs. Reflecting on the original narrative, although not explicitly stated, it seemed her lineage was quite extraordinary. Bulma, it appeared, had an ageless quality. Despite nearing 50, she resembled a youthful beauty in her 20s. Well, it matters not. She is not here at the moment. Mrs. Briefs laughed heartily. Ahem. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Vegeta hastily excused himself. Upon returning to the studio, he observed Bulma and Dr. Briefs busily engaged in their work. Vegeta approached Bulma and inquired, "Why is your mother like that?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Bulma responded, "What is the matter? Did she tease you? Did you enjoy it?" Vegeta found himself in quite an embarrassing predicament. How could this happen? Briefs explained, "Do not worry. She is simply flirtatious by nature, and I have grown accustomed to it. She cannot resist teasing handsome men. In my youthful days, I was even more dashing than you. Now I have aged." He puffed on his cigar, a hint of happiness gracing his features. He continued, "Bulma has inherited many of her quirks, so you must keep a close watch on her." "Dad, I am nothing like Bulma," she retorted angrily. "Let us not forget that you were the one who created the Dragon Radar and ventured out to search for the Dragon Balls to make wishes." Briefs interjected, "Dad, Vegeta is still here. Could you refrain from mentioning my embarrassing moments?" Bulma shouted in frustration, "Doctor, do enlighten us. What was her wish? Surely it was to find a handsome boyfriend?" Vegeta feigned ignorance. "Oh, how do you know? Did she confide in you?" Briefs chimed in with a smirk, collaborating with Vegeta. Bulma was left feeling utterly humiliated, storming off in anger, muttering, "Ugh, you two idiots are insufferable." The conversation then returned to the matter at hand. Briefs turned to Vegeta and said, "I discovered Goku's childhood spaceship yesterday and utilized its alien materials to construct a gravity chamber, which can now reach 1,000 times gravity. You should give it a try and see if it meets your expectations." "What? The gravity chamber is already completed?" Vegeta exclaimed in excitement, striding towards the designated room. Upon entering, he found it remarkably similar to its depiction in the animation. A spherical room with a robust circular control pillar standing in the center. Approaching the control panel, he observed the current gravity reading, 1 times gravity. He pressed the button to increase the levels, and in a brief moment, the gravity surged to 300 times. He halted the adjustment, stepping aside as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, akin to a mountain crushing his frame, making it arduous to even stand. Yet, he could feel his blood surging, a clear indication that the immense pressure was gradually enhancing his battle power. Thrilled by the prospect of this power surge, he slowly settled into a meditative position, activating the visuals transmitted by Bobo. His body and spirit were simultaneously engaged in training. The images flooding his mind astonished him. He beheld the unscathed planet Salad, teeming with Scionts, including those with golden hair, Super Scionts, and others radiating divine power with their crimson locks, Super Scion gods. The scene shifted to the grand palace at the planet's core, where a colossal figure stood, with hair longer than Raditz. Although it was merely a vision, Vegeta could sense an overwhelming aura of brutality pervading the hall. A subordinate Scion respectfully proclaimed, "Great King Yamoshi, our 1st Battalion has successfully conquered the entire southern galaxy." As the narrative unfolds, the command was issued to set forth towards the western galaxy. Should formidable adversaries arise, the elite Super Scions of the clan were to provide assistance. Although training was essential, the preservation of clan members was paramount, as Yamoshi declared. Once the entirety of the universe was conquered, an offensive against the deities would be initiated. The audacity of those gods to command him was infuriating. He vowed that upon attaining the status of Super Saiyan 5, their demise would be inevitable. In an instant, his body uncontrollably transformed into the state of Super Saiyan 4, with crimson locks and a body adorned in red fur, reminiscent of the fusion character Vegeta from GT. He had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. The overwhelming, ferocious aura he emanated compelled his subordinates to kneel in submission. At that moment, the scene abruptly halted, rendering the continuation inaccessible, sealed away. Vegeta, panting heavily, found himself unable to withstand the pressure of Super Saiyan 4. It was no wonder that Bobo chose to seal the latter part of the imagery. Had it persisted, his head might have exploded. Thus, Bobo's mention of ancestral return likely referred to a transformation that tapped into the depths of Scion lineage, aimed at fully unlocking their potential. In the GT storyline, Super Saiyan 4 had appeared, yet it paled in comparison to Yamoshi's combat prowess. Observing Yamoshi within the imagery, Vegeta mused that in his regular form, he could effortlessly vanquish foes like Frieza and Cell. As time flowed steadily, 2 months slipped by. Chapter 19. Departure to Namek in the boundless expanse of the universe. The resplendent stars beckoned all sentient beings with an irresistible allure. A diminutive soldier with a frog-like head, within Frieza's fleet, respectfully addressed him, "Lord Frieza, we shall reach our destination in less than a month. Is there anything further you wish for us to prepare?" "Ah, are we nearing our arrival?" "At last." "I shall fulfill my desire for immortality," Frieza replied. He commanded that upon landing, the location of the Namekians be swiftly detected, urging the quickest retrieval of the Dragon Balls. "I find myself quite impatient," he remarked malevolently. Earth. Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber, the display still faintly visible through the doorway, indicating a staggering 800 times the normal gravity, nearly reaching the ultimate threshold of 1,000 times. For the past few days, his existence had revolved solely around training and exercising with Bulma. How dreadfully monotonous, he pondered, wondering when this vexing system would finally be restored. Vegeta muttered to himself, stretching languidly as he made his way to the bathing room. After days of rigorous training enhanced by the gravity chamber, he had attained a battle power of 10 million. Having repeatedly observed the transmission of Yamcha's battles, coupled with the enhancement of his foundational strength, Vegeta was on the brink of transforming into a Super Saiyan, just waiting for that pivotal moment. Even if he could not transform with a battle power of 10 million, he could contend with Frieza at half his strength should he unleash a killing intent. Perhaps that moment would arrive amidst the chaos of battle. After his shower, he glanced at Bulma, who was making final preparations in her workshop, inquiring when they could depart. "At any moment," she replied. "I'm just making a few adjustments to the musical instrument. It will only take a few minutes." "Ah, then you prepare and give Chi-Chi a call to inform Kakarot." "I'll go fetch Piccolo," Vegeta stated. "There's no need. I'm already here," came a voice as Piccolo, draped in a white cloak, entered the room. "How did you know I was about to leave?" Vegeta questioned, perplexed. "Humph, do not forget that I have merged with the Guardian from the Heavenly Temple. I can see everything happening on Earth," Piccolo retorted coolly. "What? You creep!" Vegeta exclaimed angrily, his fists clenched, ready to teach this voyeur a lesson. Piccolo hurriedly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in your affairs. As Namekians, we are hermaphroditic and reproduce asexually. What you refer to as mating is merely an undeveloped necessity." Reflecting on Vegeta's ire, Piccolo recalled the torment endured within the hyperbolic time chamber. "Humph, then you are missing a significant pleasure in life," Vegeta casually remarked, tempering his anger. "All right, I've already notified Goku. You all should get ready. I'll take the spaceship up to the roof. Once he arrives, we shall depart. By the way, Vegeta, are we just the 4 of us going?" Bulma inquired. "Don't forget Kakarot's hybrid child." "Oh, and let's contact that bald-headed fellow named Krillin. Despite his lack of strength, he might prove useful." Vegeta contemplated the scene from the original work, where Krillin ascended to the heavens, wielding boundless power, only to meet his demise at the hands of Frieza, prompting Goku's furious transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although Goku remained in his base form now, Vegeta possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Frieza. Yet, the strength of an individual often accompanies solitude. Having companions by one's side is undeniably beneficial. "All right, I shall call Master Roshi," he declared. Bulma set down the remote and hurriedly made her exit. "Hello everyone," a man clad in an orange martial arts GI announced. "Greetings, Uncle Piccolo." "Greetings, Uncle Vegeta," Gohan politely addressed them. "Humph, Gohan, after just 2 months, your body has grown rusty," Piccolo remarked, his disappointment palpable. "Do not blame Gohan. He is merely a child." After Chi-Chi returned, she forbade him from training and insisted he catch up on his studies. Goku explained. "Humph. By the time you were Gohan's age, you had already defeated my father. He, on the other hand, has 0 combat experience and was so frightened during the last battle that he couldn't move. That foolish woman only hinders your strength," Piccolo retorted. "Enough. Let us wait outside." Vegeta had already changed into his battle attire. Bulma's newly designed outfit was devoid of the previously unsightly shoulder pads. upgraded to a fitted inner garment with an armored vest over it. The blue bodysuit accentuated Vegeta's top muscles, making him appear several centimeters taller. Would you all like one? This attire is resilient and offers a degree of protection in combat. Vegeta inquired of the group. I still prefer my training uniform, Goku replied. Piccolo, too, was brief, showing little interest in the conversation. Gohan, however, looked on curiously and asked, Uncle Vegeta, may I wear a set? It looks so cool. There's no size for you. If you wish to wear one, you can ask Bulma to have a few tailored for you later, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Then never mind, I don't need it anyway. I was just curious, Gohan conceded, turning back to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, could you please give me an outfit like yours? I already have a cape. But I didn't bring it this time. I just need the inner garment. Piccolo extended his hand towards Gohan's head, channeling peculiar energy that enveloped Gohan. Before long, a deep blue outfit, neither too tight nor too loose, adorned Gohan. Not bad. This does resemble my look during the battle with Cell, Gohan remarked, tightening the wrappings around his wrists. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. As the group engaged in idle chatter, they awaited Krillin's arrival. Suddenly, Piccolo interjected, Oh, by the way, before I came down, I passed by Master Roshi's place, and he gave me a bag of Senza beans, about 20, I believe. Bulma, store them in the space capsule and safeguard them. They could be lifesavers in case of emergencies. Vegeta instructed. Piccolo casually tossed the bag to Bulma, who promptly stored it in the capsule. Half an hour later, why hasn't he arrived yet? This waiting is driving me mad. Vegeta expressed his impatience. What's the rush? The turtle house is over 3,000 kilometers away, Bulma explained. Let me see where he has gone. I noticed Piccolo closing his eyes, his two antennae extending towards the direction of Turtle Island. He sensed Krillin's location and began to fly leisurely. Krillin, exert all your strength. If you don't arrive within 10 minutes, then you might as well not go. Piccolo communicated telepathically to Krillin. Krillin was taken aback. Who is speaking? Where are you? Startled, he halted his flight and scanned the surroundings, yet there was no one in sight. It's me, Piccolo. I'm communicating with you. Hurry up. Unless you wish to face the consequences. Vegeta is already quite impatient, Piccolo explained. The thought of the formidable Vegeta sent a shiver down Krillin's spine. A white aura enveloped him as he sped towards Bulma's home. I can see him. He should arrive in about 10 minutes. Piccolo remarked nonchalantly. In roughly 5 minutes, a figure appeared in the sky. Krillin had arrived. It seems you are quite afraid of Vegeta. I anticipated it would take you 10 minutes. Yet here you are in just about 5, Piccolo scoffed. I am not like you extraterrestrials. By the way, and Gohan, that half-breed, I am a true Earthling. Unlike you, who have ascended to unfathomable realms in a mere 2 months, Krillin replied, astonished as he explained. Enough with the chatter, let's depart. Vegeta commanded coldly. The group gradually stepped into the spaceship, and with a thunderous roar, the vessel soared into the sky, instantly breaking free from Earth's grasp. How fast? The speed has increased exponentially compared to my original spaceship. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Bulma, with a hint of pride, retorted, Of course. Who do you think is behind this? I am the most brilliant scientist of the younger generation. Give me a chance, and I could even create a time machine. Unbeknownst to her, the future Bulma had indeed constructed a time machine, even amidst the desolate and resource-scarce Earth. In the vastness of the universe, Krillin and Gohan gazed out at the starry sky, their hearts racing with excitement. They pointed at each passing planet and star, struggling to contain their emotions. Bulma, you promised me that if things go awry, you would use the escape pod to flee from Namek. Vegeta expressed his concern. Bulma, playfully clinging to Vegeta's arm, replied, I know, but you're here, my esteemed Scion Prince. Can't you protect me? Let go. There are so many people here. Vegeta shyly protested. The others were taken aback, with Krillin incredulously asking, Bulma, are you two married? The mysteries of the starry sky could not suppress the burgeoning curiosity within the group. No. We just started seeing each other. If Vegeta is willing, I would marry him. Bulma gazed affectionately at Vegeta. In truth, within just 2 months, she had been completely captivated, body and soul, by the domineering, charismatic, and prideful Scion Prince before her. Upon returning, we shall orchestrate a romantic wedding. Vegeta, disregarding the gazes of the onlookers, gently wrapped his hands around Bulma's shoulders, promising her. After all, he was no longer the Vegeta of yore, apart from his enhanced strength. He cared not for anything else. Krillin, oblivious to the surroundings, casually remarked that Yamcha had only been gone for a little over 2 months, yet here he was. Moving on. Regret washed over him instantly as he caught Piccolo's sympathetic gaze, and then turned to see Vegeta's eyes ablaze with fury, causing him to retreat in terror. You little bald head, it seems you have a death wish. You are far too weak now. Allow me to assist you, Vegeta declared, grasping Krillin by the nape and dragging him toward the gravity chamber. After all, only there could they contain their energy without it being disrupted. Inside the room, anguished cries echoed. Vegeta, spare me. I was wrong. I shall not speak again. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances toward the gravity chamber, lamenting silently. We cannot help you. Bulma whispered, you deserve it. Who told you to speak so thoughtlessly? Secretly relishing the moment, she mused that Vegeta's growing anger was a testament to his affection for her. Who would have thought that a Saiyan could be as jealous as a human? Chapter 20. Frisia's early arrival in the vast cosmos. The mysterious starry river invites boundless imagination. Yet, even the most beautiful scene can lead to a sense of fatigue after the curiosity has been sated. Gohan and Krillin sat on the ground, engaging in mental sparring. Upon closer inspection, after days of rigorous training, Krillin's combat prowess had significantly improved. Although still far from his peers, he had at least gained the privilege to embark on the journey. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would struggle against even Frisia's minions. Meanwhile, Goku reveled in the exhilarating sensations brought forth by the gravity chamber. Such high-tech marvels were non-existent at Capsule Corporation. Bulma and Vegeta, however, were resting in their bedroom. Aside from the exceptionally keen-eared Piccolo, no one was aware of what they were up to. Humph, women only hinder the speed of drawing one's sword, Piccolo remarked, oblivious to the charms of femininity. For a being of his androgynous nature, he could hardly comprehend the beauty of women. To Goku, the thrill of enhancing one's combat power far surpassed any allure a woman might possess. Although the original narrative did not delve deeply into this, it is believed that Chi-Chi was the more proactive one. After all, even as a child, Chi-Chi had more understanding than Goku, who was often oblivious. Elsewhere, aboard Frisia's fleet, he demanded, how much longer? Lord Frisia, we will arrive in approximately 10 days. His subordinates replied, trembling with fear. Accelerate our pace. If we do not reach our destination within a week, you shall meet your demise. Frisia's cold and merciless voice resonated throughout the ship. That is unfeasible, my lord. If we increase speed any further, the ship may not withstand the pressure, risking disintegration, a dog-headed pilot interjected from the control area. Before the words had scarcely left his lips, a slender beam of crimson light emerged from Frisia's fingertip, hurtling towards him. The canine-headed creature, along with shattered glass, was expelled from the spacecraft by the lethal ray. Instantly, an overwhelming gravitational force pulled everyone towards the cosmos. Only Frisia, along with his companions Dodoria and Zarbon, remained firmly rooted, utterly unmoved. Quickly, activate the protective shield and repair the ship at the utmost speed, commanded a frog-headed alien. The others struggled to maneuver and operate the controls. A circular energy dome swiftly enveloped the entire vessel. The gravitational pull dissipated. Frisia, with a sinister smirk, remarked, he had no options just now, but what of you? Do you possess any alternatives? Lord Frisia, I assure you we will reach Namek in just 1 week, declared his subordinate, still shaken from the ordeal. Inside the spaceship of Vegeta and his companions, Goku struggled to emerge from the gravity chamber, collapsing in the process. Bulma retrieved some senzu beans from the space capsule and placed them in his mouth, scolding, you Saiyans are all insane. Vegeta is like this, and so are you. Not long ago, Vegeta had often crawled out of the gravity chamber, covered in injuries. Bulma felt both heartache and concern. Yet the Saiyans' remarkable recovery abilities meant that minor injuries healed by the next day, and she had grown accustomed to it. However, Goku had become careless, believing he could evade the consequences, only to receive a solid blow from his own energy wave. Nonchalantly scratching the back of his head, he remarked, all right, Kakarot. You've wasted 6 senzu beans already. Those aren't meant for training. Besides, you haven't made significant progress and have hit a plateau. Vegeta replied coldly, well, I too sense my limits. There's little I can do in the short term. Goku added, there's still about 10 days left. Rest well, once we reach Namek, we'll need to fight. Vegeta gazed at the 2 individuals before him, one exhibiting a power level of approximately 11 million, while the other hovered around 3 million, leaving him astounded. Though he was the architect of this situation, he could not help but admire the world's inherent capacity for restoration. In the original narrative, Piccolo, After training under King Kai, resurrected on Namek and fused with Nail, ultimately reaching a battle power of around 2 million. Meanwhile, Kakarot emerged from a healing pod, barely alive, to attain a power level of about 3 million. However, due to Vegeta's intervention, Piccolo had prematurely fused with Kami, surpassing his original strength. While Goku had also achieved the foundational battle power necessary to transform into a Super Saiyan ahead of schedule. On King Kai's planet, the deity sensed the accelerated advance of Frisia's fleet and, filled with concern, sent a telepathic warning to the Grand Elder of Namek. The malevolent Emperor Frisia is swiftly approaching your planet. You must hold your ground. Those of your scattered kin who fled are on their way to support you, fighting alongside the Scions and Earthlings. The Grand Elder calmly replied, "Do not worry, King Kai. I still have some time left in my lifespan. I will ensure the safety of my people before I find peace." In truth, the two had already begun their communication since Vegeta had revealed the impending threat to Namek. However, King Kai had never anticipated that the villain would be Frisia, the tyrant of the cosmos. Upon realizing this, he fervently urged Goku not to engage. Yet, the Scion's warrior spirit was insatiable. The prospect of a formidable adversary only invigorated Goku, who relished the challenge of facing the universe's strongest. Grand Elder, do your utmost to scatter your people and buy time. The Earthlings will reach you soon. You must hold on. King Kai expressed his concern. Understood, King Kai, the Grand Elder responded, though his voice was weary, as his life was nearing its limit. Goku. It seems that Vegeta's predictions were incorrect. Frisia is set to arrive ahead of schedule. King Kai communicated telepathically to those traveling at superluminal speeds through the cosmos. What? This is intolerable. It appears some Namekians are doomed to face their fate, Vegeta exclaimed in frustration. Bulma, we need to accelerate our journey and reach Namek before Frisia does. Otherwise, I fear he will gather the Dragon Balls, and that would spell trouble, Vegeta insisted, aware that events had already deviated from the original storyline. No. We are already at our limits. Even with an increase in speed, it will still take 9 days, Bulma replied. Very well. We can only hope that the Namekians can withstand the impending assault, Vegeta lamented. As Piccolo floated in meditation, his entire being tensed, veins bulging, fists clenched. His palms punctured by his own nails, a testament to his anxiety. Despite his urgency, he felt powerless, compelled to silently vow vengeance. 6 days later, a sinister energy approached. The Grand Elder sensed it faintly. A massive fleet descended rapidly towards the surface of Namek, the immense gravitational force causing the ships to crash violently into the ground, triggering catastrophic upheaval. As the dust settled, Frisia's diminutive figure emerged from the spacecraft, commanding, "Everyone, disperse and search for the Dragon Balls," possessing formidable combat prowess. Report immediately to Dodoria. Dodoria, remain on standby for support. Other matters are trivial, but the Dragon Balls must be secured at all costs, regardless of the lives taken. Sabo, accompany me. We shall also seek them, Frisia added promptly. Indeed, Lord Frisia, replied the soldiers in Dodoria with utmost respect, before activating their scouters and dispersing in all directions. Chapter 21. The Grand Elder unleashes potential planet Namek. Once a serene and tranquil world, now lay ravaged by Frisia's forces. In the span of 2 days, they had already located 4 Dragon Balls. Dodoria was seen mercilessly slaughtering inhabitants of a Namekian tribe, clutching the recently discovered 5th Dragon Ball. Waves of energy surged as the tribe's members were ruthlessly exterminated, elderly and children alike. You lack integrity. Did you not promise that surrendering the Dragon Balls would spare these children? An aged Namekian exclaimed, clutching the wound in his chest. With a spurt of violet blood, he fell silent, lifeless. Integrity. It seems your kind has enjoyed peace for far too long. Dodoria scoffed. At this moment, Vegeta and his companions also arrived on Namek. Stepping out of their spaceship, they gazed upon the planet, reminiscent of Earth, filled with excitement. Bulma pressed a button to retract the ship, which instantly transformed into a capsule. The convenience of such technology was undeniable. As Piccolo surveyed the landscape, ancient memories of his past surfaced. The place of his childhood bore a striking resemblance to Namek, explaining his reluctance to leave despite the harsh, biting winds of his youth. King Kai, can you hear us? What is Frisia's status? Vegeta called out to the sky. We have gathered 5 Dragon Balls. The remaining 2 are in the possession of Elder Mori and the Grand Elder, King Kai responded. Very well. We shall split into 2 groups. Bulma, Piccolo, and I will seek Elder Mori, while Goku, Gohan, and Krillin will proceed to the Grand Elder and await our arrival. Vegeta decisively orchestrated the plan, his mind clear, well aware of the potential folly Goku might encounter. Upon hearing this, the group wasted no time, and King Kai pointed them in the right direction. "Hurry, I see Frisia's minions are approaching Murray's village," he warned anxiously. Frisia's troops were equipped with scouters, prompting everyone to lower their energy and advance stealthily. "Bulma, do you have the aircraft?" Vegeta inquired. "Yes, I brought several models for my interstellar exploration," Bulma replied. "Retrieving a space capsule. We shall forego it. The Grand Elder is not far from here, and we can reach him on foot," Goku declared, swiftly leaping ahead with Krillin and Gohan in tow. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Bulma boarded the aircraft, soaring towards the village of Muley. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. "What do you intend to do?" "Spare the children," Muley pleaded, shielding two young ones behind him, one named Tian, the other unnamed, as the original story had left it undisclosed. "Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you will all perish. I will find them myself." Dodoria threatened menacingly. "I can give you the Dragon Balls, but let these two children go first," Muley insisted. Dodoria, however, unleashed a beam of energy towards the curious child who had peered out. In an instant, the child, resembling Tian, was obliterated, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Dodoria, using this brutal display as a warning, proclaimed, "You are not in a position to negotiate. Hand them over, or face death." At that moment, Piccolo sensed the direction of a fading energy signature and could no longer contain himself. He soared from the aircraft, suppressing his energy as he sped towards the village. Meanwhile, Sabo's detector emitted frantic beeps, and he looked towards Piccolo's location. Yet, just as quickly, the device ceased to function. "What is happening, Mr. Sabo?" Frieza inquired gracefully. "It's nothing, Lord Frieza. It seems the detector has malfunctioned," Sabo replied dismissively. "Haha, my wish for immortality is about to be fulfilled," Frieza exclaimed, gazing eagerly at the 5 Dragon Balls on the ground. In the village, Piccolo had arrived. Muley regarded this unfamiliar tribe member with a look of confusion, but managed to say, "Hurry and take Tian away. He is the last remaining genius in our clan capable of creating Dragon Balls." Piccolo gazed at Tian's small form, a flicker of warmth swelling within him. "Do not worry. With me here, no one can harm you," Piccolo declared confidently. Dodoria then activated his detector, which revealed Piccolo's battle power to be around 1500. "Huh. With your measly 1500 battle power, what gives you the audacity to be so boastful? Coming here is akin to courting death. I am a loyal henchman of Lord Frieza, with a battle power of 21,000. At this moment, Vegeta and Bulma had arrived, stepping out to stand behind Piccolo. Dodoria gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, asking, "Vegeta, when did you arrive? Have you betrayed Lord Frieza?" With audacity, Vegeta declared, "Frieza? I shall personally slay him to avenge the destruction of planet Vegeta." Looking at the grotesque figure of the pink, rotund creature before him, Vegeta's expression soured with disdain. He mockingly continued, "Before anything else, you should brace yourself for Piccolo's wrath. I forgot to mention, he is a Namekian raised on Earth. His battle power cannot be detected by your scouter." A jolt of realization struck Dodoria. The faint sense of threat he had felt earlier was no mere illusion. As his mind raced, he devised an escape plan and shouted, "Attack! Kill them!" Meanwhile, he frantically sought to flee. Piccolo's gaze turned towards the horde of henchmen, his eyes narrowing slightly. A surge of invisible spiritual energy surged forth, overwhelming them. The henchmen clutched their heads in agony, their faces contorted in pain, succumbing one by one to the vast disparity in power. Vegeta swiftly moved to stand before the fleeing Dodoria. With an unseen wave of energy emanating from his palm, he propelled Dodoria towards Piccolo, declaring, "I leave him in your hands." Piccolo responded with a decisive kick to Dodoria's head, causing a torrent of liquid to erupt as Dodoria's cranium was reduced to mere remnants. Suppressing his inner fury, he turned to Muley and urged, "Hurry, take the Dragon Balls and accompany us to the Grand Elder." Muley, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "So you are the Namekian the Grand Elder spoke of on Earth. I never anticipated your formidable strength. Enough with the pleasantries, let us move swiftly." "That scoundrel Sabo has already made his way there," Vegeta remarked impatiently, sensing that Dodoria's power level had been detected. Meanwhile, Bulma lagged behind, retching profusely. Although she had witnessed their battles before, the gruesome sight of an exploding head had truly sickened her. Vegeta soared into the sky, cradling Bulma around her waist with one arm, while Piccolo, accompanied by the remaining companions, propelled himself with all his might towards the Grand Elder. The two emanated a formidable aura, akin to radiant beams of light. Meanwhile, Sabo gazed in horror at the explosive detector, plagued by doubts about its functionality. Upon reaching their destination, they beheld the lifeless form of Dodoria and swiftly returned to report. In less than 3 minutes, Vegeta and Piccolo had arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Nuru emerged from the chamber, stating, "Esteemed guests, please enter. The Grand Elder is already aware of your arrival." As Vegeta and the others entered, they beheld the Grand Elder gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions emanated an immense aura, indicating that the Grand Elder had indeed unlocked their latent potential. Vegeta requested a Senzu bean from Bulma and tossed it into the mouth of the Grand Elder, instructing him to consume it. He remarked that while it may not extend his lifespan, it would undoubtedly ensure his vitality and health. Upon swallowing, the Grand Elder trembled, as if rejuvenated to his youth, his breath gradually stabilizing. Gratefully, he expressed, "Thank you, Scion. Come forth. Allow me to help you unlock your potential." "Nay, esteemed Elder. You are on the brink of exhaustion." Nairo interjected with concern. "Fear not, Nairo. Unlocking potential will not shorten my life. It merely causes a bit of fatigue. Moreover, this guest has bestowed upon me a miraculous being, and I feel an unprecedented clarity and vigor." The Grand Elder elucidated. Vegeta stepped forward, observing as the Grand Elder's colossal hand gently rested upon his head. A wondrous surge of energy enveloped his entire being, and with the unleashing of his latent potential, it seemed as though the final barrier of his Super Saiyan transformation shattered. He was able to transform. "Vegeta is finished." Piccolo approached, and the Grand Elder gazed upon him, slowly speaking, "So you are the child of Cardass. No wonder you possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. Cardass was indeed the most exceptional genius of our Dragon Clan. It is astonishing that he has left behind a legacy." He placed his hand atop his head, unlocking Piccolo's potential. Upon sensing Piccolo's power, he could not help but be taken aback, exclaiming, "Such formidable strength! There is no other warrior among the Namekians more powerful than you. I cannot assist you much further. You have already reached your zenith." Piccolo completed his transformation, his combat power soaring from 11 million to approximately 20 million. Goku also experienced a rise to 5 million, while Krillin and Gohan saw their powers increase significantly, one from over 5,000 to over 20,000, and the other from 20,000 to around 50,000. "Grand Elder, could you please assist my wife as well?" Vegeta inquired. "What? She is not an Earthling, is she? Moreover, she is not a warrior." The Grand Elder asked in astonishment. "Please, I feel she is different from other Earthlings," Vegeta explained. Bulma looked at Vegeta with a puzzled expression but did not refuse. After all, what girl could turn down the dream of soaring through the skies? "Very well, I shall give it a try." The Grand Elder extended his hand towards Bulma's head. Suddenly, a surge of green energy erupted from her body, elevating her combat power from negligible levels to around 1,500. Bulma felt a rush of strength coursing through her and, in excitement, jumped up, only to lose control and crash through the ceiling, creating a large hole. Vegeta flew up, cradling Bulma in a princess carry as he descended, chiding her, "You have just begun. You surely cannot control this newfound power. Be careful, or you might get hurt." His gentle admonition caused a blush to bloom on Bulma's cheeks. It makes sense now. Her ancestry is likely not of Earth origin. I see traces of an ancient elfin lineage in her bloodline. That race, much like ours, cherished nature and was benevolent, but they were extinguished long ago for reasons unknown. The Grand Elder elucidated. No wonder Bulma's mother, now in her 50s, still appeared as a youthful beauty. Krillin and Goku finally grasped the situation. Indeed, the elfin race experiences little change from birth to death, with a remarkably long lifespan. However, she has merely diluted the bloodline over many generations. Had she not encountered me, this youthful vitality might have slowly faded away, the Grand Elder explained. Vegeta reminisced about the animation. No wonder Bulma later sought out the Dragon Balls to secretly wish for a 5-year youth. Her mother, however, remained unchanged. It seems that bloodlines can gradually dilute over time. Yet, one cannot help but admire their genetics, capable of altering even the formidable Scion lineage. Their future son, due to Bulma's genes, sported blue hair. Ding. System repair complete. Congratulations, host. S cells have been elevated to 100%. Chapter 22, The Ginyu Force. A new mission on Namek. Frisia's expression darkened as a soldier returned with dire news. Lord Frisia, Dodoria has perished, and the rest of the troops have been annihilated by Namek. Zarbon, summon the Jinyu force, and you too must search for the Dragon Balls. If you fail to retrieve them, you shall return to me with your head. Frisia declared, his fury palpable. He had never anticipated that his Frisia force would meet its demise on the diminutive Namek. After all, Namek was divided into combat, support, and medical types, with each village allocated appropriately. It was no surprise that the ragtag soldiers were unable to prevail. On the remaining Namek, the inhabitants gathered at the Grand Elder's Highland. I understand you have another purpose for your visit, the Wish Orbs, or as you refer to them, the Dragon Balls. You may search for them yourselves. But do take this one-star ball with you, the Grand Elder instructed. Thank you, Grand Elder. I vow to protect your planet and do my utmost to prevent Frisia from causing destruction, Vegeta promised. Let Din accompany you. The wish requires the Namekian language. He is a versatile Namekian and may prove to be of great assistance, the Grand Elder continued. No, Grand Elder, it would be best for you to remain here. I possess knowledge of the Namekian language, and we have Sinzabeans in case we encounter conflict. It would be unwise to involve Din, Piccolo respectfully explained. Despite his formidable power, he felt compelled to show respect to the one who had unlocked their potential. Very well, it seems we cannot be of assistance. Please be cautious. If you find yourselves outmatched, simply wish to escape, the Grand Elder said reassuringly. The group from Earth then flew toward Frisia's location. In the sky, Bulma excitedly performed arcs and circles, hardly able to contain her exhilaration at being able to fly for the first time. Bulma, do not venture too close to the battlefield. Prepare the spaceship elsewhere, in case Frisia becomes enraged and devastates the planet, Vegeta advised. All right, I'll wait for you in another location. Do take care, Bulma replied, disappointment evident in her voice. Yet, she understood that her presence would only hinder them. It was better to prepare for the aftermath. Bulma landed in a secluded valley, tossing a space capsule to the ground, transforming it into a circular dwelling. This place stinks. I'm drenched in sweat. I need a bath, she said, shedding her clothes, revealing a flawless form, perfectly proportioned with curves in all the right places. Any man who gazes upon this sight would likely find himself captivated. As for the two majestic peaks, they have undoubtedly been nurtured and caressed by the essence of Vegeta, exuding grandeur and magnificence. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated, announcing the release of a new task. Option 1. Decimate Frisia with overwhelming force, earning an enhancement in the Killing Intent Fist. Option 2. Seek a means to assist Goku in transcending to Super Saiyan, enabling him to vanquish Frisia. The reward is instant transmission. Option 3. Allow Frisia to escape, striving to maintain the integrity of historical progression with a reward of temporal artistry. What instant transmission can achieve, temporal artistry can accomplish as well, and what instant transmission cannot, temporal artistry still can. In Vegeta's mind, he contemplated the newly released 3 tasks and inquired, can the Killing Intent Fist also yield rewards? Given the remarkable enhancement of his power beyond that depicted in the original narrative, the system foresaw that he would not unleash overwhelming, brutal killing intent against the foes in the later stages. Hence, it opted for a reward instead. A cold voice elucidated, the first option, the Killing Intent Fist, has become ineffective for him, as he can now transform into a Super Saiyan. This is sufficient to contend with Frisia. The second option, although instantaneous movement is captivating, requires Goku to become a Super Saiyan, which would necessitate Krillin's sacrifice. Furthermore, it would squander a wish. However, the third reward ignited greater excitement within Vegeta, as it was something that had never appeared in the original work. System, I choose option 3. Could you elucidate what this time-space technique entails? Time-space technique, as the name suggests, is the amalgamation of temporal and spatial rules. The host may traverse time and space at will. Additionally, it grants access to parallel worlds. During the journey, the system will conceal your presence, ensuring that neither angels nor destroyers will take notice. How marvelous. Does this mean I can traverse freely into any fan-created world? Vegeta mused, envisioning the Super Saiyan 4 from GT and the Super Saiyan 5 from fanfiction. You are overreaching, host. After all, fan works remain just that, fan works. The system has detected that in this realm, only the canonical history exists. Perhaps due to other factors, divergent worlds may emerge, but fan creations will not manifest. The system coldly clarified. Nonetheless, it suffices as long as it is superior to instantaneous movement, Vegeta reassured himself. He accessed his personal interface. Personal interface name: Vegeta Race. Scion Combat Power: 20 million point skills. Artificial Moon, Big Bang Attack. Gallic Gun Special Combat Technique. Killing Intent Fist, Level 1. Super Scion Awakening. S-Cells enhanced to 100%. Transformation at will. Vegeta surveyed his own strength, and all his concerns dissipated into nothingness. His foundational combat power, augmented by the intent of killing technique, had reached an astonishing 100 million points. Not to mention the transformation into a Super Scion. As for the forthcoming battle, he thought, let them enjoy themselves. It sufficed for him to command the situation. During the time spent communicating with the system, they were nearing Frisia's location. Frisia, observing the power levels on his scouter, awaited the approaching forces with a sense of leisure. At that moment, 5 round spacecraft, identical to the ones Vegeta had previously piloted, descended. The hatch opened, and 5 aliens of various appearances and heights emerged, the Ginyu Force. These 5 extraterrestrials performed an awkward salute, introducing themselves. We are the Ginyu Force, Ginyu, Jis, Burda, Guldo, and Raikum, reporting to the Great Lord Frisia. As they completed their introduction, Frisia's lips twitched slightly, his expression teetering on the edge of embarrassment. Were it not for their reasonable combat abilities, he would have annihilated them himself. How utterly revolting. He thought to himself. Finally arrived, have you? I trust that you have been briefed by Sorbet. Oh, and it seems there are a few pesky insects approaching my domain. Do take care of them to prevent them from disturbing the Dragon Balls, Frisia remarked with an air of elegance. Understood, Lord Frisia. Please await our victorious return, Ginyu proclaimed loudly. He then turned to activate his scouter, detecting the power levels of Vegeta and his companions, and sped off with his team. Chapter 23. The Annihilation of the Ginyu Force on Namek, under a pale green sky. 5 figures sped through the air. The Ginyu Force was en route to confront Vegeta and his entourage. Stop, it seems we have some entertainment ahead. Vegeta sneered. The others halted. Hovering in the air. Vegeta, do you recognize those energy signatures approaching us? Piccolo inquired. Of course, I recognize them. Those are the infamous Ginyu Force of Frisia's army. Reputed to possess the universe's fastest speed, peculiar superpowers, and formidable combat prowess, comprised of various extraterrestrial beings, Vegeta elucidated. But they seem so weak. Can they truly be called the best in the universe? Goku questioned, perplexed. That may be true for you now, but you are significantly stronger than before. Consider this. Had it not been for my influence, would you have been able to reach such heights? Do you truly believe you could defeat them? Vegeta scoffed. Goku chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging, well, if it weren't for the immense pressure you put on me, I wouldn't have thought to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. I never imagined I could elevate myself to this level. Aside from that captain named Ginyu, who is indeed stronger than Gohan and Krillin. The rest are barely on par with them. Unless it is a critical moment, we 3 shall refrain from intervening. Mere strength without battle experience is no better than being useless, Vegeta stated coldly. Should Gohan and I step in? Goku asked hesitantly. Can we truly handle them? Krillin spoke with trepidation. Uncle Krillin, aside from that individual, the others are not particularly formidable. I am confident I can defeat them. If you don't believe me, sense their auras yourself. Gohan's youthful voice resonated with determination. Do not worry, Krillin. If we cannot overcome them, we still have the 3 of us. Goku reassured him. Do not expect us to intervene. Apart from Ginyu, the remaining 4 must be dealt with by the 2 of you. If misfortune befalls you, it will be your own doing. Vegeta threatened. And you, Kakarot, should you force my hand, I shall eliminate you first. Look at your son. He possesses greater potential than both of us, yet what have you nurtured him into? Gohan was still but a child, not yet 6 years old. Piccolo felt a pang of sympathy for his young ward. What of it? At his age, I could already annihilate an entire planet's inhabitants. And what can he do? He is still an obedient child, Vegeta declared. In truth, his own battle power as a child barely exceeded 10,000, yet he had long since shed any compassion. He said this merely to cultivate Gohan's strength. After all, the later incarnation of Gohan would represent the singular grievance of Dragon Ball fans. The group fell silent. Who could possibly compare with such a monster as you? Moreover, during times of peace on Earth, what battles are there for Gohan to engage in? Suddenly, the Ginyu Force arrived amidst their conversation. Vegeta, have you betrayed Lord Frisia? Ginyu taunted. I warned Lord Frisia long ago that you wild monkeys are unreliable and would inevitably betray him. Ginyu, you are not my adversary. Let these 2 entertain your team. I advise you not to act. Otherwise, I fear I may not restrain myself from ending you, Vegeta retorted dismissively. Presumptuous. Vegeta, with your mere 18,000 battle power, you think you can kill me? What gives you such audacity? Jinyu seethed. Captain, since we have time to spare, why not let us have some fun with him? Rest assured, it will not take long. Jees chimed in. Very well. You may decide amongst yourselves who shall face him. Dispatch him swiftly, otherwise, should Lord Frieza become enraged, I cannot guarantee your safety. Jinyu stepped aside. The four of them then engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Guldo emerged victorious first, exclaiming with excitement, Yes, I won. You have no chance to participate. With that, he arrogantly challenged Vegeta and the others. Come at me all at once. Vegeta coldly remarked, Cease your self-importance. Prepare the scouter and take a good look at their battle power. Gohan and Krillin emerged, their bodies radiating an overwhelming aura, their formidable energy waves sweeping across the battlefield. Instantly, the ground trembled and the mountains shook. Guldo gazed at the scouter's readings, his expression shifting from initial excitement to gradual terror. After all, even Krillin alone surpassed him by a significant margin. The Jinyu force stared at the scouter data, astonished and at a loss for words. 20,000 points? 50,000 points? Hey, Rikuum, you should join in as well. Guldo alone cannot contend with both of them. It seems we have underestimated their strength. Jinyu exclaimed. Captain, that cannot be. Is it possible the scouter is malfunctioning? Jees said, fear evident in his voice, as his own battle power was merely 45,000 points. You know nothing. In this boundless universe, there are myriad races capable of freely controlling their battle power. During my early campaigns with King Frieza, I encountered such beings. I never imagined they would be among us. It appears we will not be able to resolve this matter swiftly, Jinyu explained, his gaze shifting towards Vegeta and his companions. His eyes swirling with malevolent thoughts, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Vegeta gazed at Jinyu's expression as if struck by a sudden thought, and began to survey his surroundings. His eyes landed on a frog perched on a hillside behind them, eliciting a sly smile from him. Meanwhile, Raikum approached the battlefield. Addressing Gohan with a playful challenge, Come, let us engage in a little duel. Raikum unleashed his formidable power, a presence that resonated like thunder. Boasting a combat strength of approximately 60,000, Gohan sensed that Raikum's prowess was closely matched to his own, perhaps possessing a slight edge in strength. Krillin, you take one, and I shall take the other. Let us see who can vanquish the foe first. With that, Gohan charged towards Raikum. Krillin, perceiving that the diminutive opponent across from him was not overly formidable, felt a wave of relief wash over him, and swiftly moved towards Guldo at high speed, his form vanishing in an instant. Guldo, anxiously scanning his surroundings, found himself unable to locate Krillin. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and held it. He had activated his ability to stop time. It became clear that his superpower allowed him to halt time for as long as he could hold his breath. As Krillin's fist hovered perilously close to Guldo's head, cold sweat trickled down his brow, prompting him to sprint away, holding his breath. As he ran, he reached the limit of his breath-holding capacity and could no longer restrain himself, gasping for air as his power dissipated. Krillin, meanwhile, unleashed a left hook aimed at the air, taking a couple of unsteady steps forward, puzzled by the sudden absence of his opponent. Where did he go? He activated his sensing ability, detecting Guldo's energy behind him. How could this be? In an instant, he had maneuvered behind me. Krillin-san, he possesses the ability to stop time. We witnessed you frozen in place while he deftly maneuvered behind you. Goku's voice rang out, clarifying the situation for Krillin. Understanding dawned upon him. He slowly ascended into the air, gathering energy at his waist, and bellowed, Kamehameha. A wave of blue energy surged towards Guldo, who, caught off guard and unable to regain his breath, was forced to hold it once more. Time came to an abrupt halt. Krillin, having unleashed the energy wave, vanished from sight. Suddenly sensing a murderous intent, Guldo turned to see Krillin at his back, his fist poised to strike the back of his head. A shiver of cold sweat ran down Guldo's spine, and goosebumps erupted across his body in sheer terror. In a panic, he fled, releasing his breath. Yet Krillin's blow missed its mark. Gazing at the fleeing Guldo, Krillin muttered in frustration, "Curse be it," he slipped away again. Guldo pondered his situation. Realizing that this could not continue, his opponent was far too swift. His time-stopping ability was proving to be a futile expenditure of energy. It seemed he would have to resort to his binding technique. Before he could react, Krillin let out a chilling laugh, exclaiming, "Solar flare." Gudo's eyes were seared by a blinding light, leaving him momentarily blinded and disoriented. He could only rely on instinct as he aimed his binding technique in Krillin's direction. As his vision gradually returned, he saw Krillin rapidly approaching. Krillin found himself ensnared by an unusual power, rendering him immobile, struggling against the unseen force. Gudo controlled him with one hand while directing his telekinetic abilities towards a nearby tree, coldly declaring, "This is my most formidable technique, the binding technique." Before Krillin could react, Gudo conjured a thick log, stripping its branches and leaves, shaping the top into a sharp point. With a swift motion of his hand, he sent it hurtling towards Krillin at breakneck speed. "Perish, you bald fiend," Gudo bellowed. Krillin's heart sank in alarm. He was immobilized and thought, "This is it. I'm doomed." Suddenly, a beam of yellow light surged towards Gudo, who had no time to react, obliterating his head. Yet, the trees, propelled by inertia, lunged toward Krillin. As the trees neared, Krillin felt a sudden release throughout his body. He was able to move again, swiftly evading the onslaught. After the danger passed, he was drenched in cold sweat. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have met his end. He turned to Gohan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Gohan." Hey, you little brat, do you underestimate me?" "Engaging in battle while distracted by the demise of Gudo has irked me," Lycum retorted. During their previous clash, neither had gained the upper hand, nor had they unleashed their full potential. Seeing Krillin safe, Gohan challenged Lycum, "Come on, unleash your full might. I will surely defeat you." The two engaged in fierce combat, their dissimilar physiques clashing with resounding impacts in the air. Unexpectedly, Gohan's determined punch was caught by Lycum's oversized hand, which yanked him forward. A powerful knee strike met Gohan's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. Lycum seized Gohan's head, taunting, Hey, don't die yet. I'm not finished playing." With that, he relentlessly hammered Gohan's abdomen, eliciting agonized cries from him. Lycum, growing increasingly exhilarated by Gohan's suffering, intensified his blows. Nearby, Piccolo struggled to contain himself, while Goku calmly reassured, "Fear not, Piccolo, Gohan's energy remains intact. Worry only breeds chaos." Hearing Goku's words, Piccolo felt a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, Gohan opened his eyes wide, channeling an energy wave towards Lycum's head. The strike momentarily blinded Lycum, causing him to loosen his grip on Gohan. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan unleashed a barrage of punches to Lycum's abdomen. Lycum staggered back from the dual assault, and as he regained his vision, Gohan executed a flying kick to his cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Turning to the Ginyu Force, he commanded, "Take your comrade and flee. I am no longer able to continue this fight." Vegeta displayed a look of discomfort. This kid, once again careless. Such hypocritical kindness. Ginyu smirked and said, "Look behind you. How brazen." Gohan hurriedly turned around, only to see that Lycum had already gathered energy for a powerful energy wave. The moment Gohan turned, it was unleashed. Gazing at the incoming wave of light, Gohan's heart sank. "Oh no, I can't evade it." Just then, Goku's figure gradually faded, and when he reappeared, he was clutching Gohan and fleeing. The energy wave sped past its intended target, obliterating a massive mountain in the distance, causing the sea to surge back and the planet to tremble. Hey. We agreed on a one-on-one duel. Why is there always someone intervening?" Lycum complained unhappily. "Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Piccolo, I'm sorry for disappointing you," Gohan said, feeling embarrassed. Sensing your kindness might just lead to your demise," Vegeta admonished. "Enough games, the objective has been achieved. Kakarot, it's your turn. Remember, don't play around. They 1T significantly enhance your abilities. Resolve this quickly," Vegeta instructed. "All right, I'm going," Goku replied as he approached the battlefield. "Hey, none of you stand a chance against me. You might as well retreat. Don't throw your lives away. I'm offering you an opportunity. If Vegeta steps in, none of you will escape," Goku said to Ginyu and the others. "Gi's, Bat, you both join in. I estimate his combat power is only between 50,000 and 80,000. The three of you together still have a chance," Ginyu declared. "Yes, Captain Ginyu," Gi's and Bat responded. The three formed a triangular formation around Goku, emanating their full energy. "You still refuse to heed my warning. Well, there's nothing I can do," Goku remarked nonchalantly. Bat and Gi's wasted no time. One vanished and charged toward Goku at high speed, while the other conjured an energy sphere and hurled it like Yamcha's spirit ball, rushing at Goku. Lycum charged directly at Goku. The three launched their attacks simultaneously. Goku's gaze sharpened slightly as he moved with an imperceptible speed, delivering a swift elbow strike to Raikum, who fell to the ground, lifeless. After defeating Raikum, Goku slightly turned to dodge the energy sphere fired by GIs, which then hurtled toward Bat's head. Bat's pride in his speed abruptly faltered, retracting his head like a turtle. The energy sphere grazed the edge of his armor. Bat extended his head in shock, exclaiming, "Hey, GIs, are you trying to kill me?" "Sorry, he is too fast. Damn it." With that, he abandoned the energy wave and charged at Goku, ready for hand-to-hand combat. The two rushed toward Goku. One executed a high kick while the other swung a fist, both of which Goku blocked effortlessly with an extended arm and leg. Goku then swept with his leg and unleashed an invisible wave of energy. The two were sent flying. The rubble behind them was scattered chaotically by their impact. Goku gathered a blue energy sphere with one hand and aimed it at Bat. Unable to evade, Bat was struck and fell to the ground. As the body exuded steam, breath had already escaped, and upon witnessing this, Jisoo, in a state of terror, flew to Jinyu's side, having lost all confidence in the battle. Jinyu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed that they were all useless and that he would have to intervene personally. Jisoo, report the situation to Lord Frieza, he commanded. With that, Jisoo fled towards Frieza's direction. In an instant, a wave of light surged towards him, and the terrifying speed left Jisoo no chance to evade, instantly turning him into a cloud of ashes. Jinyu focused his gaze and realized it was Vegeta. Vegeta mockingly declared, "A team must be perfectly synchronized. If we are to perish, let us do so together." His sinister laughter echoed throughout the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Krillin and Gohan silently speculated whether he had reverted to his malevolent nature. How infuriating. They are all dead, and now we must recruit new members and rearrange our strategies, thought Jinyu dismissively. Such repugnant movements may only hold significance for you. As a scion, my battle power stands at a staggering 120,000. I estimate yours to be at most 90,000, Jinyu inquired of Goku. Oh, regarding your so-called battle power, I am rather uncertain. Why not activate that machine and see for yourself? Goku replied before unleashing 1/5 of his full power. 80,000, 90,000, 100,000, 150,000. Jinyu's expression morphed into one of increasing terror as he observed the scion before him. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the scouter shattered, crushed by Goku's overwhelming strength. Although the device could no longer detect his power, Jinyu could still sense its continuous rise. Suddenly, Jinyu erupted into laughter, his malevolence directed at Goku, his delight growing. Such a formidable body will soon be mine. Gohan and the others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Jinyu's amusement, unable to comprehend his misunderstanding of the power disparity. Only Vegeta wore a wicked smile, swiftly turning and moving at incredible speed before returning with a creature resembling an earth frog in his grasp. The others looked on in confusion, unsure of Vegeta's intentions. "Scion, you are indeed powerful, but your body shall belong to me," Jinyu proclaimed, emanating an extraordinary energy that rendered Goku immobile. A beam of yellow light shot forth towards Goku. Alarmed, Goku thought, what an unusual technique. In that critical moment, Vegeta forcefully hurled the frog. The creature successfully exchanged bodies with Jinyu, while Goku swiftly vanished to evade the attack, drenched in cold sweat. Jinyu's form began to leap away like a frog, leaving the others to look at Vegeta, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Vegeta elucidated that he possesses a skill known as the body swap technique, which allows him to exchange souls with a designated individual. He successfully executed it, rendering you no longer yourself. Goku was engulfed by a wave of trepidation, contemplating the horror of being trapped in such an unattractive form. Surely, Chi-Chi would no longer desire him. Fortunately, Vegeta acted swiftly, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. On the periphery of the battlefield, a frog stealthily advanced. In anguish, Jinyu lamented how this could be, questioning how Vegeta had discerned his secret. Frieza himself was oblivious to this maneuver. If Frieza were aware, he would have obliterated him long ago. After all, who would not fear the presence of someone capable of such a perilous ability? A mere misstep could result in losing one's own body. However, Vegeta, being a fervent admirer of the original Dragon Ball saga, was well acquainted with such peculiar powers and had long kept a vigilant eye on them. Vegeta cast a cold glance at the fleeing Jinyu, unleashing a solitary energy blast towards him. As Jinyu beheld the approaching energy sphere, despair enveloped his heart, and he was reduced to mere ashes. The onlookers regarded Vegeta with confusion, questioning the necessity of his lethal intent towards one already in such a dire state. Vegeta retorted, I have stated that a team must stand united. If death is to befall us, let it be together. The crowd fell silent, pondering his words. Is it not said that one should not find excuses for taking lives? Vegeta would not show mercy. Should he encounter Bulma, she might create a translator, complicating matters further. After the battle concluded, the group soared toward Frieza. Chapter 24. The fierce battle on Namek. Frieza, observing the dwindling combat power readings on his scouters, realized that the Ginyu Force had been nearly annihilated. The scouters shattered under the weight of Frieza's intense fury. Who could possibly have eradicated my elite special forces? This is intolerable. I must take matters into my own hands, Frieza declared, rising from his exquisite spacecraft. With a single hand, he unleashed a wave of energy, creating a shallow crater in the ground. He casually concealed the Dragon Balls within the pit, musing that he still needed 2 more and couldn't risk their destruction. It seemed he would have to find a new location for the battle. In that moment, Vegeta and the others arrived. Ah, Vegeta, how delightful to see you. Have you come to assist me in searching for the Dragon Balls? Frieza sneered. Today marks your demise, Frieza. You think I am unaware of your intent to obliterate my home planet? Vegeta retorted angrily. So, you know, yet you remain by my side? Are you waiting for an opportunity to strike? Frieza questioned, puzzled. In the past, I was no match for you. Now, in my eyes, you are utterly insignificant. The pretense is over. Let us lay our cards on the table, Vegeta scoffed. It appears your journey to Earth not only allowed you to exact revenge, but also afforded you an opportunity. Frieza continued. But what kind of power grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? An uncontrollable wave of malevolent energy erupted from Frieza, rendering Krillin and Gohan immobilized with fear. Vegeta and his companions regarded Frieza with disdain, their eyes seemingly conveying the sentiment of utter contempt. Let me take the lead. As you have slain so many of my kin, Piccolo declared fiercely. Be patient, Piccolo. Let Goku take the first swing. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. Vegeta replied, then flew to Piccolo's side to whisper softly. Shall we proceed? Have you decided who will meet their end first? Frieza taunted. I shall go first. Goku eagerly descended to the ground, while Frieza regarded this familiar yet strange figure with curiosity. Have we met before? You seem so familiar, he mused, memories flickering in his mind. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Ah, you are the scion who stood in my way during the destruction of planet Vegeta. I thought you had perished. But wait, though your face is the same, you lack the tail of a wild monkey. Who exactly are you? Kakarot. He speaks of your father, Bardock. Your father led the Scions in a desperate attack against Frieza, buying time for your escape. Were it not for him, you would not be alive today, Vegeta explained. As Vegeta's voice echoed, Goku seemed to witness a figure identical to himself materializing before him, addressing him as Kakarot. The future of the Scions rests upon you. This was a distant memory, a moment when Bardock had sent him to Earth, speaking to the small form within the spaceship. Tears flowed from Goku's eyes as the memories unfolded. A salty taste filled his mouth. Emerging from the reverie, he whispered, So, I too have a father, while silently vowing. Rest assured, father, I shall not disappoint you. Ah, so you are indeed his son. Haha, today I shall reunite you two. With that, Frieza erupted in rage, causing the ground to tremble. Come forth, wild monkey, let me witness your power. Frieza boasted. Goku, hearing these words, remained silent, swiftly advancing towards Frieza. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in a fierce clash, their hands gripping tightly, exerting their energies against one another. The terrifying aura caused the ground beneath them to buckle, as blue flames enveloped them. Both warriors shouted in fury, their energies surging forth. Frieza's veins bulged. Yet he could not overpower Goku. With a smile, Goku remarked, Aren't you rather strong? Though Goku spoke sincerely, Frieza misinterpreted it as mockery. He released his grip, flipping backward, and bellowed, My battle power is at 500,000. How dare you look down upon me? Goku, watching Frieza retreat, declared, You are no match for me. Depart now, and I shall grant you a path to safety. Kakarot, do not underestimate him. He possesses transformation abilities. Vegeta interjected. Oh, it seems you have done your homework. You know I can transform. Frieza sneered. Scion, let us change our venue. After all, my ship is here. While I possess the capability to survive in the vacuum of space, nothing compares to the comfort of a ship. Hey, Zarbon, you stay here and guard the ship. Frieza commanded, then turned to Zarbon. Zarbon gazed at the four in the sky and respectfully replied, Fear not, King Frieza. That mere Vegeta is no challenge for me. The rest are hardly worth mentioning. In truth, Zarbon understood that Frieza wanted him to safeguard the Dragon Balls from damage. Piccolo, remember what I told you. Vegeta whispered to Piccolo. Zarbon, I have no desire to engage in battle with you. Let these three entertain you while I witness Frieza's demise. Vegeta scoffed. With that, Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta sped away in another direction, distancing themselves from the scene. Goten, Piccolo, allow me. Krillin eagerly stepped forward. Meanwhile, Goku announced, Enough, Frieza. We are far enough away. Let us begin. Heh, it seems you are eager to meet your demise. I shall fulfill your wish, Frieza retorted. As his muscles tensed and expanded, causing his armor to shatter under the strain, he revealed his sculpted and chiseled physique. Vegeta taunted, Frieza, is the transformation you speak of merely the ability to shatter your armor with rage? How amusing. He scoffed, do not be hasty. In truth, our race, the Frost Demons, possesses immense strength from birth, compelling us to shrink our forms and adopt alternate transformations to contain our overwhelming power. Frieza arrogantly retorted, Oh, I am well aware. I merely wish to mock you. Vegeta thought to himself, how could a fervent Dragon Ball enthusiast forget about Frieza? Frieza wasted no words. His veins bulged as his body gradually expanded. His horns, once straight, curved upwards, resembling those of a bull. His combat power surged from 500,000 to an astonishing 1,000,000. Goku watched with excitement as Frieza transformed, silently urging him to become even stronger. The atmosphere thickened with intensity. Come on, wild monkey, Frieza declared as he charged towards Goku. The two warriors gathered their energy, colliding with such force that the air around them seemed to grow heavy. Each strike sent shockwaves that shattered nearby rocks. Seizing an opportunity as Goku threw a punch, Frieza tilted his head slightly, evading the blow. With a lightning-fast right hand, he unleashed a punch, but Goku raised his left knee to block it. In a swift motion, he executed a sweeping kick that sent Frieza, who was floating in the air, crashing sideways. Goku clasped his hands together and lifted them above his head, delivering a powerful blow to Frieza's abdomen. The ground trembled with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling into the air. Frieza plummeted heavily to the earth, and Goku pursued relentlessly, launching energy blasts towards Frieza's fallen form. After a fierce barrage, the ground lay in ruins, and seawater surged in. Come forth, Frieza. I can sense your energy has not diminished, Goku shouted. Growing up on Earth, influenced by martial artists, this scion had learned to elevate his own power in response to his opponents, striving for a match of equal intensity. Thus, in the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Goku's transformation stood on equal footing with any adversary, even trading blows with Krillin. It was not a decline in power that plagued the storyline, but rather Goku's ability to master his strength in later battles. As the dust settled, Frieza ascended slowly. Breathing heavily, his energy in disarray, disbelief etched upon his face. It seems I underestimated you. I had no idea you were this formidable. Henceforth, I shall no longer hold back, Frieza declared. Currently, I am utilizing only 1/5 of my power. Even if you transform, you cannot defeat me. Goku replied, Ha. The first time I transformed, I had roughly 1,000,000 points of combat power. By your estimation, your full strength is only around 500,000. Frieza analyzed. But I am a prodigy of the Frost Demon lineage, capable of 3 transformations. Do you know my full strength? It is 120,000,000 points, you wretched wild monkey. Prepare to bear the brunt of my fury. How infuriating. It is the first time I have experienced such pain. My anger boiled over. Frieza's once elegant demeanor gradually transformed into a visage of fury, his face contorted in rage. Upon finishing his words, he concentrated his energy, preparing to undergo a transformation. Enveloped by a malevolent purple aura that erupted around him. Chapter 25, Summoning the Dragon, Vegeta's scheme on planet Namek, in a secluded valley. A circular dwelling stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. Inside, Bulma luxuriated in a porcelain bathtub, enjoying a bubble bath while humming an unknown tune. Suddenly, a violent earthquake struck, sending her into a panic. The intense tremors rocked the bathtub, and disregarding everything else, she quickly scrambled to her feet, muttering in frustration. What is happening on Namek? Another earthquake? I can't even take a proper bath. Forget it, I won't wash anymore. A graceful figure emerged. Her skin smooth and radiant as jade, devoid of any attire. She epitomized natural beauty, as enchanting as a lotus blooming from pure waters. After drying her body, she casually wrapped herself in a towel and made her way to the bedroom. her alluring steps revealing a glimpse of a natural valley that would cause any man to swoon. Little did she know, this was not the work of nature's divine grace, but rather the result of the fierce battles unfolding around her. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Sabo lay battered and bruised, his grotesque features resembling that of a toad, swollen from the relentless beating. Impossible. How can this be? Your combat power is clearly inferior. After my transformation, I possess a combat power of 28,000. Yet, I cannot even defeat a mere earthling. Sabo exclaimed in terror, addressing Krillin. Though your power surpasses mine slightly, you cannot control the energy of your transformation. It's evident you rarely transform. Is it perhaps due to your unattractiveness? Krillin retorted, observing Sabo's pale complexion. Spare me. I will reveal the location of the Dragon Balls. Please, I beg you. Sabo pleaded, trembling as he knelt. Before he could finish his sentence, Piccolo raised his right arm, concentrating a burst of energy into his fingertip, which shot forth and pierced Sabo's forehead. The explosion was akin to that of a watermelon, dark blue blood gushing forth. Spare you? You have slain so many of my kin and yet wish to continue living? Piccolo muttered coldly. Piccolo, why did you kill him? He was already begging for mercy. Krillin protested, discontented. Silence, you bald fool. Have I been too lenient with you lately, allowing you to think you can involve yourself in my matters? Spare him? Who spared my people? Piccolo's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he glared at Krillin. Krillin trembled, suddenly recalling that the figure before him was the terrifying Demon King Piccolo. All right, Uncle Piccolo, do not be angry. Uncle Krillin did not mean it. Gohan interjected, attempting to calm the situation. Hurry and find the Dragon Balls. Do not waste time. Piccolo, somewhat pacified by his godson's words, decided against pursuing further conflict with Krillin. With that, he crossed his arms, waiting impatiently while Krillin and Gohan searched diligently. In a spacecraft, one activated the Dragon Ball radar. Right here, yet utterly elusive. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Piccolo as he observed the spot where Frieza had stood. The earth appeared freshly turned. With a single hand, he unleashed an invisible wave of energy towards that area. Following a subtle explosion, 5 shimmering Dragon Balls emerged into view. Hey, you two, bring me the 1-star and 2-star balls, Piccolo commanded. Upon hearing his voice, the two swiftly approached, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the 5 Dragon Balls in the pit. Uncle Piccolo, how did you know Frieza had concealed the Dragon Balls in the soil? Gohan inquired. Take a closer look. The soil over there differs entirely from the surrounding earth. One side is dry, while the other is damp. Though Piccolo possessed a haughty demeanor, he answered his adoptive son's questions without hesitation. The 3 gathered around the 7 Dragon Balls before them. Uncle Piccolo, should we resurrect Tien and the others first? Gohan asked. Let them wait a bit. Vegeta has other plans. We'll revive them next time, Piccolo replied, then addressed the Dragon Balls. Shenron, come forth and grant my wish. The author, lacking proficiency in Namekian, substitutes with Japanese. Gohan and Krillin, unable to comprehend the Namekian language, watched as the weather abruptly changed. The once clear sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and lightning crackled. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a dazzling light, and a tremendous wave of energy emanated from them as Shenron appeared. Before Piccolo and the others stood a Shenron vastly different from the one on Earth, a magnificent Purunga. Its body tapered from fine to robust, with muscled shoulders adorned by a pair of black, conical horns, and a dorsal fin reminiscent of a fish's fin. Krillin gazed at this imposing dragon and remarked with trepidation, how frightening. The Earth-S Shenron is far more charming. State your desires. I can fulfill 3 wishes. Shenron's resonant voice proclaimed. For my first wish, I request that the 6 of us remain, and the rest of Namek be entirely transported to Earth, Piccolo muttered. Very well. Your first wish has been granted. Aside from you 5 and Frieza, all others have been successfully relocated to Earth, Shenron announced. At that moment, Bulma, who had just dressed, vanished in an instant. Elder Guru and the other Namekians were also transported to Earth. For my second wish, I wish to extend Vegeta's height by 15 centimeters, Piccolo stated, somewhat sheepishly. Shenron's expression darkened slightly. Such a trivial wish was unexpected, yet the rules compelled it to comply with Piccolo's request. Your wish has been fulfilled. Vegeta's height has increased by 15 centimeters, Shenron declared. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, as Frieza awaited the completion of his transformation, he noticed the darkening sky and realized they had summoned Shenron. Suddenly, Vegeta's body surged upward at an imperceptible speed, growing from 1.65 meters to 1.8 meters. His physique became impeccably proportioned. The musculature, defined by the golden ratio, subtly emerged from the taut confines of his battle attire. Aha, I've finally grown taller. This way, my compatibility with Bulma's 69 style will be even more perfect. Vegeta exclaimed with palpable excitement. What a wicked thought. Should others discover this, would they not drown him in a deluge of disdain? At that moment, Frieza had completed his transformation, bypassing the second stage and ascending directly to the third. His miniature yet exquisite silver-white form materialized, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of combat prowess. Looking up, a sense of perplexity enveloped him as he wondered why the atmosphere had darkened. He had been here for several days without realizing that Namek had no night. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the Purunga dragon, and confusion swiftly morphed into a visage of fury. How dare you summon the dragon while I was in the midst of my transformation? He exclaimed, launching himself towards Purunga with all his might. In the midst of Vegeta's elation over his growth, he inadvertently allowed Frieza to escape. Although Goku was in hot pursuit, the current Frieza, despite not exerting his full strength, was beyond Goku's reach. Piccolo and the others sensed a formidable and malevolent energy rushing towards them, causing their hearts to tighten with dread. Piccolo hastily voiced the third wish, to grant Vegeta the power akin to that of Majin Buu, bestowing upon him eternal life. Frieza's furious shout resonated as he approached the eternal dragon, declaring, "Very well, this is simple. The wish has been granted, and I shall take my leave." The eternal dragon vanished into the Dragon Balls, which, along with the Elder and others, soared skyward, disappearing into the heavens. The 7 Dragon Balls of Earth, now petrified, plummeted heavily to the ground. The Elder and his companions had not anticipated that the eternal dragon would follow them. Bulma, meanwhile, was consumed with worry for Vegeta, fearing he might encounter trouble on Namek. Back on the battlefield, Frieza glared at the vanishing Dragon Balls, seething with rage. His silver-white skin paling even further, a visage of unbridled fury. How dare you summon the eternal dragon behind my back? You shall all pay for shattering my wish for immortality. I will make you suffer excruciatingly. Frieza's anger erupted, unleashing a formidable power that sent Gohan and Krillin soaring away. Their combat prowess was simply insufficient. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Enduring the pressure, though his strength was considerable at 20 million, Frieza's wrathful power was easily around 60 million. Vegeta and Goku soon arrived, with Vegeta wearing a nonchalant expression while Goku radiated overwhelming battle intent. The warrior blood of the Scions began to boil. I had no idea he was this strong, he exclaimed, turning to Piccolo. You cannot match him. Let me take a shot first. You all shall perish, Frieza declared, launching his signature death beam at Piccolo. Just as Piccolo was about to argue with Goku, Frieza's sudden assault caught him off guard, piercing his chest and sending him crashing to the ground. From a distance, Gohan witnessed the tragic demise of his mentor and erupted with newfound strength, charging at Frieza. You monster! You killed Uncle Piccolo. In an instant, he appeared before Frieza, his small frame bending slightly as he delivered a fierce kick to Frieza's chin, sending the tyrant hurtling backward. Chapter 26. Author's Note. Greetings, dear readers. This chapter is a special segment crafted just for you. There are many thoughts I wish to share. As a novice, I welcome your feedback on any shortcomings within the narrative. Please feel free to offer suggestions. Initially, I merely intended to write simply and test the waters, but unexpectedly, I found myself in a publishing agreement. Although the updates in recent days have not been extensive, your understanding is appreciated. However, the author is also employed in reality. The characters traversing through time in the book are reflections of the author themselves. They are not a professional writer. This is merely the beginning of their writing journey, and the response thus far has been lukewarm, likely due to the limited word count and lack of recommendations. I can only strive to provide consistent updates without leaving the narrative unfinished. After all, this is my first literary endeavor, a courageous step into the unknown. I am determined not to give up. I never anticipated making a fortune from this. I am simply inspired by numerous fanfictions of Dragon Ball. Many either conclude abruptly with scant words or transition smoothly from the Dragon Ball universe to entirely different realms. Sometimes, I understand, as the animated series has its constraints. The author aspires to craft a narrative that will astonish all Dragon Ball enthusiasts. I aim to write at least around 200,000 words. If I can manage more, I shall see how far my creativity can extend. I do not plan to venture into other worlds. If readers wish for me to explore different realms, feel free to leave comments below the chapters. Who knows, if this work receives a positive reception, I may embark on a series related to the Ultimate Class, which I have been a long-time fan of. I remain attentive to the Ultimate series. Are there any fellow admirers among you? If anyone has valuable suggestions, I encourage you to share them, as I am still a novice. Should the response be fervent, I might consider establishing a group for mutual discussions. I have pinned several chapters, reviewing them daily, modifying any inconsistencies and ensuring I do not forget the plot holes I have created. However, such lighthearted narratives often do not present many challenges. Perhaps my writing lacks the finesse to craft numerous captivating chapters. I can only reference the original storyline and gradually make adjustments. In the early stages, I will not make significant changes. I sometimes worry about what to write once the storyline of Dragon Ball Super concludes. Will I be able to create something new then? I can only take it one step at a time. Occasionally, when depicting the character Bulma, I believe many enjoy reading about her. However, I find it incredibly challenging. The review process has been arduous, leading to multiple revisions. The scenes I envision in my mind are difficult to articulate. I must adhere to the standards required for approval. As a reader for over a decade, I yearn to try my hand at writing. This idea has long been in my mind, but I was hesitant to put it into practice, fearing I would be unable to produce anything worthwhile. To my surprise, once I began writing, the words flowed effortlessly. Although the output may reflect a lack of cultural depth and intricate vocabulary, I am striving to improve. In my spare time these past 2 days, I have revisited classic essays to enhance my writing style, aiming to depict more engaging narratives. I hope for your generous support. If you could send gifts, that would be even better. However, if not, I will maintain my composure and continue to update steadily, as this is a dream of mine. Perhaps on a less busy day, I could produce 4 or 5 chapters, even on hectic days. I will ensure to update at least 2 chapters before retiring for the night. There will be no restrictions on word count. I shall write as inspiration strikes. For instance, yesterday's chapter exceeded 5,000 words. Typically, my chapters consistently surpass 2,000 words. Well, that is all the author wishes to convey. Due to the length, I have dedicated a separate chapter for this. Apologies for any inconvenience. You may proceed directly to the next chapter, though it shall not be updated until tomorrow. Haha. Chapter 27. Gohan's Potential Namek. Gohan gazed upon the fallen Piccolo, momentarily oblivious to the disparity in their strengths. He surged forward, unleashing a powerful punch that contorted Frieza's face, sending him hurtling back several dozen kilometers. With great difficulty, Frieza raised his head, his body uncontrollably crashing into the mountainside. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the mountain crumbled like tofu, exploding into fragments. Impossible! How could this be? Frieza seethed with rage. Gohan, engulfed in a tempest of fury, experienced an astounding surge in his battle power, soaring from a mere 50,000 to an astonishing 1 million. The intensity of his wrath eclipsed his awareness of this transformation. Frieza, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned. Though Gohan seemed distant, the sudden onslaught rendered him unprepared. He was taken aback by the strength of this earthling. As he regained composure, he scrutinized Gohan's visage, then glanced at Son Goku. A spark of realization illuminated his mind, observing the unmistakable resemblance. He deduced that Gohan was indeed Goku's son. So it is another wild monkey. I shall eradicate you completely, in a matter of moments. He grasped the entirety of the situation. Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, propelling them towards Frieza. Dismissing the attack with disdain, Frieza crossed his arms, bracing himself in midair. The previous surprise attack had caught him off guard, but now he was prepared. A mere 1 million in battle power was hardly worthy of his concern. The resounding explosions reverberated across the battlefield. Gohan continued to fire energy blasts, which converged upon Frieza, gradually forming a colossal luminous barrier. The yellow energy waves transitioned into a vibrant red, suffocating the air with an oppressive heat that rendered it devoid of oxygen. With a momentary pause, Gohan gasped for breath, surveying the scene before him. There was no time for respite. He raised his hands above his head, channeling a tremendous surge of yellow energy, a signature technique imparted by his mentor, the Special Beam Cannon. Special Beam Cannon, he shouted, directing the radiant energy toward the luminous barrier. With Gohan's fierce declaration, the wave of light surged towards Frieza. The red barrier detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that transformed the landscape for miles around. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. As the brilliance of the explosion subsided, Gohan's heart was heavy with sorrow, tears blurring his vision as he gazed at the spot where Piccolo had fallen. To his dismay, Piccolo had vanished. Fear gripped him. Had his previous attack obliterated Piccolo's form? Scanning the surroundings, he suddenly spotted Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo hovering in the air behind him, all wearing expressions of relief and pride. "Uncle Piccolo," he cried, rushing to his side, his eyes brimming with a longing gaze. Piccolo gently patted Gohan's head, offering comfort. With a sense of relief, I said to Gohan, "I am fine." "Wow, Gohan, you are truly remarkable. If your father were to endure such a formidable attack, it would certainly be quite challenging for him," exclaimed Goku with a carefree demeanor. Vegeta gazed at Gohan, his mind meticulously calculating. It became apparent that the fusion of Earthlings and Scions bestowed a bloodline that more readily unleashed latent potential. Gohan, despite his minimal combat experience, exhibited an astonishing strength. Reflecting on the days when Planet Vegeta thrived, a Scion with a battle power exceeding 20,000 was deemed a prodigy. Yet now, the remaining Scions surpassed the former elite. If they were indeed the renowned warriors of the universe, such weakness was inconceivable. Vegeta was filled with confusion. As for Piccolo, he had narrowly escaped the fatal blow from Frieza. Vegeta promptly retrieved a Senzu bean and administered it to him, while ensuring Bulma's safety. Vegeta had already acquired the Senzu beans from her, preparing for any eventuality. Though his strength was formidable, the unpredictable nature of battle required caution. One could never be too prepared. To his surprise, he found himself utilizing the beans so soon. While Gohan unleashed a fierce assault on Frieza, Piccolo had already regained his strength, though Gohan, consumed by intense rage, remained oblivious to this. Consequently, Gohan's battle power had dwindled to below 50,000. The ferocity of his earlier attacks had drained him to the brink, rendering him unable to maintain his previous prowess. "Uncle Piccolo, I'm sorry. It's my fault for being too weak to assist you," Gohan's youthful voice lamented. "Gohan, you have performed admirably and have not disappointed my expectations," Piccolo reassured him. "Stop being so self-assured. You are still far from sufficient," Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta continued his relentless assault. In the narrative of the animation, he possesses immense potential. Yet due to Goku and the Earth's excessive protection, he has gradually descended into a mere shadow of his former self, akin to a bystander. This has left many Dragon Ball enthusiasts with a sense of regret, and he feels the same. Now that he has arrived, the existing storyline must be altered, allowing Gohan to truly emerge as a formidable warrior. In his childhood, Gohan's fighting spirit was unwavering, but Chi-Chi has incessantly instilled in him the notion of becoming a scholar, which has weakened his resolve. They continue to engage in dialogue as the dust settles. A figure slowly materializes. Hey. How much longer will you indulge in your sentimental theatrics? I can hardly contain my disdain," Frieza mockingly interjected. Gohan, gazing at Frieza before him, was taken aback. The fierce assault moments ago had not inflicted a single scratch upon him, nor did he bear any trace of dust on his body. "Son Gohan, take that bald-headed fellow and locate Bulma's hiding place. Prepare the spaceship," commanded Vegeta. "Go on, Gohan. Leave the ensuing battle to us. I cannot guarantee my own strength against Frieza. You can no longer be of assistance," Piccolo elucidated. "All right, Uncle Piccolo, you must survive," Gohan retorted. Reluctant yet aware that he had already reached his limit, remaining would only encumber them. The two then retraced their steps toward the direction from whence they had come. "Hey, Frieza, you fled just as we were engaged in battle. Let us continue," Goku shouted. "Ha. It matters not who comes. They shall all meet their demise." Frieza's eerie voice chuckled. Just as Goku prepared to charge at Frieza, Piccolo suddenly grasped Goku's arm, saying, "Old son, let me take action. I seek vengeance for the slain Namekians," Piccolo declared with fervor. "Piccolo, you are no match for him. He has now achieved a combat power of around 60 million. And this is merely half of his strength. You are only at 20 million. Vegeta explained. "Let me give it a try. If I fail, you may join in." As he spoke, he charged toward Frieza. "Kakarot, how many times can you utilize the Kaioken now? Do you have confidence in defeating Frieza?" Vegeta inquired. "Well, concerning the current Frieza, I still have some confidence. However, if he truly is using only half of his power, I can assure you, I would have none. The Kaioken, without harming my body, can only reach a maximum of 10 times. Goku responded. Upon hearing Goku's explanation, Vegeta contemplated. Given Kakarot's current combat power of approximately 5 million, unleashing a tenfold Kaioken would bring him to around 50 million. If he can push a bit further, he might reach 15 times, equating to 75 million. If this continues, then Piccolo should go first, followed by Goku, and finally, I shall personally conclude the battle. It is a rare opportunity to encounter an opponent worthy of their strength. We must exploit this chance to elevate each of them to a higher echelon of power. Chapter 28. The retreat of Piccolo on Namek. The recent battle between Vegeta and Frieza has wrought havoc upon the once tranquil and serene planet. The very crust of the world trembles, and rivers surge backward. Throughout the planet, the consequences manifest as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Fortunately, everyone had been relocated to Earth beforehand. Otherwise, who could say what fate would have befallen Bulma and her companions? In the midst of Goku's exchange with Vegeta, Piccolo had engaged Frieza in combat. The two fighters clashed in midair, exchanging blows in close quarters, their movements so rapid that they defied the eye's ability to perceive them. The fierce collision of fists created a palpable pressure in the air. Observers would discern that Frieza wore a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, toying with his opponent without exerting his full strength. In contrast, each of Piccolo's strikes felt as if they were battering against steel, causing Frieza's arm to tremble slightly upon impact, a natural response to the force of the blows. Undeterred, Piccolo pressed on with relentless determination, seizing a moment of Frieza's inattention. He delivered a high kick aimed at Frieza's head. As Frieza staggered, Piccolo instantaneously teleported to intercept him, executing a devastating knee strike. The impact between Piccolo's knee and Frieza's head sent the latter soaring into the sky. Emboldened by his success, Piccolo pursued, launching himself into the air with unyielding ferocity, his legs relentlessly assaulting Frieza. Observers would notice that with one arm, Piccolo concentrated on his ultimate technique at his brow, the special beam cannon. While this attack possessed immense destructive power, its sole drawback was the protracted charging time. Thus, Piccolo sought to exploit any opening, balancing the need to attack with the necessity of gathering energy. Frieza, infuriated, bellowed, "Enough! I shall no longer indulge this detestable Namekian." With that, Frieza's tail lashed out, ensnaring Piccolo's right leg, abruptly halting his offensive. Frieza spun like a top, dragging Piccolo along in an involuntary whirl. The velocity reached a cyclone-like force before Frieza released his grip, sending Piccolo hurtling away. The overwhelming centrifugal force rendered Piccolo unable to control his body, and he crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Despite the chaos, Piccolo remained steadfast, his fingers still poised at his brow, gritting his teeth to maintain his charge. "Come now, such trifling attacks are inconsequential for you," Frieza taunted, gazing at the gaping hole before him. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo clandestinely continued to gather energy within the crater, remaining hidden as the dust settled, rendering him invisible to Frieza's sight. Growing impatient, Frieza elevated his arm, concentrating a deadly beam of energy, and unleashed a barrage of blasts into the pit. As Piccolo observed the beam striking the ground beside him, confusion washed over him. Why were they not hitting him? Suddenly, he realized that Frieza lacked the ability to sense energy. He relied solely on sight. Before he could fully process this revelation, a beam grazed his right arm, leaving a small puncture in the earth below. Amidst the rising tendrils of steam, the urgency of the situation dawned on Piccolo. Though he could not perceive the intense waves of light, he knew they would inevitably strike him. It was time to escape. With determination, Piccolo soared out of the pit. As the dust settled, Frieza's gaze sharpened, revealing that Piccolo had been secretly gathering power. "Oh, so you are preparing your ultimate technique. Fear not, I shall grant you time." Frieza scoffed. "Frieza, your arrogance knows no bounds. If you possess the courage, brace yourself for my attack." Piccolo retorted, anger flaring at Frieza's disdainful expression. "I shall grant you time, but do exert yourself. Otherwise, this will not be amusing for me." Frieza taunted, assuming a horse stance with his hands resting on his hips, ready to receive the blow. At that moment, Piccolo had completed his charge. With a resounding shout, he declared, "Prepare yourself, Frieza." Special beam cannon. A torrent of formidable yellow energy surged forth, propelled by Piccolo's voice, hurtling towards Frieza. The villain tensed, sensing a hint of menace, yet his arrogance compelled him to withstand the onslaught. The attack struck Frieza near his neck, sending him reeling backward. Panting heavily, Piccolo felt the toll of his earlier exertion weigh upon him. "Be careful, Piccolo. Frieza's energy remains unchanged," Goku warned loudly. In shock, Piccolo gazed at Frieza, who bellowed with delight. "Ah, not bad for a Namekian. This blow has bestowed upon me a sensation of pain I have never before experienced." With that, Frieza stood upright, observing Piccolo with keen interest. Before Piccolo could react, Frieza lunged at him, unleashing a fierce punch that struck Piccolo's nose. Grabbing Piccolo's arm, he yanked him back, driving his knee forcefully into Piccolo's midsection. Blood spewed from Piccolo's mouth as he screamed in agony. Frieza continued his relentless assault, striking with blinding speed. Each blow echoed through the air as Piccolo's bent form endured an indescribable pain that coursed through his entire being. Unable to mount a counterattack due to Frieza's overwhelming speed, Piccolo gritted his teeth and persevered. Then, Frieza delivered a crushing backhand strike to Piccolo's left ear, the sheer force sending him tumbling to the ground. Without time to regain his footing, Piccolo knelt, one hand on the ground while the other pressed against his wounded ear, crying out in anguish. The delicate cochlea of the Namekian was even more fragile than that of a human, and Frieza's earlier attack had drawn blood. How does it feel? Is this all you can do? I have yet to unleash my full power. Consider this a special privilege. Frieza continued to mock him. At this moment, Piccolo slowly began to recover, the pain diminishing. Gradually, he rose into the air and declared, Frieza, do not be so self-assured. I have not yet revealed my full strength either. With a decisive motion, he removed his headscarf with one hand and cast aside his cloak with the other, crumpling them into a heap and hurling them to the ground. The impact resounded with a loud crash, shattering the earth. It turned out that Piccolo had fought in his heavy attire until now. Once liberated from his garments, he felt an exhilarating lightness, as if the pain he had endured had vanished along with his confinement. Well done. It appears you possess some strength after all. None of my subordinates are as talented as you, Frieza remarked. What do you say? Are you interested in joining my ranks? I can ensure you rise to a position of power, second only to me. Frieza continued his attempts at persuasion. Frieza, I have no desire to become your pawn. Besides, Vegeta is far more formidable than you. What do you mean by second to none? Piccolo scoffed. Then perish. Frieza retorted furiously, charging at Piccolo, enveloped in a fierce aura. Piccolo radiated a colossal energy, his battle power soaring beyond 20 million, reaching approximately 25 million. The two engaged in fierce close combat, with Frieza seemingly losing interest in play. Every strike he unleashed exuded an oppressive force, while Piccolo gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught, his body trembling and convulsing. The clouds above were dispersed by the terrifying waves of energy generated by their clash, leaving a clear blue sky in their wake. As Piccolo struggled to maintain his ground, he retreated, panting heavily. What's wrong? Can't hold on any longer? Allow me to escort you to your demise, Frieza sneered, raising one hand skyward. A circular disc of energy formed above his palm, reminiscent of Krillin's signature technique, the Kienzan. The disc spun with a razor-sharp edge, threatening to slice through the very fabric of space itself. With a flick of his wrist, Frieza hurled the disc towards Piccolo. Unfazed, Piccolo regarded the attack with disdain, confident he could evade it. However, as he leapt to escape the disc's trajectory, Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile. With a cryptic hand gesture, he redirected the disc back towards Piccolo. Watch out behind you, Goku yelled in alarm. Before the warning could fully register, Piccolo sensed impending danger. His descending body instinctively surged upward, but it was too late. Oh no! Piccolo gasped in horror as the disc sliced through, severing his lower body from the waist down. Goku, fueled by fury, rushed to Piccolo's side, promptly offering him a Senzu-bean. What a pity. You managed to evade it this time. Consider yourself a mere shell of your former self. Frieza cackled wickedly. Curse you, Frieza. I will not let you escape unscathed. Goku shouted defiantly. Don't worry, old friend. Remember our Namekian regenerative abilities. Piccolo exclaimed. As he consumed the Senzu-bean, his body gradually regained strength. With a triumphant shout, he exclaimed, "Ya!" And from the severed area, 2 new legs erupted forth. I almost forgot. You scared me half to death. How will I explain this to Gohan? Goku sighed in relief. Old son. It's up to you now. I can no longer fight him. I have exhausted all my strength. Piccolo said with reluctance. Very well, Piccolo, you should rest. I shall take over. Goku exclaimed eagerly, his blood surging at the thought of battling such a formidable foe as Frieza. Piccolo retreated to Vegeta's side, donning an outfit identical to the discarded cape and headband, watching Goku step into the fray. Chapter 29. The Emergence of Son Goku Namek. A lush, verdant planet, marred by several earthen craters visible from the vast expanse of the universe, remnants of the battle fought by Vegeta and his companions. Back on the battlefield, Goku shed his cumbersome inner garments and shoes, revealing an outfit that mirrored precisely what he wore in the animated series. He bounced on his legs, stretching and performing push-ups as part of his warm-up routine. Frieza looked at Goku with derision and remarked, Scion, you seem even weaker than that Namekian just now. What emboldened you to challenge me? The author quipped, I did, and you dare question it? Be wary. For the next chapter may seal your fate. Frieza was not entirely mistaken. After all, Goku's base combat power was merely 5 million points. In the face of Frieza, the disparity was still vast. Were it not for the Kaioken's enhancement, he would lack confidence. Frieza, you are indeed powerful. I cannot guarantee victory, but I wish to try, Goku declared with excitement. From childhood, Goku had embraced battle. For him, combat was paramount. He relished the visceral clash of fists. The intense pain only fueled his exhilaration further. Very well, come forth. Show me the source of your confidence. Frieza provocatively opened his palm, his fingers slightly curled. With a swift rush, Goku could not contain himself. He charged at Frieza, delivering a sharp elbow strike to his abdomen. Frieza raised his hands to block the attack, yet before he could counter, Goku seized the moment and executed a shoulder throw, sending Frieza tumbling onto his back. With a leap, Goku brought both knees crashing down towards Frieza. However, Frieza would not allow such arrogance. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the devastating blow. Then, with a single hand, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at the kneeling Goku. Goku waved his hand, deflecting the ki blasts. In rapid succession, as Frieza rose, he released countless energy spheres. Goku, using both hands, created afterimages, swatting each ki blast into the air. Dust and debris filled the atmosphere. Frieza seized the opportunity, leaping back to create distance, halting the futile energy blasts. After all, they were merely a means of buying time. One must commend Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, for his remarkable reflexes. What is the matter, Frieza? Are you out of energy? I am still ready. Goku laughed. Do not be so presumptuous. I know such attacks are futile against me. Frieza retorted angrily. Come, let us continue. As soon as Goku's voice faded, he surged towards Frieza with renewed vigor. Frieza, wearing a sinister smile, observed Goku's approach. Suddenly, he unleashed a death beam with a mere flick of his finger. Goku was taken aback. His body was not yet capable of withstanding such an onslaught. Why hadn't Frieza employed this technique earlier? Undoubtedly, the death beam required more effort than a standard ki blast, and such a formidable attack would indeed tax Frieza. Previously, he had merely been stalling to evade. Goku deftly sidestepped, his figure moving with lightning speed. Frieza unleashed a flurry of death beams, forcing Goku into a frantic retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza directed his palm towards Goku, momentarily concentrating. An unusual sensation of suppression enveloped Goku, rendering him immobile. Indeed, it was Frieza's telekinetic ability at work. With his other arm, he manipulated a nearby shattered boulder, sending it hurtling towards Goku. In a desperate bid, Goku activated his Kaioken ×5, amplifying his combat prowess. He broke free from Frieza's grasp and narrowly evaded the incoming boulder. Ah, no wonder you dare to challenge me. It appears you possess a hidden trump card, Frieza remarked, slightly astonished. However, this technique comes with significant drawbacks. I seldom resort to it. Goku gasped, feeling the strain of the uneven battle weigh on him. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin had located the valley where Bulma had sought refuge and were tidying up the area. Armed with a space capsule, they made their way towards the battlefield. Although they could not offer assistance, they were eager to witness the clash of titans. On King Kai's planet, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha placed their hands on King Kai's back. Though the visuals were obscured, they could sense the energy of the battlefield through King Kai's abilities. Tien, astonished, admitted, one cannot help but admire the Scion's strength. Even after our rigorous training, we are still no match for them. Indeed, once this resurrection is over, I shall return to my life of banditry, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Yamcha replied, disheartened. After all, he felt inferior to Vegeta, who had also stolen the affections of the woman he cherished. He questioned his place among his former comrades, as the author seemed to have little regard for his character in later developments. Kaiatsu comforted Tien, saying, You still have me. Let us strive together. Their camaraderie was palpable, while they intentionally ignored Yamcha's lamentations, as both harbored disdain for his lazy and opportunistic nature. It was Goku's remarkable influence and benevolent spirit that had united them. On King Kai's planet, Tien had adapted to the gravity in just a month, grasping the nuances of training with Babris. In stark contrast, Yamcha had taken 3 arduous months to achieve the same, often succumbing to fatigue or dozing off. Do not be disheartened. Among Earthlings, and even throughout the North Galaxy, you both possess commendable fighting capabilities. King Kai reassured them, recognizing them as his disciples. Yet, gazing upon Goku on Namek, one could not help but feel a swell of pride. He had mastered the Kaioken technique with such finesse. Truly, He is the strongest of his disciples. Throughout his endless lifespan, he has mentored many, yet none possess the genius of Goku. A paternal smile crept across his face. Returning to Namek, Goku had stabilized his breath and was not inclined to waste any time, especially with Vegeta by his side. He could unleash his full power without regard for the consequences. A crimson aura enveloped him, and a formidable energy began to surge forth. With a mighty shout of Kaioken times 10, his battle power escalated rapidly from 5 million to 10 million, then 15 million, ultimately peaking at 50 million before halting. In an instant, debris began to levitate around him, the overwhelming energy causing the very planet to tremble. Frieza, brace yourself for my final attack. After this, our fates lie in the hands of destiny. Goku clasped his hands in the shape of a sunflower at his side, channeling a terrifying force. Frieza, witnessing Goku's astonishing increase in strength, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Goku would surpass the Namekians. Dismissing all else, he ascended into the sky, pointing his index finger upward to unleash his planet-destroying technique, the Death Ball. A massive, brilliant golden sphere began to swell, resembling a blazing sun suspended in the air. At that moment, Goku had also completed his charge. With a fierce cry, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards Frieza in the sky. Frieza, with his arm extended downward and index finger curled, directed the immense golden death ball, now infused with violet lightning, towards Goku's Kamehameha. The two energies clashed in the air. Frieza's death ball proved to be increasingly dominant, steadily pushing Goku's attack back. After all, Frieza's battle power still exceeded Goku's by 10 million points, and Goku could no longer afford to ignore the aftereffects of the Kaioken. Resolutely, he declared, Kaioken times 12. The two energies colliding in the air saw Goku's blue Kamehameha swell in size, gradually forcing Frieza's attack back. Frieza, witnessing Goku's capacity for further enhancement, was engulfed in fury. Damnable wild monkey, how could he have grown so powerful? It seems I have underestimated him. Perhaps he truly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza increased his battle power once more, and the Death Ball continued its relentless advance towards Goku. Realizing Frieza was only utilizing half of his potential, Goku felt a surge of urgency. I cannot afford to delay any longer. If he unleashes his full might, Namek itself will be obliterated. Kaioken times 15. Goku's muscles swelled dramatically, his battle power exploding to approximately 75 million, the Kamehameha wave forcing Frieza's Death Ball to retreat swiftly. Frieza, unable to augment his power once more, crossed his arms defensively before him, enveloped in a tempest of rage for protection. The ferocious Kamehameha struck Frieza, eliciting anguished cries from him. After a blinding flash of light, Frieza's form vanished completely. In the distance, Gohan and Krillin rejoiced, exclaiming their triumph. Frieza was finally vanquished. The inhabitants of King Kai's planet were equally elated. However, Vegeta and Piccolo, stationed at the battlefield's periphery, remained expressionless. King Kai addressed the crowd, cautioning them that their celebration was premature. Frieza was not yet dead. Upon closer inspection of his energy, it had diminished, yet he still lived. Back on the battlefield, Goku was tortured by the backlash of the Kaioken, his body battered and convulsing, emitting pain screams. After all, his current base power level had far surpassed the strength depicted in the original narrative. In the animation, Goku could unleash a 20-fold Kaioken. Yet now, due to the enhancement of his normal combat prowess, he found himself unable to control the 20-fold Kaioken. Amidst the euphoria of the crowd, a crimson beam of death was launched towards Goku. Vegeta, swift and astute, unleashed a similar beam of yellow energy that surged forth, effectively thwarting the impending strike. Had it not been for Vegeta's timely intervention, Goku would have surely been condemned to face King Yama in the depths of hell once more. As he gazed upward towards the space where Frieza had just vanished, Frieza re-emerged, having been propelled out of the atmosphere by Goku's relentless assault. Fortunately, Frieza possessed the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, and thanks to the Kamehameha, Goku's momentary lapse of strength had rendered Frieza vulnerable. Indeed, this time, he could not escape unscathed. After all, he had underestimated Goku, not anticipating such a formidable display of power. That accursed Saiyan, he has blinded one of my eyes. I will have my vengeance. Frieza exclaimed, panting heavily, his voice laced with fury. Vegeta delivered a swift kick, sending Goku hurtling towards Piccolo, exclaiming, "Hurry up and feed him a Senzu Bean. He is on the brink of death." Piccolo promptly produced a Senzu Bean and administered it to Goku, whose anguished cries abruptly ceased as he rose to his feet, his battle power surging to an astounding 20 million. In truth, he could have transformed into a Super Saiyan long ago. He merely lacked the right catalyst, a method that Vegeta had chosen not to disclose. Frieza, taken aback, pondered the nature of this miraculous substance. The Namekian was restored moments ago, and now Goku had resurrected from the edge of death. That's a Senzu bean. A wondrous bean unique to Earth, Vegeta explained. Consume one, and it replenishes all stamina, heals every injury, and keeps you satiated for 10 days. So what do you think? Care to savor the flavor? After all, at this moment, you pose no threat to me. I have no desire for an unsatisfactory battle. He called out, "Hey, Piccolo. Toss me a Senzu bean." As he caught the bean thrown by Piccolo, Vegeta hurled it towards Frieza. Ignoring his pride, Frieza casually popped it into his mouth. Instantly, a wave of relaxation washed over him, a powerful sense of vitality coursing through his body. His previously blinded eyes slowly regained their sight, and his strength surged dramatically, reaching approximately 1 billion in battle power. He was both astonished and elated. For an extended period, he had lacked worthy opponents, resulting in his power stagnating around 120 million. However, being a genius, this battle had finally unleashed his potential and decades of accumulated prowess. Upon restoring his stamina, the magnitude of his enhancement was astonishing. Piccolo, seething with anger, directed his ire at Vegeta. "What in the world are you doing?" Vegeta, filled with trepidation, was grateful for his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, he would have truly faced dire consequences. "It seems you still harbor a shred of loyalty towards me." "O King," Frieza cackled ominously. "Do not get too carried away. I merely fear that I might not fully enjoy the fight." Vegeta retorted disdainfully. "Now, it is my turn. You don't mind a battle of attrition, do you? After all, you have consumed a Senzu bean, restoring not only your stamina, but significantly enhancing your power. Defeating you in this manner will leave you with no grievances, will it?" Vegeta declared. "Arrogant fool. Come and test your mettle, you inferior monkey." Frieza seethed with rage. The two stood facing each other. Chapter 30. The emergence of the third wish on the verdant planet Namek, ravaged by the relentless clashes between Frieza, Vegeta, and their companions. The landscape lay in ruins. The ocean surged, and the mountains, rivers, and lakes underwent tremendous transformations, with volcanoes erupting in chaos. Vegeta and Frieza were engulfed in an overwhelming aura of rage. The recently restored strength and heightened combat prowess of Frieza exerted an astonishing pressure upon Vegeta, leading to his defeat in spirit. Suddenly, Vegeta, with a suppressed growl, unleashed a formidable intent to kill, which erupted from his being with terrifying force. Even those watching from a distance trembled in response, though this menacing aura was not directed at them. Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, amplified by the malevolent intent he had unleashed. It became evident that the enhancement provided by the Killing Intent Fist was a technique that harmonized willpower with physical strength. When the aura of murderous intent enveloped him, every fragment of his resolve fused seamlessly with his might, achieving a profound state of interdependence. This culminated in an explosive display of formidable combat prowess, unleashing a skill he had never employed before. His battle power skyrocketed from a staggering 20 million to an astonishing 100 million. Remarkably, Vegeta exhibited no signs of discomfort. Indeed, this technique proved to be exponentially superior to the Kaioken, devoid of any aftereffects. Although the system appeared infrequently, each intervention was undeniably exceptional. On King Kai's planet, the king himself marveled at the existence of such terrifying abilities within the cosmos. Goku, Piccolo, and the others were taken aback by Vegeta's newfound strength. They had believed they were nearly on par with him, only to discover that a mere technique could unleash a power far beyond their own. "Well done, Vegeta-san," Frieza sneered, his battle power now elevated to 1 billion, prompting a resurgence of his arrogance. One could only wonder how he would react upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. "Let us begin, Frieza," Vegeta declared, positioning himself with one hand raised before him, his legs slightly bent as he assumed a combat stance. Observing this, Frieza unleashed a beam of deadly energy aimed directly at Vegeta's body. Vegeta observed with a cold gaze as the beams of light approached his body, showing no inclination to evade. Suddenly, he retracted his combat stance, spread his arms wide, relinquishing all defensive posture, and braced himself to absorb the attack head-on. Whoosh! Thud! Vegeta suddenly found himself bleeding profusely from his chest. Goku and the others exchanged glances with Frieza, their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion. "Hey, Vegeta," Why aren't you dodging? With your strength, you could withstand such an attack without a scratch. Frieza inquired, bewildered. Yet, Vegeta offered no reply. Ha. The previously expressionless Vegeta erupted into loud laughter. The flow of blood from his body ceased, and a gaping hole visible from his chest to his back began to sprout new nerves and flesh. In an instant, he had regained his health. Well, could it be that Scions possessed the ability to heal themselves? Why don't I have that? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Only Piccolo, from his puzzled demeanor, gradually began to understand. So that's how it is. Vegeta, you truly are remarkable. Piccolo turned to explain to Goku that this was the third wish he had made. It was revealed that the third wish granted when summoning Porunga was to possess the regenerative abilities of Majin Buu. Although Piccolo was still unaware of who Majin Buu was, the others could not comprehend the Namekian language. After granting their final wish, the Eternal Dragon hurried away, leaving the specifics of the third wish unspoken. Vegeta's heart was a tempest of excitement and fervor. He mused to himself, indeed, Majin Buu's regenerative capabilities resonate perfectly with the Scion bloodline. Scions, on the brink of death, experience a revival, their combat prowess gradually augmenting as their latent potential surges forth. Majin Buu, on the other hand, possesses the extraordinary ability to restore himself to his original form, even after being utterly obliterated, as long as his energy persists. This implies that the more he battles, the stronger he becomes, unafraid of mortality. However, Vegeta understood that this power could not be recklessly exploited without limits. After all, a person's potential is finite. Once the current potential is fully harnessed, no matter how many times one dies and resurrects, there will be no further enhancement. Unless one accumulates their foundation and subsequently develops their potential, elevating their combat strength is paramount. Otherwise, continuously resorting to self-destructive methods and over-relying on Senzu beans would be tantamount to surpassing even the Omni King. The notion that Scions possess limitless potential is mere folly. Potential must be cultivated gradually, through training and battles, or by harnessing peculiar superpowers. The Scion bloodline merely affords them a slight edge in potential, alongside a robust physique and the ability to recover after near-death experiences. Even this capacity qualifies them as a formidable warrior race, becoming braver and stronger with each conflict. Returning to the matter at hand, Frieza could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of Vegeta, "To my knowledge, Scions lack such abilities. How is it that you possess them? Is it not peculiar, Frieza? Have you forgotten about the Dragon Shinran? This, indeed, was my third wish, to possess Majin Buu's regenerative powers," Vegeta proclaimed with audacity. "What? Majin Buu? How do you know that name? How do you know he possesses such abilities?" Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. It turns out that his father, King Cold, had once informed him that in the universe, aside from the god of destruction, one must avoid Majin Buu at all costs. All others are mere ants in comparison. He had only heard of him and was neither familiar with nor aware of Buu's capabilities. While he had encountered ordinary healing abilities, witnessing the capacity to recover from fatal injuries to vital organs, such as the heart, was unprecedented. Though their race boasted formidable vitality, they lacked regenerative powers. Frieza's wrath surged forth. The thought of his desire for immortality being shattered ignited a blazing fury within him. "Haha, Frieza, there are countless things you remain oblivious to. Did you truly believe I was unaware of who instructed you to obliterate planet Vegeta?" Vegeta retorted. "What?" Frieza gasped in terror, recalling that when he was briefed by Beerus, no one else was present. One day, I shall personally defeat him to avenge my kin. But you shall perish before that. After all, it was your hand that wrought the destruction," Vegeta replied coldly. Once both parties clarified their positions, the battle commenced with ferocity. A relentless exchange of blows. The sky roared with thunder, and the planets trembled as lightning converged with the earth, tormented to the point of wailing by the terrifying prowess of two individuals. Vegeta persists in battle with unwavering determination. At one moment, his arm is obliterated by Frieza, and the next, his entire body shatters into fragments. Yet in an instant, he restores himself to his former state. While such recovery would demand an immense expenditure of energy from Majin Buu, the Scions experience a remarkable enhancement in power following the brink of death. It is akin to an extraordinary advantage. Their combat prowess surges in tandem with their Scion lineage, ascending relentlessly, from 30 million to 45 million points. It finally reaches 60 million, where it encounters a plateau. Under the amplification of the killing intent fist, Vegeta's battle power reaches an astounding 300 million points. Chapter 31. Super Saiyan on the verge of annihilation. Namek's surface trembles as tectonic shifts occur, with continents drifting at a pace imperceptible to the average observer. The sky darkens, and thunder rumbles. Frieza grows increasingly fearful, sensing Vegeta's burgeoning strength and silently vowing that this cannot continue. If this persists, I may very well meet my demise. With a swift maneuver, he disengages from the combat. Vegeta, let us cease this futile exchange. Unleash your full power, Frieza declares. Vegeta sensed a stagnation in his combat power and felt no inclination to prolong the confrontation any further. Within a brief span, he had restored his physique multiple times and had fully tapped into his potential. To achieve further enhancement, he would have to engage in training later to accumulate his foundation. Very well, let me witness the extent of your prowess and see if it warrants my full strength, Vegeta taunted. Frieza, seething with rage, retorted, you are exceedingly arrogant, Vegeta. Soon, I shall make you experience the terror that befell your kin at their annihilation. With that, he unleashed a torrent of dark purple malevolence, his muscles swelling dramatically, and his entire form expanding in size. In his full power state, his combat strength surged to a staggering 2 billion points. The consecutive battles had drained him. But after consuming a Senzu bean to restore his stamina, Frieza's hidden potential was fully realized, augmenting his power by approximately 16-fold compared to the anime narrative. Goku and his companions were swept away by Frieza's terrifying aura, as the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Although Goku's base combat power had reached around 5 million, granting him access to Super Saiyan transformation, he lacked the extreme fury and method to trigger it. Many might wonder why Goku's base power had not escalated to 10 million despite extensive training in combat. This was quite normal, considering he was a lower-class warrior. The frequent use of the Kaioken technique had also left his body burdened with hidden injuries, and he would later face the onset of a viral heart disease. While he was a prodigy in combat, his physical capabilities still paled in comparison to Vegeta, even falling slightly short of Piccolo. After all, the Namekian possessed the ability to create Dragon Balls and was inherently a combat genius. Given the association with the universe's Dragon Balls, it is evident that the Namekian was no simple adversary. In the original storyline, the elder Namekian mentioned that had it not been for Piccolo's internal struggle between good and evil and the corruption from the demon realm, he might have surpassed even the Super Saiyan in strength. Later, during the Android saga, after merging with Kami, Piccolo's power indeed exceeded that of the initial Super Saiyan. However, lacking the training from King Kai's planet and without merging with Nail, his combat power did not reach the levels depicted in the original narrative. Returning to the matter at hand, once Frieza completed his transformation, his formidable strength imbued him with renewed confidence. Vegeta, what of it? Do you still possess undisplayed power? If so, unleash it swiftly, lest I obliterate you in a single blow. Frieza mocked. Frieza, prepare to behold the Super Saiyan you have so long feared. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Oh, I am eager to see this. You won't merely transform into a colossal ape and claim to be a Super Saiyan, will you? Frieza jeered, mistakenly believing that Vegeta could only contend with him by becoming a giant ape. Watch closely. You will be satisfied, Vegeta retorted coldly. With that, he relinquished his killing intent, causing his combat power to diminish by approximately 60 million points. Immediately thereafter, he erupted with energy, and the skies thundered ominously. The thunderous roar of Vegeta reverberated throughout the entire planet. All the S-cells, heightened to their utmost limits, converged upon his spinal column, as golden light cascaded down his back. In Dragon Ball Super, when Vegeta's disciple, Kaba, taught Kale to transform, they employed a similar approach, albeit without understanding the nature of the S-cells, relying solely on the power of their rage to fuel the transformation. Now, with Vegeta's systematic enlightenment, he comprehends the essence of these cells, enabling him to transform without the need for fury. In the later stages, that Saiyan no longer requires anger to achieve transformation. They have thoroughly mastered the art of metamorphosis. At this moment, as Vegeta's brilliance melded with his spine, an overwhelming golden aura erupted from his entire being. On the dimly lit planet, that golden flame shone like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire battlefield. Vegeta's eyes momentarily appeared hollow, displaying only the whites, then glimmered with a dark green hue, ultimately transforming into white pupils within green orbs. His hair, which had once stood erect and black, now radiated a brilliant gold, seemingly ablaze with an inferno-like intensity, enhanced by a golden aura that flickered like flames. His battle power surged an astounding 50-fold, reaching an astonishing 30 billion. His visage was colder and more merciless than ever, even exuding an aura of malevolence. The escalating energy surged within him, rendering him momentarily unable to restrain his murderous intent, as he felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate everything before him. Frisia, too, was cowed by this brutal and terrifying aura, recalling the ancestral words passed down through generations. He murmured to himself, "Yes, this is it, the golden hair mentioned in the ancestral legacy. Super Scion." How infuriating. In that moment, Frisia was engulfed by a tumult of anger and regret, lamenting his foolish decision to spare Vegeta, which had ultimately led to dire consequences. What had once been a heart brimming with confidence had now become a tumultuous storm of emotions, leaving him uncertain of how to regain his composure. Vegeta felt the brutal essence coursing through his veins, even influencing his mind. Thoughts of destruction and annihilation filled his consciousness. After all, it was his first transformation, and his foundational combat power was extraordinarily potent. The 50-fold increase left Vegeta momentarily disoriented. Then, a fleeting image of Bulma appeared before him. Her carefree demeanor combined with intelligence and kindness, helping him to gradually regain his composure. "Kakarot, you should take them and leave for Earth, to avoid the impending battle from affecting you, for if the planet is destroyed, you would not survive in the vacuum of space," Vegeta said to Goku, his voice cold and furious, reminiscent of their initial confrontation. "All right, we'll stay. We might not be able to assist you, so we won't be a burden. When you return, teach me this transformation," Goku replied. "Rest assured, this prince shall surpass the gods. I will certainly be fine. Hurry and leave. I may not be able to control myself," Vegeta urged once more. The group then distanced themselves from the battlefield, reaching a relatively flat area. Krillin tossed out a space capsule, which promptly released the spaceship they had arrived in. As they opened the hatch and stepped inside, Goku glanced back at the battlefield, as if silently urging Vegeta to return, for he had yet to defeat him. Piccolo patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. That freak will not die. Do not forget his regeneration ability. He will likely survive even the planet's destruction." As they closed the hatch, the group stared blankly at the control room, having forgotten that they did not know how to operate the spaceship. "Let me give it a try. On the way here, Aunt Bulma noticed my interest and taught me how to operate it," Gohan said at that moment, with hands flying over various buttons. He finally pressed a red button with a nervous index finger. Whoosh! Flames erupted from the bottom of the spaceship, propelling it skyward. Inside, Goku and the others were momentarily caught off guard, suddenly being overwhelmed by the immense pressure, forcing them to the ground. They felt a surge of joy. They were taking off. Back on the battlefield, Vegeta confronted Frisia. "So, how about it, Frisia? Let us see you try that technique again. This time, I shall neither evade nor defend. You insolent monkey, how dare you underestimate me? Then prepare to die." Frisia seethed with rage, unleashing a classic death beam aimed directly at Vegeta's forehead. Vegeta remained expressionless, staring at the incoming beam. Bang! Sizzle! Vegeta bears but a slight crimson mark upon his forehead, a mere consequence of his hair being singed at the edges. It is inconceivable. How could this be? Even his cranium could not be penetrated. Frisia, astonished and filled with trepidation, reacts with laughter. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Vegeta laughed maniacally. Little did he expect such strength. His body had become as unyielding as iron. "Let the battle commence." Frisia prepared to relish in terror. Vegeta charged towards Frisia with explosive speed. Chapter 32. The fierce battle and the explosion of Namek, ravaged by the ferocity of the combat, was on the verge of collapse. From the cosmic expanse, one could see immense fissures forming. Scalding magma erupted in all directions, and the harsh weather rendered the very oxygen in the air scarce. Had it not been for Vegeta's foresight in evacuating all Namekians to Earth, they would likely have faced extinction by now. On Earth, Bulma had brought all the Namekians to her estate, and as the wealthiest person on the planet, accommodating a mere 200 individuals was a trivial endeavor. In the garden, Bulma gazed anxiously at the sky, wondering about Vegeta's fate, murmuring softly, "Bulma, are you worried about Vegeta and the others?" Elder Mu Li inquired, holding a cup of water. "Yes, I wonder how they are faring. Have they defeated that evil tyrant?" Bulma responded. The Grand Elder reassured her, "Do not fret. I shall consult the Kaioshin, who can observe all the planets in the North Galaxy." Thanks to Vegeta and the others arriving ahead of time, the Grand Elder had not suffered the detrimental effects of Frisia's malevolence, thereby preserving his lifespan. Moreover, Bulma had conducted a thorough examination of him. Despite their differing anatomies, Bulma's intellect enabled her to perform these basic assessments, extending his life further. The Grand Elder also expressed a desire to meet Piccolo one last time before he departed in peace. Is that so? Then I must trouble you, Grand Elder. Will this not affect your lifespan? Bulma asked, her voice laced with concern. Not at all, my friend. I shall merely use telepathy. It poses no harm to my body. The Grand Elder explained, then activated his supernatural abilities to summon the Kaioshin. Kaioshin, are you there? Can you hear my voice? Ah, Grand Elder, I hear you. What is the matter? The Kaioshin replied. Bulma is worried about Vegeta and the others. Please inform me of their status. The Grand Elder requested. Oh, I see. I have been observing them. Goku and the others have already returned, the Kaioshin elucidated, recounting all that had transpired on Namek. Indeed, I had not realized Vegeta had grown so powerful. The Grand Elder marveled. The Kaioshin's voice was also conveyed to Bulma's ears. She anxiously asked, but what about Vegeta? Why hasn't he returned with them? What will happen to him after Namek's explosion? Tears welled in her eyes. Rest assured, Vegeta's might surpasses Frisia's. He shall defeat him before it is too late. There are still spacecraft nearby, the Kaioshin reassured her. Meanwhile, Muli felt despondent upon hearing the Kaioshin declare that Namek would vanish. His spirits were already low after just recovering from the threat of annihilation. To my astonishment, my new homeland is on the brink of destruction once more. Is it truly the case that the inhabitants of Namek are beset by calamity? Back to the battlefield. The two warriors engage in a fierce clash, their fists colliding with such velocity that the surrounding air produces sonic booms. Although their powers are relatively matched, Vegeta undeniably holds the upper hand, despite Frieza unleashing his full strength, which results in a notable increase in his power. His speed fails to match that of earlier moments. His muscular form radiates strength, yet when Frieza lands a punch on Vegeta, the latter retaliates with 3 strikes in return. While Frieza's resilience has indeed improved, the weighty blows from Vegeta still leave him racked with pain. As the battle progresses, Frieza's condition deteriorates while Vegeta becomes increasingly exhilarated. The clash of titans ignites the combative Saiyan blood coursing through Vegeta's veins. Suddenly, seizing a moment of distraction, Vegeta grasps Frieza's outstretched arm, spinning him around with a whirlwind of speed. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his momentum, he releases Frieza, sending him hurtling towards a distant volcano. The tremendous force of the impact causes the volcano to erupt violently, spewing molten rock in all directions. The searing lava splashes onto Frieza, eliciting anguished cries from him. In a timely response, he activates his protective shield to fend off the molten splatter, desperately attempting to regain control of his body. Yet he is still propelled over a kilometer away. Vegeta was not idle either. He unleashed the techniques befitting a prince. Between his hands, phantoms flickered as yellow energy blasts were launched in rapid succession towards Frieza. Just as Frieza had ceased his backward flight, he was suddenly struck by the oncoming energy blasts. The overwhelming force shattered his protective shield, leaving him no time to evade. He could only cross his arms defensively in a futile attempt to shield himself. The formidable onslaught propelled him backward repeatedly, leaving him battered, sore, and utterly exhausted. The brief skirmish had drained him of his strength. While his own attacks proved utterly ineffective against Vegeta, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of power, while Frieza suddenly erupted with a surge of energy. His limbs splayed wide as his formidable aura repelled the oncoming energy blasts. Seizing the opportune moment, he executed a swift maneuver, deftly evading the range of Vegeta's assault. Vegeta sensed Frieza's attempt to flee and immediately gave chase, moving at an astonishing speed. Just as Frieza had caught his breath, he was struck down by the swiftly arriving Vegeta. A torrential barrage of punches sent him soaring into the air. Bang, crack, thud. Frieza cried out in anguish. Vegeta, observing the powerless Frieza, ceased his tempestuous onslaught. What's the matter, Frieza? Have you run out of strength? Vegeta taunted. Frieza gasped for breath, his body trembling violently. The muscles, engorged from exertion, convulsed painfully. After a moment, he managed to utter, "Damn it, that wretched Saiyan." Though he attempted to maintain his bravado, he found himself utterly helpless. Vegeta's might was insurmountable. What's wrong? Can't even muster a response. Vegeta continued his mockery. As Frieza gradually regained his composure, he growled, "This is my final move, if you can withstand it." Before he could finish, he unleashed the remnants of his energy, enveloped in a radiant purple light, manifesting the very technique that had once defeated Jiren, the Savage Rush. Vegeta gazed upon the familiar motions, his hands coming together before his chest, palms shaped like a flower. As he concentrated the last remnants of his energy into a formidable attack, the Gallic Gun, both warriors gathered their strength, their terrifying auras overwhelming Namek, which teetered on the brink of annihilation. In an instant, Frieza completed his charge, enveloped in a radiant sphere of purple light, hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta unleashed his Gallic Gun, a brilliant yellow beam crackling with electricity, hurtling towards Frieza's swift figure. The two adversaries stood in opposition, fiercely contesting one another, neither willing to yield. Frieza, having exhausted his full strength, found himself retreating under the overwhelming force enveloping his body. Vegeta seized the opportunity and unleashed his full power, an overwhelming aura enveloping the entire planet. Frieza, unable to withstand the onslaught, was gradually pushed away by the formidable Gallic Gun. Ultimately, with a final cry, he succumbed, and with a thunderous explosion, Frieza was vanquished. Vegeta carefully sensed that Frieza was not dead yet, finally feeling reassured. The mission was accomplished. He immediately soared towards the location where the Jinyu force had landed. After searching for quite some time, he could not locate their spaceship. Amidst his search, Namek could no longer withstand the strain. A rumbling sound reverberated across the globe. Ultimately, it could bear no more, and a brilliant explosion filled the nearby cosmic expanse with dazzling fireworks. Chapter 33: The Spirit Star People in the Vast and Infinite Depths of the Universe. An unprecedented and magnificent firework display erupted, rendering the nearby radiant stars devoid of their former allure, as if it were the very heart of the cosmos. The splendid fireworks flashed brilliantly and vanished just as swiftly. On King Kai's planet, the explosion of Namek caused him to lose his sense of awareness. After the explosion, glancing towards the spot where Namek had once been, he could see no trace, only countless fragments resulting from the blast. Despite his fervent efforts, he could not find Vegeta. He heavily reached out telepathically to the people on Earth. Elder Bulma, Namek has vanished, and Vegeta's whereabouts are unknown. Bulma was left dumbfounded, her heart heavy with despair. How could this happen? King Kai, did you not say everything would be fine? Bulma, realizing the gravity of the situation, sobbed as she spoke. Alas, my homeland has disappeared. It seems I must once again search for a new sanctuary. The elder, somewhat saddened, quickly offered words of comfort. Do not grieve, Bulma. We still have Purunga. He can bring Vegeta back to life. Bulma, in a flurry of anxiety, momentarily forgot about the Dragon Balls. Her sorrowful mood began to lift as she inquired of the elder, will your Dragon Balls also require a year before they can be used? If we consider Earth's 365 days, that would mean they can be used again in approximately 130 days. The elder explained, indeed. That is wonderful. Might I trouble you to use them now? Besides Vegeta, there are several companions who also need resurrection. Bulma thought of Tien and the others. Of course, if it weren't for your assistance, we would likely have faced extinction, the elder graciously replied. At the sight of Namek's explosion, King Kai failed to sense the remnants of Frieza's head and the nearby shattered body behind a massive rock. Cursed Vegeta, just you wait. I will make you experience the agony of heartbreak. Earth is it? Frieza's malevolent expression sent chills down the spine. At this moment, several thousand kilometers away from Frieza, a powerful aura began to coalesce, gradually forming a dismembered figure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Vegeta. Just then, a pale green spaceship approached through the sky. Within the spacecraft, a group of beings resembling humans from Earth, yet possessing a beauty that aligns with the aesthetic sensibilities of science, captivated all who beheld them. Each individual, strikingly beautiful, could rival the charm of Bulma herself. Their ears were pointed, and their hair exhibited a vivid palette of green, black, and even gold. Curiously, only females were present, with no males in sight. Captain, look, what is that? Inquired an elf, pointing towards the slowly materializing figure of Vegeta. His robust physique ignited the curiosity of the elven crowd, prompting whispers among the women. Is that the legendary male? How enormous! Why does his form differ so greatly from ours? What purpose does that appendage serve? And he has a tail, how peculiar! Yet, why does the sight of him cause my face to flush uncontrollably, and my body to tremble with an unfamiliar sensation? As the elven captain listened to the murmurs, her gaze was drawn to Vegeta amidst the cosmic expanse, and she too felt an overwhelming heat wash over her, an unprecedented feeling. Enough. she exclaimed, her voice resonating with authority. Carries, lower the rescue craft and bring him aboard. From the throng, a woman stepped forward and replied, "At once, Captain." With that, she proceeded to the rear of the spacecraft, where she piloted a sleek cosmic vessel towards Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta remained in a deep unconsciousness. Although his self-healing abilities were gradually returning, the terrifying explosion had inflicted severe damage upon his very soul. Khalees cast a glance at the Vegeta she had rescued, unable to resist the temptation to steer the spaceship with one hand while her other, sinister hand, slowly reached towards Vegeta's bare form. How peculiar, she muttered to herself. If Vegeta were to comprehend the current circumstances, he would likely be consumed by a righteous fury capable of annihilating everything in his path. As he returned to the mothership, the crew regarded him with a mix of murmurs and approaches. Yet, only the captain of the elves, initially curious and perplexed, gradually succumbed to a burgeoning anger and hatred. Enough. Cease all actions and escort him back to Elven Star to be dealt with by Her Majesty the Queen. The supplies have been located. We must return swiftly to avoid detection by the gods. And for heaven's sake, cover him up. This is utterly disgraceful. The captain commanded forcefully. The peculiar, pale green spacecraft suddenly accelerated, producing an overwhelming force surpassing the speed of light, which manifested as a black hole in the cosmos. The wormhole is now open. We can traverse through, announced the cold mechanical voice. Initiate the journey to Elven Star. Captain Catherine issued her directive. Such advanced technology, far surpassing that of the Frisia army, could indeed manipulate the very fabric of space and time, allowing them to evade divine detection. As the spacecraft materialized, it arrived in an entirely different realm, eerily silent and devoid of other celestial bodies. At the heart of this region lay an enormous, verdant continent, unlike any previously observed planets, which were typically spherical. The ancestral land of the elves appeared as a vast, square expanse. Upon landing, Captain Catherine instructed Callus to escort Vegeta to the royal palace situated in the center of the continent. After delivering the supplies they had procured, she too made her way towards the palace. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward, temporal manipulation. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Vegeta's mind. The ruling forces of space and time began to mend his fractured soul alongside the system's reward. And so, time swiftly passed, leading to the culmination of 1 month. Vegeta's consciousness abruptly awakened. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a chamber bathed in golden light, lying upon a bed woven from countless vibrant flowers, their fragrant essence filling the air around him. Where am I? Am I not dead? He murmured, recalling the explosion of planet Namek, after which he had lost all awareness. Congratulations, host, on the completion of your mission. The rewards have been dispatched. You are now situated on the continent known as the Realm of the Elves. A long-forgotten mechanical voice resonated suddenly, its once cold tone now imbued with a sense of warmth. System, what transpired after I lost consciousness? Vegeta inquired. I anticipated your curiosity, so I meticulously recorded all events that occurred during your unconscious state. You may review them at your leisure, the system replied. Vegeta gazed at the vivid images within his mind, witnessing a throng of women fawning over him. His complexion flushed with embarrassment, a sense of shame enveloping his heart. How infuriating, a multitude of lascivious women. Vegeta expressed his indignation, yet beneath his ire lay a hint of pride, perhaps due to the attention from so many. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his attire, green fabric interwoven with golden threads, reminiscent of the grandeur of ancient Chinese fashion, featuring wide sleeves and an opulent design, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Yet, he felt that his hairstyle did not quite complement the ensemble. System, access personal interface. Personal interface. Name, Vegeta race. Scion combat power, 150 million point skills. Artificial moon, heaven-shattering time-space technique, special combat technique. Killing intent fist. Doubling combat power, due to the intense rage felt before the destruction of Namek, when the host could not locate his spaceship, channeling his fury towards Frisia, thus achieving an increase in power. Super Saiyan transformation mastered. S-cells elevated to SR level by 5%. Vegeta gazed at the various enhancements to his body, the mastery of time-space techniques, and the lethal intent of his newfound abilities, overwhelmed with excitement. He had finally taken the first step into the Dragon Ball universe. To survive in this horrifyingly bizarre realm, one must only grow stronger. With the defeat of Frisia, the lingering resentment of the original Vegeta had vanished. allowing the host's soul to truly and perfectly merge with this body. The system then revealed an astonishing piece of news. Initially, the discord between soul and body had prompted Bobo to sense something amiss. Now, even standing before the Grand Priest, he would reveal no signs of trouble. A month had passed, and he wondered if Bulma was growing anxious. I must return to Earth quickly, to spare Bulma any worry, Vegeta declared, and with that, he activated the time-space technique to locate Earth. However, to his astonishment, he could not sense Earth's position, nor anything at all. In his mind, he could only perceive the realm of the elves and the surrounding endless darkness. System, what is happening? Wasn't the time-space technique supposed to be powerful? How can I not even find Earth? Vegeta questioned in confusion. The host is currently in an area that has been isolated and sealed, with the only connection to the Dragon Ball world being within the staff of the Elf Queen. Only she possesses the power to return you. The system elucidated Vegeta's inquiry. Reluctant to complicate matters, it seemed he had no choice but to investigate further. Vegeta murmured to himself. Chapter 34. The Entanglement of Ancient Science and Elves. Elf Continent. Vegeta opened the door, only to be astounded by the breathtaking view before him. Beyond the confines of the royal palace, he gazed upon the verdant ancient trees, vibrant blossoms competing for attention, and a lush canopy of greenery, all reminiscent of a paradise on earth. Words of praise seemed utterly inadequate to capture even a fraction of such beauty. You are awake, my lord. I shall promptly inform the Elven Queen. Please remain here and do not wander, commanded the Elven Guard. Given Vegeta's usual demeanor, he would have swiftly dealt with her insolence. But the enchanting scenery lifted his spirits, rendering him indifferent to the woman's bravado. Stepping out of the chamber, Vegeta meandered into the garden, where delicate creatures resembling butterflies flitted about, showcasing their resplendent wings upon the blossoms. Unable to resist, he slowly extended his fingers, gently caressing the floral beauty surrounding him. The picturesque landscape seemed to dissolve the remnants of the Scion's former brutality and arrogance, leaving behind a refined nobleman. Yet, his fiery hairstyle and the tail coiled at his waist appeared strikingly incongruous. Sir, please follow me. The queen wishes to see you. The guard who had rushed off earlier instructed upon returning. Humph, this prince has a name, Vegeta. And mind your tone. Should you address me so again? I shall ensure you do not witness tomorrow's dawn, Vegeta retorted, a hint of lethal intent emanating from him, causing the guard to break into a cold sweat, as if she had traversed the depths of a legendary hell. Why yes, esteemed Prince Vegeta, please, follow me, she stammered respectfully. Humph, how dare you disregard my dignity, forcing me to mar such a beautiful scene. Vegeta scoffed, following her toward the Grand Palace's center. Inside the Great Hall, Catherine exclaimed to the Elven Queen, my queen. Why do we not eliminate him? Are we not hiding here because of the ancestors who once followed him? That was a matter of our ancestors, long past. It has been eons since then. We merely glean knowledge from the ancient texts left behind, the Elven Queen interjected, cutting Catherine short. At that moment, Vegeta entered the hall, his gaze immediately drawn to the woman seated upon the throne. She was a vision of ethereal beauty, approximately 1.75 meters tall, with hair of blue and gold, and a visage exquisitely crafted. Even the royal attire could not conceal her alluring form, which was both mesmerizing and imposing. Vegeta could not help but admire her, momentarily forgetting his purpose for being there. How audacious! A mere scion dares to so shamelessly covet our queen, Catherine thundered, glaring at the enraptured Vegeta. As Vegeta heard this, his gaze suddenly became clear, and he turned from the enchanting scenery to face Catherine, exuding an aura of brutality. He uttered, "Do you wish to perish?" Catherine, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Very well, Catherine, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with him, the queen declared. However, Catherine hesitated, wishing to voice her thoughts. I said, leave, the queen insisted. At this moment, the queen emanated a formidable energy, which Vegeta sensed to be approximately 100 million units. He was astounded, realizing that such a powerful race was concealed within the cosmos. It seemed this world held secrets far beyond those illustrated by Akira Toriyama. Catherine recalled the queen's terrifying strength and methods, silencing her own voice as she respectfully exited. The queen then addressed Vegeta, Scion, please take a seat. I am yet to learn your name. Gradually, she reined in her overwhelming energy, and with a single wave of her hand, a vine chair manifested behind Vegeta. Vegeta, with his characteristic nonchalance, settled down, crossing his legs with an air of casual defiance. Haha, "Your Majesty, I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Scions." "Oh, but I forget. Our kind has been all but extinguished, leaving but a handful of us. I suppose it is fitting to refer to myself as the King of the Scions now." Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, boldly declared his identity. After all, he did not wish to concede in terms of presence to anyone, including the woman before him. "Heh. It appears that the Scion's inherent pride and sense of honor remain intact," the Queen remarked with a smile. "You are aware that I am a Scion? How could I not know of your kind?" Vegeta responded, perplexed. Many millennia ago, the Queen gradually unveiled the entire story. It turned out that, in ancient times, the Scions and the elven race shared a remarkably harmonious relationship. The Scions of yore were not the brutal and merciless beings they are perceived as today. They merely sought to engage in battle to uphold peace within the cosmos. The elves, on the other hand, provided support from behind the scenes, ensuring the aftermath was handled. Though the elven race possessed formidable combat skills, their entirely female populace found little interest in senseless conflict. They yearned for peace and possessed healing abilities. The two races complemented each other perfectly, exchanging resources and experiencing love across their differences, albeit without the prospect of progeny. Only the union of a Scion king and an elven queen could potentially yield offspring, and even then, the likelihood was exceedingly low. However, should such a union occur, the result would be formidable, as the offspring would inherently possess the power of transformation into a great ape and, upon becoming a Super Scion, would exhibit green hair infused with elven genes, along with boundless potential and a physique that grew stronger in the face of adversity. It was not until Yamoshi ascended to the Scion throne that he uncovered the true nature of the so-called peace maintained by the Scions during a peacekeeping mission. When he encountered a god of destruction, he realized that the tranquility they had upheld was merely an illusion crafted by the divine. In the unseen realms, the god of destruction wreaked havoc upon planets at will, controlling the fates of others, often annihilating worlds over trivial matters, such as a mere meal. Such a deity was met with disdain by Yamoshi, who rallied his kin to wage war against the gods. At that time, the Scions were immensely powerful. Apart from those with righteous hearts who could transform into the red-haired divine state, the majority of the tribe could achieve the Super Scion transformation, boasting combat powers reaching billions, if not trillions. The mightiest among them was Yamoshi, who, upon ascending to the throne, had already attained the 4th level of Super Scion transformation. As the most powerful Scion in history, his campaign led to the downfall of both the Kaishin and the God of Destruction, forcing them to retreat in disgrace. During this period, Whis' powers were still relatively weak, allowing him only to preserve his own existence without saving others. Just as Yamoshi was on the brink of victory, the Grand Minister intervened. Yamoshi's strength, while formidable, still fell short in comparison to the Grand Minister, who could not eliminate him either. Although only a 4th-level Super Scion, Yamoshi's base combat power had transcended the chasm between mortals and gods, achieving what could be deemed divine prowess. The Grand Minister, prioritizing the peace of Universe 7, which was intricately linked to the Scion race, chose not to eradicate them. Instead, he sealed Yamoshi and cursed the Scion bloodline, instilling within it an inclination toward brutality, forbidding them from achieving divine transformation. Even a portion of their genes was sealed, rendering the Scions unable to transform into Super Scions. The ancestral planet of the Scions was engulfed in the chaos of battle, leading to its complete obliteration. The Elven race, having refrained from direct confrontation, was spared by the Grand Priest. Once the conflict subsided, the former Elven Queen, who harbored deep affection for Yamoshi, sought every possible means to lift his seal. At last, she discovered the Dragon Balls crafted by the Dragon God, Shinran, and, in secret, made a wish to free Yamoshi. Through her battles with the divine, the elves, endowed with extraordinary talents, had mastered the language of the gods, enabling them to summon the mighty Super Shinran. The 7th universe, devastated by the demise of its god of destruction, lay in ruins, and the angels did not closely monitor the elven race, allowing them the opportunity to act unimpeded. By the time they were discovered, it was already too late. Curiously, Yamoshi did not initiate another war. Witnessing this, Whis presumed that Yamoshi had surrendered and refrained from summoning the Grand Priest again. During his search for a new god of destruction, Yamoshi clandestinely trained and returned to Namek, wishing for the elven race to remain undetectable and to conceal themselves. Thus, the elven continent came into existence. Initially, Yamoshi, driven by his ideals, did not reciprocate the Elven Queen's affections. However, he could not deny his growing fondness for the woman who had devoted herself entirely to him, leading him to hide them away from the subsequent wars as a means of protection. Due to the overuse of the Dragon Balls, Namek experienced catastrophic natural disasters that nearly led to their extinction. Consequently, the surviving members dispersed, and much of their literature vanished, surviving only through the oral traditions of a few elders. By the time of the current elder's reign, the existence of the elven race was acknowledged, yet their intricate ties to the Scions remained unknown. In later times, through rigorous training, Yamoshi successfully ascended to the 6th tier of Super Scion. He refrained from seeking out the Scions, aware that their strength had waned significantly due to the seal, rendering any confrontation futile. Alone, he stormed the palace of the Omni King, where no god of destruction, angel, or even the Grand Priest could match his might. Ultimately, the Omni King intervened personally, wielding the power to erase all existence. And Yamoshi met his end with tears of reluctance. The Grand Priest, unable to evade responsibility, voluntarily resigned, passing the mantle to the creator of the angels, the most powerful angel under the Grand Priest, the father of Whis, and others. He himself vanished into obscurity. It became evident that Bobo was the former Grand Priest, explaining his unfathomable strength and revealing that Broly's lineage was a blend of Scion and Elven heritage. Reflecting on memories, Vegeta pondered, "How does your Elven race reproduce? It seems there are no men among you." In response, they explained, "On our continent, there exists a divine tree. Women desiring children can pray beneath this tree, and soon after, they will conceive and bear offspring." The Elven Queen pointed towards the towering ancient tree outside. Indeed, the union of her royal lineage with that of the Scion King would yield formidable descendants, inheriting the strengths of both races. The Queen continued, "What? I seem to recall a kin of yours who bears resemblance to your description. However, despite his immense power, he is unable to master himself. His overwhelming rage plunges him into madness, obliterating all in his path." Vegeta recalled Broly and inquired, "This is due to the original Grand Priest sealing a portion of your genes and cursing your bloodline. Thus, the inherited lineage remains uncontrollable," the Elven Queen elucidated. "Oh, that explains it. No wonder the legends of the Scions speak only of the once-in-a-millennium Super Scion, with no records of the Elven race. Yet the bloodline of our two races has left behind a legacy," Vegeta murmured. "Why are you sharing this with me? It has been many years since our two races have had any contact. Do you have ulterior motives?" Vegeta questioned, his mind filled with suspicion. "Among us elves, some harbor enmity towards your Scion kind, while others stand with you in honor of our glorious past. I believe that one day we shall return to the cosmos, leaving this region behind. I, in fact, stand with you," the Queen declared. "Then you wish for me to aid you in breaking the concealment and returning. Why do you trust me? My power is still far from that of the divine," Vegeta asked. "Our lineage possesses the ability to foresee the future of others. Yet your future eludes my vision. I wish to take a chance. If successful, it will be a joyous occasion for all. Should you fail, you would merely remain as you are now," the Queen responded. "What I stand to gain? Why should I assist you, especially when it means standing against the gods?" Vegeta challenged. "You would receive the support of our race. Although we cannot aid you in battle, we can offer foresight and healing. Furthermore, I may even unite with you, should you desire it. By the way, as the current king of the Scions, you may simply call me by my name, Granara." Vegeta, captivated by the enticing proposition, found himself grappling with conflicting thoughts. Glancing at Vegeta's tormented expression, Granala further tempted him, suggesting that they might conceive a powerful offspring together. "Moreover, based on my research, my beauty aligns perfectly with the aesthetic standards of your Scion race. Do you truly harbor no feelings towards me?" Chapter 35, The New Task of the System, Vegeta's Choice. Elven Continent. Vegeta found himself captivated by the alluring temptations of Granara, his heart heavy with indecision. The capabilities of the Elven race seemed to hold little significance in his eyes. Prophecy? With his unique transcendent abilities, he possessed a profound understanding of the narrative. Healing? He already wielded the terrifying self-regeneration powers of Majin Buu, and Namekian healing capabilities were not to be underestimated either. Contemplating the unfathomable strength of the Grand Priest and the terrifying omnipotence of the Omni King, he felt a lack of confidence in confronting such forces. What he could gain was merely a physical vessel, along with the uncertainty of whether a formidable offspring could indeed be conceived, a prospect fraught with improbability. Moreover, there was Bulma to consider. Would she accept this arrangement? At that moment, the system manifested. Ding. A new selection task was issued. Option 1. Immediately accept Gernara's terms, with a reward of a 100 success rate for offspring. Option 2. Reject Gernara's terms, earning the title of coward for an esteemed transcender. How could one fear both wolves and tigers? This title would haunt the host for life, causing everyone, including Bulma, to look down upon him. Option 3. Seek Bulma's consent before accepting, in addition to the 100 success rate for offspring. In a vial of SR cell enhancement serum, note, SR cells represent the pinnacle of S cell evolution, enabling seamless transformation into Super Saiyan second grade once fully enhanced. Each vial boosts effectiveness by 30%, while the host currently stands at 5%. As he contemplated the task that unfolded in his mind, Vegeta gritted his teeth and declared, "This confounded system is putting me in a bind. I choose option 3, torn between Gernara's seduction and the system's rewards." His struggles began to clear his vision. Seeing the determination in Vegeta's gaze, Gernara understood that he had made up his mind, though she remained curious about his choice. With confidence stemming from her perfectly proportioned figure, she awaited his response. "I shall accept your terms, but with an additional stipulation. Once I have concluded my affairs on Earth, we shall truly discuss our collaboration," Vegeta announced. "Very well, I respect your choice," Gernara replied, raising her staff to cast a peculiar light towards Vegeta, unlocking the barriers that would allow him to traverse the Elven realm at will. Vegeta once again employed his time-space technique, clearly sensing the position of Earth. "Are you not afraid that I may bring an invasion upon your continent?" he inquired. After all, it was their first encounter, and the other party placed such trust in him. "No matter," he continued, "since we are to cooperate, I wish to express my utmost sincerity. Additionally, I am intrigued to experience the sensations described in literature regarding the union with a man. Although I have read about it, I have yet to experience it myself." At this moment, Gernara revealed a hint of the innocent bewilderment befitting a woman, her face flushed, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise, suddenly revealing a hint of a lewd smile. "I never imagined that a regal queen like you would possess such a risquous side." "Silence. Do not utter such words. What if those outside hear? How am I to maintain my dignity?" Gulnara exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, displaying a certain adorableness reminiscent of a young girl. "Ha ha. No laughing," I said. "All right, I shall cease. By the way, there is something I wish to confess. I have a woman back on Earth," Vegeta stated, retracting his smile. "I know, it must be Bulma. I heard from the guards that during your month-long unconsciousness, you frequently called her name. What sort of woman could evoke such concern from you, even in a state of deep despair?" Gulnara inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Do you not care? For a queen such as yourself, can you truly tolerate sharing your man with another woman?" Vegeta asked in astonishment. Gulnara explained, "I too am perplexed by the ancient text regarding love. After all, our lineage has not experienced romantic attachment since our ancestors' interaction with your scion kind millennia ago. Moreover, as a later descendant, despite being an elven queen, I am not a ruler among earthlings. What right do I have to be concerned? I merely hope that your Bulma will accept our situation. I didn't expect you to be so understanding. I am beginning to take a liking to you, not merely for your appearance," Vegeta remarked. "Upon my return, I too wish to seek Bulma's consent. Rest assured, since I have promised you, I shall uphold my word," he declared, though his mind lingered on the tasks set by the system. Who would have thought that the proud scion would reveal such a tender side, even seeking his woman's opinion? The ancient texts did not include such a clause. Perhaps this is why you have the potential to alter your destiny. The current you diverges from the scions of old. It is no longer solely about battle. I am beginning to comprehend what it means to truly like someone. You inspire in me a sense of seeing you in a new light. Perhaps this is what affection entails," Gulnara expressed fervently. "Haha, you will find yourself liking me more and more. I do not wish for our bond to be merely one of cooperation, devoid of emotional connection. It would be mere physical desire. I prefer a union of both soul and body, and I believe you will come to appreciate that," Vegeta teased. "Very well, I shall await you, Vegeta. May I call you that?" Gulnara gazed at him with hopeful eyes. "Indeed, it would be an honor. If not, feel free to call me husband." "I wouldn't mind that either." Vegeta laughed heartily. "What is husband? Would you be pleased if I addressed you in such a manner?" Gulnara queried, puzzled. Her kind had long evaded the world, becoming estranged from the times. Although they occasionally ventured out in search of resources, they did so stealthily, fearful of being discovered by deities. "Ah, I forget that you are unfamiliar with these concepts. I shall explain further another time," Vegeta replied. I must return to Earth, otherwise Bulma will surely worry. Wait for my return, my queen. Very well, you may go. I shall await you, murmured Gurnara as Vegeta vanished without a trace. His presence undetectable across the vast expanse of the continent. Instantaneous movement? The divine techniques from long ago remain incomprehensible. I hope he can lead our race towards resurgence. Gurnara whispered softly. Catherine, enter. Your Majesty, where has that scion gone? Did he harm you in any way? Catherine inquired, bewildered. Issue a decree. From this moment forth, Vegeta shall be my consort. Anyone who encounters him must show him the utmost respect, especially you. Gurnara's gaze was laden with murderous intent directed at Catherine. What? Your Majesty? How can you? He has brought ruin upon our lineage. Catherine responded, a mixture of anger and confusion in her tone. Silence, Catherine. Should you dare to incite the will of our kin once more, I will not hesitate to annihilate you myself. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your manipulations? Gurnara's voice was fierce. Your Majesty, I dare not. I was wrong. It shall not happen again, Catherine pleaded, her voice trembling as she knelt in submission. Her expression, marked by fear, also bore a hint of jealousy. If Vegeta could witness this moment, he would undoubtedly realize, this is quite the spectacle. Catherine has developed feelings for the Queen. Chapter 36, The Return of Vegeta on Earth. Goku and Piccolo had returned during Vegeta's unconscious state. Upon hearing Bulma's account, they were taken aback and subsequently filled with dread, recognizing that had they remained, they might have met a dire fate. Within the estate, Bulma's heavy dark circles and increasingly gaunt figure revealed the depth of her concern for Vegeta. Where are you? Dead or alive? The days without you stretch endlessly. You wretched scoundrel, can't you at least send a sign? Bulma lamented softly, tears welling in her eyes. Ever since receiving news from King Kai, she had implored him to gather information from the afterlife. Yet, a month had passed with no tidings. The Namekian Dragon Balls would not be usable for over 3 months. While Earth's Dragon Balls would take even longer, it had been just over 4 months since Goku's resurrection, with more than half a year remaining before they could be employed again. Moreover, following Piccolo's fusion with the Supreme Kai, it seemed the Dragon Balls were no longer functional, and there was no new deity to invoke. Elder Mori, observing Bulma's distress, promptly offered reassurances. Do not fret, Bulma. The Dragon Balls will be available in approximately 3 months. Even if Vegeta has perished, there are still alternatives. I understand, Elder. Yet, my heart remains heavy, Bulma replied weakly. The Grand Elder, having passed away a fortnight prior, had received Piccolo upon his return and imparted some vital information before his demise. Just 2 weeks ago, Piccolo and Goku had returned and briefly summarized the situation before parting ways. Only Piccolo was called aside by the Grand Elder. Piccolo, my child, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Naru remained, while the others retreated. Yes, Elder. The Namekians, with the exception of Naru, promptly withdrew. What brings you to me? The Elder Piccolo, unlike his usual aloof demeanor, exhibited a hint of respect. Piccolo, you are a rare polymath among the Namekians. I have taken the time to learn about your history. Although you have been tainted by the aura of the demon realm, it has not resulted in grave calamity. The Elder spoke slowly. In our Namek, we refer to individuals of your caliber as the Dragon Clan. The Elder spoke with a weary tone. Dragon Clan. Is it perhaps due to the Dragon Balls? Piccolo inquired, perplexed. Not entirely. In truth, our Namek can also be referred to as the descendants of the Dragon God. It is the progeny of the Dragon God Salam, who traversed the cosmos and left behind his lineage, which is why we possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. The Elder continued. Dragon God Salam. I have never heard of him. Piccolo expressed his confusion. I am not well versed in the details either. Originally, our reckless use of the Dragon Balls led to severe consequences, nearly resulting in our extinction. The current population of our clan is but a fraction of its former glory. Therefore, this is what I wish to convey to you. Refrain from using the Dragon Balls excessively to avoid dire repercussions. At the time of your exile to Earth, I was not yet the Elder. Your father, Katads, was. He was of your caliber within the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Balls of our present-day Namek were created by you. Why, then, is the dragon I conjured not as powerful as Purunga? Piccolo questioned. That is due to the division of your essence. Your power has similarly fragmented, lacking the strength of your peak. The Elder clarified. After merging with the deity, I vaguely recall that before the separation, I had also created a set of Dragon Balls that was concealed. Piccolo reminisced. Some may argue that there shouldn't be any fan-made worlds. However, upon thorough investigation, The original creator Akira Toriyama acknowledged the existence of Dragon Ball GT, which is why the author has included it. Nevertheless, not all chapters may be written. Perhaps only a few selected ones will be explored. I believe your abilities surpass those of your father. However, as I understand it, you were separated due to the desires of Earthlings and the encroachment of the demon realm. I believe that set of Dragon Balls should be best left unused. The elder expressed his concerns. Yes, elder. I understand. I wish to convey that you must not underestimate our lineage. Although I am unclear about the nature of the Dragon God Salam, the mere fact that we are the remnants of his travels allows us to create such wondrous Dragon Balls. I trust that he is also a figure of great prominence in the present. You must delve deeper. You may discover unexpected rewards, perhaps rivaling even the Super Saiyans. The elder spoke fervently, his breath quickening. Naru, with concern, remarked, Elder, you should take a moment to rest. I am fine. My lifespan has long reached its limit. Were it not for the need to impart this knowledge to you, I would have perished long ago. The elder exhaled deeply. Elder. Even a robust man like Naru could not help but feel misty-eyed. Furthermore, Piccolo, following the recent events, Muley will lead his kin in search of a more suitable planet for habitation. I hope that in the future, should any matters arise concerning the Namekians, you will extend your assistance. The elder gazed at Piccolo with an expression brimming with hope. Rest assured, elder, I shall do so. I am also a Namekian. Piccolo promised solemnly. Naru, come forth. From now on, whenever you encounter Piccolo, you must regard him with the same respect you afford to the esteemed elders. Piccolo, should you ever face an insurmountable challenge, you may merge with Naru. The synergy between you two will exponentially enhance your combat prowess, rivaling that of a Super Saiyan. The elder proclaimed. That will not be necessary. He is remarkably strong, and the Namekian people require him far more than I do. Elder, please forgive me for my inability to accompany my kin, Piccolo replied, a vision of Gohan emerging in his mind, eliciting a warm feeling within. I see. It is that kind-hearted boy Gohan indeed. I have no grounds to blame you. As you have long been adrift, the elder understood. Naru, should Piccolo require your fusion at that time, you must not refuse. Do you comprehend? We are unlike others. Fusion does not equate to death. It is solely for the advancement and flourishing of our race. Piccolo is now worthy of such a privilege. The elder's voice grew softer, his figure gradually fading from view. The demise of a Namekian signifies the dissolution of one's physical form, leaving no trace behind in this world, save for their final wishes. Yes, elder. I shall heed your words, Naru vowed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the vanishing elder. The Namekians outside sensed the elder's passing, their hearts heavy with sorrow as tears fell silently. Naru, do take care, Piccolo turned to say, yet in that moment, a tear slipped from his own eye. Though their time together was brief, he held profound respect for the benevolent elder. Piccolo then turned and left, casting a glance at the Namekian people outside. Without uttering a word, he soared into the wilderness. He did not belong to the sanctuary. For the strong, solitude is their companion. And thus, we return to the present. The silhouette of Vegeta gradually materialized before Bulma, who initially believed it to be a mere illusion. Could it be that her weary body was conjuring phantoms? As she approached Vegeta, she tenderly caressed his exquisitely handsome visage, murmuring to herself. Yet, the warmth of her palm ignited a flicker of excitement within her fatigued form. It is I, Bulma. I have returned, and I have caused you much worry, Vegeta spoke gently. Is it truly you? Where on earth have you been? I searched everywhere for you. Even King Kai scoured the depths of the afterlife, yet you were nowhere to be found. I feared you were lost to us, Bulma lamented, her feeble fists pounding against Vegeta's chest in a mix of relief and frustration. Vegeta held Bulma tightly in his arms, offering comfort as he softly apologized. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm fine. I was merely lost in a deep slumber. At last, Bulma's anxieties, which had plagued her during this time, began to dissipate, and her tears ceased. As Vegeta's potent masculinity enveloped her, her eyes, filled with yearning, gazed longingly at him. Vegeta comprehended Bulma's sentiments and, with concern, urged her to take a proper rest, exclaiming, You are utterly exhausted. You mustn't overexert yourself. With a hint of pride, he added, Do not forget. I am no ordinary earthling. My battle power currently stands at 1,500. In a moment of deep emotion, Bulma declared, Vegeta, I love you. I miss you dearly. Upon hearing those words, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. The princess embraced Bulma, and, with a flicker of time manipulation, they instantaneously returned to the bedroom. Meanwhile, Muley stood awkwardly in place, utterly bewildered by the emotions of these earthlings, who, like him, hailed from the Namekian race. Thus began an exhilarating and fervent melee between the two. After a day and a night of relentless back and forth, Bulma lay nestled in Vegeta's arms, sound asleep. Despite her enhanced physique, the exhausting battle had left her, already weary, even more fatigued. Vegeta gazed at Bulma with eyes brimming with tenderness. Yet a flicker of turmoil crossed his expression as he grappled with how to convey the matters of the elven continent to her. Perhaps it was best to postpone such thoughts and seek solace in slumber for the night. The following day, Bulma roused Vegeta from his rest with playful mischief. She traced circles upon his chest with her finger, her gaze sparkling with affection. Suddenly, upon noticing Vegeta's eyes flutter open, her face flushed a deep crimson. Vegeta gazed at the enchanting woman before him. Though outwardly brash, she often blushed at the slightest provocation. Their unspoken connection lingered in the air. "I've noticed you seem taller," Bulma shyly remarked, recalling the rather embarrassing pose from the previous night. "How was it? Comfortable?" "I made a wish to the dragon for that very position," Vegeta replied with a mischievous grin. "Baka, you actually wasted a wish on that? How lewd. I swear. You are even more lascivious than Master Roshi," Bulma exclaimed, inadvertently uttering a phrase from her native tongue. "Not at all. My first wish was for you to remain eternally youthful, so we could be together forever," Vegeta declared with heartfelt sincerity. Overwhelmed by Vegeta's devotion, Bulma felt tears welling in her eyes. "Please, love me again. I want more to repay you," she implored. "All right, my dear, you must be exhausted. How could I ever torment you so?" Vegeta said tenderly. "Well then, tell me where you've been for the past month. Why were you unconscious for so long? And why do you return dressed so exquisitely, though your hairstyle is somewhat lacking?" Bulma questioned with an interrogative tone. "The hairstyle is beyond my control. For pure-blooded Saiyans, once we reach adulthood, our hairstyles remain unchanged. Even if cut, they revert to their original form. If left uncut, they simply do not grow," Vegeta explained, somewhat evasively. "Humph, don't change the subject. You know that's not the point. My intuition tells me you're hiding something from me." Bulma continued to press him. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words, caught in a web of confusion and struggle. After some contemplation, he realized that whether he faced the truth or not, the outcome would be the same. It would be far more prudent to confess outright. Once he concealed the matter regarding the system, he began to explain to Bulma, upon regaining consciousness after my fainting spell. Chapter 37. A conversation with Bobo again on Earth. Within the serene confines of Bulma's estate in the suburbs of West City, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Bulma listened intently to every word Vegeta uttered, her expressions shifting dramatically. She displayed a mix of concern for Vegeta's unconsciousness, as well as jealousy. "Well, that's the situation. I accept my punishment. If you disagree, I shall refuse Granara," Vegeta declared, casting aside all reservations. If it came to that, he could afford to neglect the system's tasks. Ascending to Super Saiyan level 2 could wait. Yet, he could not let down the woman before him. Seeing his contrite demeanor, Bulma felt a twinge of compassion. She wanted to smile, but instead, she maintained a deliberately impassive expression, attempting to intimidate Vegeta. Vegeta stealthily observed Bulma's expression, pondering to himself that she must be angry and would undoubtedly refuse. In the original tale, it appeared that Yamcha's infidelity was the cause of his separation from Launch, leading to the conclusion that he could only let her down. Bulma gazed at this man, who was fearless at all times, yet now seemed apprehensive, and could not suppress her laughter. She burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Vegeta, go look in the mirror. Just look at yourself. You are utterly adorable." Vegeta wore a look of astonishment. Has she truly consented? Well, what was I so anxious about? In the past, I might have refused you, for not every woman can be compared to me. However, the queen you speak of earns my genuine admiration, Bulma explained. Has she really agreed? Not a hint of jealousy? I now question whether you truly love me, Vegeta remarked. Bulma's demeanor was completely uncharacteristic of her. Since the moment we burst forth from Earth, I understood that your destiny transcends this planet. Moreover, you have made a wish to the eternal dragon for my youth to be everlasting. There will be ample time ahead. What is there that cannot be done? Besides, she can assist me in dealing with you. Although I have grown stronger, I am still Bulma, she shyly added. 3 months later, the estate was filled with guests. Goku, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Oolong, Krillin, and even the old turtle hermit made an appearance. The Namekian summoned the eternal dragon, making the first wish to resurrect Chaozu, who had vanished. The strength of the Namekian dragon lies in its ability to recreate a body along with the spirit. Next, due to the constraints of Purunga, a wish was made to restore all those who had been slain. The others opted to wait for the earth dragon to be revived before making their wishes. Tien had already stayed behind, differing from the original tale, as Vegeta had invited him to become the new guardian of Earth. The Namekian wished for a new habitable planet and took all his kin with him, leaving only Tien behind, who gazed tearfully as Muley and the others departed. Tien, do not fret. We have a spaceship. If you miss them, we can borrow Bulma's ship to visit. Gohan comforted. Upon their return, aside from studying, they would spend time with Tien. The two children had formed a strong bond. Thank you, Gohan, Tien said, wiping away his tears. At that moment, everyone was elated at the prospect of Chaozu's revival. Krillin then inquired, Tien, can you create Dragon Balls? Can the Earth Dragon bring him back? He was unaware of Vegeta's arrangements since he had been absent. All right, Krillin, I have made arrangements. Now, I shall take Tien to the shrine, Vegeta said impatiently. Suddenly turning to the turtle hermit with a menacing glare, he declared, Old man, I let it slide before. But if you dare to lay a hand on Bulma again, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Without a glance at the terrified expression on the turtle hermit's face, he promptly teleported with Tien to the shrine, intending to consult Mr. Popo. Oolong looked at his palm in confusion. Wait, Pig Paw, are you referring to me? The others stifled their laughter as they glanced at the turtle hermit, who was sweating profusely and dared not meet Bulma's gaze. Turtle hermit, you two have a day to be frightened, Krillin mocked. Humph, it's not that I can't. I'm simply old, with a willing heart but a feeble body, the turtle hermit remarked stubbornly. Old man, I advise you to remember what he said, lest one day you truly find yourself at your own funeral. Piccolo interjected at that moment. Rest assured, teacher, as long as you refrain from making any rash moves, Vegeta won't cause you any harm. Goku attempted to diffuse the tension. In the temple, Bobo observed the figure before him, strikingly akin to a deity, and was overwhelmed with emotion. He felt an exhilarating sense of companionship at last. Tian, gazing at the jet-black Bobo, curiously inquired, Mr. Vegeta, who is he? He is the former servant of the deity, and he shall also attend to your needs henceforth. Vegeta maintained Bobo's secret identity, since he had chosen to live in obscurity. There was no need to reveal his true nature, especially given the current lack of strength to defeat him. Mr. Bobo, I will rely on you from now on, Tian respectfully declared. Not at all, not at all. Seeing you here brings me great joy. This is the former deity's scepter, symbolizing the divine status of Earth's celestial guardian. It now belongs to you, Bobo proclaimed excitedly. Tian accepted the scepter with both hands, then stood proudly while holding it with one hand, as though embodying a fragment of the deity's essence. By the way, Mr. Bobo, does the temple have a model of Shenron? I could revive him. Tian, recalling her purpose, asked Bobo. Yes, I believe there is one. The great deity once created 2 models, fearing that one attempt might fail, yet he succeeded in creating Shenron on the first try. I shall search for that set, Bobo replied, heading towards the temple's storeroom. Tian, you are still young. If you ever feel lonely, you can invite Gohan to play, Vegeta added at that moment. Rest assured, Mr. Vegeta, with the scepter in hand, it seems I can sense the entirety of Earth, witnessing the myriad of human experiences. I shall not be bored, Tian exclaimed with excitement. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly recalled that Piccolo had once uttered similar words. It dawned on him that this was the power of the Earth's deity. An awkward silence ensued. Every day, observe what should be observed, and refrain from gazing at what should not be seen. Beware of straining your eyes, Vegeta commanded. Tian wore an expression of bewilderment in response. You will understand in due time. After all, your Namekian race lacks that capability. It seemed that caution was warranted. The Earth had a deity once again. However, with Vegeta's mastery of spatial techniques, albeit not yet capable of creating dimensions, he could effortlessly isolate a portion of space. After all, there were numerous deities endowed with the ability to spy, such as Old Crone, King Kai, and the Supreme Kai, not to mention Whis' staff. Yet, at present, neither the Supreme Kai nor Whis had taken notice of his presence. At that moment, Bobo emerged, holding a model of the Earth's dragon. He presented it to Tian, who marveled at its distinct appearance, markedly different from Purunga. Surprised, She realized the Earth's dragon was of this form. While it appeared not as formidable as Purunga, it exuded a subtle aura of dominance, far more visually appealing than Purunga. Speaking in the Namekian tongue, Tian Tian formed an incantation with her hands that Vegeta could not comprehend. Gradually, the model transformed into a golden set, bursting forth from its vessel, soaring into the air, and dispersing into 7 radiant orbs. All right, in addition to resurrecting the dragon, I have also enhanced the Dragon Ball's capabilities. They can now grant 3 wishes. However, if one wishes for the resurrection of many, it will consume additional energy, resulting in only 2 wishes. Tian Tian declared. That is sufficient, Tian Tian. I too am not in favor of excessive use of the Dragon Balls. After all, their original creators faced calamities as a consequence of their own manifestations, not to mention the desires of the Earthlings. Vegeta expressed his concerns, fully aware of the malevolent dragons that emerged in the original plot. Although the system claimed that such scenarios would not materialize in this alternate universe, it seemed that even the 4th transformation of Super Saiyan was beginning to emerge. Other circumstances were inevitable. Dragon Ball GT was also acknowledged by Akira Toriyama, thus not entirely fan fiction. It was reasonable to suggest that the existing history might indeed be altered. Indeed, I am uncertain about the specifics of what transpired. However, each time the Elder speaks of this matter, he is filled with dread, his eyes brimming with fear. We are all children of the Elder. If he does not speak, we remain in the dark. Tian Tian spoke gravely. Bobo, let us converse. Vegeta asserted at that moment. Very well, follow me. Tian Tian, dear deity, please wait a moment. All right, you may go. Tian Tian, gripping her staff, stood at the edge of the temple, observing the myriad facets of human life on Earth, mirroring the actions of deities from times past. Bobo then led Vegeta to a dwelling. What is it, Mr. Vegeta? Speak freely. Bobo inquired, puzzled. I am aware of the matters concerning the Saiyans and the gods, including the Fairy Clan and the former Grand Minister. Vegeta regarded Bobo with a serious expression, uncertain of how Bobo would react to his knowledge. Oh, you were already informed. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Bobo threatened. Afraid? At present, I am not your equal, yet I am more concerned with your demeanor and that of the deities. Vegeta uttered, suppressing his trepidation. After all, the gap between him and Bobo was considerable. Fear not. I shall not take any adverse action against you, otherwise I would not have imparted techniques or transmitted the combat memories of your ancestors. Bobo stated, retracting his imposing aura. Do you not harbor resentment towards the Saiyans? After all, your abdication has significantly impacted your ancestor, Yamoshi. In truth, my resignation was not solely due to Yamoshi but also because of the uncontrollable current Grand Priest. During my tenure, his power was already comparable to mine, and he even harbored intentions to eliminate me. Thus, I chose to withdraw swiftly and retreat into seclusion, Bobo lamented. The current Grand Priest? Is he the father of the angels? Indeed, I have always been aware of his grand ambitions, though I remain uncertain of their nature. I could only lay out deliberate schemes, Bobo explained. Could it be that the unsealing of Yamoshi's ancestor is also linked to you? Vegeta inquired, his curiosity piqued. When Granara narrated the tale, Vegeta found it perplexing how the ancient elf queen traversed the cosmos to reach the 6th universe. After all, the Super Dragon Balls are scattered across the 7th and 6th universes. Yes, it was I who intentionally orchestrated her acquisition of the Super Dragon's whereabouts, concealing this from all the gods, transporting the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe to the 7th universe, and then commissioning the creation of divine ruins to teach her the language of the gods. Even when summoning the dragon, I was manipulating the 7th universe to ensure that no energy was emitted. Bobo divulged this astonishing secret. Vegeta was utterly perplexed by Bobo's actions. The Grand Priest is now my disciple. His Ultra Instinct was taught by me, yet he now claims it as his own to the new gods. Bobo continued to elaborate on the situation. Why did you seal the cursed Saiyans? Vegeta asked, his voice laced with anger. Amoshir was actually aware of my plan. After our first battle, it wasn't that I lacked the strength to kill him. Rather, I sought to collaborate with him. Thus, I found an excuse to seal him away, allowing him to train in secret. I never anticipated his stubbornness in insisting on defeating the gods alone, ultimately leading to his demise. Bobo explained. I gradually realized that the Grand Priest had slipped from my grasp, surpassing my power. Reluctantly, I had to relinquish my position. Bobo admitted. Can I now bring forth the elven race? After all, I promised them. Vegeta asked. It would be best not to. The current elven continent, due to the wish of the dragon from planet Namek, along with my concealment, has barely evaded that individual's pursuit, until your strength is sufficient to vanquish him. It is advisable to proceed with caution, Bobo urged. Who is the current Grand Priest? Are you not concerned for the safety of the Omni King after abandoning your position? Vegeta pressed further. The Omni King is the embodiment of the world's rules. As long as the world endures, the Omni King can die and be reborn. Therefore, there is no need for concern. If one day the Omni King perishes, it signifies the annihilation of the entire universe and world. So why worry at all? Bobo exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Why then do you hide on Earth? Who exactly is the Grand Priest, and what are his schemes? Vegeta continued his relentless questioning. Bobo, unhurried, responded, firstly, I hide on Earth due to the disappearance of the dragon god Salama a millennia ago, but I am certain he is not dead, for the eternal dragon still exists. As for the other two questions, I am equally in the dark. During my travels across the universe, he suddenly appeared before me without any warning, a mere child swathed in swaddling clothes. Recognizing his extraordinary talent, I took him as my disciple and devoted myself to his teachings. It was only after the dragon god's disappearance that I sensed something amiss. Realizing he harbored a tremendous conspiracy, even exhibiting a hint of murderous intent towards me, I am still unaware of his true machinations and can only wait patiently. He looked at Vegeta with a complex expression. You don't think I'm a product of his conspiracy, do you? Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous. When I found you, I thought that might be the case. After all, your soul and body do not align. I initially suspected you were a soul created by that individual. However, through my observations, I discerned your strong sense of loyalty, which belied your seemingly cold exterior. Yet, whether it is true or not, only you know. Bobo elucidated. Rest assured, I guarantee I am not his pawn, though I cannot disclose my origins to you. I hope you understand. Vegeta replied earnestly. No matter. Your strength poses no threat to me. Just wait patiently. The truth will reveal itself in due time. If you're not, then you must hasten to enhance your strength. For you are currently quite feeble, Bobo remarked with composure. Then lift the curse upon us Scions, and release the seal on our genes. Vegeta demanded. It is not feasible at present. Firstly, since I have relinquished my divine position, my power has diminished significantly. Secondly, even if I could unveil it, do you not fear that the current Grand Minister might take notice? If he discovers our meeting, he will not let you off easily. You must enhance your own abilities and unlock your potential. Perhaps you might endure this weak phase. After all, my absence serves as a deterrent to him. Instilling a sense of caution, Bobo elucidated. Very well, it seems the depths of this world are indeed profound. Vegeta sighed. He had originally traversed here merely to grow stronger in order to survive, but he found himself ensnared in such a grand conspiracy. Complying with Gurnara's conditions had only dragged him deeper into the mire. What of Earth? Have you discovered anything? Vegeta continued his discourse with Bobo. Nothing substantial. Although I sensed a trace of the dragon god's aura reaching Earth millennia ago, it vanished almost immediately. I could only create a temple, utilizing the remnants of my divine power to establish the new deity, now the Supreme Kai, while I remain concealed within the temple, observing all that transpires. The current Grand Minister has been searching for me. His angelic offspring were all fabricated through his blood using unknown methods. I am uncertain if his sons are aware of his machinations, though I suspect they are not. The fewer who know, the better. If you encounter them, do not reveal anything you know to avoid any unforeseen disasters. I see now, no wonder you have lingered on Earth. Even Piccolo is unaware of your time of arrival. For you were present when he accepted the divine role. Vegeta exclaimed, a sudden understanding dawning upon him. It was Bobo who orchestrated the divine positions on Earth. No wonder the original narrative fails to detail his origins. It is far too ancient. Due to my presence, I have hindered your ability to master the ultimate skill of freedom. Yet, do not lose heart. As long as you can bolster your foundational combat power like Yamasi, and then ascend to the 6th level of Super Saiyan, you too can leap from the chessboard and become a standard bearer, challenging the Grand Minister. Bobo reassured him. Very well. I have no further inquiries. Do you have anything else to convey? Speak plainly, lest I have to seek you out repeatedly. Vegeta expressed with impatience. Moreover, I have perused history and can clearly discern your past. The present version of you is not only distinct, but entirely unrelated, whether in actions or schemes. The future you remains obscured, which indicates that he too cannot perceive it. Although I have lost my divine title, my divine power and techniques endure. He may be stronger than I, yet he cannot foresee your future. It appears as an abyss, utterly unlike that of others. Thus, you are the one most likely to unravel the conspiracy and defeat him. Earth harbors numerous unforeseen elements, including the later androids, Cell, and Majin Buu. I have observed the progression of divergent worlds, yet in this realm, your strength surpasses all. This is precisely why I have chosen to lay everything bare before you. Do you comprehend my meaning? Bobo spoke at length in one breath. I understand. When the day comes that I am worthy, I shall not forget your assistance. Moreover, there are individuals whom I hold dear. Anyone who dares to harm them shall find no forgiveness. Vegeta stated with a gentle expression. Very well, as long as you understand. Rest assured, while you are away, I shall keep a watchful eye over Bulma, ensuring her safety. Few possess the strength to overcome me in this world. Bobo proclaimed with earnestness. Then I thank you for alleviating my concerns. Having a formidable ally to safeguard her is indeed comforting. Now, go forth. You are well aware of the situation. Should any uncertainties arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Bobo instructed. I shall take my leave. If there is nothing pressing, do not seek me. I shall find you if the need arises, Vegeta replied with a hint of pride, and his figure promptly vanished. Oh, instantaneous movement? Yet it feels different. What an enigmatic individual, Bobo murmured as he gazed at the disappearing silhouette, then composed himself and walked towards the temple's exit. Serving the new deity seemed to have become a delightful pursuit in his eternal existence, allowing him to feel like a genuine, sentient being rather than a mere cold god. System, reveal yourself and clarify your true nature. Are you sent by the Grand Priest? He demanded. Ding. The system remained speechless, producing a mechanical sound. Speak candidly, or I shall refuse to fulfill your tasks in the future. Since you are so eager for my compliance, you must have ulterior motives. Vegeta exclaimed with fury. The current system resembled a ticking time bomb. Considering why he had come to this world, it felt as though he were being manipulated by others, sending a chill down his spine. He had not anticipated that his revival was also a scheme. This system cannot divulge too much. All I can reveal is that it stands firmly with the host, and is certainly not a creation of the Grand Priest, who lacks such formidable power. The system's mechanical voice carried a hint of arrogance. Curse you. When will you disclose more? At that time, the host will understand, but for now, it cannot be revealed to avoid detection. At this moment, the system seemed to exhibit a semblance of humanity, no longer merely a frigid machine. Vegeta pondered carefully, realizing that Bobo was oblivious to the existence of the system. According to Bobo, the Grand Priest's strength was comparable to his own, suggesting that he was not the creator of the system. Well, if I ever discover that you are part of a conspiracy, I will devise every possible means to uninstall you. I mean it. Vegeta threatened fiercely. Rest assured, host, the existence of this system is inherently dependent on you. Should you be harmed, I too would face annihilation. Therefore, there is no need for concern, the system quietly elucidated, choosing not to disclose any further information. Chapter 38, Concluding Matters on Earth, Departing for the Elven Race. Vegeta returned to the estate, and Bulma seemed to have transformed entirely, utterly immersed in Vegeta's affection. Vegeta continued his daily routine, much like before his departure. Each day was consumed by training and completing assignments with Bulma. The monotonous days had nearly caused him to forget everything he had learned in the recent past. 2 months after his return, Goku unexpectedly sought out Vegeta. Observing Goku's conflicted and somewhat constipated expression, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Just ask what you want to know without being all constipated about it, Vegeta teased. Goku. Yui hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts. Just say it clearly. You're a grown man. Stop being so shy. It's truly unbecoming of a Saiyan. Vegeta scolded. All right, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku exclaimed loudly. Oh, I see. What's so embarrassing about that? I really can't believe you. Vegeta realized with a sudden clarity. Hee, it's not that I'm embarrassed. I've held it in for so long that I couldn't help but come to you. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Faced with the protagonist he had admired for so long, how could Vegeta refuse? Very well, I shall teach you, Vegeta replied, proceeding to impart the secrets of transformation. Finally, concentrate that power at the base of your spine. Do you understand? Vegeta concluded. Got it. I'll give it a try. A terrifying wave of energy enveloped Goku, and a golden radiance suddenly erupted. His hair began to shift, alternating between golden and black, with hints of white flickering through. His eyes transformed to a vivid green. The immense energy caused the entire estate to tremor, and this was with him desperately controlling his aura, unlike Vegeta who had once unleashed his power recklessly. At that moment, Bulma stumbled out, nearly losing her balance. Goku managed to stabilize his aura, and the ground ceased its quaking. "Goku, can't you transform outside? I almost got splattered while trying to use the bathroom." Bulma shouted in frustration. "Ah, sorry, Bulma. It's my first time transforming, and I couldn't control it." Goku apologized, though he still wore a nonchalant expression. Vegeta took it upon himself to reprimand him. "You fool. Kakarot, come. Let me teach you how to control the malevolent energy of a Super Saiyan," Vegeta said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Is that really a good idea?" Goku replied, though his body was already eager to comply. However, the sudden surge of power inflated his ego, causing him to forget the fear Vegeta instilled in him. With a base power level of 10 million, his transformed state now reached a mere 500 million, equivalent to Frieza's mechanical form upon arriving on Earth at that time. Yet, he still fell woefully short of Vegeta's power. The two ascended into the sky and executed their flight technique, soaring towards a desolate desert. In his base form, Vegeta faced Goku. There was no need for him to transform. The first level of his killing intent fist sufficed. Let us not forget that his current base combat power was an astonishing 150 million. Under the enhancement of the first level of killing intent fist, it could reach 750 million, surpassing Goku by a staggering 250 million. "Vegeta, don't you need to transform?" Goku inquired, perplexed. "No, defeating you is effortless," Vegeta retorted with disdain. The two then erupted into a fierce battle. An hour later, they returned to the manor, where Bulma burst into laughter upon seeing Goku's battered visage. Since Vegeta had arrived on Earth, Goku's status as the planet's strongest fighter had long been usurped. Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of pride, reveling in the strength of her man. "Vegeta, how are you so powerful that you can defeat me without transforming?" Goku asked, rubbing his sore body in confusion. "The key lies in base combat power. Your Kaioken, my killing intent fist, and even the Super Saiyan form all derive their enhancements from base combat power. Your current normal combat power is merely 10 million. I am 10 times stronger than you. Thus, there is no need for me to transform," Vegeta clarified. "But I seem to have reached my limit. I can no longer enhance my base combat power. Ordinary training yields no results." Goku lamented. "I have a solution. I'll ask Bulma to create a gravity chamber for you. While it may not benefit me now, it holds great potential for your current training," Vegeta proposed. "However, I have no money. How much would that cost? During my time at home, Chi-Chi has been insisting I find work to earn some." Goku sighed, feeling despondent about having to seek employment as a Saiyan who was passionate about battle. It was almost rusting his very being. "Bulma, please lend Kakarot some money so he isn't hindered by financial concerns during his training. I intend to use him as a sharpening stone, and we cannot afford to lose any more Saiyans," Vegeta remarked to Bulma. "Oh, I feel so embarrassed." Goku responded, bashfully. "Wow, Vegeta-san, you're quite shameless. Not only do you expect me to support you, but you also want me to spend money on another man." Bulma feigned surprise, mocking him playfully. Yet, despite her words, her actions were swift as she promptly arranged for someone to retrieve the funds. Vegeta and Goku found themselves in an awkward predicament. Goku was apprehensive about Vegeta's potential wrath, while Vegeta inwardly cursed, thinking about the audacity of that irritating woman, who seemed to voice anything that crossed her mind. 10 minutes later, a representative from a capsule corporation arrived at the estate, carrying a suitcase brimming with cash. "Bulma, for now, we can only offer 100 million. Should further funds be necessary later, we will make the arrangements," he stated. Bulma pointed at Goku and instructed, "Make a note of his appearance and address. Ensure 100 million is delivered to him annually." "Bulma, I cannot thank you enough. You have alleviated my significant burden," Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Do not celebrate too soon. Chi-Chi is a fiercely independent woman. If she discovers this, she may not take it well. When you return with the money, have her call me. I will explain. With your intellect, you are likely to complicate matters." Bulma replied. All right, then I will trouble you with that." Goku responded. "If it weren't for Chi-Chi's proactive measures, perhaps I would not have let you off so easily," Bulma teased. Hey, Bulma, what are you insinuating?" Vegeta interjected angrily. "It seems that Saiyans are not only formidable in combat but also possess a significant amount of jealousy." Goku, panicking, quickly took flight. He truly could not handle this situation and feared further repercussions. Who would have thought our Scion Prince could experience jealousy? Bulma approached Vegeta, playfully lifting his chin with her finger. "Umph, you are finished," Vegeta retorted coldly. Subsequently, Bulma embraced him and headed towards the bedroom. "Damn it, let go." It's broad daylight. There are still employees around. Bulma struggled helplessly. The woman who had delivered the money broke into a cold sweat, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. Over a month passed, and the Dragon of Earth was revived, but this time it did not come to Bulma's side. Krillin and Goku revived Tien and Yamcha on Turtle Island. They were concerned that Vegeta might take action upon seeing Yamcha, especially considering Bulma was now Vegeta's partner. The past often complicates the present. After Yamcha's revival, he remained despondent and did not engage much with the others, choosing to leave with his pet. From that moment on, he was never seen again. "Humph, at least you know your place," Vegeta sensed their revival at the estate. Upon noticing that Yamcha did not seek out Bulma, he decided to let him be. When Bulma awoke, she said, "Vegeta, take me to the fairy continent. I wish to witness the scenery you have described. And meet your queen," she said with a hint of jealousy. "Very well, it is time to discuss our alliance," Vegeta replied. Vegeta and Bulma were impeccably dressed. Bulma looked at Vegeta and remarked that the battle suit suited him much better, domineering, enigmatic, and strikingly handsome. That elven attire, though immensely noble, was utterly mismatched, particularly with that hairstyle. "All right, let's go. I can hardly adapt to such loose garments. They are quite impractical for combat," Vegeta replied. With that, he performed a technique of space-time manipulation, and in an instant, the two vanished from sight. Chapter 39. A Trio? 5 months prior, within the dominion of the Frisia clan, there existed a planet reminiscent of Mars, its surface strewn with rocky terrain, thin oxygen, and a sweltering climate that enveloped the entire orb. Numerous metallic structures dotted the ground. This was King Cold's base. Frisia's battered body lay within a healing pod, clinging to a faint semblance of life. "Have you devised a plan? How do we save my son?" King Cold ominously inquired. "Your Majesty, our current medical technology cannot restore corporeal form. It can only sustain Lord Frisia's life," a scientist clad in a white coat replied, trembling in fear. In an instant, a beam of death, identical to Frisia's, shot toward the scientist's chest, snuffing out his breath. "Death. Since you are of no use, what purpose do you serve? If none of you can help, then you shall all perish, accompanying my son to the grave," King Cold declared, his voice laced with murderous intent. "Your Majesty, I have a solution," one subordinate, unable to bear the thought of his kin perishing, interjected. "I can temporarily restore Lord Frisia's body using robotic methods. It may appear somewhat unsightly, but he will become even stronger." "Excellent. Proceed. If successful, I shall reward you with a planet, freeing your kin from servitude," King Cold commanded, wielding both authority and benevolence. From this perspective, it was clear that this approach was indeed more sophisticated than Frisia's mere penchant for slaughter. He lacked the ability to win hearts. After 5 months of restoration, Frisia regained consciousness. He surveyed his grotesque form, adorned with various instruments and machines. Yet, his power had significantly increased, reaching a combat strength of 2.5 billion. However, he sensed that his body had lost its former potential, as if he had reached his limit. "My son, for now, this is all we can manage. Once the technology matures, we shall restore your physical form, and then you will regain your original body," King Cold said, observing Frisia's anger. Father. That will not be necessary. It seems Earth possesses Dragon Balls. I can wish for my body to be restored. Moreover, those wretched Scions are hiding on Earth. Though Vegeta is dead, there remains that son Goku. This time, I shall utterly annihilate the Scions," Frisia declared, his expression shifting from a sinister grin to fury, as memories of the battle on Namek surged forth, causing his damaged form to unleash a powerful aura uncontrollably. The nearby scientists, whose combat power was feeble, were forced to kneel in subjugation. "Very well, if such a miraculous artifact exists, we shall depart immediately. This time, I shall accompany you. Prepare the fastest spacecraft," King Cold instructed. "Indeed, the Kurdish king's swift vessel requires 6 months to reach Earth," his subordinate hastily reported. On the eve of Frisia's departure, Vegeta had already escorted Bulma to the enchanting fairyland. Bulma gazed in awe at the breathtaking scenery before her, momentarily at a loss for words to express her admiration for this previously unseen landscape. "Come, let us meet Gernara," Vegeta instructed. Bulma, snapping out of her reverie, began to explore eagerly, catching butterflies and picking vibrant flowers, her excitement palpable as she reveled in the beauty surrounding her. Within the royal palace, Gernara, seated upon the throne, suddenly declared, "Very well, let us conclude for today. You may all depart. Catherine, please summon Mr. Vegeta. He has arrived." The elders retreated, while Catherine respectfully responded, "Yes, my queen." At this moment, Vegeta had arrived at the entrance of the royal palace. Had it not been for Bulma's insistence, he would have reached there much sooner. The numerous elders who emerged from the palace gazed at him, whispering and pointing. Although Queen Gernara had briefed them on the matter, their curiosity remained piqued. For in their extensive lifespans, they had never encountered a man. The murmurs were accompanied by glimmers of green light in their eyes. "Enough. You may disperse," commanded Catherine, stepping forward. "Vegeta, come with me. Her Majesty wishes to see you." Bulma, asserting her claim, clutched Vegeta's arm tightly, casting anxious glances at the elders with their glowing eyes. The elven race possessed no lack of beauty. Any one of them could rival Bulma's stunning appearance. Bulma, too, felt her confidence wane in the presence of such exquisite beings. At that moment, Vegeta reassured her, "Do not worry. No matter how beautiful they are, you will always hold the foremost place in my heart." Bulma felt a sense of relief and followed Vegeta into the grand hall of the palace. Upon entering, she was instantly captivated by the queen seated upon the throne. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled, framed by delicately arched brows, while her long lashes fluttered gently. Her flawless, fair skin radiated a subtle rosy hue, and her thin lips resembled tender rose petals, ready to burst. With a devilishly alluring figure and a cascade of soft, blue-golden hair gleaming with a dazzling light. Her long legs peeked through the slits of a dress akin to a cheongsam, showcasing her exquisite physique. Bulma felt a twinge of inadequacy. A pang of sorrow washing over her. It was no wonder Vegeta had lost his bearings, captivated by such beauty. At that moment, Gernara seemed to sense Bulma's emotions and graciously remarked, "You must be Bulma. Indeed, you are stunning. Our elven kin are not much more beautiful than you." It is no wonder that even in his unconsciousness, Vegeta calls out your name. "Come, sit beside me. Let us have a good chat. Catherine, please step down." Gernara dismissed Catherine without noticing the hatred reflected in her gaze. However, Vegeta, observing from the side, was acutely aware of the tension. The two women engaged in conversation, seemingly forgetting that Vegeta was still standing nearby. "From now on, I shall call you Sister Bulma, as I am a few years your senior, at the age of 108. Wow, you are already 108, and yet so youthful. You appear no older than in your 20s. Bulma exclaimed. "Gernara's sister, our elven race possesses an extraordinarily long lifespan, ranging from several hundred to thousands of years. Our lineage of queens can even surpass 2,000 years. Moreover, we remain eternally youthful, retaining our peak beauty until the end of our days. I envy you all so much. However, it seems I too have retained my youth, albeit my lifespan may not match yours. It is a wish granted by Vegeta." Bulma replied joyfully, as if to imply that Vegeta favored her a little more. "Fear not. I sense a trace of elven blood within you. I shall assist in unlocking it. Your lifespan should be significantly extended," Gernara generously offered. As a ruler of her race, her stature was not lesser than that of Bulma, the world's richest individual. "Oh right, when the Elder of Namek helped me unlock my potential, he mentioned something akin to this," Bulma recalled. "My mother still possesses the youthful appearance of a 20-year-old, and my grandmother lived over 200 years. I assumed this was merely our family trait. Little did I know it was due to our elven heritage." Bulma realized with clarity. "You must belong to the lineage of our queen. Ordinary tribespeople do not pass on their bloodline through unions with extraterrestrials. Moreover, your hair color is also blue," Gernara explained. "It remains a mystery from which queen this trait was inherited. After all, they too possess the ability to venture out, perhaps at some point. A queen could not resist leaving a legacy. Have you finished your conversation? Have you forgotten that I am still here?" Vegeta's dissatisfied voice echoed. The two women exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had intentionally been teasing Vegeta moments earlier. "Well, it seems you have acquiesced to my terms. I also hold great affection for Bulma, this dear sister of mine," Gurna remarked. Vegeta felt a subtle sense of relief within him. He had feared that the two women might engage in a conflict, and he pondered how he would handle such a situation. Now, witnessing the harmonious scene before him, he couldn't help but reflect on the blessing of having such a delicate and loving wife. What more could a man desire? Vegeta shamelessly nestled himself between two women upon the grand throne, which was far from cramped. He rested his head upon Bulma's lap, while his feet were draped over the lengthy legs of Gernara. Taken aback by his sudden action, Gernara's face flushed crimson. After living for over a century, she had never experienced such an intimate gesture. Meanwhile, Bulma instinctively began to massage Vegeta's head with both hands. Vegeta did not go too far. Aware that it was just the beginning and that time was ample, he took his time. He also shared with Gernara the matters discussed with Bobo. After half an hour, Vegeta finally concluded. So it turns out there were so many secrets involved. It seems our ancestors were not entirely aware either. No wonder I had been puzzled as to how, with the capabilities of the Namekian dragon, one could obscure the detection of angels. It turns out he had assistants. Well, having finished the conversation, I find myself quite hungry. Could you prepare something to eat for me? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. Haha, knowing the considerable appetites of you Saiyans. I had already made preparations, Gernara replied, leading them to the dining hall, where an enormous long table, capable of seating dozens, was laden with an array of dishes. Vegeta scanned the table and noticed a lack of meat. Why is there no meat? With only these vegetables, I shall not be satiated. Do not worry, these vegetables, along with the staple foods and our unique fruits, are brimming with energy. Consuming them will not only fill you but also enhance your strength. However, for you, the boost will be minimal. It will merely suffice to satiate your hunger, Gernara explained. Vegeta tentatively placed a leaf resembling lettuce into his mouth, savoring its exquisite taste. Instantly, an unprecedented aroma flooded his senses, causing his eyes to sparkle and his hands to dive in hungrily. The two women observed this spectacle, stifling their laughter. At that moment, Gernara remarked, Bulma, you should try some too. It would be beneficial for you. Bulma, wielding her knife and fork, partook of the meal slowly, contrasting sharply with Vegeta's voraciousness, as if they hailed from entirely different worlds. Once the remnants of the meal were cleared away, Gernara declared, let us arrange our accommodations. I intend to stay for a while, and I would also like your assistance in enhancing Bulma's strength. While she may not excel in combat, we should endeavor to bolster her physical prowess. Sated and satisfied, Vegeta let out a burp and responded, very well, it has already been arranged. Follow me. With that, Gernara guided Bulma and Vegeta to a chamber adjacent to her own. For the time being, you shall have to make do with this. I will have my clan construct a residence for you, akin to mine, Gernara stated. Oh, it matters not, whether it is built or not. Isn't yours mine as well? Vegeta teased with a chuckle. As night fell, the sounds emanating from Vegeta and Bulma's room were akin to a bewitching melody, subtly reaching the ears of Gernara. She felt utterly uncomfortable, tormented by the sensations. Vegeta, I believe she is waiting for you. Go on, Bulma urged. There's no rush, let her come to me. Vegeta replied with a flick of his whip. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Have you not noticed? You have grown increasingly powerful lately. Bulma exclaimed, blushing. Hurry. I lack the strength. She languished on the bed, utterly drained. All right. Vegeta chuckled mischievously, suddenly employing his time-space technique to teleport directly into Gernara's chamber. Gernara gasped in shock. Who? It's me, don't be alarmed. Vegeta reassured her. Upon witnessing the flustered exchange between the two, Gernara grasped Vegeta's intentions. Sister, help me. I cannot go on. Allow me to recuperate. She had not anticipated that Vegeta would bring her along, but now that she was here, it was the perfect opportunity for liberation. Gernara shed her garments, revealing skin as smooth as jade. Haha, come forth, let me conquer you both. Vegeta declared with a wicked grin. Humph, this king shall not easily be defeated. Gernara retorted defiantly, and the two commenced a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Bulma slumbered soundly nearby, utterly exhausted. The following morning, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward, 100 success rate and 1 SR cell enhancement agent. Vegeta was roused from his slumber by the voice of the system. He slowly rose from the embrace of his two beautiful wives, descended from the bed, and inquired of the system, is Gernara already pregnant? That cannot be true. The system replied, host, she is indeed with child, but it is not detectable at this moment. Very well. Provide me with the enhancement serum. After consuming the serum, Vegeta felt a transformation occurring within his S cells. An indescribable sensation engulfed him. Yet, he sensed a breakthrough in his Super Saiyan first level, with his battle power escalating from a 50-fold increase to a 70-fold enhancement. Indeed, the original narrative had indicated that the Super Saiyan level 1 comprises several tiers. The first level grants a 50-fold boost, while the second manifests as a muscular transformation, yielding approximately 70-fold, albeit with a slight reduction in speed. The third level epitomizes perfect mastery, allowing for a 100-fold amplification. This current breakthrough, reminiscent of the muscular form, elevated his battle power from 7.5 billion to over 10 billion. Confident now, he mused that the upcoming androids in Cell would pose little challenge. Even in the face of unexpected circumstances, he felt prepared. Excitement coursed through Vegeta's heart. In the ensuing days, Vegeta resided in the fairyland, indulging in a life akin to that of royalty. Chapter 40, Special Edition, The Future Saga. In the future world, Earth lay in ruins. The once vibrant West City had been reduced to desolation. In this timeline, Goku succumbed to a viral heart disease, departing from life in sorrow. Future Vegeta, having lost his desire to fight, relinquished himself to a life of leisure, ceasing all training, while Gohan bore the mantle of protector of Earth. When Frieza arrived on Earth, Goku was still present, exerting his utmost to defeat Frieza and Cooler, only to succumb to illness shortly thereafter. Vegeta, along with Tien and Piccolo, met their demise at the hands of the androids 17 and 18 3 years later. Only Gohan, fueled by the loss of his comrades, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet even he found himself unable to prevail against the androids, forced to evade in desperation. Trunks sought Gohan as a mentor, training diligently. For they were the last vestiges of Earth's fighting strength. Should they fall, Earth would be doomed. The future androids were exceedingly malevolent, wreaking havoc and destruction, starkly contrasting with the androids of the main world. During 7 years of evasion, Gohan lost an arm while protecting Trunks from Android 17, becoming a one-armed warrior, leaving Trunks filled with remorse. Trunks, you must persevere. You two have the potential to become a Super Saiyan. You must defeat them, future Gohan urged. Bearing a scar upon his face and one arm, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination. Master Gohan, I still cannot succeed. No matter how furious I become, I fail. Future Trunks lamented. This is due to your base power being insufficient. Our prolonged state of flight has hindered your ability to train properly. However, improvement is imminent. You are the descendant of Uncle Vegeta, possessing the remarkable bloodline of the Saiyans. Have you not noticed that your strength has gradually increased with your growth? Gohan consoled. It seems so, Master Gohan, but how can I transform? Trunks inquired. Anger. An overwhelming fury. It was my grief over Uncle Piccolo's demise that triggered my transformation. Gohan elucidated. Just as the two were conversing, two beams of light suddenly surged towards them. Androids 17 and 18 had discovered their presence. With no time to evade, Gohan instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan to intercept. Trunks, you must flee, Gohan urged. Over the course of 7 years, Gohan had evolved from a state of evasion to being able to contend equally against either Android 17 or 18 alone. However, against both, he still found himself at a disadvantage and had to continue fleeing, hoping that Trunks could transform into a Super Saiyan to hold off one, allowing him the confidence to annihilate the other. The world's crisis could yet be resolved. Yet, Trunks was paralyzed by the android's power, reluctant to abandon his master, and stood frozen in place. A fierce battle ensued between Android 17 and future Gohan. 18, assist me. He grows stronger by the moment. I can barely withstand him. We must eliminate him before he escapes. We cannot predict what might happen next. 17 stated coldly. Hold your ground. I will go kill Trunks and extinguish his final glimmer of hope. 18 declared. With that, she ascended, her hand gathering a formidable energy blast directed at Trunks. Hurtling towards him, Trunks, gripped by fear, found himself unable to move. In that critical moment, Gohan endured an attack from 17, using the momentum to propel himself swiftly to Trunks' side, blocking the oncoming strike. However, due to the urgency, Gohan had no time to fortify his defenses, and the energy blast struck him, leaving his breath faint. Master Gohan, Trunks cried out. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Trunks, enveloping him in a golden glow. He had finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, the price was Gohan's life. Androids, you shall all perish, Trunks proclaimed, taking flight towards 18. Despite his transformation, his strength remained insufficient, and he would only endure further punishment. During Trunks' torment, they overlooked Gohan, who had not succumbed. Observing Trunks being mercilessly toyed with, Gohan summoned the last of his strength, charging towards Trunks. Flee. You cannot defeat them now. Train diligently. You still have Aunt Bulma to protect. I can no longer endure. Gohan's voice was filled with resignation. We shall escape together, Master Gohan. Trunks protested with reluctance. Gohan offered no further words, rushing towards the androids, his body brimming with rage as he concentrated the last vestiges of his energy for a self-detonation. Though Trunks felt a profound sorrow and anger, he was powerless to intervene. However, there was no alternative. He still had a mother to protect. Utilizing Gohan's self-detonation to buy time, he swiftly held his breath and plunged into the water, swimming towards the island where Bulma resided. On the island, there was a bomb shelter underground, safe from any repercussions. After the explosion, Gohan had vanished without a trace. Androids 17 and 18 brushed off the dust. When Gohan detonated himself, 17 had activated a protective barrier, shielding them from the energy's impact. Everything remained unchanged. Observing the fleeing Trunks, they felt no inclination to pursue him, as he had recently transformed into a Super Saiyan and his strength was still inadequate. They were also reluctant to part with this plaything, waiting for the opportunity to engage with him once more. Trunks fled to Bulma's location, embracing her and weeping profusely as he recounted everything that had transpired. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi gently comforted him, sharing in his sorrow. Bulma's tears had long been shed when Vegeta and their comrades had perished. At that moment, Bulma declared, "I have already developed the time machine. It merely awaits the completion of its energy charge, and then you can return to the past and alter history." "Mother, will it truly change the present?" Trunks inquired. "I cannot say for certain, but regardless of the method, we must attempt it. This way, you can return to the past and witness your father firsthand," Bulma mused, her mind conjuring the image of that proud, fiercely independent figure. Chapter 41. The arrival of Frisia and the Great Tetsu in the enchanting realm of the Elven continent. Lush forests and towering ancient trees epitomized the vastness and grandeur of this land. The elves frolicking in the woods added a touch of elegance to the scenery. Some played in the lake, others slumbered among the branches, while children engaged with small animals. The springtime radiated boundless vitality, a paradise where no man would wish to depart. Vegeta, too, at this moment, reclined upon the elongated, exquisite legs of Gurnara, indulging in the pleasure of the moment as she fed him fruits resembling grapes. This fellow was quite the playful one, even coaxing Gurnara to feed him with her mouth. Gurnara had been thoroughly conquered by him, yielding to his every whim. Bulma should be returning soon. Beneath the divine tree, our bloodline ought to be enhanced, Gurnara remarked, her cheeks flushed. She found herself blushing from Vegeta's teasing, scolding him internally for his incessant mischief. "Ah, let me lie here a while longer. Each day is exhausting with the two of you," Vegeta said, his eyes half closed. "No way, it's your primal instincts that are too strong. Blame us, huh?" Gurnara playfully retorted. Are you still yearning for more?" Vegeta teased, extending his finger in a playful manner. Gurnara gasped, her face turning crimson from his actions, and soon the two were once again engaged in their playful banter. Meanwhile, Bulma too was experiencing an elevation of her bloodline beneath the divine tree. Her once pale blue hair had transformed into a rich purple, with hints of golden light shimmering through. Her combat power surged from 1,500 to approximately 100,000. After all, the elven lineage possessed formidable strength. Even though they were not skilled in combat, their various superpowers and healing abilities were unparalleled. However, Bulma did not awaken any superpowers herself, as her bloodline had been diluted through generations of Earth ancestry. Yet, her intellect seemed to have heightened. Once vague scientific conundrums now appeared clear and resolvable. Her spiritual energy had significantly increased, and coupled with enhanced physical stamina, she could research tirelessly for days and nights without fatigue. Upon completing her power enhancement, Bulma returned to the royal palace. Before even entering, she overheard some scandalous sounds emanating from within, compelling her to rush inside. The guards at the entrance, upon recognizing Bulma, dared not impede her entry. In fact, they themselves were eager to follow. The past 5 months had been torturous for them as well. Their once delicate faces were now marred with dark circles, and their eyes were bloodshot. Even when they returned to rest, sleep eluded them, with various sounds echoing in their minds, leaving them lethargic by day and invigorated by night. They had even learned to comfort themselves. "Wow, how dare you play behind my back? I want in too," she exclaimed as she dashed into the fray. In the cosmos, the colossal fleet of Cooler was nearing Earth. "How long until we reach our destination?" Cooler inquired ominously. "At most a month, if all goes smoothly. We could land in half that time," a staff member at the control panel respectfully responded. "Very well, proceed at full speed. The ship's condition is of no concern," Frisia remarked. This was his father's legion, and he preferred not to interfere. Had it been his own men, he would have already unleashed a death beam. On King Kai's planet, King Kai observed Frisia's approach towards Earth with growing concern. Unable to contact Vegeta and unaware of his whereabouts, he could only inform Goku. "Goku, Frisia is nearing Earth. and I still cannot reach Vegeta. At present, you are unable to defeat him. What shall we do? The King of the Worlds exclaimed anxiously. Just then, a voice resonated from the temple. Lord King, I have a way to locate Vegeta, rest assured. Is that so? Why can I not find him? Is he not in the North Galaxy? The king inquired, puzzled. I am not entirely certain, but he did leave a means of contact, which can be utilized. The voice continued to elucidate. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Please contact him swiftly. I fear we may not have enough time. The king sighed lightly with relief. Understood, Lord King, the voice replied, then turned to Bobo with a puzzled expression, asking, Mr. Bobo, why must I keep this from the Lord King? Can you truly reach him? I can already sense Frisia's malevolent energy drawing near. Not much longer. He is almost upon us. Will we be able to make it? Bobo instructed him, having taught him to express such concerns. Divine Master, the moment is not yet ripe. I shall inform you when the opportunity arises. Rest assured. Vegeta will undoubtedly return, Bobo declared confidently, for he was aware that Vegeta possessed abilities akin to instant transmission. Having departed Earth in an instant, he would certainly be able to return. Bobo then activated his divine powers, establishing a telepathic connection with the spirit realm, as he had his own methods there. Vegeta, it seems you are indulging in a realm of comfort. Frieza approaches. Can you return now? I find myself unable to intervene. Bobo's voice echoed within Vegeta's mind. Vegeta had just concluded his battle when he was startled by Bobo's words, instantly rising to his feet. How could he have forgotten? Frieza was not dead, and Trunks would soon arrive. Rest assured, Mr. Bobo, I shall return immediately, Vegeta declared. What is it, Vegeta? Did you have a nightmare? Do you also experience fear? Bulma said, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Meanwhile, Gernara remained blissfully unaware, snoring softly, for she was currently the mainstay of their group. Bulma, Frieza is alive and has come to Earth. Will you accompany me back, or remain here? Vegeta inquired. I will join you. I didn't see him on Namek last time, and this time I wish to witness Frieza as true form with my own eyes. Bulma replied, suddenly alert. Gernara, awaken. I must return. There are matters to attend to, Vegeta gently urged. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Gernara, despite her reluctance, replied, You must return swiftly. I shall miss you. Do not worry. I will come back to see you. I'm sorry, but I cannot take you with me just yet to avoid detection by the Grand Minister. Vegeta said, his voice tinged with regret. Rest assured, I understand. As long as you return whenever you can, that is sufficient, Gernara responded with understanding. Thus, Vegeta and Bulma prepared themselves and instantaneously transported back to Earth. Goku, Piccolo, and the others sensed Vegeta's energy as he suddenly appeared, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Frieza was far more powerful than in the original storyline. The King Kai informed Vegeta and the others of Frieza's landing location. They all flew toward the indicated spot, with Bulma trailing behind Vegeta. Although Bulma was not adept in combat, her power level had reached a formidable 100,000, allowing her to protect herself from a distance. In no time, they congregated at the far western edge of Earth, amidst a sweltering desert. Vegeta, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Tien, and Kaiatsu were all present, except for Yamcha. Wow, Bulma, you have become even more beautiful. When did you change your hairstyle? Your aura seems even more enchanting, Krillin exclaimed in surprise. After enhancing her lineage, Bulma's transformation encompassed not only a change in hair color, but also an elevation of her essence, exuding a noble charm reminiscent of the elven race. Hee. I won't tell you, Bulma playfully stuck out her tongue. After all, Vegeta had instructed her not to reveal anything about the Elven clan. You little bald-headed brat. It seems you have grown bolder after a few days apart. You dare to stare at my woman? Vegeta remarked ominously. Krillin immediately felt a chill envelop him, rendering the sweltering heat inconsequential. Has she really become more beautiful? I can't see it. It's still Bulma to me, just with different hair. Goku interjected with a playful jest, leaving one to wonder whether it was a deliberate attempt to diffuse the tension or mere innocence. Do you no longer desire money, Goku? Or have you abandoned plans for the gravity chamber? Bulma threatened in a fierce tone. Regarding Goku's simple-minded remarks, she was dissatisfied. What woman does not relish compliments? Yet he seemed to overlook her femininity entirely. Ah, I'm just visually impaired. I can't tell. Goku awkwardly chuckled. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to land, Piccolo announced. After roughly 3 hours of waiting, the massive fleet of Kurl descended slowly. Kurl and the mechanical Frieza emerged from the spacecraft, along with a swarm of alien foot soldiers. Roar. Vegeta, Goku, are you here to welcome your king? Frisia's familiar, eerie laughter echoed. Vegeta, how are you still alive? I distinctly saw the planet explode, and you did not escape. You Scions lack the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Let me handle this. I have made significant progress recently, and should be able to defeat him, Goku eagerly proclaimed. During this time, under Vegeta's guidance, he had surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan. Breaking through his bottleneck and, after extensive training in the gravity chamber provided by Bulma's company, his foundational combat power had reached approximately 60 million points, and in transformation, he boasted around 3 billion in power. Wait, let us see what that is over there. Vegeta pointed towards an unusual machine in the distant sky. Everyone turned to look, including Frieza and his entourage, all unfamiliar with the bizarre oval-shaped spacecraft that had appeared so abruptly in the air. Future Trunks suddenly emerged. Chapter 42, Trunks' Dread on Earth. In an endless expanse of desert, the sweltering heat instilled a sense of irritation. Upon exiting the time machine, Trunks was taken aback by the situation before him. As all eyes converged upon him, he too observed the gathering crowd, noticing Bulma nestled beside Vegeta. Recalling his mother's words, he deduced that the man before him was none other than his father, Vegeta. The sight of Goku left him utterly astonished. Wasn't it said that Uncle Goku hadn't returned? How could he now be standing there? Yet, what perplexed him was that this situation diverged entirely from what his mother had described. In this timeline, his parents had not yet united. Had he inadvertently traversed time and arrived in a parallel universe? Gazing at Frieza and the others in the distance, he thought with growing confusion that the scene mirrored his mother's description perfectly. Even Frieza appeared just as she had portrayed. Why was this so? A wave of dread washed over him, fearing that he might alter history and jeopardize his return to the future. Regardless, he resolved to defeat Frieza first. In an instant, he surged forward in a fit of rage, demanding, "Are you Frieza?" Trunks asked impassively. "Is everyone now emboldened to speak to me in such a manner?" Frieza retorted, a hint of anger lacing his voice. Trunks exhibited none of the Scion's typical hesitance. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Frieza. Both Frieza and Goku were taken aback. Could there be more Scions in existence? Why was it that even a random individual could possess such formidable strength? However, Trunks underestimated Frieza's might. The Frieza of this timeline was entirely different from the one in their history. Drawing his sword, he swung fiercely at Frieza. Though surprised, Frieza was quick to react, for the disparity in power was insurmountable. Trunks, with merely a few hundred million in battle power, was no match. Extending his finger, Frieza enveloped it in energy and effortlessly intercepted the descending sword. Trunks recoiled in terror, realizing this was not the Frieza he had known. The Frieza from their world was not so powerful. How amusing. Are you frightened? Fear won't save you. I will annihilate you wild monkeys, Frieza declared, his expression shifting from amusement to terror. This cannot be. You should not be this strong, Trunks exclaimed in fear. Enough, Trunks. Come back, Kakarot. You take the lead. Piccolo, handle the minions, Vegeta commanded loudly. Humph, have I now become just a mere foot soldier? Piccolo scoffed. Yet, he did not disregard Vegeta's orders, soaring into the fray without even discarding his headscarf. Leave it to me, Vegeta, Goku exclaimed enthusiastically. I must caution you, Kakarot. Earth cannot withstand the extent of your power. It would be wise to resolve this swiftly. Otherwise, I shall intervene personally, Vegeta warned, fully aware of Goku's reckless nature in battle. Moreover, he did not need to exert his full strength, as he relished the challenge of defeating his adversaries with equal prowess. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Trunks was taken aback, standing frozen in place, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Why does he know my name? What has transpired to incite such a change? Trunks, what are you doing? Get back here, Vegeta bellowed. At that moment, Frieza seized the opportunity of Trunks' surprise to launch an attack. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Trunks regained his composure and clumsily evaded. Goku, meanwhile, rushed in, transforming into a Super Saiyan to engage Frieza in combat. The immense power unleashed stirred the desert, sending dust swirling into the air. Trunks grew increasingly perplexed. Even Uncle Goku's strength had surged to such heights that it now seemed sufficient to vanquish the androids. As the transformation of the Super Saiyan gradually receded, his hair shifted from a fiery gold to a bluish purple. He soared beside Vegeta, casting a puzzled glance his way, as if burdened with countless questions yet unsure where to begin. The battle between Goku and Frieza drew the attention of all. After extensive training, Goku had mastered the Super Saiyan form adeptly. Though Frieza had grown stronger, his body was less manageable than before, his energy chaotic and disordered, placing him at a disadvantage in the skirmish. Frieza glared furiously at Goku, astonished to discover that he possessed strength comparable to Vegeta's. Little did he know, Vegeta had become even more formidable. To Vegeta, Frieza now resembled nothing more than an insignificant insect. In a moment of distraction, Goku seized the opportunity, grasping Frieza's incoming punch with both hands, redirecting his force to hurl him violently to the ground. The soft desert floor enveloped Frieza entirely, sand infiltrating his mouth and nostrils. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he ascended rapidly, only to hear his father's voice warning him to evade. Goku had already gathered the Kamehameha wave, waiting for Frieza to emerge. In the instant the ground trembled, the Kamehameha surged towards Frieza's energy, striking with devastating precision. Frieza had no time to evade. Obliterated by Goku's energy wave, reduced to ash. Frieza, my son cursed Scion's King Cold mused inwardly, though outwardly he remarked, "You are quite formidable, are you not?" Goku, was it? Would you be interested in becoming my adopted son? Together, we could conquer the entire universe. While he spoke to buy time, his other hand was secretly gathering power. You should flee. I shall spare your life if you cease your malevolence. I will not kill you. Goku, in a moment of unexpected mercy, reverted to his normal state, lowering his guard. Vegeta, upon hearing his words, was rendered speechless. This fool remains so naively innocent. Prepare to meet your demise. I will send you to the afterlife alongside my son, Frieza. In an instant, King Cold unleashed a deadly beam, aimed directly at Goku's heart. Goku was struck, left on the brink of collapse. Yet, the formidable Saiyan physique and his lineage allowed him to endure for a moment longer. The crowd gasped in astonishment, calling out, "Goku! Father! Old son!" Meanwhile, Piccolo had already resolved the battle. Vegeta shook his head, instantly teleporting in front of Goku, reproaching him with a tone of disdain. "Serves you right for being careless. You deserve to die." Despite his harsh words, he extended his foot and kicked towards Piccolo and the others who were flying over. "You still have senza beans, don't you? Hurry and feed him one." "What a fool!" Vegeta exclaimed. Piccolo promptly retrieved a senza bean and rushed to feed it to Goku. Upon consuming it, Goku's energy was instantly replenished, and he stood up, saying, "Vegeta, I'm sorry. I let my guard down again." The others were at a loss for words, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? It's not the time to be laughing." Meanwhile, King Cold was gathering an energy sphere resembling the sun, akin to Frieza's planet-destroying attack. He ascended into the air, proclaiming, "Die, all of you. The planet will explode. And you won't survive. I can endure in the cosmos." With that, he hurled the energy blast towards Vegeta. The crowd gasped in shock, while Goku and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, racing towards the scene. Just then, Vegeta's cold voice echoed, "Retreat. I'm still here. Watch closely." Goku and the others halted in an instant. Upon seeing Goku stop, Trunks followed suit, bewildered, and asked, "Mr. Goku, do you really trust him that much?" "Rest assured. His power surpasses mine," Goku explained. Trunks felt a sense of confusion, pondering why his father was unable to transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment. What could have transpired to inspire such unwavering faith from Uncle Goku? Vegeta gazed at the slowly descending energy orb, displaying such disdain that he did not even bother to evade it, refraining from transforming. In truth, during his time on the Elven continent, Vegeta was not entirely consumed by the allure of women. Gernara, utilizing the extraordinary abilities of the Elven race, once again unlocked Vegeta's potential. Although the enhancement was modest, his base combat power had already surpassed 500 million. The current King Cold was a mere shadow of the early Frieza, and the energy orb unleashed at full force appeared to Vegeta as something he could effortlessly shatter with a single hand. The onlookers, witnessing Vegeta's lack of transformation, were filled with curiosity. Was his current power such that he no longer required to transform? As the energy orb approached the ground, Vegeta gradually raised his palm, gathering energy with one hand to intercept the orb. But that was not the end. His legs began to move, pushing off the ground, and he soared into the air, channeling immense power that sent the energy orb hurtling backward. The speed of its reversal increased, while King Cold stumbled backward, unable to withstand Vegeta's overwhelming force. The immense pressure even hindered his ability to transform. With words trembling on his lips, King Cold pleaded, "Vegeta, spare me. I shall become your slave." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. I have no need for a worthless slave like you. Do you think I am a fool like Kakarot who would believe your words? He then caught the energy blast with one hand, concentrating a powerful wave of energy, and shouted, "Big Bang Attack." The energy blast was forced back toward King Cold, who, unable to contain it, was propelled further and further away, soaring beyond the atmosphere and into the cosmos. It was only when he felt the searing heat on his back that he realized he was nearing the blazing sun. "No, I don't want to die. I regret it." His helpless cries could not penetrate the vacuum of space. A dazzling display of fireworks erupted, illuminating the earth as if it were day, the blinding brilliance causing everyone to squint. King Cold, too, was reduced to nothingness. Trunks was left utterly speechless in awe of his father's terrifying power. The ships left behind by Frieza were arranged by Bulma to be transported to her company. Aside from Vegeta, her sole interest lay in technology. "Now, let's discuss who you truly are," Piccolo said, turning to Trunks. Trunks looked at the multitude before him, unsure of how to explain, fearing he might alter history once more. At that moment, Vegeta interjected, "Speak up. Don't worry. Your words 1T change this world." Chapter 43, Training Trunks on Earth. In a desolate desert, the remains of various extraterrestrial beings lay scattered. In an effort to prevent humans from discovering them and triggering an epidemic, Piccolo eliminated the bodies. After the fierce battle, everyone turned their gaze toward Trunks, who was increasingly puzzled by Vegeta's words. He was bewildered as to what had transpired that led this timeline's father to be aware of his existence. Could it be that he had already manifested in this timeline? "Trunks, why are you standing there in a daze? What is your purpose here?" Piccolo urged. "Are you an employee of our Capsule Corporation? Your attire bears our logo. And that peculiar device of yours does as well. Does the company employ such a handsome young man?" "I was unaware," Bulma inquired curiously. Trunks felt his face flush from Bulma's compliment. He then produced a capsule, tossing it to the ground, which unveiled a small refrigerator filled with assorted cold beverages. "Help yourselves. I will explain everything slowly," Trunks stated. In truth, Vegeta had contemplated whether to reveal his knowledge of Trunks' existence. However, given the perilous nature of the recent battle, it was imperative to alert his future son, lest he fall victim to danger. The circumstances now were indeed different. Furthermore, Beerus remained in slumber, and Whis was not wandering aimlessly through the universe. Since the original narrative did not account for Trunks' arrival during this period, it was unlikely that he would be discovered now. Moreover, with Baba's presence, it was anticipated that appropriate measures would be taken. Trunks explained everything to the group, for there was no need to elaborate further. Everyone was aware of the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Goku would succumb to heart disease, Gohan was instantly filled with concern. "Father, I will seek the Dragon Balls and wish for your health," he declared. "That would be futile," Trunks interjected. "The Dragon Balls have just revived Tien and the others. They cannot be used again so soon. Time is not on our side." "What a pity," Goku remarked nonchalantly. "I cannot partake in the upcoming battle." But the formidable androids sound exhilarating. His eyes gleamed with a warrior's spirit, astonishing Trunks. Was this truly the Goku his mother spoke of? A man devoted to combat, who now seemed indifferent to the prospect of death. "Uncle Goku, do not worry," Trunks reassured him. "I possess a special medicine from the future that can cure your ailment. I came here specifically for this." With that, Trunks tossed the medicine to Gohan, instructing him to administer it in case of an episode. After all, with history altered, it was uncertain whether Goku would even develop heart disease. If he did not, it would be a joyous outcome. If he did, the medicine would remain as a safeguard. After Trunks spoke, the group was filled with apprehension, particularly Goku, who was taken aback by the resurgence of the Red Ribbon Army. "Fear not," Trunks reassured them. "Did I not say that we are far stronger than they were in history? If our androids possess equivalent strength to theirs, then we should be able to vanquish them entirely. And Vegeta is still here." Piccolo analyzed the situation carefully. "Indeed, your history has diverged significantly from what I know. I cannot predict what will happen next." "And you?" Piccolo inquired. "You can transform into a Super Saiyan. Who are you?" "Indeed," Goku echoed. Vegeta mentioned that following the destruction of planet Vegeta, only a handful of Saiyans survived. "Who might you be?" Throughout their previous exchanges, Trunks had refrained from revealing that he was the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma. If he were already born, it would be one matter, but if not, he feared that revealing this could jeopardize his parents' existence. Well, I cannot," Trunks stammered, fumbling for words. "Enough. He is my son with Bulma," Vegeta declared with a sense of pride. "Nanny?" Bulma exclaimed, taken aback. While this is surprising, seeing how handsome you are puts me at ease. If you had inherited your father's hairstyle, you would have been quite unfortunate. It seems my genes are rather robust as well. Come here and let your mother embrace you. Bulma affectionately enveloped her future son in her arms, and Trunks felt a warmth that brought a blush to his cheeks and moisture to his eyes. He had not anticipated such a cheerful mother in this world. Reflecting on the somber nature of his mother from the future, who had aged significantly due to years of fleeing and the loss of his father, he felt a pang of sadness. "Why are you crying, dear?" Bulma asked gently. "It's nothing. I'm just happy," Trunks replied, wiping away his tears. "Call me Mom too." "Thank you, Mom," exclaimed Trunks with excitement. Bulma gazed at the towering young man before her, reflecting on his heartfelt words and the future world, her heart aching for Trunks. "Well, it is as it is. Let us return," she said. "Trunks, come with me. I have something to discuss at home." Vegeta interjected, interrupting the ongoing discussions. After bidding farewell to Trunks, Goku and the others took to the skies, soaring away from the scene. Trunks then followed Bulma and Vegeta back to their estate on the outskirts of West City. "How did you come to know of my existence and the events of the future?" Trunks asked, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he looked at his expressionless father, struggling to find the words. "What? Not even a single father to utter." Vegeta remarked coldly. "Father, please help me. Go to the future and eliminate our enemies." Trunks respectfully implored, his gaze toward Vegeta filled with hope. He thought to himself that with his father's immense power in this world, they could surely defeat the androids in the future. Vegeta's gaze, once indifferent, gradually transformed into fury. In a sudden strike, he delivered a punch that sent Trunks hurtling several meters away, a trickle of crimson blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "Vegeta, what are you doing? Why are you hitting my son?" Bulma exclaimed, rushing to assist Trunks, who was wide-eyed with astonishment, unable to fathom why Vegeta would attack him. "You are truly despicable. As a member of the Scion race, you seek assistance from others instead of striving to become stronger yourself. You bring shame upon us Scions. I may help you once, but can I truly do so a second time? What happens when formidable foes emerge after the androids are vanquished? Will you return to seek my aid again? Can you guarantee Bulma's safety in the future? Can you assure me that you'll even live to return for my help? You are nothing but a worthless fool." Vegeta scolded, his disappointment palpable. As Trunks absorbed his father's words, the shock in his eyes slowly transformed into resolve. "Father, I was wrong. I apologize. Please, train me. I will defeat the androids on my own, and I will protect Mom in the future." Trunks bowed earnestly. Vegeta gazed at Trunks, who had been roused from his slumber by scolding, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his countenance. "Follow me. I shall take you to a special place." Vegeta soared into the sky, heading towards the temple. "Mother, I am departing. I shall return after my training." Trunks bid farewell and promptly followed Vegeta into the air. At the temple, "Mr. Vegeta, you have arrived. I am already aware of the situation. You intend to visit the hyperbolic time chamber, correct? Allow Mr. Popo to guide you." Vegeta replied coldly, his proud demeanor rendering him unable to utter words of gratitude. "If you ever wish to visit Namek, do not hesitate to seek me out," he added, halting his stride to address Tien. "Thank you, Mr. Vegeta. I will," Tien expressed with deep gratitude. Following this, Vegeta and Trunks accompanied Mr. Popo towards the time chamber. "Trunks, wait for me over there," Vegeta instructed, dismissing him for the moment. "Mr. Popo, is there no existence of you in that timeline?" Vegeta inquired, puzzled. "There should be, though I cannot say for certain, as I have never been there myself. There are countless parallel worlds, and because of you, several have re-emerged," Mr. Popo explained. He then touched Vegeta's forehead, sealing a faint light within him. "I understand your desire to visit that timeline. If you do, you will undoubtedly encounter the version of me from that realm. The temple shall not be destroyed. Perhaps it has simply concealed itself. When you find that version of me and he sees you, he will comprehend everything," Mr. Popo elaborated. "Very well. I am determined to go. I shall set things right and ensure that world is not so tragic," Vegeta declared. With that, he summoned Trunks, and they entered the hyperbolic time chamber. As soon as Trunks stepped inside, he was astonished by the sight before him, an endless expanse of white. As he walked to the resting area, the sweltering heat and thin air enveloped him, filling him with a sense of oppression, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "What a peculiar space. It is quite unbearable," Trunks muttered to himself. "Have you never been here in your world?" Vegeta asked, perplexed, for he knew that Mr. Popo could not be slain by the so-called androids. "No, father. I have only heard my mother speak of it. However, in my world, the temple has vanished since Uncle Piccolo perished. It must have been destroyed by the androids. I was just an infant at the time, so I have no recollection of it. All I know comes from my mother and Master Gohan, Trunks recounted. Vegeta pondered to himself. It seems that Bobo has concealed the temple. Perhaps Bobo from that world looks down upon me and Goku, thus refraining from intervening. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall subject you to rigorous training, Vegeta declared. Trunks, filled with excitement, responded, yes, father. In his own timeline, his father had perished during his childhood. Now, the opportunity to personally undergo his father's training filled him with immense joy. The foundation of combat power is paramount. Look at you, having transformed yet only possessing a mere few billion in combat power. Here, I shall focus solely on enhancing your base form. If you can elevate your base combat power to the tens of millions, I will then teach you the other forms of Super Saiyan. This way, when you return to the future, victory will be assured, and you will certainly defeat the androids. Vegeta elucidated, and then commenced the battle, initiating the grueling training for Trunks. Chapter 44, A New Mission, Journey to the Future. Within the temple, in the room of spirit and time, the clash of energy and the collision of fists and feet rendered the already sparse oxygen nearly non-existent. Vegeta and Trunks breathed heavily, their bodies drenched in perspiration. Both remained in their normal forms, having refrained from transforming into Super Saiyans. After 6 months of rigorous training, Trunks had elevated his battle power from several million to an impressive 20 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he now approached a staggering 1 billion. However, a gap still persisted. The strength of the androids from the future ranged between 1.5 to 1.6 billion, with Android 17 being slightly stronger and Android 18 somewhat weaker. Vegeta possesses a foundational combat power of 150 million, which has seen little significant enhancement. Especially when contending with Trunks, whose combat power reaches several million, this disparity inhibits him from tapping into his full potential. His attacks lack potency. Nevertheless, Vegeta has not been idle. During the frigid nights, he has diligently trained to master his muscular form. He has now flawlessly attained the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. Personal profile. Name, Vegeta Race, Saiyan Combat Power, 160 million skills, Artificial Moon. Great Bomb Attack Special Combat Technique. Killing Intent Fist, doubles original combat power, Mastery. Second stage of Super Saiyan 1, SR cells enhanced to 50%. Vegeta gazed at the information in bewilderment and remarked, System, why has my SR cell experienced an enhancement? Was it not 35% not long ago? How has it increased again? You have not rewarded me with any enhancement agents recently. Ding. The system's distinctive activation sound resonated. Host. The transformation from a normal state to a Super Saiyan is a significant hurdle for you, as it is for all Saiyans. However, once surpassed, subsequent forms can be mastered through diligent training. By developing your S cells to 100%, you will break through the genetic seal of the former Grand Priest. Thereafter, future transformations can be controlled through practice, eliminating the need for extreme anger that was once essential for enhancement. Remember, your combat power in the normal state dictates everything. I advise against taking shortcuts. Ah, I see. So, does this mean, System, that you have become somewhat redundant? I can grow stronger through my own training. What need have I for you? Vegeta scoffed. The system can assist the host in concealing their identity and masking their original traces, given your desire to overturn the table. A new mission has been issued. Choose one. 1. Travel to the future and personally eliminate the androids. Reward, 200 million points of combat power. 2. Travel to the future and have Trunks eliminate the androids. Reward, restore Bulma to factory settings. 3. Travel to the future to rectify the chaos, seek out a new Kai, and create new Dragon Balls. Reward, upgrade the host's time-space technique to the Great Time-Space Technique. While I can enhance my combat power through my own training, do not forget that you have your own attachments and that the power of rules is still beyond your grasp. System, what distinguishes the Great Time-Space Technique? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. The time-space technique is a rudimentary fusion of spatial and temporal powers, allowing for instant movement within space, as well as simple time manipulation, such as stopping or accelerating time for up to 30 seconds. Given your strength far surpasses the enemies currently present, you have yet to utilize these two abilities. The Great Time-Space Technique represents a significant advancement in fusion, far exceeding the initial combination. It grants the ability to traverse genuine parallel worlds, in reverse time. With a time limit of 1 minute. Host, do I still serve a purpose? The system retorted with a hint of pride. I see, but system, have you not noticed that your responses have once again provoked my ire? Haha, I choose missions 2 and 3. Vegeta said with a mischievous grin. How infuriating. The host is deliberately provoking this system. After the completion of this mission, I shall alter the existing mode, repair the butt, and the timing shall be uncertain, depending on my mood. The system's cold voice took on a hint of femininity, suggesting a semblance of humanity. System, are you not merely a machine? Why do you seem so human? Possessing emotions and even anger, albeit somewhat clumsily? Vegeta queried, perplexed. Ding. System repair in progress, unable to answer any questions posed by the host. The system's voice reverted to its icy tone. Haha, broken system. One day, I shall unravel the enigma of your true nature. Vegeta mused to himself. After a restful slumber, Trunks awakened and observed his father engaged in meditation training. He instantly felt a pang of laziness, realizing that while his father trained vigorously throughout the day and meditated at night, he had merely indulged in deep sleep. He promptly approached Vegeta and stated, Father, please continue to train me. One must balance effort with relaxation. We cannot rush. Your body has temporarily reached its limits over the past 6 months. Further intense training will yield minimal gains. In the coming 6 months, I will guide you to master your transformations and perhaps achieve new breakthroughs. Vegeta rose and, with a surge of golden energy, transformed into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming aura he exuded made Trunks feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, Vegeta retracted his oppressive energy, and the golden flames vanished. Having witnessed my transformation, what thoughts cross your mind? Vegeta inquired. Trunks then transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Father, your transformation seems so natural, devoid of any brutish aura. Mine, however, is steeped in a savage and malevolent energy, and it drains my stamina rapidly. I cannot sustain it for long. Indeed, you have merely begun to grasp the transformation of a Super Saiyan and have yet to master it fully. If you could transform as effortlessly as I, your battle power would likely amplify to between 55 and 60 times. Presently, you barely exceed a 50-fold increase. Next, we shall explore the second tier of Super Saiyan. Vegeta elucidated. He then bellowed mightily, his muscles swelling as his previously restrained energy surged once more. Incredible! Trunks exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. This is the second tier. Although it has not surpassed Super Saiyan 1, it boasts a 70-fold increase in battle power. Your immediate goal should be to master this transformation, though it has its drawbacks. While your strength escalates, your speed diminishes. Thus, you must perfect this transformation, swiftly dispatching foes while they are astonished, lest they regain their wits and escape. Vegeta gradually reverted from his transformation. Yes, father. And regarding your mention of Super Saiyan 1, are there other transformations? Trunks queried in confusion. Indeed, there are many transformations, yet I have only attained mastery over this tier. The next tier is the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 1, which I may achieve in due time. Do not set your sights too high. Focus on mastering the second tier over the next 6 months. That will suffice. Vegeta clarified. With that, the two resumed their training. Chapter 45, Training concludes. Preparing for the future in the future world, thick smoke billowed from the earth, and fissures appeared along the horizon where the sea met the sky, releasing torrents of lava that engulfed both land and ocean. The once thriving West City lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland awaiting revival. The few remaining inhabitants of Earth wailed in despair, their eyes devoid of life, emanating an aura of hopelessness. The malevolent androids continue their rampant destruction elsewhere, reveling in their assaults and treating murder as a sport. Their wickedness knows no bounds. Haha. Number 17. You are too slow. I have dispatched 15, while you have only taken down 13. Number 17 cackles incessantly, casually hurling energy blasts into the city. The already ravaged metropolis has descended further into chaos, resembling a hellish landscape. How tiresome and unamusing. This competition is pointless. Where has that accursed Trunks gone? I can never seem to locate him. These earthlings are utterly feeble. Number 18 pauses her onslaught and declares, the temple. Vegeta and Trunks engaged in a fierce battle as Super Saiyan 1 at the second level, their formidable physical strength on full display, particularly Trunks, whose muscles swelled impressively. Standing taller than Vegeta, he would have appeared quite diminutive had Vegeta not wished for an additional 15 centimeters in height. The sound of their fists colliding reverberated throughout the space, the powerful shockwave shattering the icicles that had formed in the frigid night. Even the biting cold of the night could not quell the fervor of their combat. Vegeta unleashed a devastating attack that sent Trunks tumbling back to his normal state, leaving him incapacitated upon the ground. Rest well for a day. Prepare yourself for the impending challenge, Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at the clock above the resting area. Indeed, Father, Trunks replied with deference. Vegeta retracted his form, his eyes closed tightly, and an immense aura surged around him. With a powerful shout, he unleashed an energy surpassing the second level, entering the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 1. Unlike the early forms, his muscles did not swell. Yet his aura underwent a transformation. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if a bolt of lightning flickered within the flames surrounding him. This was the manifestation of his impending transformation into Super Saiyan 2. After 6 months of rigorous training, on the final day, Vegeta mastered this ultimate state perfectly. Initially, this transformation granted him an 80-fold increase in battle power, but now it had astonishingly risen to 90-fold. His battle power surged to an astounding 14.4 billion points. With just one formidable battle, he would transcend into Super Saiyan 2. He vaguely recalled that in the storyline, Super Saiyan 2 was twice as powerful as the first, equating to 100 times his normal state, while Super Saiyan 3 was 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, thus 400 times his base power. As for Super Saiyan 4, it was not part of the official canon. Only time would reveal its nature. Father, is this what you refer to as the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 1? It truly is impressive, exclaimed Trunks in astonishment. Over the course of the year, Trunks had grown less intimidated by Vegeta and had begun to develop a genuine father-son bond. Indeed, time is of the essence. Otherwise, you too could achieve this form. This state harnesses the explosive power of the second level, retracting it throughout the body, suppressing muscle distortion, and significantly enhancing speed. It is the most fitting and potent form of Super Saiyan 1. Upon returning to the future, you must not neglect your training, Vegeta admonished sternly. Yes, father, I understand, Trunks replied earnestly. After a day's rest, they emerged from the room of spirit and time. Mr. Popo, witnessing Vegeta's newfound strength, felt a sense of gratification. I knew I had not misjudged you. Trunks, you should return first. I will follow you to the future shortly, Vegeta instructed. Father, are you going too? Mother will surely be delighted to see you, Trunks said excitedly as he flew down from the temple, heading towards West City. Mr. Popo, Trunks mentioned that you disappeared along with the temple in the future, Vegeta inquired. Certainly, you must have hidden yourself. Remember the location and, with your peculiar instant transmission ability, you should be able to sense it and find your way. Mr. Popo explained. If I bring someone from that timeline back, will the Grand Minister notice? Vegeta asked again. Indeed, Vegeta intended to bring back future Bulma. Since she could restore her original state and had endured such sorrow, it was unthinkable to leave her in the future to suffer. When you bring her back, come to me first. I will erase her traces and create a suitable identity for her. Although she hasn't yet focused on Earth, it's wise to prepare for contingencies, Mr. Popo advised. Thank you, Mr. Popo, Vegeta expressed his gratitude. Go ahead, Mr. Popo replied, and with a swift instant transmission, Vegeta returned to the West City estate. At that moment, Bulma was busy cutting Trunks' hair. A year has passed, and T's hair has grown to shoulder length, yet it does nothing to diminish his allure. Observing Vegeta's unkempt appearance, Bulma expressed her disdain, urging him to take a shower and shave. Now that we have a son, you seem to have forgotten about your husband. I thought you might personally shave my beard. Vegeta retorted grumpily. At your age, feeling envious of our son is rather shameless. By the way, why hasn't your hair grown longer? Bulma inquired. As pure-blooded Saiyans, our hairstyles remain unchanged upon reaching adulthood. I believe I mentioned this to you. Vegeta huffed. Is that so? I must have forgotten, but it matters not. Hurry and take a shower. You reek, Bulma remarked with further disdain. Watching the intimate exchange between the two, Date felt a surge of joy and yearned to return home to visit his mother. Vegeta cast a fierce glance at Bulma, as if to convey that she would have a difficult time tonight. After finishing his shower, he emerged to find Trunks, freshly groomed, engaged in conversation with Bulma, recounting the myriad events of the future. Bulma's expressions oscillated between surprise, sorrow, and concern, her countenance a veritable kaleidoscope of emotions. Very well, Trunks, rest well. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the future, Vegeta interjected. Vegeta, are you going too? Can I join? I wish to see how I have fared in the future. Bulma inquired eagerly. This time, I have pressing matters to attend to. It would be best if you stayed behind. Do not worry. You will have your chance to see it. Vegeta replied, instantly regretting his words, feeling as though he had inadvertently revealed something. Ah, Vegeta. It seems you are not entirely honest. Come with me. Bulma exclaimed, promptly seizing Vegeta by his tail and dragging him back to their bedroom. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Vegeta found himself unable to defend against Bulma's advance into the room. Watching his playful parents, Trunks couldn't help but smile blissfully, realizing that his father was not the stoic figure he had always imagined, but rather someone quite different from the narratives his mother had shared. Beyond the unique pride and the inherent dignity of a Scion prince, there lay a surprisingly tender side to him. In the bedroom, before Bulma could pose her questions, Vegeta took the initiative, and the two engaged in a spirited battle. Their playful skirmish unfolded with fervor, each vying for supremacy, matching wits and strength in a display of unrestrained energy, leaving no room for mercy. Despite Bulma's earnest efforts to retaliate, she found herself ultimately overpowered by Vegeta. After the encounter, Vegeta lay amidst the wreckage of his once formidable army, while Bulma, drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, lamented, "I am utterly exhausted." You truly are a monster. You dared to undermine me before our son. How does it feel now? Have you submitted? Vegeta teased with a mischievous grin. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. You have ill intentions regarding my future self, haven to you? Bulma responded sharply. You figured it out, have you? Vegeta asked, intrigued, as he realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. Humph, I know you too well. Go, bring her back. I cannot bear the thought of her suffering. Am I to be jealous of myself? Besides, I require assistance to confront you. Otherwise, I stand no chance, especially with Goku not around often. Bulma exclaimed, her voice a blend of playful defiance and genuine concern. Vegeta gazed at the empathetic woman before him, growing fonder by the moment, and embraced her tightly. However, Bulma had already succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Chapter 46. Annihilation of the Androids. As dawn broke, Vegeta gradually awakened, only to find Bulma absent from his side. Venturing outside, he discovered Bulma and Trunks dining in the restaurant. Trunks' manner of eating mirrored that of Vegeta himself, devouring his food with unrestrained fervor. The dishes on the table vanished as swiftly as a tempest, all consumed by Trunks' voracious appetite. In the future, he had not indulged in such delectable fare for an extended time: steamed lamb, braised bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast flower duck, roasted chick, roasted goslings, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meats, delicate pork belly, air-dried meat, sausages, assorted platters, smoked chicken breast, steamed 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice-stuffed duck, and canned wild chicken. The author indulges in a bit of playful exaggeration. Bulma observed Trunks, who shared Vegeta's voracious appetite, a nurturing smile gracing her face like that of a devoted mother. At that moment, Vegeta remarked, "Humph, how dare you dine without inviting me? I shall join as well and see who consumes the most. After all, I am the prince of the Saiyans." Vegeta's stomach rumbled at the sight of food, prompting him to join the battle against it. He and Trunks engaged in a delightful contest, devouring a delectable elbow of meat and a whole chicken in turns, vying for every morsel. What are you even competing with a child for? Bulma chided. Trunks hasn't he enjoyed such a feast in ages, and you're stealing from him. You're not acting like a father at all. Vegeta mumbled incoherently with his mouth full. Swallow it first, Bulma urged. We Saiyans must always compete, even when it comes to dining. Vegeta managed to gulp down his food and responded affirmatively. In less than 10 minutes, the bountiful spread before them was entirely consumed. Leaning back in their chairs, both father and son wore expressions of utter satisfaction, occasionally emitting contented belches. Father, let us set off. The energy for the time machine only allows us to return. If you wish to come back, we must wait a year, Trunks informed him. Indeed, let us go. I have already devised a method for returning. We shall proceed without your concern, Vegeta replied confidently. Once the mission was completed, he anticipated advancing his time manipulation skills, enabling him to traverse parallel dimensions at will, alleviating any worries about the future world, which had already deteriorated further. On a small island 3,000 kilometers from West City, Vegeta and Trunks materialized in their time machine. All right, I've sensed your mother's location. Let us go see her, Vegeta declared, promptly using instant transmission to arrive at Bulma's island. Vegeta's instant transmission surpasses that of the Supreme Kai and the planet Yardrat. As long as he exists within this realm, he can transport himself to any location at will. The spatial laws manifest the entirety of the world in Vegeta's mind. Although he cannot sense Bulma's faint energy, he can perceive her whereabouts. One cannot help but marvel at the wonders of these rules. Consider the Omni King, a being personified by the very essence of these laws, endowed with the terrifying ability to erase all existence. Truly formidable. At this moment, Vegeta could only grasp the fundamentals of spatial manipulation. He was capable of movement but had yet to master the art of creating or obliterating space at will. Upon advancing, he would upgrade to the grand technique of time and space. In addition to enhancing his abilities to traverse time and manipulate its flow, it was believed that his command over spatial forces would also improve. After all, the system had not elucidated everything, leaving Vegeta to uncover these secrets on his own in due course. Trunks led Vegeta to a cave situated in the western part of a small island. Within this modest cavern, Trunks slowly unveiled a metal panel from the ground, revealing a staircase crafted by human hands, leading downwards into the depths below. The two descended step by step, and as they neared the end of their descent, a voice rang out. "Who goes there?" came a wary query, accompanied by the sound of a gun being readied. "It's me, Xiaowu. I'm back," Trunks gently replied. For narrative purposes, the author chose to introduce Xiaowu here, even though she had not yet made her appearance, to facilitate Vegeta's ability to take Bulma away without Great T being overly reluctant. In an instant, a vibrant figure leaped into Great T's embrace, exclaiming, "Will, Trunks, I missed you so much. You're finally back." Xiaowu sobbed. "I missed you too. How is my mother?" "Don't cry. You'll ruin your beauty." Great T comforted her tenderly, although Aunt Bulma did not voice her concerns. Xiaowu could discern that she was deeply worried about her safety and whether she would return unharmed. Often, she would secretly shed tears, and now, she spoke with a quivering voice to calm her emotions. Upon raising her head, she finally noticed Vegeta's presence and inquired, "Trunks, who is this?" "This is my father from the future, Vegeta." Xiaowu, greet him as Uncle. Great T hastily introduced. "Hello, Uncle Vegeta. I am Xiaowu, Trunks' girlfriend," she said respectfully, feeling quite nervous at the sight of her future father-in-law. Very well. From now on, you may address me as father, just as Trunks does. After we eliminate the androids, I shall arrange your wedding," Vegeta declared, launching into a supportive role. In an instant, Xiaowu's face flushed crimson, and she felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure of what to say, yet her heart brimmed with joy at receiving the elder's approval. "Dad, what do you say?" Xiaowu stammered. Flustered, Great T covered his forehead, unsure how to respond, fearing he might inadvertently offend the fair lady. "What is it, my son? Do you not feel worthy? Are you not good enough for her?" Vegeta pressed on with his encouragement. I am willing," Uncle Vegeta, Xiaowu hastily replied, eager to clarify any potential misunderstandings. "Xiaowu, thank you for being by my side during this time. I will always take good care of you," Great T added, displaying a hint of emotional intelligence. Following Vegeta's lead, after their heartfelt exchange, they embraced once more, shedding tears of happiness. Enough of this. Take me to see Bulma," Vegeta interjected, unable to tolerate the display of affection any longer, his voice cold. Upon hearing this, they released each other and guided Vegeta deeper into the air raid shelter. As Xiaowu and Date led the way, she quietly inquired of Trunks, "Why is Uncle Vegeta so cold? Does he dislike me?" "Initially, I too believed my father to be as my mother described him, heartless and indifferent to all matters. However, through my time spent in his company, I have come to realize that he is one of those who appears aloof yet possesses a warm heart. Otherwise, he would not have praised you. You see, during this time, my father has not once complimented me. He has only called me foolish or useless." Trunks whispered softly into Xiaowu's ear. Little did Trunks know, at this moment, Vegeta's soul was already overshadowed by another. "Stop whispering in front of me and hurry up. You're wasting time," Vegeta bellowed. The two were startled, their bodies shivering as their pace quickened significantly. Do you think I cannot hear you? You dare to discuss me behind my back," Vegeta mused internally. After a brief while, they reached the very bottom, where a dark corridor lay before them. A group of humans huddled together for warmth, their bodies barely clothed and filthy. Among them were the elderly, children, and women, and there was a familiar rotund figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Majirbi, still resembling a ball, but showing significant signs of aging and unkempt facial hair. This pitiful sight even stirred a sense of compassion in Vegeta. He promptly retrieved a capsule filled with supplies and tossed it to Xiaowu, saying, Inside are provisions and necessities for rebuilding our home upon our return to the surface. Take care of it. Now, give them something to eat. Trunks, take me to see your mother, Vegeta commanded. Trunks led Vegeta into Bulma's research lab. Upon entering, they found Bulma busily tapping away at her keyboard, controlling the robots outside in search of essential supplies. She was so engrossed in her work that she did not turn to acknowledge their presence. Who is it? Is that Xiao Wu? Come in, I'll be done shortly. Bulma called out. Just as Trunks was about to respond, Vegeta raised a hand to stop him, slowly approaching Bulma from behind. It is I. I have come to see you, he said gently. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma's busy figure abruptly halted, frozen in place like a statue, hesitant to turn around. Vegeta did not urge her. He simply waited for Bulma to turn around. A full minute elapsed before she slowly turned her head, her gaze shifting like the changing tides. From disbelief, her eyes gradually transformed into a torrent of tears. She stood up and leapt into Vegeta's arms, clinging to him tightly as she wept openly. Trunks observed the two and quietly withdrew, closing the door behind him. Inside, Bulma's cries gradually subsided into the gentle sounds of slumber. The exhaustion from her long ordeal, coupled with her previous emotional turmoil, led her into a deep sleep. It seemed that Vegeta's presence allowed her to release all her burdens. Bulma barely had the chance to communicate with Vegeta. Vegeta gently laid Bulma down onto the adjacent bed, attempting to withdraw his presence. However, Bulma clung tightly to his arm, terrified that if she let go, he would vanish once more. Vegeta softly reassured her, "Do not worry. This time I will take you with me, and I shall not abandon you." Only after these words did Bulma gradually release her grip. Vegeta then quietly opened the door and stepped outside, each movement delicate. Fearful of awakening the tormented woman. Upon exiting, he beheld a group ravenously devouring food, and a surge of anger welled within him. He addressed Trunks with fervor. "You must immediately eradicate the androids, preferably before your mother awakens. Consider it a gift for her. Should you fail, I shall take matters into my own hands." Trunks, upon hearing this, solemnly replied, "Rest assured, Father, I possess unwavering confidence in my ability to defeat them. I will not disappoint you or the training you have imparted to me." Meanwhile, Mai gazed at Trunks with concern. "By the way, Father, why did you not stay longer with Mother? Why return so soon?" A bewildered Din inquired. "Fool, did you not hear me say that your mother is asleep? How could you protect her and allow her to endure such suffering? As a man, do you not feel ashamed? Will you be capable of caring for Mai in the future?" Vegeta rebuked fiercely. Din's face flushed crimson under the reprimand, rendering him speechless. "Uncle Vegeta, I believe in him. Please do not blame him." Mai interjected protectively on Trunks' behalf. "Call me Father. If Trunks lets you down, I shall dispose of him." "Humph. Useless," Vegeta declared with exasperation, his disappointment palpable. Vegeta gazed at the youthful and radiant Xiao Wu before him, suddenly reminded of the humorous anecdotes from novels of his past life, where a father-in-law and daughter-in-law shared peculiar moments. How wicked, how depraved. She is my daughter-in-law. How could such thoughts cross my mind? A chill ran down Vegeta's spine. At that moment, Xiwu, her face aflame with embarrassment, stammered, "Yes, Father." The mere presence of Vegeta left her trembling with trepidation. "Do not worry, Father. I shall no longer shy away from my responsibilities. I will personally eliminate them without hesitation," Trunks declared, his voice brimming with murderous intent. With that, he turned away and strode out without a backward glance. Xiwu watched Trunks depart in silence, her heart heavy with worry. Vegeta consoled, "Rest assured. With that little brat's current strength, he will be just fine." After saying this, he turned and returned to Bulma's room, sitting beside her as he awaited her awakening. Meanwhile, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared towards the androids. Although the androids were undetectable by Ki, their rampant destructive energy blasts served as unmistakable beacons. In no time, Trunks had reached the vicinity of the androids. Android 18, observing the sudden arrival of the formidable Trunks, taunted, "Oh, you finally decided to show yourself? Come to meet your demise? I truly hesitate to end your life. Otherwise, where would the fun lie? You all must perish." With that, Trunks' power surged dramatically as he transformed into his second Super Saiyan form, drawing the sword from his back and charging at Android 18. With a foundational battle power of 30 million, Trunks, now in his Super Saiyan second grade form, amplified his strength to an astounding 1 billion points. The androids of this world were not as formidable as those from the main timeline, possessing power around 1.5 to 1.6 billion. Through rigorous training in the Room of Spirit and Time, Trunks had elevated his battle power to 20 million over the first half of the year. Although he did not specifically train his base power in the latter half, mastering the second-grade Super Saiyan form had further increased it by 10 million, culminating in a total of 30 million points. Trunks' potential was immense, further amplified by Vegeta's rigorous training and systematic instruction, leading to a significant enhancement in his abilities. Now, he could easily overpower the androids. The sheer force of his energy stunned Android 18, and before she could react, she was cleaved in two, her half-human, half-machine form spilling blood amidst the billowing smoke of destruction. In accordance with his steadfast nature, Trunks wielded his sword with one hand while channeling a devastating attack taught by Vegeta with the other, launching it towards the still-severed Android 18. In an instant, she was utterly obliterated. He then charged towards Android 17, swinging his sword, still reeling from the loss of 18. 17 had no choice but to catch the descending blade with both hands. Humph, you killed 18 because of that sword, didn't you? He attempted to reassure himself with bravado. Trunks, however, remained silent, merely offering a contemptuous smirk. With a swift kick, he sent 17 soaring into the air. As his sword returned to its sheath, he raised both hands skyward, unleashing a wave of energy. 17, unable to regain his composure in time to evade, hastily activated his signature technique, a protective barrier that enveloped him in a circular key shield. Trunks intensified his energy, and the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. In an instant, 17 was reduced to nothingness. Trunks reverted to his normal form and returned to the island, having dispatched 2 androids in a remarkably brief span. His clean and decisive methods truly epitomized the most reliable Scion, exhibiting no recklessness whatsoever. However, he failed to notice that behind a nearby ruin, a faint and intricate aura of energy was subtly manifesting, a blend of Frisia's essence and that of Earth's inhabitants. In the island's air defense shelter, a chime resonated, signaling the completion of the host's second task, rewarding Bulma with a factory reset. In this context, the setting merely involves restoring her youth, erasing the physical union with Vegeta from history, and refreshing her body. Otherwise, it would be disconcerting for both the protagonist and myself. Vegeta gazed at Bulma, who was gradually regaining her youth and beauty, and a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Bulma, due to the system's restoration and refreshment, slowly awakened, feeling as though she had reverted to a state of youthfulness from over a decade ago. Her sagging features had become firmer, and her once drooping backside was gradually lifting, restoring the tautness of her younger days. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Vegeta, she was struck by his presence, and tears began to well up uncontrollably. "Do not cry, Bulma. I have come to take you away." Vegeta hastily reassured her. "You are not him," she replied. "Though you resemble him, he would not comfort me in this manner. And while I am elated, I cannot deny the truth. Indeed, it is complicated. Trunks found me and recounted all that has transpired in your world. I returned with him solely to liberate you from your suffering." Vegeta elucidated. "But you are not him," Bulma lamented. "From what you say, you are merely a version of him from a parallel universe. I cannot accompany you. My presence exists in that world as well. I refuse to disrupt the happiness you possess." Before Vegeta could utter another word, Trunks had returned, recounting the events outside. The jubilant shouts and ecstatic cheers from outside abruptly interrupted Vegeta's speech. What had transpired outside? Where was Trunks? Did he not accompany you back? Bulma inquired anxiously. "Fear not. Come with me, I shall show you." Vegeta gently assisted Bulma to her feet. The softness of Vegeta's unexpected gesture stirred Bulma, who had not felt such touch in years, causing her to tremble with emotion and contemplate the moment. Reluctant to dismiss this kindness, she accepted Vegeta's support and stepped outside. "Mom, you look younger and more beautiful," Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. "Really? I suppose I do feel somewhat different, as if I were 18 again, brimming with vitality." Bulma, now aware of her transformation, responded. "But enough about me. Tell me what has occurred that has brought such joy to everyone." She addressed the excited crowd. "Bulma Andy, it was Trunks who defeated the androids, completely eradicating them. We no longer have to hide." "What? As far as I knew, Trunks was not yet capable of defeating them. You aren't just saying this to make me happy, are you?" Bulma expressed her skepticism. "Mother, I have traveled back to the past." Trunks slowly elucidated the events of recent times. Vegeta remained silent as the group listened intently to Trunks' narration. In Chapter 47, Searching for Bobo, then to Namek, Within the confines of the air raid shelter, Bulma and her companions were captivated by Trunks' account of recent events, their eyes reflecting disbelief. It turned out that Trunks had not traveled back in time, but had merely traversed to a parallel dimension. In this alternate reality, the presence of Vegeta evidently guided events towards a favorable trajectory. Bulma was particularly astonished. The deceased Vegeta had not possessed the same profound understanding of human emotions as the Vegeta before her, who exhibited kindness and insight. Envy stirred within her as she contemplated her counterpart in the parallel universe, who was fortunate enough to share her life with such an extraordinary man. A fleeting thought of wanting to accompany him crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. I have recounted everything. That is the situation. By the way, mother, why do you appear so youthful? Trunks inquired after finishing his tale. Me? I am not quite certain. I merely took a nap, and this is the result. Have I truly become younger? Bulma responded, perplexed. Although her body had undergone changes, she had not yet looked in a mirror. Indeed, Aunt Bulma, look. At that moment, Mai produced a small mirror and held it up to Bulma's face, remarking, is it so unusual for a girl to carry a mirror? Bulma gazed at her reflection, her heart racing with excitement. She was astonished to find that not only had her body regained youthful vitality, but her appearance had reverted to the beauty she possessed at 18. Yet, she remained puzzled as to how this transformation had occurred. Observing his mother's bewilderment, Trunks instantly comprehended the situation. He turned to Vegeta and remarked, Father, this must be your doing, restoring Mother's youth. Though I am unsure how you accomplished it. I am certain it is your handiwork. Vegeta coldly remarked that children should refrain from meddling in adult affairs, asserting that he possessed many more methods than she could possibly fathom. What does this even signify? He found himself unable to elucidate the existence of the system, resorting instead to claiming the credit for himself, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Thank you, Vegeta, Bulma said, her voice brimming with emotion. It's nothing. You are equally my woman, even though we exist in different timelines. How could I bear to witness you gradually withering away? Vegeta spoke gently. Bulma felt her cheeks flush at Vegeta's boldness, the sensation of shyness returning after more than a decade of absence. Since Goku's death, this timeline's Vegeta had been consumed by melancholy, devoid of any desire for battle, and indifferent towards her. She had observed this with a heavy heart, feeling the pain deeply. Soon after, the future Vegeta also met his demise, extinguishing the last vestiges of her femininity, transforming her into a formidable woman who led the remaining Earthlings, including Trunks, in a desperate struggle for survival. Yet, the Vegeta before her, with his unwavering dedication, ignited an unprecedented warmth within her heart. In that moment, she found herself unable to refute his assertion, implicitly accepting her role as his woman. The image of the original Vegeta in her mind seemed to fade slowly, while the man before her began to carve a place within her heart. After all, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had lost. In this timeline's Vegeta had been gone for 7 long years. It would be unjust to label her feelings as infidelity. Vegeta observed that Bulma did not refute his proposal, and a sense of clarity filled his heart. He believed he could successfully take her back with a little more effort. Trunks, witnessing the intimate interaction between the two, felt an unexpected twinge of discomfort, but it quickly dissipated. Perhaps this father was indeed the best refuge for his mother. All right, Trunks. You will lead everyone in rebuilding our homeland while I seek out Mr. Popo and the temple to aid in restoring our home, Vegeta declared. The temple? Hasn't it vanished? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Not quite. It is likely that Popo has hidden himself away. The Popo from my world is extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing me, though our histories differ. Every counterpart in parallel worlds possesses equal strength, especially beings like Popo, who have existed for millennia, Vegeta elucidated. Very well, father, go ahead. I will take care of them. Trunks replied. Will you return? Bulma couldn't help but ask. I will. I promise you. As long as you agree, I will fulfill my word. Even if you do not, I will return to see you once my tasks are complete. I shall not vanish without a trace. Vegeta spoke gently before employing his time-space technique and disappearing. At that moment, Vegeta executed a strategy of feigned detachment, employing the ancient art of seduction through withdrawal, allowing Bulma to feel a deeper sense of longing. Mom, what promise are you talking about? I didn't hear anything. At this juncture, a smirk adorned Trunks' face as he feigned innocence, seemingly having grasped the situation. What promise? There is nothing I don't know, you little rascal. How dare you jest about your mother after being away for so long? I see you've lost all respect. Bulma exclaimed, her voice a mixture of exasperation and affection. All All right, Mom, I want to tease you further. However, you must consider your son's lifelong happiness. Just a while ago, Father insisted that Xiaowu address him as father and promised a wedding celebration once our home is rebuilt. Trunks gradually subdued his laughter. Nanny? Xiaowu has yet to call me Mom, yet she has already referred to him as father? Our years of relationship seem to pale in comparison to his sudden appearance. Xiaowu, this won't do, Bulma said, jealousy evident in her voice. Mom, it's not like that I have actually longed to call you Mom. Xiaowu blushed as she spoke. Bulma understood that over the past 7 years, the bond between her and Xiaowu had grown so strong, built upon their mutual support for Trunks, that it had surpassed that of a biological mother and daughter. Xiaowu intertwined her arm with Bulma's, resting her head on Bulma's shoulder. Good child, with this, our bond will only deepen. I hope you and Trunks find happiness. Bulma blessed them with heartfelt sincerity. The touching scene evoked envy among those present, each wondering when they too would experience such happiness. Yet, with the androids vanishing, it seemed that brighter days were on the horizon. Mom, while we are indeed happy, you should also contemplate your own happiness. With Earth free from danger, you need not worry about me. I have grown up now. Trunks added once more. Impudent brat. Mind your own business and do not bully Xiaowu. My affairs do not concern you, Bulma declared. However, deep within her heart, her initial resistance had begun to waver due to Vegeta's astonishing efforts in such a short time. The once serene atmosphere of the Earth's temple hovered in the air. Vegeta suddenly materialized, gazing perplexedly at the surrounding area. He summoned the power of space, yet sensed no concealed dimensions. It was evident that the original timeline's Bobo had overestimated Vegeta's mastery of temporal arts. Perhaps only by advancing to grand temporal techniques would he be able to perceive anything. Since this approach proved futile, Vegeta had no choice but to resort to a simpler method. Enveloped in a surge of anger, he called out loudly, Mr. Bobo. I know you can hear me. I have matters to discuss with you. I am aware that you are still alive. Indeed. This was the most rudimentary approach, yet it proved remarkably effective. A vast circular platform gradually emerged, albeit without the customary support of Korin Tower. Yet it remained suspended in the air by an enigmatic energy. You are Vegeta? I thought you perished. No, you are not the Vegeta from this timeline. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose in seeking me? The future Bobo inquired warily. Mr. Bobo, look closely at my forehead. There lies the message from Bobo of my world. Vegeta replied, flying to the side of the future Bobo. He was unperturbed by the possibility of a sudden attack from the future Bobo. After all, he possessed a rudimentary ability to halt time. Should Bobo exhibit even the slightest intent to harm, he would activate it instantly. Although it lasted but 30 seconds, it would suffice. The future Bobo gazed curiously at the familiar seal, which indeed bore his signature. He unsealed it, receiving the information transmitted from the past Bobo. So it is true. Your world is also facing turmoil. I had thought only my realm was undergoing aberrations, the future Bobo remarked. Can you enlighten me? What event has compelled someone like you to conceal themselves? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. The events that transpired are largely akin to those in your world. Ever since my wayward disciple matured and began working under my command, history has diverged significantly, leading to the emergence of numerous parallel worlds. By synthesizing the information from your timeline, I deduced that his objective must be the Omni King. The future Bobo elucidated. Do you possess any insight into the precise conspiracy? Now that you understand the target, surely you can draw some conclusions. Vegeta pressed for clarity. At present, I am not entirely certain. I cannot articulate it yet, as I require one final piece of information. Once my investigations are complete, I shall inform you. One thing I can share, the current Grand Minister is unlike us. He does not belong to the entirety of the Omni King's universe. Each timeline's counterpart seems to be an individual, entangled in a similar conspiracy. I originated from the Omni King's universe, and the emergence of each parallel world results in our manifestations. Yet he appears to possess a unique existence. His manifestations do not arise solely from the creation of parallel worlds, but rather, he intentionally manifests in each one. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Admittedly, it's somewhat convoluted and difficult to grasp, but such is the reality. The future Bobo expounded in one breath. I grasp a portion of it. Yet I find myself even more bewildered. Very well, my current strength does not grant me the authority to intervene. I shall leave it in your capable hands for now. I am too weary to be troubled by this, Vegeta declared. What else is on your mind? Future Bobo inquired. I intend to locate Namek and bring forth a genius capable of creating Dragon Balls. As for the local deities, do you not agree? Without your clandestine maneuvers, it would be impossible. Vegeta replied. Well, now that I have uncovered some of his schemes, I can make my presence felt. Trunks, I shall provide you with special care. Future Bobo declared. This is troublesome. I lack the capacity to oversee other parallel worlds, but since Trunks from this realm has sought me out, I cannot turn a blind eye. I cannot concern myself with the possibility of further divergences in parallel universes arising from my intervention. Vegeta stated. It matters not. Many parallel worlds have already emerged. A few more will not make a difference, Future Bobo remarked expressionlessly. Very well, I shall take my leave for now and return shortly. With that, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. The new Namek. Vegeta instantaneously teleported to a village, where the inhabitants were engaged in the noble act of cultivating greenery, striving to preserve the natural environment. Upon his arrival, all eyes converged upon him. Excuse me, could anyone guide me to find Muley? Ah, indeed. You must be the elder of this world. Vegeta addressed the assembly of Namekians. Are you Mr. Vegeta? A young Namekian inquired, astonished. And you are? Ten. I never imagined you would have grown so much in this world. Vegeta replied. It stands to reason, given that this timeline has an additional decade compared to my own. Are you not the Vegeta of this world? Ten asked, puzzled. Now is not the time for such discussions. Please take me to meet Muley. I shall explain the circumstances once I have seen him, Vegeta stated, his impatience evident. Very well, I shall escort you to the elder's residence. Ten replied before soaring into the sky towards Muley's location, with Vegeta trailing closely behind. They descended upon a structure reminiscent of the elder's previous abode, and Muley emerged, inquiring about the situation at hand. Vegeta elucidated all that had transpired. I see, Muley expressed, astonished by the multitude of events that unfolded in our absence. Let Tian accompany you. He remains the most exceptional of the Dragon Clan. Creating Dragon Balls is but a trivial task for him. The Earthlings have aided us immensely, and I cannot simply stand by idly. Muri orchestrated everything with determination. Indeed, Elder. Tian also yearns for the companionship of Gohan and the others from Earth. After all, having faced life and death together, they have forged a profound friendship. Vegeta wasted no time and, along with Tien, instantaneously transported back to the Earth's sacred temple. Bubbles, gazing at Tien, who bore a striking resemblance to the divine, was filled with exhilaration. The malevolent whims of his servitude remained unchanged in this world. Bubbles retrieved the dragon model, and Tien restored the dragon's life. Much like in the primary realm, 3 wishes were granted. The dragon transformed into 7 radiant beams, scattering across the earth. Vegeta casually instructed Ten, who hurriedly returned to the ground. Sensing Trunks' energy, he instantaneously teleported to his location. At that moment, Trunks was leading the remaining inhabitants of Earth in the reconstruction of their home in West City. The Dragon Balls have been revived, and the temple has found a new Namek. Go ask your mother for the Dragon Radar. Wish for whatever you desire. It's your choice. However, regarding the rebuilding of our new home, I strongly recommend that you lead them in this endeavor. After all, those who easily obtain things often fail to appreciate their value. Vegeta advised. Understood, father. I will do it. Trunks replied eagerly as he sought out Bulma to acquire the Dragon Radar, embarking on a quest with Mai to search for the Dragon Balls across the world. Meanwhile, in a capsule house on the ground, Bulma gazed at the returning Vegeta, rendered speechless in her admiration. At this moment, Vegeta proclaimed, if the Vegeta of this world is resurrected, I shall withdraw. However, if he has unfortunately reincarnated, I will surely take you with me. Bulma, uncertain of how to respond, diverted the conversation, inquiring, are you not afraid that the past version of me might feel jealousy or anger if you take me back? Not at all, Vegeta clarified. I discussed this with her before my arrival, and she consented. Furthermore, my assertiveness is partly due to her request. Oh. What could possibly compel the proud me to propose that you take me back? Bulma questioned, her curiosity piqued. You will understand in due time. If you choose not to accompany me, there will be no need for further explanations, Vegeta replied with a sly smile. Very well, Bulma responded, still perplexed by Vegeta's intentions. After all, the Vegeta of this world had long diminished her emotional intelligence to a negative state, far removed from the sharp-witted Bulma of the past. A day later, Trunks gathered all the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon, making a wish to resurrect all those slain by the androids, with the exception of Dr. Gero. However, due to the passage of time, many had already reincarnated, including Goku, Piccolo, and Tien. Vegeta and his companions had perished so long ago that they had already taken new lives, perhaps on Earth or on distant planets. For the afterlife encompasses the souls of the universe. Although Gohan had not yet reincarnated, he felt no attachment to Earth, as the androids were vanquished. His disciples surpassed him in strength, and he found his own happiness. The last remnants of his obsession faded away. Whether he would reincarnate or remain in heaven remained uncertain. In any case, he refused to be resurrected. Trunks made 2 wishes, to bring back the deceased and to restore Earth to its former state, healing the damage wrought by the androids. The urban landscape, however, remained unchanged at Vegeta's behest. The dragon restored only the environment to its natural state. Upon hearing this news, Bulma's final pangs of guilt dissipated, and she resolved to follow Vegeta back to his world. Trunks and Mai offered their blessings. Though reluctant to part, they could not impede Bulma's quest for happiness, especially with the newfound respect and awe they held for Vegeta. Little brat, once you have rebuilt your home, you must pay me a visit. I shall personally attend your wedding. How could a father not be present? Vegeta declared. Yes, thank you, father. I will invite you, along with both mothers, for you all to return. Trunks replied, not forgetting Bulma's significance, despite the brief time they shared. 2. Haha, I mean 3. I shall bring them to meet you and celebrate your wedding together. Now, allow me to eliminate the final threat. Vegeta suddenly emanated an aura of menace and vanished in an instant. He reappeared behind Cell, who was lurking nearby. The grotesque visage of Cell was enough to incite revulsion. With a terrified gaze fixed upon Vegeta, he exclaimed, "How could you possibly know of my existence? It is impossible. I have suppressed my energy to the bare minimum." Vegeta, with a disdainful silence, unleashed the power to halt time. In a furious display, he executed a cataclysmic attack, reducing Cell to mere ashes. He meticulously surveyed the area, ensuring not a single fragment of flesh remained, obliterating everything into dust. After ascending to the divine position, he detected Cell's presence and promptly informed Vegeta, who had almost forgotten about his existence. While conversing with Trunks, Vegeta had been searching for Cell's energy, only to realize he was nearby, leading to his swift elimination. Although Trunks is not particularly reckless, given Cell's treacherous nature, one could never predict what kind of trouble he might cause. The naive Trunks is no match for Cell's cunning. Despite his lack of strength, Cell's methods are undeniably vile. Vegeta, indifferent to the possibility of his actions creating a divergence in the timeline, reflected on the fact that, in the original narrative, Cell had ambushed and killed Trunks, subsequently using the time machine to travel to the main timeline, creating 2 distinct parallel worlds. Therefore, the later Trunks, upon understanding the situation, deliberately lured Cell out to eliminate him. One must break the old to establish the new. After all, this is merely the Grand Priest scheme. Initiating it prematurely is of little consequence, especially with the presence of the Omni King. It seems the Grand Priest refrains from revealing his machinations due to a lack of confidence in confronting the Omni King. Father, who is he? I sense a chaotic amalgamation of energies emanating from him. Trunks inquired, perplexed. Just a mere insect. Enough talk about him. Even if the world is devoid of crises now, do not let your guard down or neglect your training. I may come to inspect your progress at any time, and if you fail to improve, you are well aware of my methods. Vegeta declared with an air of authority. Yes, father. I will strive to protect my future and safeguard my. Trunks solemnly vowed. With all matters concluded, the system rewards soon followed. Ding. Host has completed the task. Reward. Time manipulation technique has advanced to grand time manipulation technique. Vegeta, accompanied by Bulma, wielded the grand temporal technique, and in an instant, the fabric of time revealed countless shadows of parallel worlds within his mind. Methodically, Vegeta searched through them, ultimately discovering the very timeline from whence he had originated. With a swift traversal through the continuum, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 48, Return. Gula sets off on Earth. At the West City Manor, Bulma was diligently toiling away in her laboratory, engrossed in the construction of a time machine reminiscent of that which the Great Special used. The model was complete, yet she remained uncertain about certain details and parameters. As for Vegeta, she harbored no concerns. The previous night, during their epic battle, he had shared with her all that he knew, instilling her with a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of space echoed through the air. Vegeta and Bulma appeared together. Bulma gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, filled with immense joy. Come on, Let us meet the you of this timeline. Vegeta gently encouraged Bulma. However, she felt her body tense up with anxiety. Worried that her counterpart from this era might feel jealous, potentially disrupting their happiness. Although Vegeta had reassured her previously, the weight of her worries lingered until they actually met. Relax, it's merely your past self. What is there to be concerned about? Vegeta observed Bulma's unease and offered his tender comfort. At that moment, the Bulma in the laboratory sensed Vegeta's energy, having enhanced her lineage to reach a battle power of 100,000. Though not adept in combat, she had learned to sense energy from Vegeta. Putting aside her work, she shed her lab coat and rushed out. Wow, you are the future me. You look just like me. What a peculiar feeling. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Despite being from a parallel world, it felt as if they were twins, sharing a subtle telepathic connection. Bulma sensed her future self's tension and feigned surprise to alleviate her counterpart's anxiety. Hello, Bulma, the future Bulma greeted softly. It felt strange to call herself by her own name, she mused. The experiences shaped by the influence of the androids and their time of fleeing had transformed the once cheerful and lively future Bulma into a more vigilant and uneasy person. However, through Vegeta's efforts, she had now laid down her guard, filled with a sense of security. Time and varied experiences had rendered the future Bulma gentle and graceful, like a compassionate young matron, devoid of her former carefree demeanor. Perhaps we should distinguish ourselves a bit. Let us slightly modify the name. How about adding a letter to become Bulmali? Vegeta suggested at that moment. That works too, to avoid any mix-ups. Bulma replied. You take Bulmali out for a meal and some relaxation. I will look for Bobo and erase her original traces to create a fitting identity, Vegeta instructed. All right, you go ahead, I'll take care of it. Bulma assured him. Bulmali, reluctant to let go of his hand, said, Don't worry, I'll be back shortly. Vegeta reassured her gently. Let us go, I'll call you sister. It feels odd to address you by name. I'll take you to shower and share some amusing stories about Vegeta. Haha, Bulma comforted, as they walked hand in hand towards the bathing area. Vegeta gazed at the alluring silhouettes before him, his heart racing with excitement. A myriad of wicked thoughts flooded his mind, doubling, even tripling his pleasure, replaying the scenario countless times. To avoid any further delay, he instantly teleported to the temple. Baba, are you there? I have brought back future Bulma. She has even changed her name to Bulmari. Vegeta called out with fervor. I understand. When you brought her back, I erased all traces of her identity and arranged a plausible background for her. Let her be Bulma's sister, twins, and no one in this world will suspect a thing. Even their parents will believe they gave birth to twins, Baba replied. Thank you. I hadn't anticipated such a manipulation of memories. It saves me a great deal of explanation. Otherwise, I would have to clarify everything one by one. Vegeta expressed his gratitude. By the way, did you find the future version of me? Baba inquired. Yes, he utilized the same method. You can see for yourself. Vegeta indicated towards his own forehead. Ah, I see. Baba began to prepare an explanation. Stop. I do not wish to hear it. Regardless, the truth will eventually come to light. I simply cannot muster the patience to speculate on what you are saying. Vegeta interjected, turning away and departing without a backward glance. He teleported back to the estate, leaving Baba in stunned silence, contemplating the abrupt departure of Vegeta. Such a dog. Are you afraid I might hinder your endeavors? Baba mused internally, recognizing the overwhelming desire emanating from Vegeta, understanding precisely what he sought. In just a few minutes, Bulma and Bulmari were still indulging in their bath. Vegeta stealthily approached the door. Just as he was about to open it, he overheard the two of them discussing him. Let me tell you, sister, you have no idea how powerful Vegeta is in this era. Neither Nala nor I stand a chance against him. Fortunately, you have arrived. I can finally take a breather. Bulma exclaimed with her characteristic candor. Bulma, what are you saying? How embarrassing. I haven't experienced this in so long. I wonder if Vegeta would disdain me. After all, in my timeline, there is also a Vegeta, and he even fathered a child. Bulma Lee said, her heart a tumult of shyness and anxiety. Uncertain of how to face the life ahead. Rest assured, he is quite the lecherous fiend. Since he brought you back, he will certainly not let you go. You are simply too gentle, Bulma explained. Vegeta restrained his desires, pausing momentarily before slowly retreating. The shared bath was not a matter to be rushed. He had to consider Bulma's feelings and ensure she did not feel uncomfortable. After a full hour, the two finally emerged from the bathing area, only to be met with the astonished gaze of Vegeta, who had been waiting outside. Hey, you pervert. You didn't eavesdrop on our conversation, did you? Bulma interrogated him. Humph, who do you think this prince is? I would never stoop to such base behavior, Vegeta replied insincerely. Bulma continued to regard him with suspicion. While Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson at the implications of their earlier discussions, which had encompassed everything from measurements to sensations and positions, Vegeta, observing Bulma's skeptical gaze, recalled the words he had heard. He then crossed his legs, adopting a posture to conceal his embarrassment regarding the truth. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, saying, Hey, Bulma, prepare some food. I am famished. I haven't eaten a single morsel in the future. Huh, you gluttonous specter? I truly wonder how you manage to eat and sleep so effortlessly. Bulma retorted with a teasing tone. Nevertheless, she did not decline and promptly set about arranging the meal. Half an hour later, the dining table was laden with an array of dishes. Bulma, too, had not savored a proper meal in quite some time. She settled beside him, savoring her food slowly, while casting a gentle smile at the sight of Vegeta devouring his meal with fervor. Such a familiar scene. After finishing their meal, Bulma suggested, let us go and pay a visit to Granala. I'm curious to see her, especially since she seemed to be expecting when we left. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta felt an inner turmoil. Truly, those who understand me perceive my worries, while those who do not remain oblivious to my desires. Without finishing his meal, he swiftly employed instant transmission and vanished. The sole reason that could compel him to abandon his meal must surely pertain to this matter. In the cosmos, a fleet resembling Frisia's army suddenly materialized in the North Galaxy. Shavisa, are you certain that my father and that foolish brother met their demise on that distant blue planet? Indeed, King Cooler. They were slain by two scions named Vegeta and Goku. This information was relayed to me as the last message from the Kurds, Shavisa replied, kneeling. Very well. Proceed to that planet and annihilate the scions. My foolish brother was killed by his own subordinates. Allow me to avenge you, Cooler declared malevolently. Shavisa hailed from the old planet Breach. Due to the heavy gravity of his homeworld, he was not particularly tall, standing at just 170 centimeters. However, he exhibited remarkable agility on other planets and possessed a sharp intellect. He once fought for the captaincy of the Mecha Squad against Jinyu, emerging victorious and one of the few to recognize Jinyu's true nature. He wielded formidable techniques akin to energy blades and beams, rendering his combat prowess and cunning mind fitting for a captain's role. Notably, Shavisa and Jinyu Force's Jisoo hailed from the same binary star system, making them compatriots. Accompanying him were two others, forming a trio within the Mecha Squad. The first, Nez, was tall and slender, standing at 277 meters, originating from planet Cooler No. 6, formerly known as Zold. Residing in an aquatic environment, he belonged to an amphibious evolutionary race. His skin and bones were remarkably pliable, his head capable of retracting into his chest, and his limbs could extend. His body housed an organ that generated electricity, emitting high-voltage currents. The second, Dre, hailed from the old planet Beppa and boasted a towering physique. He relied on his formidable build and bloodthirsty nature. Due to his unique form, his detector was integrated into his helmet, resembling the combat style of Jinyu Force's Riku. Cooler, Frisia's elder brother, was robust and of a height comparable to Goku, maintaining an appearance akin to that of an ordinary person. His crimson eyes and dark purple lips bore two streaks beneath his eyes resembling blood tears. His body a shade of purple, adorned with white armor across his chest, shoulders, and wrists. The combat power of the Mecha Squad members ranged between 170,000 and 190,000, while Cooler himself currently possessed around 400 million power levels, significantly surpassing Frisia's third form. Unbeknownst to Cooler, who underestimated Goku and his companions, he believed he could unleash his fourth transformation and remain unchallenged. Little did he realize that, due to Vegeta's influence, Earth's combat strength had ascended several tiers. Yes, King Cooler. The estimated arrival time is approximately 5 months, Shavisa stated. Let us embark, but do not rush. I am quite fond of my spaceship, Gula elegantly declared, holding her wine glass aloft. Chapter 49. A return to the Elven continent. The Elven continent, a realm distinctly different from the cosmic expanse, never fails to captivate the heart and soul. No matter how many times one visits, the breathtaking beauty of this land leaves one utterly astonished. How exquisite it is. Moreover, the air here is imbued with a certain ethereal quality, making one feel utterly sublime. All weariness vanishes. Bulma exclaimed. Indeed, this is my second visit. During my last stay, I was here for several months, and every morning, Awakening to such views left me in awe. Bulma added. Let us proceed and see what our esteemed queen is up to, Vegeta remarked. The trio made their way toward the palace. Given that Gula was the queen, Vegeta never utilized instant transmission to enter her palace. He would only teleport to the exterior to maintain her dignity. Catherine, upon spotting Vegeta and his companions, expressed her disdain, saying, the queen is currently in a meeting with the elders. You are not permitted to enter. Do you wish for your demise? Enough of this nonsense, Catherine. Let us wait for Sister Nala in her chambers, Bulma interjected diplomatically. Humph, you would do well to temper your animosity, or I shall send you to meet your ancestors. Vegeta threatened, before the group proceeded toward the royal chambers. Within the grand hall of the palace, the elders, having received the queen's directive, exited, casting envious glances at her. After all, she was the only one among them who had a man by her side. The ancestral records left behind, along with various historical accounts, were not comprehended by them, yet, witnessing the queen's anxious and flushed visage stirred their imaginations. If given the chance, they too would yearn to experience such emotions. Catherine, how many times must I admonish you? Why do you persist in ignoring my counsel? Vegeta is not to be trifled with. Reflect on this carefully. Gula admonished as Catherine entered. Your Majesty, he has brought yet another woman with him, showing utter disregard for you. She began, but Gula's furious interruption silenced her. Enough. Do not forget that he is not only a scion but also my man and the father of my child. Should you speak so carelessly again? I shall not be so lenient. Your Majesty, are you pregnant? Catherine asked in astonishment. Was it not said that even a union between the Scion royal family and the Elven queen would not easily produce offspring? Has it been but a short time, and you are already with child? Unbeknownst to her, Vegeta possessed an extraordinary system that defied such expectations. Catherine's heart was a tumult of emotions, as her final flicker of hope was utterly extinguished. Indeed, from now on, when you see him, you must address him with the respect befitting a king. Should you continue to cause trouble, you may as well leave the palace. Gula stated coldly. Your Majesty, I understand, Catherine replied, her heart heavy with sorrow. Humph. Gernara let out a cold snort, choosing to ignore her further. With an anxious stride, she moved swiftly towards the side door behind the throne, hastening towards the sleeping quarters. In a mere 10 seconds, she had reached her chamber. Guard the door well. No matter what happens today, do not disturb me. Gernara commanded the guards as she pushed open the door. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards replied respectfully. Recently, their health had just begun to improve, and she had not anticipated Vegeta's rapid return. It seemed she would have to endure a lengthy wait. Vegeta, Bulma, you have returned, Gernara exclaimed joyfully. She then turned to the person beside Bulma, who bore a striking resemblance to her, and quickly inquired, Who is this? Your twin sister? Bobo had arranged for her identity to align with the temporal rules, yet the memories had only been altered for the inhabitants of Earth. Gernara remained unchanged. No. Let me introduce her. Her name is Bulmari, Bulma explained slowly. After absorbing all the details, Gernara's expression of surprise transformed into one of compassion. She felt a pang of sorrow, realizing how much pain the future Bulma had endured. From now on, you may call me sister, Gernara said with a heavy heart. Bulma has likely already explained everything to you, right? Yes, Bulma explained it all to me when I first arrived. Bulmari replied, not refusing the title. During their bath, Bulma had already acquainted her with the situation of this world and Gernara's existence. Now let us talk about you. How are you doing? I heard from Bulma that you might be pregnant. Vegeta inquired. Indeed, there are signs, though they are not yet pronounced. Due to the longevity of our elven lineage, the gestation period is considerably extended. The stronger the bloodline, the later the offspring are born. I have merely noticed initial signs. It could take anywhere from 3 to 10 years before the child arrives, Gernara elucidated, instinctively placing her hand on her abdomen, radiating a maternal glow. I see. Then I must be ahead of you in this, Bulmari remarked. As Bulmari mentioned, my Trunks was born a year prior to the emergence of the androids. By current calculations, I should conceive next year and give birth the year after. Bulma teased at this moment. You go ahead. There is no need to compete over this. Having an older brother to protect my child is quite advantageous. Gernara replied. How dull. Does your peculiar bloodline really need Trunks' protection? Bulma retorted, unimpressed. All right. What are you two arguing about? After all, they are all my children. Vegeta interrupted at this juncture. Gernara, I have dealt with Catherine. If she dares to raise her voice at you again, feel free to handle her yourself. There is no need to spare my feelings. After all, she belongs to the faction opposing the Scions, Even if she appears to comply with me now, Gernara spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of menace. Do not presume that her long association with Gernala allows her to act without restraint. To be the ruler of a race, one must possess considerable cunning. I comprehend now. You resort to the art of subterfuge. If it were not for Bulma intervening, Vegeta would have remained indifferent. After their conversation, an intoxicating aura of hormones permeated the room. Bulma, too, acquiesced, fulfilling Vegeta's desires. Chapter 50, The Grand Wedding. In the Elven continent, Vegeta luxuriates in a life befitting royalty. At this moment, Gernara, with her alluring curves, sauntered into the chamber, exclaiming, Vegeta, when shall you take me out? I am nearly driven mad by those elders. Not yet. Once everything is resolved, I shall join forces with Bobo to completely dismantle your constraints, replied Vegeta, reclining upon Bulma's elegant legs. Alas, we cannot allow our child to be born and remain confined here, Gernara remarked, her hand tenderly resting on her abdomen. Fear not, the matter of the child is manageable. This universe already possesses a transcendent lineage. Adding another will not surprise those shadowy figures. Moreover, Bobo can craft a plausible identity for us. Vegeta responded nonchalantly. Have you decided on names? Although the birth is still a while away, Bulma interjected. For a boy, let us name him Tariq. For a girl, she shall be called Benes, Vegeta declared. Gernara repeated the names thoughtfully, noticing that both bore a syllable from their own names. Not bad, she commented. Though they lack a certain grandeur, they carry a piece of us. After all, they are the fruits of our love. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Gernara, you lack any semblance of a queen. Bulma jested, wrinkling her nose. You tease me, just wait and see how I handle you. Gernara playfully lunged towards Bulma, tickling her. Haha, spare me please. It tickles too much. Bulma pleaded, unable to contain her laughter. The two, clad in their nightwear, engaged in playful banter, creating a scene of exquisite delight. Vegeta's half-closed eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance as he charged forward, transforming into a ravenous wolf. It was yet another magnificent spectacle. 3 months later, Vegeta, I feel as though I am becoming your mere servant. Could you not linger a little longer on Earth? Your future son has returned. Unable to find you at home and seeking me instead. Boo's voice unexpectedly echoed in Vegeta's mind. Ah, Lord Boo, is it not you who is present? Furthermore, you are aware that the spirit world is shielded by you and the Namekian dragon, rendering ordinary means of communication utterly futile. I can only rely on you. Vegeta remarked earnestly. I shall return at once. With that, Vegeta executed a grand time-space technique, instantly transporting himself back to the Earth Temple. Dad, you're back. Trunks exclaimed joyfully at that moment. What is it, Trunks? What has transpired in the future? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. Little Mai and I are preparing to hold our wedding and require your presence to officiate, hence my visit to you and Mother. Trunks replied, brimming with happiness. Oh, have you rebuilt your home so swiftly? It has only been 3 months. Have you been lax in your use of the Dragon Balls? Vegeta replied coldly. Upon hearing his father's indifferent tone, Trunks hastily responded, No, father. I assure you, I have not abused the Dragon Balls. Although the time frame is short, the number of people revived is considerable. To express their gratitude, they prioritized the reconstruction of West City, which is why it has progressed so swiftly. Vegeta contemplated the multitude of individuals resurrected, a vast number indeed. 3 months, while not overly lengthy, would suffice. So, has a specific date been established? He inquired. No, father. I have come to discuss this with you to finalize the timing, Trunks replied. Very well, the sooner, the better. Let us set it for tomorrow. I shall fetch your mother and make the necessary preparations, Vegeta declared, promptly utilizing instant transmission to return to the spirit realm, where he informed the three of the situation. Bulma also decided to join the endeavor, while only Gernala wished to accompany them, but could not. She could only watch as they vanished once more. Upon returning, they appeared in the West City home, with Trunks flying back as well. Bulma and Bulma Lee busily prepared the estate, arranging wedding dresses, formal attire, and all the essentials that would be needed for their future reconstruction. Everything conceivable was organized to be delivered. Trunks, upon witnessing his 2 mothers engaged in such industriousness, felt an immense sense of happiness. Father, you truly are remarkable. Who would have thought the 2 of you would get along so splendidly? He teased. Perhaps emboldened by the support of his mothers, he dared to jest with Vegeta. What do you wish to learn? Vegeta responded ominously. When we return to the future, I shall teach you. Oh, and let little Mai listen as well. No, I could never compare to you. Having mine is more than sufficient for me. Trunks hastily declined, his heart racing at the thought of what would happen if I were to find out. Humph, insolent boy. You cannot fathom the extent of your father's joy, Vegeta retorted coldly. Once everything was prepared, Vegeta led them in performing the great time-space technique to journey to the future. For Trunks and Bulma, it was their first experience of being transported across time. Bulma remained unfazed, accustomed as she was to instantaneous travel. This journey felt little different. However, Trunks was astonished, realizing that his father possessed the ability to traverse time as well. The longer he spent with this enigmatic figure, the more he felt he did not truly know him. Upon their return, Bulma Lee was overwhelmed with emotion upon witnessing the reconstructed West City. Tears of joy streaming down her face. The beautiful sights evoked memories of a once tragic past. Vegeta, with one hand resting on his waist, embraced her gently and reassured her. Why are you crying? Isn't this wonderful? Things will only get better from here. Yes, you're right. I won't cry anymore. Trunks is getting married. Why should I be upset? I should be happy, Bulma said as she wiped away her tears. In the moments that followed, everything unfolded as one might imagine, a splendid wedding, dazzling fireworks, and an abundance of guests. The protagonists received countless blessings from those around them. As the first couple to rebuild their home, they seemed to symbolize a bright future ahead. Trunks, witnessing such a beautiful scene, silently vowed to protect this precious moment. Little did he know, many adversaries were heading toward his future. After the wedding, Vegeta escorted the couple back to their own timeline, resolved to commence new training. Although their current strength was sufficient to confront the imminent threats posed by the androids and Cell, the multitude of foes that lay ahead demanded vigilance. One could not simply revel in love. If he continued down this path, he would surely become ineffectual. After ensuring Bulma and Trunks were settled, he took to the skies, heading towards Piccolo. It wasn't that he couldn't utilize the time-space technique. Rather, he had employed it so frequently of late that Bobo had cautioned him. The angel race, to some extent, possessed the power of rules, and even that small measure surpassed his own. Safety was paramount. Better to be secure than to take unnecessary risks. In the original narrative, Whis possessed the ability to rewind time by 3 minutes. Although Vegeta's time-space technique had a similar capability, it only extended to 1 minute. And its effectiveness varied based on the opponent's strength. After all, if the disparity in power was too great, sheer force could obliterate all. When Amoshur attacked the palace of Zeno, there was no semblance of rule power. Only the furious strength of the Scions prevailed, overpowering all gods. Save for the former and current Grand Minister and Zeno himself. Who could match him? Some might argue that the dragon god, Salama, could. Yet even he wielded the power of rules and was akin to Zeno in that regard. In the original storyline, when the Super Dragon appeared, Zeno rose in respect, which indicated that the dragon god's power was worthy of reverence, as they were nearly equal. But I digress. Vegeta discovered Piccolo meditating and training in the mountains. What? Are you willing to part with those few women of yours? Piccolo teased. Humph, I came to spar with you, Vegeta retorted disdainfully. Why not seek out Goku instead? My power pales in comparison to yours. Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. I have no desire to fight that brainless fool, and I never intended to use my full strength. I'll fight you at my normal state while you unleash your full power. After all, my base combat strength is fundamental and crucial. Currently, I have reached a bottleneck with my transformations. I shall attempt to enhance my normal combat power and see if I can break through. Vegeta declared. Humph, you're just using me as a sharpening stone again, but I'm more than willing to oblige. Perhaps I can surprise you. Piccolo replied with a mischievous grin. Oh, it seems you have some new tricks up your sleeve. Show me quickly. Vegeta's rusty body began to stir with anticipation. Chapter 51. Memories of a Past Life. Cooler arrives on Earth in a rugged valley filled with jagged rocks and undulating hills. Piccolo and Vegeta were engaged in an intense battle. Following the conflict on Namek, Piccolo's power had significantly increased. After all, he was in his complete form now. Unlike during the time when he was divided between good and evil, the hidden potential within him was gradually being unleashed. From the over 20 million points he had during the Namek saga, his strength had now escalated to 100 million points. Vegeta's battle power remains at a mere 160 million during this period, having shown no signs of improvement amidst the company of women. Piccolo, after being struck by a punch from Vegeta, utilized his unique Namekian ability to extend his arm, grasping Vegeta's ankle mid-flight and flinging him towards the ground. Subsequently, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed directly at Vegeta. Vegeta, engulfed in fury, soared into the air to evade the incoming energy blasts. Piccolo, what's wrong? Your aim seems to falter. You haven't hit a single one. Vegeta taunted. Haha, your end is nigh. Piccolo replied ominously. With a swift motion, he drew his arms back to his chest, and the previously missed energy blasts hurtled back with astonishing speed, striking Vegeta with a resounding impact. Vegeta found himself unable to evade, forced to endure the onslaught. The immense force and searing heat ignited a fervor within his rusted body. Indeed. You have caught me off guard, Vegeta exclaimed in admiration. Although your combat prowess is formidable, having spent so long on Earth, you have acquired unique techniques for controlling energy. Yet, you have not developed a martial art suited to your own style. It is merely a matter of overpowering or bombarding your opponent, Piccolo remarked sagely. Indeed. Piccolo's wisdom and Kakaroto's understanding, what do I possess? Am I truly inferior to the two of them? Vegeta seemed to find himself in a quandary. At that moment, Piccolo ceased his assault, observing the bewildered Vegeta, choosing silence as he recognized that some realizations must be reached independently. Vegeta remained there for a full day and night, undisturbed by the sweltering heat or the chilling winds of the night. What advantages do I possess, apart from my foreknowledge of the plot and the system? What abilities do I truly have? The skills Vegeta left behind seem to elude my comprehension. While it may be manageable to surpass an opponent in strength, what if we are evenly matched? Without my own signature technique, how can I hope to achieve victory? Vegeta reminisced about the memories of his past life. Treasures bequeathed by the ancestors of Huaxia. While the physical prowess of the Huaxia people generally pales in comparison to that of the Westerners, there were times in ancient history when the seemingly weaker triumphed over the stronger, piercing through the vastness with precision, although the post-establishment era forbade the cultivation of extraordinary abilities. Hints of martial prowess can still be discerned in the burgeoning age of information. He recalled the Eight Extremes fist, powerful as a crashing wave, striking like thunder, predominantly characterized by its unyielding strength. The Bagua fist, with its swift, deceptive maneuvers, and the Tongbei fist, known for its unpredictable transformations and long-range strikes. In this terrifying world of Dragon Ball, such skills may not seem formidable. However, they possess their own merit. In close combat, where opponents are equally matched, perhaps these techniques could prove beneficial. Yet, in a realm as fearsome as Dragon Ball, the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity holds little sway against the ironclad bodies that inhabit this world. It is only through martial arts that emphasize raw power that one can truly make an impact. Vegeta emerged from his confusion, gradually beginning to practice according to his memories. Although he lacked a master's guidance, he understood that mastery of one technique leads to mastery of all. As he honed his physical prowess, he began to reap the rewards of his formidable strength and speed. Piccolo observed Vegeta, now regaining his composure, and recognized the mastery reflected in his movements. Hey, Piccolo, let us have another go and see how my newfound insights fare, Vegeta declared, retracting his stance. Without hesitation, Piccolo lunged forward, charging at Vegeta. Their fists and feet clashed. But what set this encounter apart was that Vegeta, at this moment, seemed to be reborn. Each time he blocked an attack, he adeptly countered, leaving Piccolo caught off guard by his unorthodox techniques. Ducking under Piccolo's thrusting punch, Vegeta surged forward, executing a powerful eight extremities elbow that knocked the wind out of Piccolo, sending him flying several kilometers away. What was that technique? It felt far from ordinary. Piccolo gasped, struggling to regain his breath. It was a focused strike, Vegeta explained. During my explosive advance, I had already built up my energy. When I struck you, I concentrated all my strength into my arm, resulting in a force several times greater than usual. This is the culmination of my day and night of contemplation. Moreover, he had numerous other techniques yet to unveil. The combination of his immense physical strength and the martial arts knowledge from his past life unleashed an unprecedented power, one he had not anticipated. That is quite impressive. Your striking style resembles the martial arts practiced by Goku and the others from Earth, Piccolo remarked, rubbing the spot on his chest where he had been struck. Indeed, I feel that at the moment of my explosive power, my combat ability surged multiple times, and it places no strain on my body. It's simply a natural technique for exerting strength. I can utilize it regardless of the form I take. It's a skill that will serve me for a lifetime, Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. The two had trained here for over 2 months, during which Vegeta imparted techniques suitable for Piccolo's physique, such as Tai Chi and Xing Yi, which complemented his flexibility. Although their overall combat power had not significantly increased, their instantaneous explosive capabilities had become terrifyingly potent. Currently, Piccolo possessed a combat power of 120 million. Vegeta, having reached a remarkable power level of 200 million, transformed into the Super Saiyan limit break state, attaining an astounding 18 billion. Amidst their respite, an ominous energy suddenly emerged from the distant atmosphere, a sensation both familiar and unprecedented. Meanwhile, Goku, Gohan, and Krillin, who were engaged in activities in the outskirts, also sensed this malevolence. Collectively, they gazed skyward as King Cooler located a suitable landing spot. "Please give your command," Vegeta respectfully requested. "Descend now. Embrace the baptism of blood," Cooler maliciously declared. The fleet swiftly descended upon an island several hundred kilometers away from Goku and his companions. Goku and the others, alongside Vegeta, promptly soared towards the direction of the landing. It appeared that, due to Vegeta's influence, history had altered slightly. Cooler and his entourage did not ambush Goku and his friends, instead landing at a considerable distance. In a village on the island, Earthlings curiously observed the descending spacecraft, gathering to discuss the event. Dre was the first to emerge from the hatch, casting his gaze upon the Earthlings. Suddenly, he emitted a sinister grin, concentrating energy to unleash a devastating light wave, his head turning slightly. Instantly, the nearby Earthlings and the distant village were obliterated, leaving only a fan-shaped area of desolation. Indeed, his minions mirrored the malevolence of Frieza, indulging in senseless slaughter. Sensing the vanishing presence of the Earthlings and Dre's assault, Goku's speed escalated, enveloped in an aura of white energy as he raced towards the island. Chapter 52. Dragon Fist erupts on the island. Spanning 100 kilometers, remnants of villages and cities were visible, now ravaged by the attacks of Vegeta and his companions. The cities bore no resemblance to their former glory, as they continued their relentless onslaught, extinguishing the last vestiges of life, not only among humans but also within the forests, decimating all wildlife. Goku and the others, having approached the scene, were met with the sight of the mechanized forces engaged in slaughter, igniting an extraordinary fury within Goku. "Stop this, you bunch of scoundrels," he bellowed. Suddenly, a death beam struck Goku in the back. The sound of crunching footsteps echoed ominously. The grotesque, yet vaguely familiar appearance of Cooler instilled a deep-seated fear in Krillin and Gohan, reminiscent of their experiences on Namek. Cooler, accompanied by the unique cadence of his race, made a striking entrance. Although his current power level posed little threat to Goku, the inherent pressure he exuded startled Gohan and the others. "Dad!" Gohan cried out, rushing towards Goku, who was already on the brink of collapse. His habitual carelessness had not changed. A large hole had been burned through the back of his martial arts uniform. His flesh penetrated. Vegeta and Piccolo, due to their considerable distance, have yet to arrive. Vegeta sensed the gradual fading of Goku's energy and, losing patience, swiftly grasped Piccolo's hand, teleporting to the scene. Upon witnessing Goku's near-lifeless state, Piccolo hurriedly moved to him, placing his palm against Goku's chest, channeling a portion of his own energy into him. "Gohan, take him to Korin Tower to consume the Senza beans. The energy I've transferred will sustain him until then," Piccolo urged fervently. Gohan lifted Goku's body and ascended into the sky, heading towards Korin Tower. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly appeared before Gohan, exclaiming, "Where do you think you're going, you little brat?" Piccolo instantly materialized in front of Gohan, turning his back to him and insisting, "Hurry, I'll hold him off." With renewed determination, Gohan ascended to a higher altitude and raced forward once more. Vegeta unleashed an energy blade in an attempt to intercept them. In a flash, Piccolo seized Vegeta's arm, declaring, "Die." With a powerful flick of his wrist, he hurled Vegeta to the ground and unleashed a single energy wave that struck him down. Vegeta didn't even have time to scream before his breath ceased, his corpse emitting a plume of dark smoke. The disparity in combat power was insurmountable, one in the hundreds of thousands, the other in the billions. Vegeta's comrade, Dre, cried out in anguish, for their mech squad consisted of only 3 members, and the two had shared a close bond. Grief-stricken by the loss, he seethed, "Damn it. You shall pay for this." Ignoring the vast difference in strength, Dre charged at Piccolo, initiating his attack. Yet, to Piccolo, Dre's movements were as sluggish as a snail. With ease, Piccolo adopted a relaxed stance, effortlessly dodging the onslaught of strikes. At that moment, Vegeta was unexpectedly ambushed by Nez's lightning attack. Although the power was feeble, The familiar tingling sensation nearly overwhelmed him. Goodness, so this is what a lightning attack feels like. It's utterly exhilarating. I almost lost my composure. Vegeta murmured, trembling. Not bad. Frogman, let's have another go. He jested. Damn it, don't you dare. Nez retorted, furious at Vegeta's disdain, his anger boiling over. Nez, return. You are no match for him. Gula stated coldly. But, King Gula. Nez protested, unwilling to concede. Suddenly, a familiar death beam pierced Nez's chest. What use is a subordinate who does not obey orders? Gula remarked with chilling indifference. Hey, I was planning to keep him around. What are you doing? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. So you are Vegeta. You are the one who killed my father and brother? Gula inquired coldly. Which two worthless beings are you referring to? It matters not. What matters is why you are here. Come to meet your demise? Vegeta taunted. Do not be so arrogant. I am a genius beyond even Frieza. I have transformed 4 times. Gula proclaimed, extending his 4 fingers. Then hurry and transform. Otherwise, you fail to pique my interest. Vegeta challenged. Without further ado, Gula unleashed a purple aura similar to Frieza, preparing to transform. Vegeta observed him with keen interest, refraining from intervening. His formidable strength rendered him dismissive of Cooler. As the flames dissipated, Cooler completed his transformation. His once diminutive form expanded significantly, with sharp horns sprouting from his head and a mask-like armor enveloping his face. His combat power surged from a mere 400 million in his mini-form to an impressive 1.5 billion. Indeed, he was considerably stronger than Frieza had been before. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Frieza had since ascended to a staggering 2.5 billion. Not bad. Cooler was indeed a slight improvement over the previous Frieza. Come on, Vegeta taunted, raising his index finger in provocation. Cooler erupted in fury, charging towards Vegeta. Vegeta, unchanged even in his Super Saiyan form, unleashed his killing intent fist to counter the assault. The two combatants moved at breakneck speed, their bodies seemingly vanishing, leaving only the resounding echoes of their clashes in the air, crackling and popping. Vegeta unleashed the martial arts techniques he had assimilated from the ancient Chinese boxing, striking Gula relentlessly, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Gula was enveloped in confusion, despite the apparent lack of overwhelming power in the onslaught. Each strike felt as if a meteor had collided with him, leaving him in excruciating discomfort. Wincing in pain, he swiftly disengaged, propelling himself away from Vegeta's assault range. Gasping for breath, he questioned, "What peculiar form of attack is this? How is it that I have not even exerted my full strength, yet you have already fallen?" Vegeta retorted with a teasing tone, "Come at me again." Undeterred, Gula charged towards Vegeta once more. Vegeta suddenly clasped his hands together, palms angled at 45 degrees. Executing a move reminiscent of the Bagua palm, he struck the sides of Cooler's jaw, abruptly halting Cooler's sprint. The armor on his mouth shattered, and his body was propelled into the air. Blood erupted from Cooler's mouth, a pale purple liquid that corroded the ground beneath him, creating a small pit. Your blood possesses such properties? Comparable to sulfuric acid, indeed. Perhaps I should consider domesticating you for profit. Vegeta continued his mockery. From a distance, Piccolo, with his keen ears, overheard Vegeta's taunts and broke into an awkward sweat. Your wife is the richest person in the world, and you still talk about making money from him? Is that even sensible? At that moment, Piccolo had already concluded his battle, while Dre had gone to report to King Yama. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air. Vegeta, leave this to me, Goku exclaimed, having recovered and flown back to the battlefield at remarkable speed. Piccolo, don't you have any senzu beans left? Why did you let Gohan take me to Master Roshi? Goku expressed his frustration. I've consumed them all over the past 2 months. Piccolo replied coldly. I've been training with Vegeta while I needed them for healing. What? You two trained without me? Goku shouted indignantly. Hey, Kakarot, are you coming or not? I'm losing interest here. If you don't hurry, I might just kill him. Vegeta said impatiently. I'm coming. Goku rushed towards the battlefield, unleashing the Kaioken to initiate his assault. At this moment, Goku perfectly executed a 20-fold Kaioken in his normal state, his battle power rising from 60 million to 65 million. Though this period of training yielded only modest enhancements, his regular sparring with Gohan had proven ineffective. Piccolo, devoid of any explosive energy, remained elusive, as Vegeta was often absent from Earth. Finally encountering a worthy opponent ignited his bloodlust and desire for battle. The red aura of the Kaioken enveloped him, muscles swelling as if they would pierce through anything. With the 20-fold Kaioken, his battle power surged to an astonishing 1,300,000,000. The side effects of the Kaioken heightened his excitement, leading to an intense confrontation with Cooler. You move rapidly behind me, and I will swiftly reposition behind you. Both combatants struck only shadows of one another. Vegeta watched the two fighters with a sense of ennui. Hey, Piccolo. I almost forgot to ask you about the new technique you mentioned 2 months ago. I haven't seen you use it, Vegeta inquired, his boredom evident. If I told you, it would lose its mystique, Piccolo replied, teasingly withholding information. You don't seem much like a Dark Lord anymore, Vegeta remarked with a hint of exasperation. You'll see it eventually. There's no need to rush, Piccolo retorted with a dismissive grunt. He had noticed that since meeting Gohan and merging with the deity, his once menacing aura had dissipated, and his demeanor had grown increasingly natural, devoid of the savagery and brutality of his past. Meanwhile, Goku and Cooler were locked in a breathtaking battle, their immense energy shaking the entire area, sending shockwaves that overturned everything nearby. The clash between Goku and Cooler was exhilarating, far more captivating than his encounters with Vegeta, which had often been fraught with awkwardness. Hey, Kakarot, how long are you going to play around? Bulma is waiting for me to return home for dinner. Vegeta expressed his impatience. All right, just a moment. Why the rush? Goku retorted loudly, somewhat disgruntled. Cooler, why don't you return to your own planet? I'll spare your life, Goku declared, his mercy overflowing. Huh, you underestimate me, King. Allow me to demonstrate my explosive new star. Cooler panted, raising one hand to the heavens to unleash his clan's ultimate technique, which bore a striking resemblance to Frieza and Cold's moves, albeit under a different name. Upon witnessing the familiar energy blast, Goku put aside any thoughts of mercy. In that case, I cannot be blamed, he proclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Cooler stared in astonishment at Goku's transformation. Wait, you weren't fighting at full strength before? You dare underestimate me? Cooler exclaimed, furious as he hurled the energy blast towards Goku. Seeing the colossal energy orb, Goku grinned confidently. Let me show you my newly created technique. Dragon Fist, unleash. With his body enveloped in a radiant yellow dragon-like aura, he charged into the energy blast. The orb detonated mid-air, scattering energy shards in all directions. With some hurtling toward Vegeta and Piccolo. Unfazed, the two merely shifted their energy slightly, causing the incoming remnants to explode harmlessly into nothingness. When they turned their attention back to Goku, he had already pierced through Cooler's chest and appeared behind him, untouched by blood, his form illuminated by the residual glow. Cooler wore an expression of disbelief as he slightly turned to face Goku, suddenly realizing before his demise, that hairstyle, he is the lowly scion I once spared. I cannot accept this. His body then erupted, disintegrating into mere fragments, not even qualifying as flesh. Not bad, Kakarot. When did you learn such a technique? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that Goku had only employed this technique in the theatrical releases and GT. He had never witnessed him utilize it in the official series. To his surprise, Goku had now mastered this ability. It was hardly worth mentioning, as it seemed to stem from his numerous encounters with Shenron throughout his life, leading him to a moment of inspiration and experimentation. Goku, in his typically carefree manner, remarked on it. Indeed, the aura of a protagonist was upon him. And under Vegeta's influence, he had even acquired this skill. At that moment, both Vegeta and Piccolo could not help but admire son Goku. Vegeta was deeply moved. You, a mere lower-class warrior, possess an astonishing comprehension. Even this prince cannot boast of such formidable techniques. Vegeta remarked, isn't it your strength that has fueled my motivation? So, when shall we engage in a match? Goku, eager for a challenge, felt unfulfilled by the previous battle. Don't rush. There will be plenty of opportunities. I've trained with Piccolo for 2 months. I need to rest. My lovely wives are already waiting, Vegeta declared before vanishing from sight. Bah, what's so great about women? Nothing compares to the thrill of battle, Goku scoffed. If it weren't for Chi-Chi chasing after me, I'd be destined to remain a lifelong bachelor. Old son, I'm going to stay at your place for a few days. It's been ages since I've trained Gohan, Piccolo said slowly. Sure, come on over, we can spar. Goku replied with excitement. After all, it's not easy to find an equally matched opponent. Poor Gula, unworthy even of a sharpening stone, was mercilessly slain. Just as tragic as in the original tale, he met his demise without a grave. Chapter 53, Catherine's Stealthy Escape. Earth, Mount Payaz, Goku's home. This won't do. Even with Bulma's help, the money is barely enough for our daily expenses, food, and Gohan's tuition. You two eat like there's no tomorrow. Don't you realize that? Chi-Chi shouted angrily. Ah, well, you see, Piccolo doesn't require food. His Namekian race sustains itself on water and sunlight through photosynthesis, so it won't affect us. Goku explained. Is that so? That still doesn't work. You can practice on your own. I can't be responsible for that. You also want Piccolo to train Gohan together? What about Gohan's studies? What about his dream of being a scholar? Chi-Chi retorted. Piccolo, hearing Chi-Chi's shouts from a distance near the waterfall, broke into a cold sweat. Silently reflecting that the greatest adversary of the universe's strongest race, the Saiyans, turned out to be their own wives. Both Vegeta and Goku faced similar trials. While the Namekians had it better, free from the burdens of women, the first tenet of the Namekian ancestral teachings, a heart devoid of desire for women, draws the sword naturally. It appears our esteemed ancestors were indeed prescient. By forsaking their carnal ties, they transformed into asexually reproducing beings. It's much simpler to lay eggs. Mom, did you know that Dad almost died today? I want to train. I want to grow stronger to protect you. I've come to understand that the so-called dream of a scholar is your dream, not mine. I hate you, Gohan exclaimed, tears in his eyes, as he ran out. Chi-Chi stood frozen in place, her expression one of shock, speechless. Meanwhile, Piccolo, eavesdropping from outside, felt a swell of pride. No doubt, he is my disciple. In the future, I shall help you rid yourself of those burdens and spare you from the suffering of the previous generation. Isn't that so? To be so exquisitely detached from worldly concerns. If Gohan were to grasp my thoughts, he would undoubtedly distance himself, muttering, what a wicked demon, Piccolo. This is the second time Gohan has spoken to me in such a manner. Son Wukong, I truly regret marrying you. Ever since we tied the knot, you neglect your responsibilities at home and in your training. Each day, you rise solely to engage in battles and practice, and now even Gohan no longer heeds my words. He dares to scold me. My life is so wretched, sobbing and scolding. Chi-Chi wept loudly. Listening to her cries and laments, Wukong felt a pang of discomfort. Yet he could not bear to witness Chi-Chi's tears. He gently consoled her. Chi-Chi, please do not weep. Thanks to Bulma's assistance, we no longer have to worry about our livelihood. You know Gohan carries my bloodline, brimming with potential. Encouraging him to become a great scholar is merely to secure a better future for us all. Are you even a man? Living off others while idly waiting for your fate. Chi-Chi scolded, her disappointment palpable. I am a man, and more importantly, a Saiyan. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans. If I am to be used as a sharpening stone, isn't it only natural to incur some wear and tear? Wukong retorted with a chuckle. It was unclear whether he was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, but his emotional intelligence seemed remarkably low. Yet when it came to matters of combat and training, he appeared to possess a profound wisdom, leaving Chi-Chi speechless. I will no longer concern myself with you two. Do as you please. I shall live for myself, to beautify and adorn myself. Ever since marrying you, I couldn't even justify buying a single set of cosmetics. Look at Bulma, who is merely a few years older than I, and then look at myself. This is enough. Chi-Chi resolved, now determined to live for herself, especially since they were financially stable. In truth, Chi-Chi was not unattractive. She was quite beautiful, yet the burdens of domestic life had taken their toll, causing her to lose her former radiance. Little did she know that this was her fortune. Had she remained as stunning as in the original narrative, would Vegeta, well-versed in history and aware of the existence of treachery, not of ulterior motives. People condemn the treacherous, yet secretly aspire to be like them. After the events at Bowsy Mountain, upon returning to Vegeta's side, he was met with the cold indifference of Bulma and her companion, having vanished for a full 2 months. This was unprecedented since they had been together. Even during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had borne the weight of time. Bulma, on the other hand, had only spent a day outside. Bulma was even more affected, having finally found a semblance of security only to have her mind thrown into turmoil by Vegeta's prolonged absence. The days of indulging in forbidden fruit suddenly felt painfully empty, forcing them to seek solace in one another, revealing their intimate bond. Hey, you two. I was wrong. I won't disappear for so long again. Will you not forgive me? Vegeta implored, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Someone actually acknowledges their faults? Perhaps you've long forgotten the two. No, 3 devoted souls waiting for you. Bulma coldly mocked. Indeed, Bulma, lacking the sharpness of Bulma's words, took a moment to muster her thoughts before finally uttering 4 words, her gentle tone almost flirtatious, igniting a sense of impatience within Vegeta. Bulma, just say it. What will it take for you to spare me this time? Vegeta inquired. Humph, I shall not forgive you. Do not come any closer, or I shall bite you. Bulma retorted, eyeing the advancing Vegeta. Thank you, Bulma. You have finally forgiven me. Vegeta smirked mischievously. His hands moved restlessly. Leave me be. When did I say I forgave you? Bulma gasped, though her words were defiant. She did not push him away. If you separate the words, it essentially means you forgive me, doesn't it? Come, let us fulfill your request. Vegeta teased playfully. Bulma could hardly withstand the mounting tension, feeling overwhelmed. Vegeta could hardly disappoint the kind intentions. On the Elven continent, the experience of forbidden fruit left Gurnara in profound distress. With the added burden of pregnancy, she felt an overwhelming restlessness, as if she were confronting an inevitable end. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared outside, and the guards echoed with a haunting melody. At that moment, Catherine was stealthily piloting her spaceship, departing the Elven continent towards Namek. If I cannot find peace, then let us perish together, Catherine declared with fierce determination. The flames of hatred threatened to engulf her heart, transforming the once tranquil elves into terrifying fiends. Unexpectedly, the seeds of love had morphed into dreadful malice. It seemed she would have to play the role of a pawn once more. Vegeta was relentless. Perhaps it was best not to disturb him for now. What if he became enraged? That thought alone filled Bobo with dread. Emotionlessly, he observed, reflecting that, truth be told, the situation was not particularly favorable. Throughout the annals of time, many exceptional beings existed. As Catherine's ship remained distant from Namek, Bobo chose to refrain from interrupting Vegeta. Chapter 54. Nuru's Request on the Elven Continent. Gurnara lamented, You haven't come for 2 whole months. It has been quite tormenting for me. Meanwhile, her finger traced small circles on Vegeta's chest. Vegeta recounted the events of the past 2 months. Vegeta, although I am reluctant to be a mere pawn, I must remind you once more that Catherine has stealthily departed from the fairyland, and her destination is none other than Namek. The indifferent voice of Bobo echoed in Vegeta's mind. What? Vegeta cried out, causing the nearby Gurnara to pause momentarily. What's wrong, Vegeta? Your subordinate has gone to Namek. Vegeta replied coldly. Catherine? You must hurry to stop her. We cannot allow the Grand Priest to discover this. Gurnara exclaimed in surprise. Rest assured, with Bobo keeping watch, I might as well take Piccolo along this time to see if we can enhance his strength further. Vegeta declared. I shall take my leave now, and will return once I have completed my tasks. I will await your next visit, and I shall grant your wish to bite you. Gurnara teased. You don't want me to leave, do you? There is no time like the present. Come on, Vegeta, he said mischievously, transforming into a warrior once more to engage in battle. Far from Bowsy Mountain, amidst the icy expanse, 3 figures clashed in a chaotic skirmish. Piccolo, facing 2 opponents, utilized the martial arts taught to him by Vegeta, gradually pushing Goku and his son back. Wow, Piccolo, what strange moves are those? They are even more bizarre than what Master Roshi taught me, Goku remarked, responding rapidly with various counterattacks. He exclaimed, launching a spherical energy blast towards Piccolo's head. Piccolo swiftly spun to evade the attack and, seizing the opportunity, executed a high kick with his right leg aimed at Goku. Goku raised his left arm to block. But at the moment of impact, he was surprised to find it lacked the expected force. Piccolo smirked slightly as his right leg extended, striking Goku's head from behind. The force of the blow was excruciating, causing Goku to stumble and nearly fall face first to the ground. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, retreating while clutching the back of his head. Old man, you never learn. Although my body is a bit peculiar, you always neglect to prepare for the unexpected, relying solely on your instincts to anticipate the next attack. Piccolo admonished. That attack was quite underhanded. I lack the physical prowess of you Namekians. Goku protested. What do you mean? Vegeta is far more formidable than I am. Don't forget, I told you that the Senzu beans are what I consume to recover from injuries. While he treats them as mere sustenance, my attacks can always be easily countered by him, and he holds back his strength to a level even weaker than mine. Piccolo retorted dismissively. Wow, is he really that powerful? You've got me all fired up. Let us go again, Goku declared, launching yet another assault. Meanwhile, Gohan stood by, watching the two with a sense of indifference. Despite his training having elevated his combat power to over 1,000,000, he felt utterly insignificant compared to Goku and Piccolo, who showed no interest in him as a fighter. A surge of frustration and anger welled within Gohan, and in an instant, his aura exploded, surrounding him in a brilliant white flame that transformed into golden hues. Although his hair remained black, it stood upright, having changed shape from its previously soft texture. Suddenly charging towards the two, he launched an assault. Goku and Piccolo were taken aback by Gohan's onslaught, gazing at Gohan, whose form had undergone a subtle transformation. Their hearts swelling with pride. Piccolo even displayed a tender, motherly smile. At this moment, Vegeta arrived and beheld Gohan in this form. Instantly recalling the movie Dragon Ball Z, the Tree of Might, where Goku had transformed into a similar state, the mimetic Super Saiyan. This transformation was a byproduct of insufficient base power, though the barrier of the Super Saiyan form had been breached. The foundational combat strength could not sustain the energy required for the Super Saiyan transformation. It could be regarded as an excessive transformation, yielding only around a 25-fold increase in power. During this time, Gohan remained unaware of his own transformation and continued to press forward in an attempt to attack the two. "Dad, Uncle Piccolo, attack me. Do not hold back," Gohan exclaimed angrily, oblivious to the fact that they had merely been evading and deflecting his assaults without initiating their own. Goku exchanged a glance with Piccolo and then took the initiative to launch an assault. Gohan, in a state of disarray, attempted to evade but was ultimately knocked down. Goku delivered a heavy kick that sent Gohan sprawling. As Gohan returned to his normal state, he lay on the ground. The overwhelming power he had just unleashed leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness upon its depletion. Gohan, do not forget this feeling. Once your base combat power increases, this sensation can facilitate your transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta interjected suddenly. "Hey, Vegeta, I already know that. No need to remind me," Goku retorted, visibly displeased. "What? Not convinced? Do you want me to make you rest at home for a few days?" Vegeta threatened ominously. Goku recalled the time he had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and had been thoroughly beaten, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Forget it. I suppose I should avoid seeking unnecessary trouble." Goku waved his hands dismissively. He enjoyed combat, but he did not relish being on the receiving end of it. After all, he was not a masochist. "Thank you, Uncle Vegeta. I understand now." Gohan, having caught his breath, expressed his gratitude to Vegeta. Indeed, although he is a half-breed, his potential is by no means inferior. He is far stronger than Kakarot, that lowly warrior. Vegeta remarked coolly. "Vegeta, you're not here to train too, are you?" Piccolo suddenly inquired. "I have matters to attend to with you. Come with me." Vegeta replied. "What are you two sneaking off to do? Bring me along." Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "You should focus on training Gohan. This time, there is no battle. We are merely handling a matter," Vegeta stated. It was not that he did not want to inform Goku, but the affairs of the spirit world were best kept from as many people as possible, especially not someone with Goku's simplistic mindset. If he inadvertently revealed anything, the consequences could be dire. "All right, Gohan, train diligently with Goku while I'm away. No slacking off," Piccolo instructed. "Yes, Uncle Piccolo, rest assured." It was truly hard to tell whether Gohan was Goku's son or Piccolo's. Piccolo's demeanor towards Gohan was even more severe than that of Goku. A father's love is indeed as solid as a mountain. "Let us go, Vegeta." "Where to?" "Just lean on my shoulder." With a whoosh, the two vanished from sight. On the new planet Namek, Mealy was leading his people in the cultivation of a unique species of plant. This plant bears a striking resemblance to the cacti of Earth, possessing an extraordinary vitality that enables it to thrive in even the harshest of environments. Suddenly, the figures of Piccolo and Vegeta materialized. The Namekian was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a radiant smile. At that moment, Mealy approached the two and said, "Piccolo, Mr. Vegeta, welcome, welcome. It has been quite some time. Are you here in search of the Dragon Balls? I can guide you." Mealy continued, "Elder, do not be hasty. Our visit is not for the Dragon Balls. It is due to my circumstances that outsiders have once again set their sights on your Namek," Vegeta replied coldly. "What has transpired?" Mealy asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Vegeta cast a glance at the Namekian beside him, remaining silent. "I understand. Follow me. We shall discuss this in detail inside," Mealy explained, subsequently entering the room. Vegeta elaborated on everything concerning the elven race. There was no alternative, as Catherine was fast approaching. Although the distance was considerable, one must not forget that her kin had mastered the technology of spatial wormholes after eons of evolution. A single traversal might not suffice. Yet multiple crossings would prove significantly swifter than mere flight. "How astonishing. I had no idea you possessed such opportunities," Mealy remarked. The former elder had shared a few insights with me, although his knowledge was limited. While I remain uncertain of her intentions, I have witnessed the depth of her animosity towards me on several occasions, Vegeta stated. Once she arrives, we shall know, Piccolo interjected. In the vastness of the cosmos, Catherine maneuvered her ship for the final traversal. Just wait. I shall make you taste the bitterness of heartbreak, she vowed, already consumed by malevolence. The once vibrant elven form was now shrouded in dark energy, becoming sinister and perilous, with black magical patterns manifesting upon her body. We've arrived. We are in the atmosphere, Vegeta suddenly announced. You all hide. I will step out to ascertain her true intentions. Mealy insisted. Rest assured, in a moment of crisis, I shall intervene. Vegeta replied confidently. Fear not. Neru is also present. Mealy assured them. I forgot to mention. Her combat power is at least in the tens of millions. To serve under the Elven Queen requires a certain caliber, Vegeta scoffed. Oh, I see. Then I must apologize for the trouble, Muley said awkwardly, stepping outside as a green spacecraft descended, with Catherine emerging slowly. The malevolent aura about her had been concealed, rendering her appearance akin to her former self. Greetings. I am from the Elven race, dispatched by Her Majesty the Queen to seek the Dragon Balls. Catherine lied. Observing her deception, Muley refrained from exposing her. Pray tell, what wish do you seek from the Dragon Balls? Our Purunga does not grant malevolent desires. Muley countered, fabricating his own tale. Wah. Our queen has been defiled and is with child, forced to endure under the tyranny of an evil usurper who occupies the palace. We are powerless against him and can only submit. The queen sent me to implore the dragon to rid her of the child, eliminate the villain, and if possible, lift the seal upon our continent, allowing us to return to the cosmos. Catherine lamented, adopting a pitiable demeanor. She quickly composed herself, stating, I have seen in the ancestral text that the Dragon Balls of Namek can grant 3 wishes. Indeed, our dragon can fulfill 3 wishes, Mealy confirmed. Enough, Catherine. Vegeta could no longer contain his fury within the confines of the room. Had it not been for Piccolo's restraint, he would have charged out the moment she mentioned the word child. Now, I can no longer contain myself. An unprecedented murderous intent surges throughout the entire village. Vegeta, how did you arrive here? How did you know I was on Namek? Catherine was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of fear. Catherine, I never anticipated that you would harbor such animosity towards me, Vegeta remarked coldly, offering no explanation for her confusion. Catherine cast aside her pretense. Her hypocritical facade instantly transformed into a menacing aura. The dangerous, brutal, and malevolent black patterns manifested upon her exposed skin. Indeed, I regret bringing you to the elf continent. Had it not been for that, you would not have stolen my queen, and she would not despise me. It is all your fault. I want you dead. And I desire the death of your child, Catherine declared, her voice brimming with hatred. Are you Lala? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. Although he had previously harbored suspicions, he had dismissed them, never expecting the truth to be so simple. What does Lala mean? Catherine pondered momentarily, but then disregarded the question altogether. Suddenly, she unleashed an attack, striking down the clustered Namekians nearby. The weakly powered villagers were instantly slaughtered in her wake. Damn it, you seek death. Neru roared, charging at Catherine with a powerful punch. Yet, his assault, along with his speed, was akin to mere tickling in the face of Catherine's might. With a single slap, she sent Neru flying and subsequently conjured a dark energy sphere, preparing to strike again. Vegeta was poised to strike when Piccolo suddenly interjected, allow me to take charge. Vegeta retracted his stance and entrusted the situation to Piccolo, who gazed at Catherine in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how mere hatred could transform her into a malevolent being. Exuding an aura of dark magic, her exquisite visage was adorned with peculiar magical patterns, and though strange, there was a certain eerie allure to her appearance. Stop being so self-righteous. Do you truly believe that Namek could be trampled upon at your whim? Piccolo shouted, charging towards Catherine. The magically transformed Catherine exhibited a combat power that astonishingly surpassed the threshold of 10 million, reaching an astounding 100 million. It must be said, her darkened state rendered her 3 times as formidable. Piccolo, however, dismissed her as a threat, launching a chaotic barrage of attacks that proved ineffective against her. As he advanced towards Catherine, he had long since begun to gather energy for his ultimate technique, the special beam cannon, knowing that charging was essential. Despite Catherine's erratic strikes and lack of combat experience, her power was not to be underestimated, hovering around the 100 million mark. Moments later, Piccolo had completed his charge. While evading Catherine's relentless onslaught, he sought an opening. Reluctantly, he decided to unleash his soul strike, a mental assault he had mastered within the hyperbolic time chamber. An invisible wave of psychic energy spiraled towards Catherine. Ah, it hurts. Who? Catherine cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, cradling her head. Seizing the moment, Piccolo unleashed the special beam cannon, striking true and creating a gaping wound in her left chest. Alas, the cherry blossom of life seemed to fade. Catherine coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Vegeta. No, I'm sorry, she uttered, as the dark energy enveloping her dissipated and the magical patterns receded, restoring her consciousness. Vegeta gazed at the peculiar figure before him, his energy coalescing in his hands, offering her a fragment of his power. He was eager to hear her words. Ahem. Vegeta, I cannot comprehend why I have transformed in this manner. When a flicker of malevolence arose within me, I suddenly felt my body invaded, and despite my fervent resistance, it proved utterly futile. I endeavored to halt my own movements, yet I remained powerless to control myself. As if another entity were orchestrating my actions. Please convey my apologies to the Queen. I am sorry. With those final words, she lost her breath, her form dissolving into a puddle of putrescence, seeping into the ground. Vegeta was taken aback. Granara had mentioned that upon the demise of her elven kin, such phenomena would not occur. After their passing, their appearances remained unchanged. They underwent a sacred tree burial, interred beneath the divine tree. With the passage of time, they gradually transformed into the essence of the tree, giving rise to new souls. It was as though the sacred tree of their lineage operated akin to a cycle of reincarnation. Furthermore, their souls did not descend into the depths of hell upon death. Instead, they merged with their physical forms, turning to dust and nourishing the sacred tree. However, Catherine was evidently different. Her aura of malevolence was distinctly extraordinary. Vegeta reflected upon his memories. In the original narrative, the presence of the demon realm was rather subtle. Piccolo had once been tainted by demonic energy. And there was also Dabura from the Majin Saga. Recalling further, the only instance of the demon realm was when Goku visited it in his childhood. However, upon witnessing the current scene before him, Vegeta instantly comprehended that the place Goku had ventured to in his youth was far from the true demon realm. The authentic demon realm could not possibly be so feeble. Piccolo, was your father not once invaded by demonic energy? Do you possess any recollections of that? Vegeta inquired. Not much. I have lost the ability to regurgitate eggs and summon demons since my rebirth, Piccolo replied. It appears that this world harbors countless enigmas. The matter concerning the Grand Priest remains unresolved, and now another enigmatic demon realm emerges. Vegeta murmured to himself. After the battle concluded, Muley mourned his fallen kin. Vegeta, filled with confusion, inquired why they did not utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Furthermore, he questioned, does not death on planet Namek result in one's body disappearing? Akin to the Grand Elder? The Dragon Balls possess extraordinary powers, yet they also carry adverse consequences. If it can be avoided, it should be, lest it incite unimaginable calamities. As for the body, the Grand Elder passed away peacefully, hence his disappearance, embarking on a journey to the afterlife. Those who meet with untimely ends, however, leave behind their remains. Sighing, Muley spoke with a heavy heart. Piccolo, come with me. I have something to discuss with you, Naira stated as he approached Piccolo. All right. Let us go, Piccolo responded as they walked to a secluded area. Naira proposed, allow me to merge with you, as the former Grand Elder suggested. What? How could you propose such a notion? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. My current strength is insufficient to protect our kin. Having witnessed your prowess, I wish to become part of your power, to safeguard our people alongside you, Naira expressed with a sense of resignation. Chapter 55, A Renewed Wish. Piccolo's power amplified. Should you proceed with this, you will completely vanish. Are you willing? Piccolo questioned. As the former Grand Elder once articulated, merging is for the betterment and prosperity of our race, is it not? Moreover, merging with you does not equate to death. Rest assured, the personality that emerges from our fusion is often the stronger of the two. I will not impede your essence, Nairu declared with hope. Very well. I consent to your request. However, I shall not remain on planet Namek indefinitely, Piccolo replied. That is acceptable, should trouble arise on Namek. Grand Elder Muley will summon you with the Eternal Dragon. I have already spoken with Grand Elder Muley, and he has granted his approval. Naira reassured him. Let us commence, Piccolo declared. Though reluctant to harm his kin, the request stirred a sense of excitement within him. After all, Vegeta's and Goku's transformation abilities had placed him at a seemingly insurmountable distance. Perhaps this opportunity would allow him to bridge the gap in strength between them. Remember your promise. Nairu implored as he placed his hand upon Piccolo's chest. In an instant, Nairu's form transformed into a radiant sphere of white light, merging seamlessly into Piccolo's being. A powerful aura enveloped the entire planet. Vegeta displayed an expression of anticipated understanding. Mr. Vegeta, your purpose in bringing Piccolo here is undoubtedly this, correct? If it were solely because of that fairy race, you would not have bothered to bring him along. After all, with your strength, you could effortlessly eliminate her. Mealy remarked at that moment. Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Oh dear, I never anticipated that it would lead to such a loss of life. He awkwardly explained. No worries, I do not hold you responsible. Perhaps it is for the best, as it serves to heighten our people's vigilance. Moreover, while Nera has vanished, a formidable Super Namekian has emerged, has he not? Mealy remarked, casting a glance towards Piccolo in the distance. At that moment, Piccolo trembled with excitement. How incredible! Such an immense power. It feels as though I could effortlessly shatter a planet. He murmured to himself. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the significantly strengthened Piccolo. He had not anticipated that the fusion of two individuals with previously low combat power could result in such a remarkable increase in strength. Presently, Piccolo's power level had surged to approximately 1.8 billion, and he had only just fused, yet had not fully mastered this newfound might. Once he completely harnessed it, he might very well surpass 2 billion. This led Vegeta to recall the two Namekians from the later stages of the Tournament of Power, who had fused with all their kin to amplify their strength. He marveled at the Namekians' extraordinary abilities, as long as they could expand their population base. Their power could be infinitely augmented. Grand Elder, to express my apologies, I shall share a secret with you. You can wish upon your dragon to grant Piccolo the ability of instant transmission, coupled with your race's unique telepathy. He would be able to return in a timely manner should any danger arise, Vegeta declared. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. For the safety of our race, we could use the Dragon Balls once, the Grand Elder replied, his eyes lighting up at Vegeta's suggestion. He had been pondering how to address Vegeta regarding his future role as a tool, but little did he know that Vegeta had already devised a solution. They promptly collected the Dragon Balls and summoned Sharon. As the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and Purunga emerged from the orbs. State your wishes. I can fulfill 3 of them. Purunga's voice resonated. Grant Piccolo the ability of instant transmission, was the request. This is easy, the wish is granted. It is comparable to the instant transmission of the Kais, superior to that of certain planets. There is no need to sense energy, merely knowing the coordinates suffices, Purunga proclaimed. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who was meditating and controlling his energy, experienced a revelation in his mind regarding the usage of this special skill. After careful observation, he comprehended the underlying reasons. What other wishes do we have? The Grand Elder pondered, momentarily at a loss. He turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, do you have any additional wishes? It is in your hands now. Since we have summoned him already, he inquired. Vegeta pondered deeply, contemplating his remaining desires. Is there anything else? If you do not speak up soon, I shall take my leave. Urged Purunga. Grant me the ability to exist in the vacuum of space. Vegeta suddenly recalled and proclaimed. For my second wish, bestow upon me the capacity to survive in the cosmos void. Having articulated his second wish, he promptly continued with the third. Make the Earth infinitely resilient, impervious to destruction by others. The second wish is granted. It has been fulfilled. Vegeta seemed to sense that he suddenly no longer required oxygen. He even felt as though he did not need to breathe at all. It was as if his body was autonomously managing respiration, and he was instantly filled with exhilaration. This newfound ability granted him a sense of freedom. No matter where he ventured, his self-healing capabilities combined with his survival instincts, along with his mastery of time and space, ensured that he would not perish easily. Since arriving in this perilous world, he had been cautiously developing his strength, fearful of attracting uncontrollable foes. Now, he finally felt a glimmer of self-preservation. Of course, beings of divine caliber, including the gods of destruction, could still easily dispatch him. Yet, was he not gradually growing stronger? He too would ascend to the pinnacle. His third wish posed some challenges. He could only enhance the Earth's resilience, but there was no guarantee that it would remain impervious to destruction. There were simply too many deities in this realm. There was little he could do about it. It mattered not, as long as he was not threatened by entities below the divine level. Those above, he deemed unworthy of his concern. Vegeta coldly remarked, Though I find your words displeasing, they are nonetheless the truth. Very well, your wish has been granted. I desire never to see you again. With that, Purunga vanished from sight. Were it not for the edicts established by the dragon god, he feared he might be unable to restrain himself from striking Vegeta. Some might argue that the power of the dragon is contingent upon its creator, but one must not forget that this was a prior stipulation. In later developments, even a 2-star dragon could elevate weak humans to extraordinary strength, capable of defeating Goku in his Ultra Instinct state. Thus, it is evident that the dragon's power was significantly diminished in the earlier stages. Meanwhile, Goku and his son, engaged in their training on Earth, suddenly realized that their attacks inflicted not the slightest damage upon the planet. They could unleash even greater energy to counteract their foes. Naturally, the dragon was not without intellect. For ordinary individuals, the tasks of agriculture and construction could still be accomplished with relative ease. This exemplifies the power of rules. Having concluded matters on Namek, Piccolo could not resist utilizing instant transmission, disappearing in the blink of an eye, only to reappear on Earth. Vegeta bid farewell to the Elder Guru and promptly executed the time-space technique, teleporting to the Elven continent. After all, he still needed to report to Gernara. "You're back. How did it go, Catherine?" Gernara inquired anxiously. "She is dead," he replied, recounting the events that transpired on New Namek. "I never anticipated this. She harbored inappropriate desires for me. How revolting!" Gernara exclaimed indignantly. "In truth, I am rather intrigued to witness the intrigues of women," Vegeta remarked with a wicked grin. "Enough of your malevolent thoughts," Gernara retorted sharply. "By the way, did your ancestors leave any records about the demon realm? You have not seen Catherine. Her appearance has drastically changed due to the corruption from demonic energy, which is vastly different from that of our elven kin," Vegeta stated, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. "I believe there was a mention, albeit not comprehensive. I recall reading that shortly after the sealing of the elven continent, some of our kin succumbed to desires after parting with their partners and were also invaded. However, they were swiftly eradicated. The elven continent, due to the seal, seems to partially isolate against demonic energy, yet it cannot fully eliminate it, as it originates from within their hearts," Gernara recalled. "It appears we must not let our guard down. The demon realm. One day we shall uncover you," Vegeta scoffed. He then turned to Gernara, signaling her with his gaze. The two erupted in a furious clash, their rage-shattering garments, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed upon the battlefield, which lay in utter disarray. It seemed Vegeta, having wished for the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, had significantly enhanced his endurance, no longer displaying the labored breathing of the past. Gernara, too, was overwhelmed by the intensity of the battle. Chapter 56, The Birth of Little Tay in the Demon Realm, within a dark yet mysteriously resplendent palace. A figure cloaked in black, obscuring their features, knelt reverently on the ground, reporting the circumstances surrounding Catherine. Upon the throne sat a massive yet elegantly poised demon god. "Let failure be as it may, it does not affect my father's grand design. This was merely an experiment," the man upon the throne declared. "Yes, my lord." The cloaked figure responded with utmost respect. "What shall we do next?" "We wait until the king can be vanquished, at which point we shall launch a full-scale assault. Furthermore, this matter must remain hidden from my father, lest he becomes enraged. If it is exposed, I will ensure your complete obliteration," the demon god stated ominously. If Vegeta could hear these words, he would undoubtedly grasp many truths. It became apparent that the existence of the demon realm held some connection to the Grand Priest. On the Elven continent, time swiftly passed, nearly a year having elapsed since Gula's demise. Upon Vegeta's return, Bulma found herself ensnared by fate. Now the moment had arrived. Bulma was in labor. At this juncture, Vegeta anxiously paced outside the chamber, his heart laden with unease. "Vegeta, do not fret. The elder, renowned as the finest midwife of our clan, shall take excellent care of Bulma," Gulnara reassured the anxious Vegeta. Bulma, standing nearby, was equally filled with concern. She was all too familiar with the agony of childbirth, a torment that left one feeling utterly desolate. Moreover, at that time, the future Vegeta was not by her side to offer support, stirring bitter memories within her. Yet, gazing at the present Vegeta filled her heart with joy. "I understand. But I cannot help but worry," Vegeta exclaimed. "Oh, it hurts so much. You bastard, Vegeta. You pervert. You have put me through this agony. I loathe you." Bulma's cries reverberated outside the room. Vegeta's anxiety intensified. He had already been concerned that the rudimentary technology of Earth might lead to complications, which was why they had chosen to come to the Elven realm for assistance during childbirth, hoping to benefit from their extraordinary abilities. Little did he anticipate the immense suffering that would ensue. Inside, the elder utilized the unique powers of the elven race to alleviate Bulma's pain and bolster her strength, while her two apprentices gradually assisted in delivering the head of their newborn. A delightful, innocent laughter echoed, heralding the arrival of a child. Outside, the crowd erupted with joy. Vegeta hurried to Bulma's side, gently inquiring, "How are you, Bulma? Are you all right? This is all my fault." I'm fine. The elder's abilities are quite remarkable. I'm not in much pain. I merely seized the opportunity to scold you." Bulma responded playfully, her mischievous spirit shining through. The onlookers exchanged glances, speechless. While Vegeta's forehead glistened with sweat, Bulma was being utterly unreasonable, causing such worry among everyone. Perhaps it was Vegeta's indulgence that had made her increasingly whimsical. Much to the amusement of those around them, Gulnara cast a disapproving glance at the elder. "Your Majesty, do not blame me. It was Bulma who forbade me from telling you." The elder replied, exasperated. "Where's little Trunks? Let me see if he resembles his handsome father." Bulma insisted. Struggling to sit up with Vegeta's help, Bulma's mother cradled the newborn Trunks and sat beside Bulma, remarking, "He seems even more charming than my Trunks was at that age. Please, let me hold him." Bulma extended her arms to receive the baby from her mother. It seems little Trunks knows who his mother is." The baby giggled joyfully. The crowd took turns holding the child, while Vegeta stood aside, suppressing his excitement as he watched his child being passed around. "Come, Vegeta. Hold him too," Gulnara encouraged, seemingly perceiving his unvoiced thoughts. "Give him to me. You are holding him all wrong. It will make him uncomfortable," Vegeta exclaimed, eagerly accepting little Trunks into his arms. "Humph, not bad at all, you little rascal. To possess a combat power of 20,000 right from birth. Although not of the legendary Super Saiyan lineage, it still tarnishes this prince's dignity. In the past, such a feat would have marked one as a prodigious genius," Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at the subtly revealing power of little Trunks. Deep down, he harbored hopes that Trunks, inheriting from Bulma, might also possess the fabled bloodline of the Super Saiyan. Alas, such thoughts were in vain. Bulma's lineage had been diluted through countless generations of the Elven Queen's blood, and did not confer the Super Saiyan traits, merely rendering her offspring more formidable than in the original narrative. "It seems we shall have to await the birth of Goku's daughter." Time passed amidst laughter and joy, with little Trunks, due to his Saiyan heritage, arriving into the world without a cry, radiating happiness. This brought great relief to Bulma and the others. On Earth, wow, Chi-Chi. Could it be that I am to become a father once more? Goku exclaimed, gazing at the nauseous Chi-Chi. "Indeed, I just conceived a couple of days ago." Chi-Chi beamed with a maternal smile. "Then I shall refrain from training during this time. I will take good care of you." Goku seemed to exhibit a notable increase in emotional intelligence. "You'd best keep your distance from me. Your presence irks me, and I cannot allow you to corrupt my Gohan further. I will not permit you to mislead my other child," Chi-Chi retorted disdainfully. Goku chuckled awkwardly while Gohan, sitting nearby, kept his head down, avoiding Chi-Chi's gaze. Outside, Piccolo, hearing the reprimand from Chi-Chi, felt a shiver down his spine. "It seems I should take a break for a while," he murmured softly, pondering a visit to Dend. Ever since merging with Nail, he had developed a peculiar longing for Dend. Why not bestow a name upon the child? Embrace your responsibilities as a father. Chi-Chi urged Goku. "Let us call him Goten." "One character different from Gohan," Goku replied casually. "How unimaginative." Chi-Chi scoffed but did not reject the name. After all, he was the biological father. According to the original plot, Goten was born a year after Trunks. With Trunks' arrival, Chi-Chi was also likely pregnant with Goten. Due to Goku's instantaneous teleportation during the battle with Cell, he missed Goten's birth. By the time he reunited with his son, it was during the saga of Majin Buu. As time flowed steadily, in a hidden cave within a secluded valley on Earth, a figure clad in a jacket, with long white hair and a beard, wearing a black hat adorned with a red satin ribbon, was busily typing away at a keyboard. "Humph, son Goku, once my precious android is restored, your demise will be at hand," Dr. Gero muttered to himself. He can be referred to as Dr. Gero or Android 20, do not fret. These are merely alternate names. It appeared that, based on current data, Androids 17 and 18 were still no match for them, necessitating further enhancements, but at this rate uncertain whether my precious cell can consume the two of them. Dr. Gero glanced once more at the hidden chamber beneath his feet. Within that chamber, a diminutive embryo was gradually developing, indicating that it would require some time. Nevertheless, I shall enhance it first. If it proves ineffective, I shall utilize the remote control to halt their movements, allowing my beloved offspring to absorb them. Inside two pod-like structures, number 17 and number 18 convulsed, their bodies displaying natural reactions of agony. The combat power data continued to escalate, reaching an astonishing 4 billion points. It was only when their bodies seemed on the brink of collapse that Dr. Gero finally ceased his experiments, ultimately stabilizing their power at a staggering 4 billion points. Since Vegeta's return from Namek, he had not unleashed his full power on Earth, and Dr. Gero had failed to detect it. Conversely, Goku had unleashed his combat prowess several times, prompting the microbots to meticulously record every detail. Thus, at this moment, Dr. Gero still believed Goku to be the strongest. Unaware that Earth harbored the formidable Vegeta. In the temple, Uncle Piccolo, have you fused with Uncle Nail? Tion inquired, sensing Nail's energy emanating from Piccolo. Yes, Tion. Piccolo replied, gently ruffling her hair. He then recounted the events that transpired on Namek, with Bobo listening attentively. Chapter 57, The Initial Appearance of Cell. A new task from the system in the temple, so that's how it is. Does this mean I can visit often in the future? Tion said, tears welling in her eyes. After all, she was still a child, and her fleeting interest in the complexities of the world had long since faded. Certainly, if you wish. I can take you back right now, Piccolo offered. Let us wait until this period passes. It seems I have discovered something, Tion said solemnly. What is it? Could it be the androids that Future Trunks warned us about? Piccolo asked, perplexed. No, it's a humanoid creature resembling an insect. Wherever it passes, humanity falls silent, all slaughtered, leaving only remnants of clothing. Yet, I cannot locate it. It deliberately suppresses its energy. Tion exclaimed in terror. How can this be? Future Trunks never mentioned such a thing. Could it be due to differences in time and space? Piccolo expressed his astonishment. All right, I have no pressing matters for now. I shall remain in the temple. If you see it again, inform me of its whereabouts. I will eliminate it, Piccolo declared with a fierce resolve. He was no longer the original Demon King Piccolo. Having fused with Kami and Nail, their benevolence, coupled with Gohan's presence, had significantly influenced him. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Tion replied. In a realm of gentle serenity, little Trunks found himself amidst a gathering of enchanting fairies, where he was adored by all. Each beautiful maiden took turns playfully teasing him. However, he was not to be outdone, as 3 ethereal beauties lavished him with massages and offered him fruit. Yet, one particular surprise awaited him. Vegeta, this is utterly delightful. But do not forget, the androids that my future Trunks warned us about are soon to emerge, exclaimed Bulma, who was currently attending to his massage. Indeed, at present, only Goku and his companions remain on Earth. Can they possibly handle it? In my timeline, all was lost, added Bulma, who was feeding him fruit. Oh, fret not, their strength far surpasses that of your timeline, Vegeta proclaimed, rest assured. He possesses the grand time technique. Even if something arises, he will return promptly. He then interjected, this can't go on like this. His exhaustion was palpable. On Earth, Dr. Gero lamented, the energy required for Cell is running low. We must venture out once more. A rotund figure with a lifeless expression chimed in. It was the entirely mechanical android, number 19. Let us go? With numbers 17 and 18 currently undergoing repairs for their personality flaws, I will accompany you, Dr. Gero replied. In the future, Trunks exclaimed, Xiao Wu, you are pregnant. I am overjoyed. I must inform our parents. His excitement was palpable. Isn't that a tad exaggerated? The author has chosen to introduce Xiao Wu prematurely. Let us assume she is a few years older. Trunks, due to the Scion's rapid physical development and his harrowing experiences, has also matured mentally. Though, these past couple of days, I have been feeling nauseous and have been vomiting. I'm not sure if it's Xiao Wu shyly admitted. What are we waiting for? I will take you for a checkup. Let us go right now, Trunks urged impatiently. The two hurried to the hospital, and after the examination, the truth was confirmed. Trunks promptly gathered the necessary energy for time travel to report the good news to the main world. Meanwhile, in the Earth's temple, Dend grumbled, he is too cunning. Every time I approach, he suppresses his energy and escapes. This time, I revealed my instant transmission. He used his bald-headed technique to dazzle me and fled again. I doubt he will show himself anytime soon. Uncle Piccolo, indeed, he has hidden once more, and I cannot find him. We can only wait, Dend said gravely. It's all very strange. Who could it be? Goku, I, Vegeta, even Frieza, Tien, and others' energies are present. It's a tangled web that is impossible to decipher. Piccolo pondered. In the fairyland, a notification sounded, "System repair completed." Due to the host being stuck, the system has been modified to a single-option format. A new task has been issued. Facilitate the fusion of the present cell and the future cell. The reward will be an advancement of the grand time technique to the power of time and space. Vegeta, who had just dozed off, was abruptly awakened by the system's voice. "System, are you trying to stir trouble? You cannot stand to see me prosper." Due to excessive fatigue, the system has forcibly activated a task. The host is reminded that countless beings exist in this dimension that can overpower them. The mechanical voice stated, "Very well. I accept the task. I have been exhausted lately, and this will provide me an opportunity to rest. Task acceptance successful. Rewards will be issued upon task completion." The mechanical voice replied. Gazing at the new task, Vegeta felt a wave of profound malice wash over him. "This is truly troublesome. They think my progress is too slow and wish for the two cells from different timelines to fuse, and merely fusing them will complete the task. There is no need for violence. Does this not subtly urge me to grow stronger? Without enhancement, how can I defeat the merged cell? The system has become astute, no longer easily deceived. Bulma, you and Bulmarie should remain here. Significant events are unfolding on Earth. It is safer for you to stay put. Take good care of Trunks." "Very well, but do exercise caution. Rest assured, we shall look after Trunks," Bulma replied. Vegeta rose, stretching his waist before employing the time-space technique to return to Earth. He still needed time to contemplate how to merge the two cell beings, as the system had not specified the form they should assume during their fusion. Meanwhile, Android 19 and Drive Jero were scouring a remote island for supplies. "Run! There's a monster! Mommy! Wah!" The terrified screams of ordinary people and the cries of children echoed throughout the town. The sound of bullets striking Android 19's metallic body reverberated ominously. Dr. Jero scoured each household for the resources necessary for Cell's growth, simultaneously siphoning energy from the unsuspecting populace. Though it was a meager gain, it was better than nothing. The duo decimated the island, returning to their laboratory undetected. After all, androids possess no discernible aura unless they encounter formidable foes, compelling them to unleash energy blasts. According to Trunks, there were less than 5 months until the androids would emerge. However, the original narrative had diverged significantly. Now, it was further skewed due to Vegeta's interference. History had strayed far from its intended path. Chapter 58, Goku's heart disease erupts Earth. Vegeta found Piccolo in the temple. Have you really returned?" Piccolo inquired, visibly displeased. "I had no choice but to come back. Earth is indeed beset by calamities," Vegeta replied, rubbing his lower back. "If I had stayed any longer among the elves, I would have surely exhausted myself. I've returned to rest and lend a hand." "What is the current situation?" Vegeta questioned. "The androids have not yet appeared, but a monstrous being has emerged, and we have been unable to locate it. Many Earthlings have been absorbed by this creature." Piccolo exclaimed in anger. Vegeta employed the grand time-space technique to sense Cell's presence. Upon detecting Cell concealed on an island, absorbing the essence of various creatures, he remarked on the indiscriminate nature of Cell's feeding habits. "I see him," Vegeta declared. "What? Why can't I sense him?" Piccolo inquired, perplexed. Your technique differs from mine. Mine is the grand time-space technique, which influences time and space. Yours is merely a skill, a reward from the dragon," Vegeta retorted dismissively. "Yet yours was granted by the system as well, so why act so high and mighty? Have some humility," Piccolo countered. "You should hurry and eliminate him. If he continues this way, he will only grow stronger." Unbeknownst to Piccolo, Vegeta possessed a system of his own. "Not yet. He has his uses. You're still resentful about the Earthlings who perished. You can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them afterward," Vegeta stated. "Fine, but I truly wonder what your intentions are. You only intervene at critical moments." Piccolo expressed his dissatisfaction. However, through their prolonged interactions, Piccolo had observed that although Vegeta was somewhat arrogant, he was not the same scion who had initially arrived. Now, with Bulma by his side, he had become more akin to an Earthling and had assisted them on numerous occasions. "You think I wish to be here? It's not my choice." Vegeta abruptly fell silent. "Oh, continue. Why the sudden silence?" Piccolo teased. Spare me your tricks." 5 months later, all who were aware of Trunks' forewarnings were preparing for departure. "Chi-Chi, wait for my return," Goku said. "Go, protect Gohan. I can't concern myself with you all any longer," Chi-Chi replied, gently stroking her abdomen as she murmured, "Goten, please don't be like those two." Goku scratched the back of his head awkwardly, leading Gohan toward their destination. Darling, wait for my return, Dai said softly. All right, be careful, Xiaowu replied with concern. Rest assured, everything will be fine. I have my father with me. Besides, the androids pose no threat to me now, Dai proclaimed confidently. Little did he know that the androids had grown significantly stronger due to the altered timeline. With a whoosh, the time machine vanished into thin air. Due to the reconstruction of a new home, Dai had recently found little time for training. Coupled with Xiaowu's pregnancy, he had devoted himself to her care. Despite barely managing to elevate his base power level to 30 million, it had slightly declined. Now, after transforming into Super Saiyan 2nd grade, he was at approximately 2 billion. He wondered if Vegeta would teach him a lesson when the time came. In the temple, what is the status, Tian? Have you sensed the androids? Piccolo inquired. No. I can't detect any trace of energy, Tian replied, her expression serious. Well, there is no point in exhausting ourselves. If the androids possess no energy signature, they cannot be sensed. Let us proceed directly to the location Trunks mentioned, Vegeta instructed. All right, let us teleport there directly to save time. Come, extend your hand, Piccolo remarked. Leave me be, can I handle this myself? Vegeta scoffed in response. In an instant, both vanished from the temple, reappearing on the island that Trunks had mentioned. They hastened towards their destination, evidently recalling their purpose. Piccolo sensed Goku and the others approaching from all directions. Let them come, I have no interest in the androids anyway. They can serve as a training exercise, Vegeta contemptuously declared. Yet, he remained unaware that the androids had grown considerably stronger. Oh, Trunks has arrived? What could he possibly want? Vegeta muttered in confusion, his mind drifting back to memories of the unfolding narrative. Indeed, he recalled that Trunks had come to aid in the battle against the androids. However, he was acutely aware of his own strength by now. What purpose did his arrival serve? Vegeta had previously instructed Trunks to refrain from using the time machine unless absolutely necessary, in order to avoid detection by Whis, just in case. Father, you have arrived, Trunks exclaimed as he landed. Humph, what brings you here? Did I not make it clear that you should only come if it is of utmost importance? Are you afraid I cannot handle the androids? Vegeta retorted with a scoff. That's not what I meant, father. I have wonderful news. Mai is expecting, Trunks declared excitedly. Oh, expecting? You mean she is pregnant? And yet you come here instead of staying by her side to care for her? Hurry back at once. If anything happens to my grandchild, I will not spare you. Vegeta barked in anger. There's no need to worry, father. Currently, there are no enemies on Earth, and Mr. Popo is watching over her. I thought you would return after defeating the androids, Trunks replied. What is there to see? Furthermore, I have just noticed that you have made no improvements during this time. Have you been slacking off? Vegeta remarked, scrutinizing Trunks' physique. That's because Mai is pregnant. After all, Trunks awkwardly explained. And yet someone else has no right to criticize. You are in no position to speak. Piccolo teased from the side. Be quiet, Piccolo. I am reprimanding my son. This is none of your business. Vegeta snapped, his face flushed with embarrassment. TCH. Piccolo ceased his banter, realizing he was still no match for Vegeta. The latter also refrained from further scolding Trunks. Trunks, understanding the situation, stood silently to the side. Soon, Goku and the others arrived as well. Vegeta observed Goku, whose energy was flickering unsteadily, and was filled with confusion. How could your energy falter after just a brief flight? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Kakarot, you fool. Did you forget to take the special medicine Trunks gave you? Vegeta said coldly. Oh, I forgot. My body didn't react, so I didn't take it. Goku replied after a moment of contemplation. Gohan, where's the medicine? Vegeta inquired. Uncle Vegeta, I left it at home. Gohan responded. Quickly return and take the medicine. Haven't you noticed that your energy has been unstable after such a short flight? Vegeta urged. Relax, I feel fine. I'll take it when I get back. Goku replied nonchalantly. Kakarot, you are becoming increasingly foolish. Vegeta remarked with exasperation. He chose not to pressure Goku further. After all, he wouldn't perish. Let him indulge. At that moment, Krillin chimed in. Trunks, you're here too. Yes, Trunks replied, glancing at Vegeta, hesitant to speak further. By the way, it's about that time, but there are no signs of the androids. Tien Shinhan remarked, puzzled. Boom. Crash. Just as Tien finished speaking, an explosion erupted in the distance, yet the group sensed no formidable energy. Krillin pointed towards the explosion. Let's split up and search. Finding the source of that explosion is crucial, Piccolo advised. The group descended the mountainside, racing into the city to search. Only Vegeta remained behind, indifferent to the search, thinking he could simply join the others once they found something. After a lengthy search, they found no trace. Dr. Gero, why are we hiding from them? Their data isn't particularly strong, the purely mechanical Android 19 remarked, his eyes flashing with various data and numbers. You fool, what do you understand? They can conceal their strength. Even I cannot contend with them. Dr. Gero replied, drenched in cold sweat. They were seeking resources, but hadn't anticipated being ambushed by Goku and his companions. Upon seeing Trunks, Dr. Gero suddenly grasped the situation. Ever since that boy appeared, my nanodetector was destroyed during their battle. He recalled the transmitted images of Trunks, the time machine adorned with the Capsule Corporation insignia. Although he was unclear about the specifics, he was certain that the boy was involved. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, he unexpectedly encountered Tien around a corner. Android 19 struck swiftly, his chubby hand clamping over Tien's mouth and nose, activating his absorption device. In an instant, he drained energy comparable to that of a small island, leaving Tien utterly defenseless. Piccolo sensed Tien's rapidly diminishing energy and instantly materialized in front of Android 19, kicking him away and swiftly feeding Tien a Senzu bean. Goku and the others soon arrived, readying themselves for battle upon witnessing the scene. On the 19th, flee swiftly. As Dr. Gero spoke, he soared into the air, making a rapid escape. Beware of his palms. He has just absorbed my energy. Tien, having regained his composure, exclaimed, Quick, pursue them. We cannot allow their escape. Goku insisted. They arrived in a desolate suburban area, where Goku's speed surged to new heights, positioning himself before the androids. Damn it, Son Goku, I will surely kill you, Dr. Gero declared. You know me? Goku replied, astonished. Not only do I know you, but we share a profound enmity. Dr. Gero pointed to the emblem on his hat. So it is you. I thought I had annihilated your kind. Goku recognized the familiar insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. I am a veteran of the Red Ribbon, ever since you, Dr. Gero recounted the past while furtively seeking an opportunity to flee. At that moment, others arrived, and the old man, seeing no other option, commanded, Number 20, eliminate them. Yes. The portly number 20 advanced toward Goku. The two engaged in fierce combat. Though number 20 was not particularly strong, he possessed an overwhelming combat power exceeding 1 billion. Goku remained vigilant, transforming into Super Saiyan, delivering a powerful blow to number 20. At that instant, Vegeta also appeared. Goten, prepare to take Kakarot home. That fool. Vegeta instructed Goten. Dad is fine. He has the upper hand. Goten responded, puzzled. Goten, have you lost your senses? Look closely. That robot, while formidable, is nowhere near Goku's energy at his Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, his breathing is labored. Piccolo chastised. Goten glanced at his father, once a Super Saiyan who seemed invincible, now drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, having been countered by number 20. What is happening to me? My chest hurts. Goku lamented, feeling the discomfort in his body. It was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly. He leaped from the fight, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha. Kamehameha. You fool, didn't you hear Tien's warning? Piccolo's reminder came too late. Number 20 caught the energy wave with both hands, absorbing the immense power at a visible speed. As the light dissipated, number 20 felt as if he might explode from the energy. So powerful, this energy. Number 20 reveled in exhilaration. Dr. Gero, taken aback by the turn of events, regretted not intervening himself. He had long since modified himself into an android in pursuit of immortality. Hey, number 20, now's your chance. Kill Son Goku. Number 20 approached the unconscious Goku, who was suffering. Stop. Piccolo darted in front of Goku at high speed. Goten, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take Goku back. Piccolo shouted, and the dazed Goten finally reacted. With Wukong in tow, we soared towards Baozi Mountain. Dad, you must hold on, he anxiously exclaimed. Are you seeking death? I have already defeated Son Wukong, and I have absorbed his energy, declared the formidable number 20. If you possess such prowess, then come and test it. Piccolo retorted with a disdainful smirk. In a sudden burst, number 20 lunged at Piccolo, aiming to absorb his energy as well. Piccolo, however, seized his approaching arm, dismissively stating, Do you think everyone is a fool? With a swift kick, he sent number 20 crashing to the ground, rising to his feet, dusting off his clothes. His expression remained unchanged as he emerged from the crater he had created, charging once more at Piccolo. Dad, these androids are not the ones I mentioned. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. History has been altered due to your time travel. Regardless, it matters not. We must eliminate them. Vegeta coldly explained. Yes, father. I'll assist Piccolo. Trunks said, eager to join the fray. Just watch quietly. Piccolo is still quite formidable. And where is your scion pride? It's 2 against 1. Vegeta admonished. Father. I'm sorry. I've let you down again. Trunks awkwardly replied, recalling his own experiences that forbade him from being reckless. Hey, Piccolo. Enough of the games. I'm growing impatient. Vegeta called out. TCH, there's no helping it. Piccolo declared as he shed his cloak, his aura flaring intensely, creating an overwhelming pressure that left Krillin, Tien, and the others in awe. Truly impressive. He is not in the least inferior to Wukong's Super Saiyan form. Through rigorous training, Piccolo had flawlessly mastered the fusion with Nail, elevating his combat power from 1.8 billion to an astounding 2 billion. Number 20, who had absorbed Wukong's Kamehameha, barely reached around 1 billion, especially since Wukong was at his most weakened state. As Piccolo's power surged, Number 20 gazed at him with disbelief and trepidation. Oh, do you robots possess emotions too? You even know fear, Piccolo remarked with a penetrating gaze directed at Number 20. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved beside him, delivering a kick to his head. Number 20 stumbled and narrowly evaded the blow. Piccolo immediately dropped to his knees on Number 20's back. Wow. Number 20 is spewing oil, and it's red. Quite realistic, Piccolo mocked, locking his hands in a cross to grip the lifeless head of Number 20. Number 20 struggled fiercely, but Piccolo's overwhelming strength proved too much. Within mere seconds, he wrenched the head clean off. Exposed wires crackled ominously between the severed head and neck. TCH, how dull. With a casual energy wave, Piccolo shattered Number 20's body into fragments. The distant lifeless visage was truly extinguished. The light in its eyes finally snuffed out. Dr. Gero was filled with dread upon witnessing the lifeless body of Number 20. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly caught sight of a valley in the distance. He attempted to flee, but before he could reach the sanctuary of the valley, Vegeta materialized before him, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Where do you think you're going? Take me with you. Chapter 59, The Future Android Saga in the Bowsy Mountain. Chi-Chi remained by the side of the anguished Goku, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gohan, with reddened eyes, attempted to console her, saying, Mom, please don't worry. I've given Dad the special medicine. He is doing much better than before. This scoundrel has caused us endless concern. I'm about to give birth. And he lies there in bed. Chi-Chi exclaimed in frustration. Gohan, silent yet anxious, stayed vigilantly beside Goku. At the edge of the southern island valley, Dr. Gero trembled in fear, pleading, What do you want, Vegeta? Spare me. Do not fret. I have no immediate intention of killing you. I wish to inquire about Cell. Vegeta replied, What? How do you know about Cell? I've never disclosed anything to anyone. Dr. Gero exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Do not concern yourself with how this prince knows. I demand to know the current status of Cell's development. Vegeta pressed on. Huh, Vegeta, are you intent on destroying my research? You seem frightened, Dr. Gero boasted defiantly. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Dr. Gero's legs disintegrated into ashes. However, the robotic enhancements dulled his sense of pain, though he was still very much human in mind. What are you doing, Vegeta? If you kill me, you will never discover the location of my laboratory. Dr. Gero threatened, as if Cell were his last lifeline. I may not wish to kill you at this moment, but that does not imply I cannot reduce you to a mere stick of wood. As Vegeta spoke, he obliterated Dr. Gero's remaining arm. At that moment, Dr. Gero was utterly intimidated by Vegeta's domineering and malevolent demeanor. Don't kill me. I will take you there, he pleaded. It's wise of you to recognize your situation, otherwise I'd have to exert myself to find it myself. Vegeta retorted coldly. What exactly do you intend to do, Vegeta? Piccolo inquired, perplexed. Mind your own business, rest assured. I shall not undertake any actions that would harm the Earth, especially since Bulma's family resides here. Vegeta declared. Very well, do as you wish. We shall take our leave. Piccolo responded, and soon everyone departed, leaving only Dapto, who gazed at Vegeta with a look of confusion. You should return and take good care of Xiaowu, ensuring she delivers the child safely. If anything unexpected occurs, seek out Tian Tian immediately. He possesses the unique healing abilities of Namek. Vegeta instructed Dapto. Understood, father. I shall return now, Dapto replied, refraining from further inquiries. Come along, Dr. Gero. Will I drag your head along, or shall you walk on your own? Vegeta jested. With both legs gone, can I walk? Is that even a question? I can manage on my own. I can still fly. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth as he spoke. Though inwardly he thought, you shall regret this. I still have one arm left. Once we reach the laboratory, I will find a chance to release androids 17 and 18, regardless of whether their character flaws have been rectified. Subsequently, Dr. Gero led the way, albeit with difficulty due to his incomplete form. Even though he could fly, he was affected significantly. The various instruments within his body emitted agonizing cries, creaking and groaning. Vegeta remained steadfastly fixated on him, fearful that a moment's inattention might allow him to flee into the forested valley. The two soared through the air for approximately half an hour, until Dr. Gero descended onto a small platform halfway up the mountain. Before them stood a grand, silver-hued iron gate. We have arrived, Vegeta, Dr. Gero announced. With a resounding crash, the gate opened. Vegeta did not wait for him to open the door. He single-handedly shattered the iron gate. What are you doing? Are you not afraid of destroying Cell? Dr. Gero exclaimed in anger. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You planned to open the door yourself, slip inside, and leave me locked out, didn't you? Just to buy yourself some time to awaken your androids? Vegeta exposed the truth. How do you know everything? It's impossible. I have spoken of none of my actions to anyone, and I acquired my resources through murder and silence. Doctor, Gero stammered in terror. You are oblivious to much more than you realize. Do not presume that your schemes are flawless. Did you not see that boy just now? He is from the future, and he has already destroyed your androids. Vegeta clarified. In Vegeta's mind, their fate was sealed. He would allow them to meet their demise in peace. I see now. No wonder. Dr. Gero murmured. However, there lingered a sense of unease in his mind that he could not articulate. It was the revelation of Cell. Yet Vegeta did not disclose how he knew of Cell's existence. Enough of this wasted time. Take me to witness your research results. Vegeta urged. Follow me, Dr. Gero complied, leading Vegeta down the staircase to the basement. After you, Dr. Gero politely gestured for Vegeta to proceed. Once Vegeta descended, he swiftly activated the defenses, sealing off the staircase. He hurried to the chambers of androids 17 and 18, initiating the machinery to awaken them. Slowly, androids 17 and 18 arose from their stasis pods. Greetings, Dr. Gero. Android 17 acknowledged. It seems you have successfully repaired us. Now I need not worry, he remarked, gradually loosening his grip on the remote control in his hand. Vegeta gazed at the embryo of Cell within the petri dish in the basement, pondering, this resembles a wretched maggot. How on earth am I to merge with the future Cell? Must I consume it? He muttered in distaste, realizing the intentions of Dr. Gero. It was merely a ploy. If he did not thwart Gero's plans, how could he release Android 17 and Android 18? Although he was aware of the narrative, he lacked the expertise to operate those devices. Ultimately, he decided it was best to ascend, otherwise, the old man Gero would undoubtedly fall victim to the very androids he had created. After Vegeta finished speaking, he activated the time-space technique and ascended above. At that moment, Android 17 held the last arm of the old man Gero in his grasp, the remote control firmly in hand. What are you doing? It seems you haven't repaired it yet. Hand over the remote. Dr. Gero replied, filled with resentment. Without further ado, Android 17 unleashed a single energy blast towards Dr. Gero. Just as Vegeta appeared and intercepted the attack. Wait, I still have a few questions for him. Vegeta declared coldly. Who are you? Android 17 pondered, finding no record of Vegeta in his memory banks. You don't know me? Did Dr. Gero fail to transmit my data to you? Vegeta inquired, equally perplexed. Humph. Do you think I wouldn't want to? My nanobots can only display your appearance, but cannot extract your cells, and even if the visuals are transmitted to their minds, they are merely a jumble of nonsense. Dr. Gero lamented. So that's it. System, is it you who's causing trouble? Vegeta called out within his mind. Humph. As the host of this system, I cannot be merely studied by such so-called technology. The haughty mechanical voice responded. System, you are becoming more and more human-like. When will you be able to detach from my body? Vegeta teased. I won't tell you. Beep. This system is tired. Going to sleep. After a brief female mechanical voice, the system fell silent. The exchange in his mind occurred in an instant. No matter who you are, get lost quickly, or I'll kill you. Android 17 threatened. It seems I must battle you to make you give up. Vegeta scoffed. Meanwhile, Android 18 remained silent, merely observing the scene. At this moment, Vegeta beheld Android 18. Her golden locks cascading gracefully, her proud physique captivating. The curvature of her form was so striking that one could almost perceive its allure from the front. Her visage was exquisite, exuding an aura of coldness and haughtiness. She embodied the quintessential icy femme fatale. A wicked thought flickered in Vegeta's mind. If this were to fall into the hands of that noseless Krillin, it would be a lamentable waste. Hey, woman, you wouldn't take advantage of my distraction to eliminate this old man, would you? Vegeta inquired. Rest assured, I shall not strike until you conclude your game with 17. Android 18 replied coldly. After all, he has already become a mere bystander. As 17 emerged from the cavern, Vegeta followed suit, leaving Dr. Gero and Android 18 behind. The two hovered in the air, poised in opposition. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, 17 wore an expression of indifference that irked Vegeta. Come forth, Android. Show me what you are capable of. Vegeta taunted, curling his index finger provocatively. Humph, you are exceedingly arrogant. 17 retorted. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged at Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The force of the blow caused Vegeta to recoil, spitting forth bile. What is happening? This android is far more formidable than those in the storyline. Vegeta exclaimed, wiping the corner of his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, Dr. Gero had enhanced 17. And due to the absence of the android's energy signature, Vegeta had grown complacent. He had refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan, opting instead to unleash his killing intent fist, which, despite a tenfold increase, only elevated his combat power to approximately 2 billion points. This period of relaxation had left his base combat power stagnant around 200 million points, and he had presumed that the killing intent fist would suffice. I'll talk. 17 scoffed. How dare you underestimate me due to a moment of carelessness? Vegeta seethed with rage. He immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, albeit in its initial form, not exerting his full strength. A formidable aura enveloped him, and his combat power surged to a staggering 10 billion points. The contemptuous expression on 17's face gradually morphed into one of terror. Vegeta surged forward, delivering a knee strike that connected with his opponent's chin. Ah, you bastard! The intense agony compelled number 17 to cry out in distress. Regaining his composure, he swiftly turned and charged at Vegeta. Due to the modifications made to their human forms, both number 17 and number 18 retained the capacity to feel pain. They merely possessed immortal bodies and boundless stamina. In the later stages, number 18 could even bear children. It is unfathomable to contemplate the terrifying intellect of Dr. Gero, whose brilliance could rival that of a dragon. With bodies that defy mortality and endless vigor, they retained nearly all the functions of their original humanity, coupled with formidable strength. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their rapid movements rendering their actions nearly indecipherable to onlookers. Vegeta seized the back fist of Android 17 with his left hand, while his right arm encircled 17's waist. With a swift movement, he closed the distance, his left foot lunging forward. In a terrifying display of power, he executed the formidable Bejiquin Iron Mountain Lean, sending 17 hurtling away. The tremendous force dislocated 17's left arm. Kneeling on the ground, he supported his injured limb with his right hand, and with a resounding crack, he reattached the dislocated arm. Impossible. A Super Saiyan cannot possess such exaggerated strength. In my data, Goku's Super Saiyan form is not this formidable. 17 exclaimed in horror. Humph. Do not compare me to inferior warriors. I am far more powerful than that fool Kakarot, Vegeta retorted with a mocking tone. Amidst their exchange, a chaotic energy suddenly erupted within the laboratory. Who are you? You look utterly revolting. 18 remarked, gazing at the insect-like basic cell. Hiki, let us fuse. Together, we shall become even stronger. Current Vegeta is no challenge at all. Cell declared. You are too disgusting. Merging with you is worse than death. At this moment, Vegeta also sensed the arrival of Future Cell and hurriedly rushed towards the laboratory. This is bad. Vegeta is coming. It seems I must temporarily evade him. Cell detected the approaching Vegeta and seized Dr. Gero, swiftly fleeing the scene. As Vegeta and Android 18 charged forward, Cell unleashed a solar flare, blinding them momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Cell suppressed his energy signature and, dragging the old man Gero, vanished into the depths of the forest. Vegeta chose not to pursue. After all, there was a mission issued by the system. For the time being, he could not eliminate Cell. Perhaps he could devise a plan to have Dr. Gero captured instead. He would have to wait for another opportunity. Why aren't you chasing him? Aren't you concerned about that monster? Inquired number 18, perplexed. It is not I who should be worried, but rather you. Do not forget, he has taken the old man Jero. The very creator of the remote that can halt your movements, Vegeta jested. Damn it, I completely overlooked that matter. Had I known, I would have eliminated that old fool. Number 18's typically aloof demeanor betrayed a hint of playful reproach. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by the sudden beauty before him. What are you staring at, you foul man? 18 remarked, her icy demeanor restored. If you are concerned about him creating a remote control, you may come to the Capsule Corporation Villa to find me. I believe Dr. Briefs could extract the chips that control your minds. Vegeta replied, Do not forget, we are your adversaries. The commands implanted in our brains dictate our thoughts. We must eliminate Son Goku. At that moment, 17 flew over, interjecting, Hey, you and I are not enemies. Who knows? I might even become your brother-in-law. As for Kakarot, do as you please, as long as he is slain. Vegeta smirked wickedly. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare threaten me? 18 retorted weakly. Haha. I never imagined you had an interest in my sister. You are quite formidable. I wouldn't mind you as my brother-in-law. 17 teased. After all, the two siblings, despite their physical differences, were not dissimilar in thought to ordinary humans. The so-called character flaws were merely aspects of human emotion. If restored by Dr. Jero, they would become true killing machines, their minds filled with savage intent and an indifferent attitude towards humanity. 17. Be silent. If you speak out of turn again, I shall sew your mouth shut. We are leaving. 18 scolded. All right. I shall refrain from speaking. Truly a fierce tigress. 17 quipped. Vegeta, I hope you can tame my sister. With that, 17 and 18, gritting their teeth, prepared to take action, while 17 took to the air and fled the scene. Vegeta gazed vacantly at the two figures soaring into the sky, contemplating the realization that number 17 was indeed an intriguing individual, a fact that had not been mentioned in the original narrative. Little did he know that in the source material, number 17 initially held a disdainful view of others, having defeated all challengers and showing no semblance of humanity. Later, he was absorbed by Cell and perished in a self-destructive act on King Kai's planet, only to be resurrected by the dragon and retreat to a secluded island, where he dedicated himself to the protection of endangered species. By the time he re-emerged, the saga had already transitioned into the narrative of Dragon Ball Super. Vegeta gazed upon the spacecraft marked with the number 16 within the laboratory. TSK. It seems they have forgotten about you. Allow me to liberate you. With that, he forcefully pried open the hatch and severed the wires, compelling Subject 16 to awaken. Who are you? Why have you awakened me? Where is Dr. Jero? Subject 16 inquired, looking at Vegeta with confusion. Do not concern yourself with my identity. I am aware that you despise fighting, which is why you were forcibly put into slumber. Now you are free. Go wherever you wish. Vegeta replied. If you do not mind, you may visit Capsule Corporation to seek out Dr. Briefs, so he can remove the bomb implanted within you. After all, it is quite the unstable element, Vegeta remarked. Without waiting for a response, he instantaneously teleported away, vanishing from sight. Vegeta's appearance Chapter 60, Vegeta's breakthrough in the temple. Vegeta exclaimed, I let it slip away. Piccolo teased, Humph, that was intentional. Vegeta retorted defiantly, though a part of him acknowledged the truth in Piccolo's jest. Suddenly, Cell unleashed a solar flare, catching Vegeta off guard momentarily. He then contemplated that perhaps the two might create an opportunity for a fusion of cells, which was why he refrained from pursuing. Otherwise, with his mastery of time and space techniques, capturing them would have been effortless. Stubborn as ever, Piccolo scoffed. You continue playing here while I attend to matters with Bubbles. Don't treat me like a child. Vegeta shot back. I've heard you're only a few years older than Gohan. Do you consider him a nephew or a playmate? Vegeta taunted, fuming with embarrassment. Piccolo swiftly unleashed a ki blast towards Vegeta. Who told you that? Speak, and I'll ensure he remains unharmed. Piccolo seethed. Whoever it was, it doesn't matter. Your thoughts are anything but pure. As far as I know, your Namekian kind are born from eggs. Is there something unique about you? Vegeta dodged the energy blast and remarked, I'm done with you. Laughing triumphantly, Vegeta said nothing more and departed with Bubbles. In a remote mountainous area of Earth, Future Cell addressed Dr. Jero. Dear Dr. Jero, I am your most proud creation, Cell. I don't know you. How do you know me? Dr. Jero, now in a humanoid form, inquired, filled with fear. Impossible. The cell I just created is merely an embryo. Dr. Jero exclaimed in horror. Indeed, I am from the future. An alternate timeline, unlike yours. In my world, the androids 17 and 18 are not as formidable as here, Future Cell explained slowly. Then why have you taken me hostage? Dr. Gero questioned. Look, Vegeta's power has transcended our comprehension. I wish to collaborate with you to find a way to eliminate him, Future Cell tempted. In the temple, Vegeta asked Bubbles, what impressions do you have of the Demon Realm? The Demon Realm. It seems to have emerged after the 18 universes were reduced to 12. I'm not entirely sure. When I stepped down, all 18 universes still existed. Bubbles pondered deeply. Vegeta then recounted the events involving the first generation of Piccolo and Catherine. Without a doubt, my wayward disciple is involved. The angels he created operate under different rules than this realm, which leads to the destruction of each universe while allowing the angels to remain in slumber rather than vanish. Bubbles realized this and warned, be cautious. The demon realm may also be the handiwork of my errant disciple. I currently lack the formidable strength I desire. I can only proceed one step at a time. Vegeta remarked with a hint of pessimism. Do not worry, I have a solution. I can transmit images of your ancestors in battle. And I still retain a trace of Yamoshi's blood. Follow me, Bobo stated. Vegeta was filled with exhilaration as he followed Bobo into the dim recesses of the temple. When Yamcha met his demise, he secretly left behind a trace of his blood, intending for his legacy to be inherited by future generations. Now the moment had arrived. Bobo held a bottle containing a mysterious substance, its opaque surface preventing Vegeta from discerning its contents. Casually, he tossed it to Vegeta, who wasted no time in uncorking the vessel and downing its contents in one swift motion. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the temple. Vegeta's ordinary combat power has surged to an astounding 300 million, shattering the limitations of Super Saiyan 2. This remarkable increase, a full 100-fold boost from the initial stage of Super Saiyan 2, combined with Vegeta's inherent strength, has propelled into an astonishing 30 billion upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2. It must be acknowledged that the traveler, in addition to possessing extraordinary abilities, has also received exceptional favors. As for the demon realm, there is no need for excessive concern. If they were truly formidable, they would not lurk in the shadows, operating covertly, remarked Bobo. Furthermore, your ancestors boasted immense power in their ordinary state, qualifying them as ancient Super Saiyans, a standard you have yet to attain. Thus, do not remain ensnared in the comforts of complacency, Bobo emphasized to Vegeta. I understand, Vegeta replied excitedly. I shall take my leave now. I won't trouble you any further. He then appeared before Dr. Briefs, who was also his father-in-law. Hey, Doc, if anyone approaches you in the coming days with requests, please do not refuse them, for my sake. Vegeta's proud and aloof nature prevents him from addressing his father-in-law properly. Rest assured, Dr. Briefs remarked, tending to his flowers, while a black cat perched on his shoulder echoed with a soft meow, as if also acknowledging Vegeta in some manner. I have a method. Though I wonder if the esteemed Dr. Gero would be intrigued, Future Cell suggested. Do tell, what is this method capable of vanquishing Vegeta? After all, the current Vegeta is more formidable than your rations, and it seems you now lag behind even the androids I created. Dr. Gero retorted. You cannot deny my perfection. I am the ultimate trump card. Future Cell scoffed. I possess another method to expedite the development of the current cell, leading to your fusion. I assure you, this will surpass the absorption of 2 androids. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Gero declared, Am I to be the leader? Future Cell inquired. Of course. At present, you are merely an embryo, and I can only hope Vegeta has not obliterated your essence. Dr. Gero exclaimed with enthusiasm. Moreover, I can enhance you, enabling you to absorb energy attacks and transform it into combat strength. Dr. Gero recalled how Android 20 absorbed Goku's energy and pondered how a mere absorption device could amplify Android 20's power manifold. If 2 cells were to merge and subsequently absorb an android, perhaps they would emerge even more powerful, Vegeta mused, perplexed. Meanwhile, outside, sounds of a commotion could be heard. Chapter 61. The Rescue of Android 18 on Earth. A dark-haired man donned in a scarf was engaged in a gaming session with a tall, aloof blonde beauty clad in a jacket. 18, you've lost again. 17 teased. Bang. The game console was smashed. I'm done. This is pointless, 18 declared. Why not check out that company Vegeta mentioned? What if Dr. Gero truly crafts another remote? 17 expressed his concern. You can go if you wish, but I refuse. Who knows what that fellow is scheming? 18 scoffed. What malicious intent could he possibly have? He's practically my brother-in-law. 17 jested. Ugh. Then I definitely want to go. 18 retorted as she exited the arcade. making her way to a clothing store in town. Cell, the temporary remote is ready, but it will only be effective within a 10-meter radius. Take this. Seize an opportunity to capture one. I can expedite the development of this embryo. Once you two fuse and absorb another, you will exceed my expectations. Dr. Gero said excitedly. Thank you, Dr. Gero. I will seek them out, Cell exclaimed, taking the remote with renewed enthusiasm before venturing out to hunt for prey. Within the West City Capsule Corporation estate, Vegeta gazed into the mirror, taken aback by the transformation of his physique. His once robust muscles had diminished significantly. Now, his muscles exhibited exquisite definition, possessing a delicate balance, neither excessive nor lacking. His physical strength had markedly increased. He felt capable of executing techniques such as the spirit bomb solely through his corporeal prowess. It seemed evident that the ancient Science, like Yamoshi, far surpassed the might of the present day. Coupled with his wish to grow 15 centimeters taller, his newly proportioned musculature rendered him even more handsome. After the reduction in size, his powerful thighs appeared to accentuate his brother's physiques. Admittedly, his hairstyle was somewhat lackluster, yet that was inconsequential. After all, perfection is an elusive concept. Vegeta murmured to himself. After finishing his shower, he exited and made his way to the dining hall for a meal. In the wake of a gust of wind, Vegeta, comfortably burping, remarked, "A giant has arrived, claiming that you summoned him." Dr. Briefs entered and requested assistance to extract a bomb from the newcomer's body, a bomb of terrifying design, crafted by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero? That name sounds familiar, Dr. Briefs pondered. Very well, I shall assist him in the extraction. Without dwelling on the identity of Dr. Gero, he exited, leading Android 16 into the laboratory. Meanwhile, in a distant western town, Android 18 exclaimed in fear, "What do you intend to do, you monster?" At that moment, Android 17 had ceased movement, ensnared in Cell's grasp. Moments ago, they had been separated, one in an arcade and the other in a nearby clothing store. Upon locating them, Cell stealthily approached Android 17 and activated a remote control, immobilizing him. Given the overwhelming power of the two androids, he had no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics. "Come along with me," Cell taunted, gesturing with the remote. Fortunately, Android 18, being at a distance, remained unaffected by the device. "Let go of 17," she shouted. Seizing her opportunity, she destroyed the remote and lunged at Cell, causing him to stagger backward, struggling to defend himself. In his moment of vulnerability, he disregarded Dr. Gero's instructions and extended his tail, the suction cups expanding to absorb Android 17. A potent energy surged forth, overwhelming the globe. Sensing this complex power, many gathered to investigate, while only Vegeta and Piccolo teleported directly to the scene. "What is happening, 18?" Vegeta inquired. "He absorbed 17. I will kill him." She seethed with rage. "Vegeta, what shall we do? I cannot contend with this beast," Piccolo questioned. "Let us wait and observe," Vegeta replied. Cell's form was gradually transforming. His previously emaciated body began to swell, evolving towards a more human visage. The immense energy radiating from him pressed down on Piccolo and Android 18, making it difficult for them to stand. With 17's enhancements now absorbed, Cell's combat prowess had far surpassed the original narrative's expectations. "Evolution complete," Cell proclaimed, his newfound strength causing him to expand. He looked at the approaching Vegeta and Piccolo, sneering, "Have you come to meet your demise as well?" At this moment, Vegeta, filled with confusion, inquired, "Why do you possess my energy?" Despite the system having concealed all aspects of him, he wondered how Cell still exhibited his essence. However, he quickly grasped the truth. This Cell hailed from a parallel universe, not this timeline. It was, therefore, not surprising. "Vegeta, in my world, you were vanquished by number 17. I suppose I am avenging you now. Do you not feel the need to express your gratitude?" Cell taunted with a smirk. "To hell with you. Release number 17. Number 18 could no longer contain her fury and charged at Cell. Yet, the current Cell was far too formidable for her. He disregarded her assaults, allowing her fists to strike his body without resistance. Her diminutive figure appeared even smaller against his enlarged form. With a smirk curling at his lips, Cell seized number 18's head with one hand, extending his tail suction cup, ready to absorb her. Vegeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan, delivering a powerful kick that sent Cell flying. "Do you take me for a dead man?" Vegeta exclaimed. "Impossible. How can you be so strong?" The Vegeta in my memory was nothing more than a weakling, unable to even defeat my world's Android 17. Cell lamented, clutching his left cheek where he had been struck. Cease your ignorance in challenging my prowess. I am not a mere artificial being that you can fathom, Vegeta retorted disdainfully. Damn it. With a sudden surge, Cell unleashed a wave of energy towards the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust as he swiftly made his escape. Piccolo prepared to pursue him. Don't go. Piccolo, Vegeta commanded. Why not, Vegeta? You possess overwhelming power to crush him. Why do you repeatedly let him go? Have you lost your mind? Piccolo asked, his anger palpable. Help me, Vegeta. Remove the control chip within me. Android 18 interjected. Piccolo, hold on. I have confidence. Just a bit longer. Besides, your current strength cannot defeat him. After absorbing Android 17, his power has escalated beyond 50 billion. Vegeta explained, unable to elucidate the existence of the system, and sought to reassure Piccolo once more. As for you, come with me. Take my hand. Vegeta instructed 18, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Piccolo stood by, fist clenched, watching the disappearing figures of Vegeta and 18, only to relax moments later. Forget it, he's right. I can't defeat that monster anyway. I must rely on him. Upon returning to the cave, Dr. Gero gazed in astonishment at the transformed Cell, filled with excitement as he sensed Cell's newfound strength. Cell recounted the events that had just transpired. Not to worry. After all, Androids 17 and 18 were designed to enhance your power. I will find a way to ensure this embryo develops. Dr. Gero responded with understanding. West City. After Vegeta returned with Android 18, he also brought Bulma back from the spirit realm, insisting that she personally extract 18's chip. Initially, Bulma was reluctant, especially since Trunks had become her treasured joy. However, having encountered the future version of Android 18, Bulma was not one to be easily swayed. Vegeta dared not impose such an outrageous request upon her, asking her to assist a past adversary. Although he had not yet decided whether to reclaim 18, he wished to prepare in advance, not wanting that old man Brief to witness the goddess's form. Bulma was a formidable obstacle. The thought of her sharing a husband with 18 was utterly preposterous. Furthermore, the aloof 18 might not even consent. Chapter 62, The Hidden 13 West City. Vegeta, your audacity knows no bounds. Don't think I am oblivious to your intentions. You brought me back here, and it cannot merely be to extract the control chip from this android. Bulma exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Oh well. I truly have no ulterior motives at the moment. I must consider Bulma's feelings, Vegeta stammered awkwardly. That's good to know. While I may be indifferent, my sister has suffered greatly in the future. Bulma replied with resignation. At that moment, 18 had yet to awaken, having just opened her chest to remove the chip. Bulma was still in the process of stitching her wound. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius. He merely replaced her heart and added components I had never seen before. She can function like a normal human being, and even childbirth wouldn't pose a problem. Bulma mused to herself. Vegeta was subsequently expelled. A few minutes later, Bulma emerged, exclaiming, All right, I have removed the chip and the bomb. Hurry and take me back. My little Trunks is waiting for me. At this moment, Vegeta felt utterly dejected. He had gained a son but lost his wife. Initially, he had contemplated seizing this opportunity to engage in a fierce battle with Bulma. However, it now seemed utterly impossible. Looking down at himself, he mused, You have endured much. Just hold on a little longer. There will come a time for you to display your might. He subsequently employed the time-space technique to transport Bulma to the fairy continent, swiftly returning, for he could not afford to lower his guard while Cell remained unvanquished. He hadn't even had the chance to indulge the few wives he had. In Dr. Gero's laboratory, Cell expressed his dissatisfaction. Doctor, this embryo is developing far too slowly. At this rate, it won't take shape in 3 years. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth in response. In that case, there's no other option. Follow me. The two proceeded to a concealed chamber. Inside, they discovered 3 pods resembling those in which androids 17 and 18 lay dormant, each marked with the numbers 13, 14, and 15. Doctor, what purpose do these inferior androids serve? Cell inquired, puzzled. Heh, do not underestimate them. Although they are merely my failed creations, Dr. Gero replied ominously. It turned out that prior to the creation of androids 17 and 18, he had devised a plan utilizing android 13 as the core, with 14 and 15 as supplementary units. Once android 13 absorbed an energy pack, it would become immensely powerful, even surpassing Goku. However, its stamina could not achieve infinity, and it remained purely mechanical. Nevertheless, its strength was not inferior to that of the enhanced androids 17 and 18. perhaps even exceeding them. Later, Dr. Gero stumbled upon two peculiar energy sources, the nature of which he was initially unaware. However, after conducting research, he discovered that these extraordinary energy entities could bestow infinite stamina, but only suitable for the augmentation of ordinary humans, not for robots. By the time of this revelation, he had already transformed himself into a machine, retaining only his brain. Otherwise, he would have re-engineered himself long ago, leaving nothing for androids 17 and 18. Subsequently, he employed nanobots to collect cells from Earth's warriors, including Frisia and Cooler, who later arrived on Earth. Utilizing cloning technology, he endeavored to develop Cell's embryo, preparing for biological fusion. Given all this, are these three androids still of no use? Cell questioned. How could they be useless? I can dismantle the energy packs and use them as nutrients for the embryo. Once absorbed, it can rapidly develop into a form akin to yours, a second transformation. Alas, it is a pity to squander my efforts. This is my last resort, Dr. Gero declared. Unbeknownst to him, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Cell's eyes. In his heart, Cell contemplated, once I fuse, it will be your end. Though you created me, it is clear you regard me merely as a tool. I never anticipated such a backup plan. I cannot allow you to live. The two then set to work dismantling the energy packs, advancing toward the embryo. Dr. Gero connected the energy packs to the apparatus, and to their astonishment, the embryo began to grow at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, it evolved into its initial form, slowing down only thereafter, yet still visibly progressing in its evolution. In approximately 2 days, the complete absorption and evolution will be accomplished. Although Cell is a biological entity created through cloning technology, he also possesses Dr. Gero's methods, enabling him to absorb energy in an unconventional biological form. The future Cell gazes upon his present self with immense excitement. 18. Where are you going? Cell is still outside. Vegeta remarked as he watched the 18th emerge from the laboratory. Rest assured, I have no aura. I will remain concealed. I wish to visit my devastated homeland. With 17 gone, I no longer have the desire to hunt down Goku. It seems as though your wife has altered the commands in my mind. The 18th said sorrowfully. Very well, just be careful. If anything unexpected occurs, activate your ki blast immediately. Even though I cannot sense your energy, that should suffice. Vegeta replied, concerned for the goddess he admired in his past life. While he had not resolved whether to pursue her, he could not bear the thought of her demise. After all, the 18th is arguably the most beloved character among Dragon Ball fans. Thank you. By the way, my name is Lazuli. You may call me that. A fleeting blush crossed the 18th's aloof visage. Understood. If you need anything, come find me. I will assist you, Vegeta said, slightly exhilarated. It appeared that Lazuli harbored some interest in him as well. In the original narrative, Krillin had won her affection after saving her, if the diminutive noseless being could captivate her, it was only natural for her to be drawn to the dashing Vegeta. As the 18th stepped outside, she cast a reluctant glance back at Vegeta before soaring into the skies above West City. 2 days later, in the laboratory, the embryo within the incubation chamber had evolved into its second form. The 3 energy packs had transformed into a heap of scrap metal, devoid of any energy. Per android. Even before its birth, it had been annihilated. Very well, I shall release him, but keep him in a dormant state for now. You will merge with him, Dr. Gero instructed. Okay, but how am I to merge with him? Future Cell inquired. Fool, how could I have created such a simpleton like you? Just absorb him, Dr. Gero admonished, exasperated. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Cell's heart, as he thought, this is your final utterance. He then extended his tail, transforming the spike into a suction cup, and consumed the present Cell. The complex aura of multiple entities suddenly intensified, a powerful presence shaking the very earth itself. In the temple, Din gripped his staff tightly, terror etched upon his face as he exclaimed, this is terrifying. Frisia is but an ant before him. This creature must be 10 times more powerful than Frisia. Frisia, I'm dead, yet they still use me as a benchmark. In West City, Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber, also sensed this formidable power. Upon closer inspection, a hint of relief crossed his face. Thankfully, he had prevented Cell from absorbing the 18th, otherwise, it would have been a complete disaster. The current combat power rivaled that of 10 mechanical Frisias, at least 25 billion combat power, Vegeta declared. At that moment, the system chimed in, congratulations, host, for completing the task. The great time-space technique has evolved into the power of time-space. Due to the low completion rate of the host's task, the mastery of the power of time-space is at 5%. What? You've learned to reduce rewards now. Dog system? Do you think the rules are so easily grasped? The system seemed to adopt a more feminine tone, as if it had transformed from a mere machine to something more personal. Opening the personal interface. Name, Vegeta race. Scion, Ancient Scion Bloodline Development 5. Combat power. Normal state 300 million. Super Scion 200 times enhancement. Skills. Artificial Moon Time-Space Power Special Techniques. Killing Intent Fist Level 2. Has the personal interface also been streamlined? You've made quite a few updates. Vegeta exclaimed. System speak. Just a sound. Beep, came the response, after which the system fell silent. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow, surprised at how much more human-like the system had become, even capable of humor. So cold. At this moment, Cell had evolved into his perfect form, distinctly different from the original narrative. Not only had his power significantly increased, but his appearance had transformed as well. The dark spots on his body had vanished, and he now looked incredibly handsome, a fusion of Vegeta and Goku, with hints of others' features due to the amalgamation of numerous cells. His two black wings remained intact. Suddenly, Cell unleashed Frieza's ultimate technique, the Death Beam, penetrating Dr. Gero's brain. Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would be killed by his own creation. It seemed he possessed technical skill but lacked wisdom. How could he not implant a command in his mind to ensure his own survival? Truly, his emotional intelligence was lacking, showing no understanding of the so-called humanity, let alone the killing machine he had engineered himself. Chapter 63, Another Sharpener for Vegeta at Bowsy Mountain. Goku's agonizing cries had long ceased. He now lay peacefully asleep. Chi-Chi and Gohan felt a wave of relief as Cell's overwhelming aura was revealed, which Gohan sensed as well. What a powerful aura. It resembles Dad's and Uncle Piccolo's, Gohan thought, astonished by Cell's energy. He had left the battlefield early, unaware of the unfolding events. In the temple, Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat. The intensity of the aura was staggering. Vegeta had truly pushed things to the limit. Could he prevail? Cell clenched his fist, surveying his body and reveling in his newfound strength. His heart swelled with ambition, feeling as though he could effortlessly annihilate the Earth. Little did he know, Vegeta had already wished for the Planet S enhancement. Despite his formidable energy shaking the Earth, the notion of destruction was but a fantasy. How powerful! Vegeta, your time is up. But before that, let us indulge in a game. By the way, I shall eliminate Sun Wukong, for I am still commanded by the directives in my mind. Once I have slain him, I shall attain perfection. Cell murmured to himself, then soared towards the television station, preparing for a global broadcast. However, he had not flown far when Vegeta appeared before him. Hey, insect, where are you off to? Vegeta mocked. Oh, Vegeta, have you come seeking your demise? I was hoping to engage in a game with you. It seems you cannot contain your impatience. Cell replied with an air of elegance. It appears that the essence of the king has influenced a portion of his character. Moreover, Cell's desire for a game is also a result of the influence from Goku's cells. One must admit, he is indeed a refined amalgamation. To hell with your games. You have kept me restrained for far too long, and now you wish to play? Vegeta retorted, filled with fury. Then I shall personally escort you to your end. Once I have dispatched you, I will engage in my game, Cell scoffed. Huh, it seems that after achieving your perfect form, you have become quite arrogant. Vegeta sneered. With that, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing an immense energy that reverberated throughout the entire Earth. His appearance, influenced by the bloodline of Yamcha, appeared even more ferocious. With golden eyebrows tinged with a hint of purple, lightning crackled around his form as golden flames enveloped him entirely. Other warriors on Earth sensed the surge of energy and hastened to the scene, except for Piccolo, who instantaneously teleported to witness the event. At this moment, Goku, atop the Bowsy Mountain, was stirred by the familiar energy and showed signs of awakening. Dad, please wake up, Gohan urged. Cell was also taken aback by Vegeta's transformation. What manner of transformation is this? Your power has increased 100-fold. You are unlike any ordinary Super Saiyan, he exclaimed in terror. I have transcended the Super Saiyan, and you may refer to me as Super Saiyan too, Vegeta declared. Regardless of your transformation, you cannot kill me, despite your newfound strength. Cell retorted defiantly. Then let us put that to the test. With that, Vegeta charged at Cell, who smirked and unexpectedly unleashed Tien Shinhan's four witches' fist. Four figures filled the sky, ready to engage. In a fleeting moment, Vegeta found himself unable to discern which was his true self. He resolved that the solution lay in vanquishing them all. The four-cell duplicates launched a simultaneous assault on Vegeta, attacking from all directions, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Although he sustained no injuries, the barrage caught him off guard. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his fury, sending the four cells flying. Seizing the opportunity, he charged toward one directly before him, bringing his hands together in a prayer-like gesture. The cell duplicate was struck down to the ground. Yet the Earth's formidable surface remained unscathed, devoid of any crater. Gradually, the duplicate began to dissipate. Vegeta moved at high speed, leaving behind 3 illusions, which were swiftly struck down, vanishing in succession, until only the true form of Cell remained. Impressive, Vegeta, Cell remarked, rubbing his neck in praise. Humph, do not underestimate me. Your current prowess still requires you to create clones. I can easily manipulate you. You would do well to unleash your full power, lest you inadvertently find yourself at my mercy, Vegeta retorted. Both combatants engaging in a battle of wits, their verbal exchange is a testament to their strength. Without hesitation, Cell launched himself towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Vegeta, wishing to test his physical defenses, refrained from using his energy to block the blow. With a resounding impact, Cell's fist struck Vegeta's abdomen, sending him retreating several meters. Although he sustained no injury, a lingering pain was palpable. What a remarkably resilient physique. It seems the ancestors of the Scions, capable of defeating gods, were not merely boastful. With only a hint of their bloodline coursing through me, I can exhibit such hardness. Vegeta murmured to himself, filled with excitement. Cell, too, was astonished, having experienced multiple shocks in just a few minutes. The punch he delivered, though not executed with his full strength, was still at 80% of his capacity. Yet, Vegeta appeared utterly unfazed. Vegeta erupted in fury, unleashing a powerful punch directed at Cell. With both hands, Cell desperately clutched the incoming fist, the immense force threatening to shatter his wrists. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, with Cell enduring the torment inflicted by Vegeta's peculiar fighting style. Although Vegeta was not exerting his full strength, the explosive battle prowess and velocity he displayed were still within Cell's grasp. Paradoxically, the damage sustained by Cell was disproportionate to the effort required to keep up. In mere moments, he found himself in a dire predicament. Piccolo, observing the fierce confrontation, was drenched in cold sweat, contemplating the overwhelming power of the two combatants. Are these two monsters truly unbeatable? Is there no room for my own improvement? His thoughts drifted back to the words of the former Grand Elder of Namek, speaking of the Dragon Clan and their bloodline. It appeared that after this ordeal, he would need to thoroughly investigate his own lineage, seeking ways to enhance his abilities. Piccolo murmured to himself. Both Vegeta and Cell gradually unleashed their full power. Vegeta exerted 80% of his strength, while Cell had already unleashed his full power. Yet he still could not surpass Vegeta. Subsequently, he prepared a solar flare gesture. Vegeta quickly shut his eyes upon witnessing the blinding light, yet the radiance, piercing enough to penetrate his very skin, rendered him momentarily sightless. Prepare to meet your end, chuckled Cell with a sinister grin, as he conjured a formidable technique from the depths of his training, the Energy Blade, and hurled it towards Vegeta. Although Vegeta's physical enhancements allowed him to withstand such slicing force, this was only effective against adversaries of lesser power. Cell, while not overwhelmingly strong, certainly could not be deemed weak either. Vegeta's waist was severed from his body, with a cut as neat as a mirror's edge. Cell immediately unleashed another ki blast. Vegeta, sensing Cell's impending assault, disregarded his blindness and dismembered upper body, soaring upward to evade the attack, while his lower half was obliterated by Cell's energy blast. From a distance, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, he beheld Vegeta with eyes wide open, his gaze still brimming with mockery, prompting memories of his earlier wish. Indeed, it was the remarkable regenerative capabilities of Bu. Yet, Vegeta had no intention of employing that. Instead, he unleashed the power of time and space bestowed upon him by the system. This advanced manipulation of temporal forces allowed him to command the very fabric of his immediate surroundings, halting time, reversing its flow, and accelerating it. However, this mastery was confined to a radius of 30 meters, as his control was still a mere 5%. As he enacted time reversal upon himself, the vanished lower half swiftly reappeared, the scene playing in reverse. Once again, he became whole. Both Cell and Piccolo were left in utter astonishment. Cell, in particular, was filled with a mixture of curiosity and dread. What is this extraordinary power of yours? Even more astonishing than Piccolo's regeneration. Aha! Vegeta let out a hearty laugh, and said, "I won't tell you. Are you angry?" Piccolo's keen ears caught his words, causing an awkward silence. However, he was also intrigued. The ability he had just witnessed did not resemble mere self-healing, but rather seemed as if time had suddenly reversed, returning to a moment before the separation. Since Vegeta remained tight-lipped, he would have to inquire later. At that moment, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived one after the other. "What are you doing here? Are you seeking death?" Piccolo asked coldly. "Don't be so harsh, Piccolo. We're merely here to watch. We're not foolish enough to throw our lives away," Krillin replied. Blissfully unaware of the loss of his fiancée, "Stay back. The aftermath of their battle could easily obliterate you," Piccolo stated with indifference. On the battlefield, Cell found himself at a loss against Vegeta and resorted to intentionally provoking him. "Vegeta, my cells contain the genes of your Scion race. Surely you desire a fair fight, don't you? Release me, and in 10 days, I will have fully mastered this body and significantly enhanced my power. Then we can battle again. What do you say?" Cell taunted. "Humph, even if you master it, you will not be my equal. You must have some insidious plan, perhaps involving the time machine you arrived in?" Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. "How did you know? Apart from Dr. Gero, no one else is aware that I traverse through time." Cell exclaimed in terror. Could it be that Vegeta had discovered his secret upon his arrival? He had hoped to repair the time machine and visit other timelines to absorb Android 18. Though he was already in his perfect form, those 2 androids were created specifically for him. He was confident that by absorbing just one more, he could defeat Vegeta. As for the time machine, do not even think about it. To prevent your escape, I destroyed it long ago. I give you 10 days. Use this time to familiarize yourself with your body. You possess Scion cells as well, do you not? Master my form, and we shall have a proper battle," Vegeta declared generously. "Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. The time machine is gone, and all spacecraft on Earth are under my control. Do not even think about destroying the planet. Earth has already wished for enhanced durability. You cannot annihilate it. Try if you dare. Furthermore, even if you manage to escape Earth, remember that I possess instant transmission, allowing me to locate you at any time. It was not that I could not find you before. Even if you concealed your energy, it would be futile against me," Vegeta asserted. Cell trembled in fear at Vegeta's words. It seemed as though all his intentions were laid bare before him. "Fine. Grant me 10 days. In that time, I will certainly master your transformation," Cell proclaimed before soaring away, harboring the thought of locating Android 18 in this world. "Vegeta, if he achieves your form, your full power may not suffice against him. Truly, he is an arrogant fool," Piccolo exclaimed, expressing his frustration at having overheard their conversation. If he were not at a disadvantage, he would have acted sooner. "Do not worry, I have a plan. And I am in dire need of a formidable battle to enhance my strength. After all, it has been quite some time since I experienced a significant improvement," Vegeta reassured him. "By the way, let us check if that fool Kakarot has awakened. Does he not have less than a day remaining in the hyperbolic time chamber? Let him give it a try," Vegeta reminded him. Piccolo, indifferent to his words, set off towards the lookout, just in case Vegeta could not handle Cell alone and would need Goku's assistance. However, he wondered if Goku could match Cell's power in such a short span of time. "Uncle Piccolo, you've arrived," Gohan exclaimed with excitement. "Has Goku woken up yet?" Before Piccolo could respond, Goku emerged from the dwelling. Piccolo recounted the events that had transpired. "Understood. I will take Gohan with me. I shall do my utmost," he declared, feeling the energy of both adversaries. To be honest, he lacked confidence. However, after his near-death recovery, his strength had increased significantly. Goku, resigned, remarked that his battle power had soared from 65 million to 100 million. "Come, take my hand, and I shall transport you both to the temple," Piccolo said, as he instantaneously teleported them to the temple. The two then proceeded towards the gravity room. Vegeta, too, was not idle, engaging in communication with the system. Chapter 64. Attempting the Great Ape Transformation. Earth. Vegeta reclined upon his bed, engaging in dialogue with the system within his mind. "Is there any expedient method to enhance my strength?" he inquired. At present, Vegeta's base power was already exceedingly formidable, an impressive 300 million points, surpassing even the initial Frieza, whom he could easily defeat. Although transforming into Super Saiyan 2 yielded a 100-fold increase, he recalled the image of Cell, enveloped in a golden aura devoid of lightning, resembling his Super Saiyan form, yet possessing an utterly terrifying power of 250 billion points. If he were to ascend to Super Saiyan 2, would that not equate to 500 billion points? His current Super Saiyan 2 form was merely 300 billion points. This situation was indeed perilous. However, with the powers of time and space alongside Majin Buu's regenerative abilities, he deemed the risk manageable and even considered flaunting his prowess. Yet, he yearned to vanquish Cell through sheer strength. Ding. Upon scanning the host's body, I recommend that the host attempt the Great Ape transformation. It may potentially amplify your ancient Saiyan bloodline. The system responded after a prolonged silence. Indeed, since my arrival in this realm, I have yet to undergo the Great Ape transformation. Super Saiyan 4 is merely a transformation of the Super Saiyan while in Great Ape form, is it not? Although I am currently incapable, perhaps I shall explore the system's suggestion. Vegeta exclaimed in sudden realization. Ding. The system's rewards will become increasingly rare in the future. The power of time and space has already infiltrated this world. The rules have shifted. The host must strive independently, aside from the rewards of time and space. The system will not bestow any further rewards, echoed the cold, mechanical voice. What? Have they discovered something? Am I at risk of exposure? Aren't you supposed to be formidable? How could such trivial temporal regulations impede you? Vegeta remarked incredulously. Does the host harbor unrealistic expectations? This system is indeed powerful. They can only detect the alteration of rules, not the host. Moreover, aside from this reward, you are not particularly concerned about the others. The system replied with a more humanized tone. True. Strength is relatively easy for a Saiyan to augment. Once I transcend the limitations of Super Saiyan, I sense no significant bottlenecks in my body. As long as my battle power continues to rise, any obstacles will be effortlessly surmountable, unlike the arduous breakthrough to Super Saiyan. Vegeta stated. Exactly. Furthermore, the seal placed by Buu is only lifted after transcending Super Saiyan. Curses can bear both advantages and disadvantages. While the inclination towards brutality and malevolence hinders the transformation into Super Saiyan God, it paradoxically facilitates the enhancement of one's strength. At times, power signifies everything, even the ability to defy the rules, provided that one does not allow malevolent thoughts to dominate. The system elaborated extensively. Such a humanized tone. Could it still be classified as a system? It clearly resembled a sentient being. I desire Super Saiyan, and I also yearn for Super Saiyan God. Such choices are for children, Vegeta declared with a hint of pride. After all, in the narrative of his past life, Vegeta had attained the form of Super Saiyan God. With a new soul, he believed he could achieve it once more. After all, he had already mastered the power of time and space. Such divine force was but a minor obstacle. The system merely offers suggestions. The host is free to disregard them. Since you are of little use now, why not emerge? Do not linger within my body any longer. Vegeta stated coldly. Pa, of no use? Who granted you the power of time and space? Who concealed the information for you? Host, you truly lack humanity. A faint feminine voice from the system retorted. Humph. Yet you are not entirely innocent either. Why did you choose me? You have yet to reveal that. Vegeta scoffed. Rest assured, the system harbors no ill intent towards the host. Once you ascend to the pinnacle of this universe, I shall divulge everything. The voice reverted to a mechanical tone. Fine. Remain there, but do not emerge without cause, lest I become disheartened. Vegeta declared. What a lecherous being. The feminine voice of the system remarked. After their exchange, Vegeta utilized his power of time and space to instantaneously transport himself to the fairy continent. With 10 days remaining, he decided to indulge his beloved and check on little Trunks. Earlier, Vegeta had inquired about the specifics of the time-space power, but the system refrained from revealing detailed skills. As a punishment for Vegeta's fleeting thoughts of rebellion, it compelled him to explore the capabilities on his own. What once existed still does. And among the newly discovered abilities is the power of time reversal, which he had employed during his battle with Cell. This ability encompasses a 30-meter radius, allowing for effortless control. The time constraint has also been extended to 3 minutes, comparable to Whis' mastery of time reversal, albeit with a more limited range. Vegeta did not delve deeply into the matter, for it was bestowed upon him by the system, yet a flicker of caution lingered in his mind. After all, he relished the thrill of hand-to-hand combat. Trunks, come here for a hug, he declared, immediately appearing beside young Trunks upon his return. They embraced warmly, eliciting joyous laughter from the little one. Oh, so you remember to come back, Bulma remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. And it's not over yet. We must return to Earth in 10 days. This time, I'll bring Trunks along to meet his grandfather, Vegeta announced. Later that evening, as Bulma took Trunks to bed, only the other two remained in the room. They exchanged knowing glances, and Granara assumed a combat stance, ready to engage Vegeta in battle. Bulma observed from the sidelines. After 20 minutes, Granara was defeated, and reluctantly, she had to join the fray. Within the span of just 1 hour, both warriors faced consecutive defeats. Vegeta has yet to fully commit. Vegeta teleported once more to Bulma's chamber, where little Trunks had already fallen into slumber. He then transported Bulma to the main hall. The following day, Vegeta instantaneously transported himself to a desolate planet, casting forth an artificial moon with an outstretched palm. As he gazed upon the luminous orb, the humanity within his eyes gradually morphed into a primal ferocity. His body swiftly expanded, hair erupting in abundance, and in mere moments, he transformed into the mighty great ape. A torrent of malevolent thoughts surged through his mind, overwhelming him with a savage inclination. Trembling with exertion, he fought to suppress the dark impulses, asserting, "The original Vegeta could do it, and so can I. Begone. Do not attempt to control me." He bellowed defiantly. Indeed, his soul was initially inferior to that of the original Vegeta. However, during his journey through the fabric of time and space, he had long surpassed his former self. Soon, he succeeded in quelling the brutal will of evil, regaining his original rationality. As he experienced the colossal form of the great ape, he realized it amplified his power by approximately tenfold, reaching an astounding 3 billion. He sensed that this surge did not stem from a mere cellular transformation. It was entirely distinct from the metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan. His body had grown larger, and the force that propelled this augmentation emanated from the tail behind him. He could feel the tail ceaselessly providing strength, sustaining the great ape form. Yet, he knew that this power would not endure for long. It was merely the cursed energy he had just subdued, now igniting the tail's explosive potential. Recalling the GT saga, where the Super Saiyan 4 was a transformation that harnessed the great ape's enhancement, he pondered how Goku's Super Saiyan 3 power had multiplied tenfold, achieving a terrifying 4,000 times. A nagging curiosity arose within him. Why could GT's Vegeta not transform into Super Saiyan 3, yet still attain Super Saiyan 4? After much contemplation, he resolved to experiment himself, to see if he could invoke such a transformation. With a surge of rage, he focused his power at the base of his gorilla spine. Bang! Thud! Before he could complete the transformation, a sudden and overwhelming backlash caused his body to fracture. Blood gushed from his chest and back, and if he persisted, it seemed his form would explode into oblivion. He immediately halted, utilizing his self-healing abilities to mend his body and revert from the great ape transformation. Gasping for breath, he regained his composure. Vegeta, panting heavily, found it difficult to catch his breath, yet his heart surged with exhilaration. Although he had just faced defeat, it had unveiled a glimmer of hope. The state of Super Saiyan 2 had not reached its pinnacle. It was merely in its preliminary stage. The amplification was only 100-fold. Once he mastered the ultimate form of Super Saiyan 2, the enhancement could escalate to 300 times, leaving him a mere 100-fold away from Super Saiyan 3. Reflecting on the later developments, Super Saiyan 3 was a form that Goku had developed through rigorous training in the depths of hell, which demanded an immense amount of energy. During his living days, he could only prolong the battle against Fat Bu for a brief moment, ultimately shortening the time he could exist in the mortal realm. In the later stages, Vegeta remains unchanged. It seems that his state possesses only terrifying explosive power, lacking endurance. Moreover, when consumed by rage, his Super Saiyan 2 form is undoubtedly on par with Super Saiyan 3. A highlight moment occurs when Beerus appears and strikes Bulma out of sheer fury. His transformation into Super Saiyan 2 evidently surpasses Goku's Super Saiyan 3. It must be said that many fans are perplexed. In truth, Vegeta belongs to the echelon of advanced warriors. Although his comprehension may fall slightly short of Goku's, he is undeniably quite astute. As the reminiscence concludes, Vegeta gradually regained his composure, yet he found himself in a quandary. How could he master the Super Saiyan 2's ultimate state in merely 10 days? Suddenly, an idea struck him: time manipulation. With a burst of inspiration, Vegeta harnessed the power of time, transporting himself to his friend's vicinity where time flowed at an accelerated pace. The force of temporal energy enveloped him, weaving an intricate tapestry of rules around his being. From a distance, one could observe the environment surrounding Vegeta subtly shifting, displaying a stark contrast to the realm beyond. Though the acceleration was merely threefold, it sufficed. With just under 9 days remaining, equivalent to a mere 27 hours, he felt a glimmer of hope. Excitedly, Vegeta commenced his training, striving to attain the Super Saiyan 2's ultimate form. Within the sacred temple, in the room of spirit and time, a year had elapsed, and Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, achieving the ultimate state. Goku successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2, albeit without reaching its pinnacle. The two engaged in combat as Super Saiyans, their clash shattering the ice formations that had formed in the frigid night air. All right, Gohan. Let us take a breather and prepare to step outside, Goku suggested. Yes, father. Do you feel confident in defeating Cell? Gohan inquired. At this moment, Gohan had undergone a remarkable transformation, closely resembling his adolescent self from the original tale. The Saiyan growth process was indeed extraordinary. A year had wrought significant changes. I'm uncertain, but I shall give it a try. Just stay back, Goku declared, clenching his fists. With a surge of energy, his hair elongated dramatically, and his aura intensified. His eyebrows gradually vanished, and his visage took on a slightly sinister appearance. His power surged to a staggering 400 times its normal capacity, elevating his combat strength to an astronomical 10 billion. The overwhelming aura pressed Gohan to the ground, yet his expression was one of exhilaration. He had not anticipated witnessing his father in such a form. However, Goku could only maintain this state for less than a minute before reverting back, gasping for breath. Father, what just happened? Gohan exclaimed. This is the result of my recent training. Upon awakening from my coma, I was aware I could transform into Super Saiyan 2, but I realized I could not defeat Cell. Thus, I developed this form, which grants me 400 times my base strength. Goku explained, pausing to catch his breath before continuing. However, transitioning directly past the initial phase of Super Saiyan 2 into this form leaves me unable to sustain it for long. Only about a minute. Then let us remain here a little longer. You could master Super Saiyan 2 to its fullest, right? We still have 9 days until the battle. Gohan suggested, puzzled. No, Gohan. Each person is limited to 2 days within this realm. If we exceed that, the exit will vanish, trapping us here. Goku replied, ruffling Gohan's hair. At that moment, Goku was unaware that unleashing the power of Super Saiyan 3 would enable him to transcend space itself. In the original narrative, it was Piccolo who had shattered the entrance, provoking Majin Buu to unleash a wormhole in a fit of rage. With a sense of urgency, he expressed his hopes. I can only venture out now. May Father, within these 9 days, fully grasp the Super Saiyan 2 limit break. Gohan yearned as he spoke. During this period, my power had not significantly increased. Even if I mastered it, I might still struggle against Cell. The aura I sensed was far more potent than my Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Goku voiced his concerns. 2 pure-blooded Saiyan prodigies, one striving towards the Super Saiyan 3 goal, the other aspiring to reach Super Saiyan 4, were separated by an astronomical chasm in combat prowess. It must be said that Goku was indeed a genius. He had initially comprehended Super Saiyan 3 only after breaking through the Super Saiyan 2 limit in the afterlife, and now he was transcending expectations. Yet, the time was far too brief. Moreover, he was unaware that even after breaking through the Super Saiyan 2 limit, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 would not be sustainable for long, at most 3 minutes of full power in battle. This was due to the absence of the afterlife's environment and the lack of a tail. Nonetheless, his ability to comprehend this form was impressive. Truly, he was the chosen one of fortune in the Dragon Ball universe. The stronger the enemy, the more he sought to grow. Who would have thought that an external factor like Vegeta would steal his thunder? Chapter 65, The Gathering at the Battlefield in the Temple, Goku and his son emerged. Piccolo inquired, how is it? Are you confident? Goku's gaze sharpened, contemplating for 3 seconds. No, he admitted. If not, then so be it. Vegeta, that freak, should manage it. Piccolo sighed. I must also enter and give it a try. I have 1 day left. With that, Piccolo proceeded into the time chamber. As he entered the expansive interior, he floated in meditation amidst the thin air, where the extreme temperature fluctuations forced him to concentrate deeply on his thoughts regarding the path ahead. Without the Scion's extraordinary transformations, how could he enhance his strength? His power had indeed reached its zenith, 22 billion battle points. Although he had not transformed into other forms, he could be considered a super Namekian, with formidable mental strength. Piccolo meticulously examined his own body, scrutinizing it countless times yet finding no potential for transformation into other forms. The former Grand Elder had specifically mentioned the bloodline, compelling him to calm his mind and attempt to sense what lay within his heritage. After a month of meditation, His mental energy gradually delved deeper into his bloodline, uncovering flecks of golden light within his blood. Each tendril of his mental strength that brushed against the golden glimmer caused it to shine momentarily, sending tremors through his body, as though something within were on the verge of overflowing. This was it. Subsequently, he concentrated all his mental energy to merge with the golden light. Yet nearly half of the golden glow remained unintegrated due to insufficient mental power. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted. His physique did not undergo drastic changes, however. His once purely green body was now enveloped in gold. The combination of the two colors exuded an air of nobility and elegance. His combat power surged dramatically, escalating from 22 billion to an astonishing 250 billion points, a staggering disparity that left him in disbelief. Moreover, their supple forms exhibited no signs of strain, as if the golden radiance enveloping their bodies shielded them from harm. Is this the essence of the dragon god's bloodline? My mental fortitude is insufficient. I have yet to fully integrate the remaining golden light. Upon complete assimilation, I sense that my strength will not merely amplify, but will undergo other extraordinary transformations. Piccolo murmured to himself, astonished that the Namekians possessed such potential for change. Mental strength. Indeed, the remarkable prowess of the Namekians lies in their ability to cultivate their mental energy. Influenced by Vegeta and Goku, I had focused solely on physical transformation, neglecting the significance of mental power. This time, by calming my mind, I have truly detected the capabilities within my bloodline. Without the need for transformation, I can enhance my strength manifold. Piccolo recalled that ever since he heard the dying words of the former Grand Elder, he had believed that strength could only be attained through transformation. Little did he know that mental power was of paramount importance. Perhaps the Grand Elder himself was unaware of this matter. Furthermore, he sensed that this mental energy required righteousness to harmonize. The remaining half was not devoid of mental power. Rather, it was tainted with malevolent thoughts, leaving but a fraction of his mental strength intact. Piccolo then began to familiarize himself with and master this newfound power. Outside, due to Vegeta's intervention, Cell had refrained from announcing his presence to the world and was instead tirelessly searching for Android 18. Curse it, where could she be hiding? There is no trace of energy to detect. It appears I must resort to the methods Vegeta suggested. Cell seethed with frustration. At that moment, Android 18 was amidst the ruins of her devastated hometown, sifting through the debris. Time had eroded much, leaving only skeletal remains. Nestled in a remote mountainous region, her homeland had gone unnoticed. In the world of Dragon Balls, such islands were plentiful. She excavated every bone she could find, burying them in a grave to honor their memory. Fearing detection by Cell, she dared not employ even the simplest key blasts, opting instead to use tools with her own hands. Just days prior, she had sensed Cell's terrifying energy, compelling her to conceal herself even deeper, distancing herself further. Now, their locations were separated by at least 20,000 kilometers. Cell, having given up on sensing her energy, aimlessly searched, squandering his efforts. He randomly selected an island to commence his training. Thanks to Piccolo's wisdom and the genetic legacy of Goku and Vegeta, within 7 days, he had completely mastered the Super Saiyan limit break state, achieving a formidable power level of 45 billion. Upon initial fusion, his overwhelming combat prowess allowed him to effortlessly ascend to the beginner stage of Super Saiyan. Yet, due to his inflated ego, he was easily defeated by Vegeta. Had he not been aware of the Saiyan's combative nature and employed a provoking tactic, Vegeta would not have let him off so easily. Although he had yet to transcend into the Super Saiyan 2 form, the Super Saiyan limit break state had instilled him with unwavering confidence. The desolate planet where Vegeta resides. Vegeta has ceased his training, realizing that the power of time manipulation is not as advantageous as he had presumed. On the 7th day, his strength proved insufficient to sustain the temporal abilities any longer. Within the realm of accelerated time, he trained for 21 days, barely achieving a breakthrough of 150 times enhancement. Personal interface. Name: Vegeta race, Saiyan, ancient Saiyan bloodline development. 5. Combat power. Normal state, 350 million points, Super Saiyan 2. 150 times enhancement. Skills: artificial moon time manipulation, mastery. 5. Special combat technique, killing intent fist, level 2. Upon reviewing his interface, he suddenly recalled the existence of this special technique, the killing intent fist. Ever since transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had not once utilized this skill. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he attempted to employ the killing intent fist, and to his horror, his entire body began to shatter like the form of a giant ape. On the verge of collapsing and exploding, he quickly halted the transformation. By the heavens! System, come forth and explain this. He shouted in frustration. Beep. Host. Do you truly believe you can transform into Super Saiyan and then utilize the killing intent fist? The feminine voice of the system responded. Weren't you the one who claimed there were no restrictions? Now you're changing your tune? Vegeta retorted angrily. Beep. When the host received the killing intent fist, you had not yet transformed into Super Saiyan, hence it is regarded in your normal state, the system clarified. How infuriating. You're playing word games with me. If this were in my homeland, even the pandas would starve under your incompetence. Vegeta exclaimed, exasperated. The killing intent fist is merely a technique temporarily created by the system based on the King S fist, intended to compensate for the host S initially weak combat power. It does not enhance Super Saiyan capabilities. The system explained. Why didn't you inform me of this beforehand? Vegeta questioned. Beep. The host did not inquire. The system replied. Is this all my fault then? Whom did you learn this irresponsibility from? Vegeta protested, at a loss for words. At this moment, the system fell silent, as if it had drifted into a deep slumber once more. How infuriating. System, are you seeking revenge on me? Speak up. Vegeta continued to yell in frustration. This time, the system remained utterly unresponsive, ignoring his every plea. Vegeta's mindset had crumbled under the pressure imposed by the system, and he ceased his training, convinced that his current power was sufficient to contend with the Super Saiyan 2 form of Cell. Cell's maximum power in his Super Saiyan form was approximately 45 billion, with a breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2 bringing it to around 50 billion. He held little faith that Cell could master the Super Saiyan 2 state in such a short span of time, unless, of course, Cell possessed some extraordinary advantage akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. He then instantaneously transported himself back to the fairy continent. After a lapse of 10 days, he addressed Bulma, saying, Once I eliminate that monster, I shall take you home. Trunks has yet to meet his grandfather. Vegeta spoke gently. All right, go ahead. Be safe. Bulma replied, planting a kiss on his lips. I want to as well, she exclaimed, bestowing another kiss, leaving imprints on both of his cheeks. Vegeta playfully smacked the peach-like rear and remarked, Wait until I return to settle the score with you all. Haha. In the temple, Piccolo was also preparing to set off, eagerly awaiting Vegeta's return. At Bowsy Mountain, Gohan was leaving, saying, Yes, Dad, you two must be careful and return safely. Chi-Chi, supporting her waist and with a noticeable belly, addressed the two fathers. At this moment, Cell opened his eyes. Although he had yet to break through, he was close. Perhaps amidst the battle, he would achieve that breakthrough. Vegeta whispered ominously to Cell, due to the lack of a global broadcast, that fool Satan hasn't appeared. The ordinary people on Earth have no idea what Cell is. Those who do know have already been absorbed by Cell, their life essence whisked away to the underworld. In no time, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived at Cell's location, while Goku and his son, along with Toolen and others, were still flying towards them. Vegeta, you've arrived. How about I grant you a special privilege and let you both take me on together? Cell proposed. Just wait. I'll let the others entertain you first. I'll deal with you in the end. Vegeta replied haughtily, brimming with self-importance. Humph. Cell scoffed, yet he refrained from attacking, choosing instead to await Goku's arrival. After all, Goku was the last flaw in his mind. Eliminating him would grant Cell his ultimate freedom, untainted by any further influence. Soon, Goku and the others arrived. Observing the trio, Goku remarked, We haven't even begun. Who's going first? Should I take the lead? Ambush, additional content, Chapter 66. Piccolo shocks everyone. On a vast, desolate island on Earth, Piccolo eagerly declared, Let me go first. You all observe his moves. Piccolo, are you not afraid of being taken down in one hit? Vegeta questioned. TCH, stop underestimating me. You Scions can transform, can I? Piccolo retorted disdainfully. Oh, have you achieved a breakthrough? That's indeed surprising. Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Goku interjected, Piccolo, let me go first. You won't be able to defeat him. Goku's combative spirit was surging, ready to take the stage. Get lost. Don't underestimate me. No. We should fight first. Piccolo exclaimed angrily, feeling exasperated by Goku's naivety. Although he understood it to be the truth, it was still hard to hear. All right. You go first. It won't take too long anyway, Goku sighed. Piccolo, speechless, suddenly unleashed his mental energy, merging it with the golden light of his bloodline. After a year of training in the room of spirit and time, his mental prowess had significantly increased. He had merged with 60% of the golden light, which now enveloped his body from within. His battle power had also surged to approximately 31.6 billion points, a multiplication factor of around 14. Wow, Piccolo, you are truly remarkable. When did you learn to transform? I can hardly compare to you now, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan gazed at him with shining eyes. Indeed, it seems I did not underestimate you. You have genuinely surpassed expectations. I never anticipated your transformation would be so formidable, Vegeta remarked in surprise. In the distance, the barren forest felt the pressure as Tien Shinhan, struggling to keep pace, realized he was far from qualifying to approach the battlefield. Piccolo's overwhelming aura forced them to retreat even further. This timeline, undeniably influenced by Vegeta, had seen power levels soar to unimaginable heights, a consequence of his actions. In the original storyline, at this juncture, Piccolo had only just fused with the Supreme Kai. Even after training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his power level barely reached 2 billion, while Cell was around 5 billion. The father and son duo of Goku and Gohan had transcended the original narrative by leaps and bounds. It seemed as though the entire world had become stronger ahead of schedule due to Vegeta's increased power. An unseen force was altering the very fabric of time and space. Cell, too, was taken aback. Despite possessing Piccolo's cells, he lacked such capabilities. Salama, Pa, you wretched creature, do you think you can wield my power? Apologies for the digression. Returning to the matter at hand, although Cell was astonished, he did not feel threatened, as there remained a significant gap in their strengths. Well done, Piccolo. Let me see your skills. Cell taunted. Piccolo instantly teleported before Cell, delivering a knee strike that inflicted intense pain upon Cell's abdomen. In response, Cell's head collided with Piccolo's as their bodies curved in the fray, leaving Piccolo dazed. The two engaged in high-speed combat, their clash radiating waves of energy. Despite Piccolo's considerable enhancement, he still found himself at a disadvantage compared to Cell. Thanks to Vegeta's teachings, Piccolo adeptly dodged and blocked Cell's assaults, while Cell absorbed more of the damage without any noticeable drop in energy. In fact, Piccolo's peculiar fighting style seemed to elevate Cell's speed to another level. Each strike that Piccolo endured sent waves of pain through him, gradually depleting his energy. After 10 minutes of intense martial arts combat, Piccolo sought an opportunity to withdraw from the engagement, breathing heavily, his energy in disarray. Meanwhile, Cell wore a calm smile, his energy stable. I must commend you. You are indeed powerful. However, you are still not there yet. Time to go down. Cell praised. I have one final move, a newly developed finishing technique. If you dare, give it a try. Piccolo goaded. Heh, although I know you were trying to provoke me, I am intrigued by your new technique. My cells inform me that your most formidable attack is the special beam cannon. Cell scoffed. Thus, I refer to it as my new finishing technique. Piccolo gathered his energy, raising his left hand while gripping his wrist with his right. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the Dragon God Impact Wave, standing disdainfully in place with arms crossed. Cell prepared to endure the onslaught with sheer resilience. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Piccolo's mouth as the energy wave struck Cell. Yet he felt little pain in his body. However, it felt as if his head were being pierced by countless needles. Ah, it hurts, Cell lamented, clutching his head. The protective aura around him dissipated in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo's energy surged once more, amplifying the energy wave, which then exploded upon impact, obliterating Cell's upper body into a mass of flesh, while his lower half remained intact. Gasping for breath, Piccolo exclaimed, "Yes, Uncle Piccolo is amazing. It worked." Fool. Examine his energy closely. Cell is still alive. Do not forget his cells, Vegeta scolded. Piccolo gazed gravely at Cell's lower body when suddenly, the fallen leg sprang up, performing a sudden flip to stand upright. From the ruptured remains of his upper body, new flesh rapidly grew, forming a new physique from his lower half. Cracking his neck, Cell emitted a series of pops. Fortunately, I possess your cells. Otherwise, I would be finished. Well done, Piccolo. I underestimated you, Cell remarked. Humph. My self-healing abilities pale in comparison to yours. I can only regenerate limbs, not my head. Piccolo retorted, begrudgingly admitting that his previous attack was his limit, and his current energy could merely sustain his stance. Your technique is quite peculiar, although your energy is not overwhelmingly strong. My mind felt as though it were being pricked by needles. I could not endure for long before losing consciousness. Cell pondered. Heh. That is my own invention, an amalgamation of bloodline and mental power, manifested in the form of energy. Do not dwell on it, while you possess my cells. Your multitude of cells hinders the full expression of each gene. Piccolo explained dismissively. Step back, Piccolo. Vegeta commanded. Cell made no attempt to stop him, for Vegeta remained the greatest threat. As Piccolo retreated, he consumed a Senzu bean, instantly revitalizing his energy, though his mental fortitude remained weakened, inducing a sense of drowsiness. It appeared that the Senzu beans were not omnipotent. Vegeta, allow me to take the lead, Goku urged, eager for action. Charging in is merely a path to death. Vegeta scoffed. At this moment, Vegeta remained oblivious to the fact that he had discovered the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. During the past 9 days, Goku had not been idle either. He engaged in rigorous training within the gravity chamber constructed by Bulma, achieving a base power level of approximately 150 million. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, he could barely sustain combat for a minute. Thus, he was compelled to conclude battles swiftly. Chapter 67. The ancient victory of the Beast Sun family on Earth, a vast, desolate island lay untouched by the aftermath of battle. As the wish to enhance the planet had shielded it from destruction, only the battlefield itself was left in disarray, with shattered rocks and debris scattered everywhere. As Goku prepared to enter the fray, he performed his signature warm-up routine, stretching his legs, doing push-ups, and limbering up. Though these actions had little practical effect, they were merely a habitual prelude to his combat. Goku, you must die. My very existence is predicated on your destruction, Cell declared, eyeing the warming up Goku. Is that so? To be honest, I had little confidence in my ability to defeat you. I owe you my gratitude for your battle with Piccolo. It has illuminated your movements for me. Now, I possess a glimmer of confidence, Goku responded. Come on, Goku exclaimed, unleashing his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, thanks to the grueling training in the gravity chamber. His initial 100-fold increase had escalated to the same 150-fold as Vegeta's. His battle power surged from a baseline of 150 million to an astounding 22.5 billion points. Truly, he was a prodigy. The greater the pressure, the more formidable his drive became. Vegeta also displayed a look of astonishment. He never anticipated that a year's training would allow him to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Truly, he was not to be underestimated. I have indeed been somewhat lazy. Vegeta lamented. Ding. The system suddenly materialized, mockingly commenting, the host possesses a modicum of self-awareness. Before vanishing once more, Vegeta was left speechless. The system was increasingly resembling a person. You are even inferior to the earlier Piccolo. Goku, it appears I have overestimated you, exclaimed Cell upon witnessing Goku's transformation. Hee. Goku offered no explanation, instantly darting behind Cell to deliver a swift high kick, only to strike Cell's afterimage. So fast. He then sensed a wave of danger approaching from behind, ducking just in time to evade Cell's identical strike. Utilizing the momentum, he crouched low and executed a sweeping kick. But Cell leapt into the air to evade. Goku followed suit, ascending into the sky to engage in close-quarters combat with Cell. Although Cell's speed surpassed that of Goku, Goku consistently anticipated Cell's next move. He deftly dodged and, in the very moment of evasion, launched a rapid counterattack that landed a hit on Cell. Once again, one couldn't help but marvel at Goku's remarkable combat intuition. Their battle was direct and unyielding, igniting a fervor in all who beheld it. The explosive aftermath of their clash compelled Tien and Yamcha to retreat further. Despite Goku holding the advantage, his energy was gradually waning. The escalating conflict rapidly drained his stamina. Cell, however, remained unchanged, and through their skirmish, the essence of Goku within him allowed Cell to perceive Goku's movements with clarity. The tide of the battle began to shift. Bang, crack, boom. Cell began to gain the upper hand. Goku's strikes barely fazed him, while Cell's blows landed with devastating force. Gohan, Tien, and Yamcha struggled to grasp the unfolding situation. Only Vegeta and Piccolo could discern the pain etched on Goku's face upon being struck, accompanied by a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Kakarot is nearing his limit, Vegeta remarked, observing that Cell's energy showed no signs of faltering. Let us wait and see. Old Son always enjoys concealing his true strength, only to unleash it in the end. Piccolo expressed his concern. Humph, fool, still unable to shed his overconfidence. Vegeta scoffed. As their conversation unfolded, the battlefield transformed in an instant. Goku finally could not endure any longer. He found an opening and leapt from the fray. Panting heavily, Goku gasped for breath. Son Goku, you are reaching your limits. Why not consume another one of those miraculous beans and return to fight? Cell offered generously. No need. Even with another, I cannot defeat you. Let us settle this with one decisive move. I have one last transformation left, though I cannot maintain it for long. Goku's breath gradually steadied. Oh, there's more? Cell exclaimed in surprise. What did Kakarot say? Vegeta inquired, eyeing the astonished Cell. They were at a considerable distance. And Vegeta did not possess the keen ears of Piccolo. He claimed he had one more transformation. Do you know what it is, Vegeta? Piccolo retorted. Uncertain. Having never witnessed it before, Vegeta also expressed his bewilderment. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Could it be Super Saiyan 3? Impossible. Wasn't he that the result of his training in the other world? Vegeta could not comprehend the situation and could only observe the battlefield. Goku, with his breath returning to a steady rhythm, closed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, his entire being erupted with energy. His hair surged dramatically. His eyebrows vanished, and his expression took on an ominously sinister quality. His power amplified to a staggering 400 times, sending his battle strength soaring from 40 billion to 48.6 billion, and ultimately reaching 55 billion before it ceased to rise. This was a full 10 billion more than the current Cell. Goku was cautious this time, for his stamina was rapidly depleting, and he had sustained injuries earlier. Otherwise, his power after amplification would have reached 60 billion. Shortly thereafter, an iconic scene unfolded as he began to charge the Kamehameha wave. Vegeta and his companions were momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment upon encountering Cell. Vegeta merely speculated, never anticipating that he had truly comprehended the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Damn it! Shouted Cell in a fit of rage, and he immediately unleashed his energy. The same technique, Kamehameha. However, unbeknownst to him, historically, the Sun family always triumphed in energy waves. The two Kamehamehas collided in the middle, and it was evident that Goku's wave was considerably thicker. Furthermore, it continued to advance towards Cell's position, and despite Cell's utmost effort, he could not repel it. He could only slow its momentum. Goku's body began to tremble, his stamina rapidly depleting, while Cell's energy had reached its peak. The overwhelming power of Goku's Kamehameha instilled fear within Cell. If this hits me, Cell thought in terror. Seizing the moment of Cell's distraction, Goku transcended his limits, and the energy wave surged towards Cell in an instant. No, it's impossible. Cell, unwilling to concede, activated Android 17's ultimate technique, the protective shield. Yet, in less than a second, it shattered. Damn it. Following a violent explosion, Cell's form vanished along with his words. Goku collapsed to the ground, reverting to his normal state. Father, Gohan exclaimed, rushing forward. Cough, I'm fine, Gohan. I'm just exhausted, Goku gasped. Quick, eat a Senzu bean. Gohan hurriedly fed Goku one. As expected of you, Goku, he replied. Indeed, I never imagined he possessed such a transformation. Those present, exhilarated by Cell's defeat, cheered loudly. Only Vegeta and Piccolo gazed gravely at the spot where Cell had disappeared. In a small crater, a chip-like object glimmered, from which flesh-like sprouts gradually emerged, emanating a faint energy. At this moment, Goku's smile gradually morphed into a serious expression, while a few weaker individuals continued to chatter in delight. Chapter 68, Super Saiyan 4 on Earth. Android 18 stealthily observed the battlefield from a distance. She felt joy at Cell's demise but sorrow for Android 17's disappearance. When Cell was struck and vanished by Goku's hands, the bond between siblings allowed her to sense that 17 was irretrievably lost. Wiping away impending tears, she flew towards Vegeta. Approaching him, she said, Vegeta, thank you for killing Cell and avenging 17. Although the command to eliminate Goku had been revoked by Bulma, she would not express her gratitude to Goku. Her appreciation was solely directed towards Vegeta. After all, Android 18 maintained an aloof demeanor, making it a significant feat for her to utter a simple thank you. You might want to hold off on the thanks for now. Cell is not truly dead. Just wait and see, Vegeta replied, his gaze fixed on the direction of Cell's disappearance. Android 18 appeared astonished. She had distinctly felt 17's complete absence, and Cell had been reduced to mere remnants. Turning his gaze towards the battlefield, an overwhelming surge of energy rapidly intensified. The chip nestled in the small pit began to sprout fleshy growths. Moments later, Cell was resurrected, astonishing everyone present. Gohan, Krillin, and the others beheld the revived Cell, their faces betraying sheer terror upon sensing his aura. Haha, son Goku, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you. Cell exclaimed with exhilaration. How could this be? Cell? Even with Piccolo's cells, you shouldn't be capable of this. Goku gasped in disbelief. Haha, within my body lies a chip that preserves the last remnants of my cells. I thought I was done for. Yet, unexpectedly, combined with your Scion ability to resurrect and enhance strength at the brink of death, alongside the regenerative capabilities of Piccolo's cells, I am not only resurrected, but have also gained the form of your Super Saiyan 2. Haha, Cell exuberantly proclaimed. With a fierce cry, he unleashed his rage. His golden aura now crackling with flickers of lightning. His combat power surged from 45 billion to a staggering 100 billion. Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and addressed Vegeta. Let's go. Vegeta, Cell is far too powerful now. Get lost, I can handle this myself. Vegeta retorted coldly. But even you now cannot defeat him. Can't you sense his energy? Goku inquired in astonishment. I will not ally with you. Move aside. I'll wait for you to be defeated before I step in. Vegeta declared icily, resolved to surpass his limits through sheer combat. If Cell could do it, why couldn't he? With an even more terrifying self-healing ability and the bloodline of ancient Saiyans, he was determined. Very well, Vegeta, I believe in you. Goku replied, feeling disheartened. He then reverted to his normal state and exited the battlefield. Vegeta, do you have confidence? Piccolo asked. Let's leave it to chance. Give me a Senzu Bean. Vegeta replied. To be safe, he requested a Senzu Bean from Piccolo and held it in his mouth, knowing it could prove invaluable in a critical moment. What's wrong, Vegeta? Are you intimidated by my strength? Cell mocked. Humph, is that all you've got? Vegeta scoffed, instantly teleporting in front of Cell, surging with rage. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2, amplifying his power to 52.5 billion, surpassing even Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. Thus, 1's base combat power truly serves as the foundation. The two engaged in an intense battle. At this current velocity, Goku in his normal state could no longer perceive their movements, only sensing the fluctuations in their energy. Only Piccolo, due to his formidable mental strength, could barely keep up with the fight. Throughout their confrontation, Vegeta found himself on the losing end more often than not. In this moment, Cell's speed and strength exceeded his by a factor of 2. Yeah. The two unleashed a clash of ordinary energy blasts. Vegeta's lower half vanished in an instant. Haha, Vegeta, why don't you utilize your time-controlling abilities? Cell inquired. I, the Prince of Science, relish this visceral experience. And who told you I possess no other skills besides time manipulation? Vegeta retorted with a hint of arrogance. Almost immediately, his healing ability activated, and his lower half regenerated at a speed surpassing that of Cell's reborn form. Cell was utterly astonished. What sort of power is this? It is entirely different from the Vegeta I know from my timeline. He questioned. Ponder it slowly. Vegeta replied with a cold smirk. The battle resumed. The clash of fists resonating fiercely, allowing Vegeta to rapidly enhance his mastery of Super Saiyan 2, progressively escalating from 150 times to 200 times. Sensing Vegeta's swiftly rising energy, Cell was filled with murderous intent, yet a flicker of fear lingered in his heart. He thought to himself that he could no longer delay. He must eliminate him swiftly. Subsequently, he unleashed his full power, delivering a barrage of strikes that shattered Vegeta's limbs. Then, with a swift execution of the Kamehameha, he realized that with his current strength, he no longer needed to gather energy. He could easily obliterate Vegeta. As soon as Vegeta regained the use of his limbs, he was struck by the oncoming Kamehameha wave. In an instant, he was unable to unleash any abilities. Upon impact, the last remnants of his energy caused his head to shift position. Boom. Crack. The deafening sound of the explosion and the blinding light left Vegeta with nothing but his head. The overwhelming assault from Cell had obliterated his energy. Even his self-healing capabilities were momentarily rendered ineffective. Fortunately, prior to the battle, he had consumed a Senzu Bean. With the last of his strength, he bit into the bean. The restorative power unleashed from the broken bean ignited a cellular division within him, rapidly regenerating his body. Before Cell could revel in his apparent victory, he witnessed Vegeta's resurgence, who then launched himself forward in a fierce sprint, targeting Cell. But it was too late. Vegeta instantaneously teleported, evading the attack. I have finally transcended. Cell, prepare to meet your demise. From a short distance behind Cell, Vegeta's triumphant laughter echoed. The recent restoration had allowed him to fully master the Super Saiyan 2 limit break. Both his base combat strength and amplification abilities had significantly increased. With his current form alone, he could vanquish Cell. Boasting a base combat power of 400 million and a 300-fold amplification from the Super Saiyan 2 limit break, his battle prowess soared to an astounding 12 billion points. Cell sensed Vegeta's aura surpassing his own, and fear began to creep into his heart. Impossible, how can this be? Vegeta, haha. As a token of gratitude for your assistance, I shall grant you a peaceful death and also reveal to you another transformation of our Saiyan race. Vegeta declared with exuberance. What? Another transformation? Just how extraordinary are you Saiyans? Why do the Saiyan cells within me not exhibit such transformations? Cell asked, a mixture of fear and bewilderment evident in his voice. Because you are merely a hybrid. With that, Vegeta hurled an artificial moon into the sky. Everyone turned their gaze toward the moon. At that moment, Gohan's pupils widened in astonishment. Vegeta's physique swelled dramatically as he transformed into a colossal gorilla. Humph, what use is this wild beast transformation? It pales in comparison to that of a Super Saiyan. Cell remarked, momentarily lowering his guard. Vegeta, having undergone rigorous training, is now capable of swiftly regaining consciousness. There is no need to rush. Continue reading. Suddenly, he catches sight of Gohan transforming in the distance. Goodness, I nearly forgot he still possesses his tail, Vegeta remarked, lamenting the alteration of history that prevented Gohan's tail from being severed. The artificial moon he cast forth has transformed him into a monstrous gorilla form, devoid of any conscious control, wreaking havoc in his wake. However, the enhanced Earth, granted by wishes, suffers little damage from his rampage. In this moment, Piccolo recalls the memories of the Kaioshin. When Goku transformed, his tail was severed, thanks to the Kaioshin sealing its regeneration. Gohan, how could you have become like this? Goku exclaimed, his voice piercing the air and capturing Gohan's attention. He then launched an attack. Gohan's immense physique did not impede his speed, and Goku found himself dodging with great urgency. Old son, sever Gohan's tail, Piccolo shouted. Stop, Kakarot. Do not sever his tail. Allow me to intervene. Vegeta, who had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 4, interjected. It is a rare opportunity for him to have a tail. To cut it off would be akin to severing his path forward. Vegeta, with his imposing physique, harnessed the power of time and space, teleporting behind Gohan. With a formidable punch, he struck Gohan on the back of the head, instantly rendering him unconscious. Gohan's massive form gradually diminished, transforming into his human shape. Vegeta, why didn't you sever Gohan's tail to eliminate future troubles? Piccolo exclaimed in anger. TCH, what do you understand? This is not the time for such discussions. I will explain later, Vegeta retorted disdainfully. In an instant, he returned to the battlefield, hovering in the air, looking down upon Cell. His colossal figure obscured the sun, casting a shadow over Cell. Cell, you've waited long enough. Behold. He then unleashed his fury, transforming from a great ape into a Super Saiyan. With a roar, the once dark fur of the ape began to shimmer with golden hues, enveloped in a brilliant light. At that moment, the suppressed violent will surged within Vegeta's mind, commanding him to roll back. As Vegeta undergoes his transformation, he must also suppress his brutal instincts. Cell gazes at the transforming Vegeta with trepidation, beginning to entertain thoughts of escape. He gradually retreats, seeking an opportunity to flee. The onlookers are captivated by Vegeta, enveloped in golden light, oblivious to Cell's intentions, except for Android 18, who perceives Cell's desire to escape. Instantly, she unleashes a ki blast, thwarting his attempt to flee. Where do you think you're going? You must perish today, Android 18 declares with fury. Cell, sensing a glimmer of hope, swiftly darts behind Android 18. His tail extends, transforming its tip into a suction cup, and he swiftly engulfs her. At that moment, Cell's power begins to surge. Goku and the others are utterly incapable of intervening. By now, Vegeta has completed his transformation. His black hair has grown and is cloaked in a fiery red aura. This terrifying energy resonates even with Namek, which is not far from Earth. The North Kai on King Kai's planet is astounded, recalling the great King Kai's words about this transformation. He reflects on distant memories, noting that the power boost is an astounding 3,000-fold, rendering Vegeta's combat prowess beyond numerical description if one were to calculate. It could be said to reach an astonishing 120 trillion points. Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of power, realizing he possessed the capability to obliterate this enhanced Earth. Upon reflection, he recognized that Super Saiyan 4 had transcended the limits of mortals, attaining the divine level. Yet, he was uncertain about the hierarchy of divinity. He could only seize an opportunity to inquire with Bu or await the arrival of Beerus and Whis. Snapping back to reality, he turned to face the increasingly menacing Cell and the vanishing android 18, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. In an instant, he teleported before Cell, seething with rage. Cell, you seek death. She is my destined partner. With that, he unleashed the power of time, reversing Cell's growing energy, which began to plummet rapidly. The scene rewound to before Cell had devoured Android 18. Impossible, Vegeta. Weren't you still transforming? How could you complete it in an instant? Cell exclaimed in terror. At that moment, Android 18, devoid of her previous memories, gazed in astonishment at the strikingly handsome Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Cell, you are courting death for daring to lay a hand on my beloved. Vegeta roared with fury. Android 18 felt her cheeks flush slightly at his words. Her thoughts a whirlwind. In the midst of her confusion, Vegeta teleported her beside Piccolo before returning to the battlefield. He executed a high kick that sent Cell soaring into the air. Subsequently, he unleashed his newly comprehended final flash. Prepare to meet your demise, Cell. This time, I will reduce you to nothingness. Do not even dream of leaving a fragment behind. No, Vegeta. Spare my life. I shall become your slave. Bang. Boom. Before Cell could finish his plea, he was annihilated by the final flash, and the powerful shockwave surged into the cosmos, striking a meteor before vanishing after the explosion. Chapter 69. The conclusion. Earth. The immense island was filled with awe as the spectators marveled at Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Particularly, Goku exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, Vegeta! What transformation is this? It's incredible! I feel like even dozens of my Super Saiyan 3s combined couldn't match your power." Unbeknownst to them, the measurement unit had been elevated from king to Kakarot. Frieza, Pa? Even measurement units must be contested. For now, don't think about it. This transformation requires a tail. Moreover, one must master their will with ease. Vegeta rebuked. Is that so? Then there's nothing to be done but wait for the tail to regrow. But how come I never knew Saiyans could transform into gorillas? Goku questioned, perplexed. When Gohan fought alongside Vegeta upon arriving on Earth, he had not transformed into a gorilla, leaving Goku unaware of this fact. Old son, allow me to clarify, Piccolo interjected. As Goku listened to Piccolo's account, he came to understand that his grandfather had been slain by his own hand in his youth. A wave of guilt surged within him, and tears streamed down his face. So, it turns out I killed my grandfather. I'm sorry. Goku cried out towards the heavens. Enough pondering. Even if you were to grow a tail, you would still be unable to govern your own will. You would merely transform into a heartless behemoth, much like Gohan just did. Vegeta proclaimed. Why can you maintain control while I cannot? It is utterly unjust. Goku retorted, his discontent palpable. The guilt he had felt moments prior had been overshadowed by an overwhelming desire for strength. Moreover, his grandfather had been deceased for many years. I am a prince. A Saiyan elite warrior, with a lineage far superior to yours. I was born capable of controlling the Great Ape transformation, while you, a mere low-class warrior, are merely dreaming. Vegeta scolded vehemently. Even in the GT universe, Goku was able to harness the Super Saiyan 4 form due to the emotional influence of his granddaughter, Pan. At that time, Goku had been utterly despondent. Had it not been for Pan, he would not have been able to assert his will. The superiority of one's bloodline is an undeniable flaw in this context. Furthermore, this timeline appears to diverge from that of GT. It seems that GT has detached from the organization, pursuing its own path. The gods of destruction have yet to make an appearance. It remains uncertain whether they are absent or simply undisclosed. Even if I cannot transform, I shall seek other means to surpass you, Goku declared with unwavering confidence. Humph. Do you think that while you progress, this prince shall stagnate? Do not harbor such fantasies. Resign yourself to being eternally second best. Vegeta laughed, glancing at the unconscious Gohan. By the way, Gohan. Piccolo hurried towards him, swiftly conjuring a set of clothing to cover his nakedness. After administering a Senzabine, Gohan gradually regained consciousness. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, what just happened? My head is throbbing. He exclaimed, bewildered. Which scoundrel ambushed me? How infuriating. It seems I have no recollection of the events that transpired. Gohan, are you tired of living? Vegeta remarked coldly. Enough, Vegeta. He doesn't even know what happened. Piccolo interjected, clearly displeased. Indeed. Goku chimed in. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta turned to Android 18 and inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. She replied, bestowing a kiss upon him as a token of her gratitude. In that moment, the onlookers were overwhelmed by the spectacle of affection. Tien and Kairatsu remained emotionally unperturbed, while Goku, with his singular focus, and Piccolo, devoid of any romantic inclinations, displayed no reactions whatsoever. Next time, aim for my lips, Vegeta playfully retorted, pointing to his mouth. The unexpected flirtation left Android 18 blushing furiously. Her previously aloof demeanor now tinged with a hint of allure. There are so many people here, she exclaimed shyly. Does that mean fewer people would make it acceptable? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with mischief. Get lost. She shot back, leaping into the air and departing the scene. Heh, I'll wait for you to make the next move, that way. They won't be too hard on me. At worst, I'll abandon my dream of sharing the same bed. Vegeta muttered softly. Piccolo, who was attending to Gohan, felt a chill run down his spine upon overhearing Vegeta's whispered musings. All right, let us head to the sacred world. Din and Porunga have already prepared the Dragon Balls. We shall resurrect those who were slain by Cell, Piccolo announced. With that, the group ascended into the sky towards the sacred world, while Piccolo, carrying Gohan, instantaneously teleported to their destination. Vegeta stared blankly at the departing Android 18, lost in thoughts that eluded him, his body slightly bent. Subsequently, sensing the departure of others, he invoked the power of time and space and made his way to the temple. He had a few inquiries to address with Popo. In the temple, as they gathered around the Dragon Balls laid upon the ground, they called forth the eternal dragon to grant their wishes. The sky darkened in an instant, thunder rumbled, and the 7 Dragon Balls radiated their brilliance. A green figure materialized. The dragon had arrived. Those who summoned me, state your wishes. I can fulfill 3 of them. The first wish was to resurrect those humans who had perished due to Cell's influence, erasing their memories, save for Dr. Gero, Piccolo stated. Foolish humans. Do not attempt to exploit loopholes. That constitutes 2 wishes. The dragon retorted with a hint of arrogance. How come I've never seen this side of the dragon in the anime? Vegeta muttered in astonishment. Very well, let us utilize 2 wishes. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, concurred. The dragon, with its eyes glowing crimson, initiated the process. On Earth, the humans who had been slain by Cell began to reappear, each puzzled by their sudden return. Hey, why am I here? Wasn't I supposed to be enjoying a night out? A middle-aged man commented. Mom, where are you? A young child cried out. What is going on? I feel like I've forgotten something, another voice echoed. Forget about that. Let us continue. I'm about to lose it. A couple in love exclaimed from a small inn room. At the sight of Cell's first explosion, 17's figure gradually re-emerged. What happened? Where's 18? He pondered. At that moment, 18 sensed the presence of 17. Having not flown far, she swiftly made her way to his location. 17, is it really you? 18 exclaimed with excitement. What is going on, 18? Weren't we just playing a game? 17 queried in confusion. Let me explain everything. 18 responded. Back in the temple, the dragon urged. Hurry and state your final wish. This dragon can hardly endure. The group momentarily struggled to recall a wish, while Tien appeared eager, contemplating an idea. Just as he was about to step forward, Vegeta interjected. Eliminate all detrimental factors within 17 and 18, retaining only their current strength. That wish is simple. They are merely siblings who underwent slight modifications. The dragon declared. Your wish is granted. The dragon unleashed its power, fulfilling Vegeta's request. At that moment, 17, who had just absorbed 18's explanation, suddenly realized that the control chip and bomb within his body had vanished, along with the directive to eliminate Goku from his mind. On the 18th, there was a subtle change in her body, as if those unnecessary instruments had vanished, restoring the organs of humanity. However, her strength remained unaltered. Sister, do you feel it? The 17th inquired, astonished. Yes, our bodies have undergone a transformation. It seems that aside from strength and stamina, other aspects have reverted to their former human state, the 18th replied before he could finish. What could this mean? She mused, gazing at the dim sky in the direction of the temple, suddenly comprehending something. With a heartfelt whisper, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Vegeta, it must be you. Sister, I heard that. It appears I have a brother-in-law now. You won't have to torment me anymore, the 17th teased. Are you asking for a beating? The 18th retorted shyly. Huh, I never knew you could be bashful. I thought you were indifferent to everyone. The 17th exclaimed as he took flight, evading the 18th's playful punches. In the temple, the desolate forest stirred a twinge of sorrow within him. He had initially wished for the dragon to grant him a girlfriend, only to have his wish preempted by Vegeta. Very well, Your wishes have all been fulfilled. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, declared the dragon, as the 7 dragon balls soared into the sky, scattering in all directions, save for the 4-star ball, which Gohan seized with swift determination. Everyone departed from the temple, with the exception of Vegeta, who remained focused on Bu. Come with me. I sense you have questions, Bu said. Chapter 70. The Divine Realm, the 18th arrives. In the temple, Ten gazed curiously at the retreating figures, filled with wonder. Why does Mr. Vegeta always converse with Bu upon his arrival? She pondered. Never mind. I'm just a child, off to watch the humans fight. Grasping her staff, Ten positioned herself at the temple's edge, peering down at Earth. But is this fighting truly legitimate? As Bu and Vegeta entered the temple's center, Bu shielded the space. What is the matter? What is it now? Bu inquired. You felt my energy just now, didn't you? How does it compare to that of the god of destruction? Vegeta pressed for clarification. Indeed, your strength has reached the divine realm. But you have yet to harness divine power or the blessings of divinity. Bu reflected on Vegeta's form. Could you enlighten me on how the divine realm distinguishes strength? I've never sensed your true power, Vegeta questioned further. The primary distinction between the divine realm and mortals lies in energy. Mortals merely cultivate energy but cannot attain divine power unless guided by a deity to absorb divine energy for gradual comprehension. Divine status is conferred, akin to lower-tier gods being appointed by higher deities. For those at the level of a god of destruction, it requires the king of all to bestow the power of rules. Of course, this is not absolute. It is merely a portion. Bu elaborated extensively, then added, thus, divine power remains imperceptible to mortals. Such a transformation as yours, akin to that of a Moxie, signifies a mastery of energy cultivation capable of overcoming divine forces. However, it is evident that you still fall short. Your strength remains a considerable distance from that of the current god of destruction. If one were to delineate the tiers, you would be classified at the 1st stage of divine realm, while the gods of destruction across the universe hover around the 5th stage, with the mightiest of them in this universe reaching the 8th stage of divine realm. Bobo delineates the chasm that separates him from the god of destruction. I have yet to fully harness this form. I sense that the amplification of my ultimate form is approximately 4,000 times. Alas, this still leaves the god of destruction far beyond my reach. Vegeta lamented. You're mistaken. The transformation you possess allows a Moxie to attain around the 5th stage of divine realm, attributable to the nature of his innate strength. You must further fortify your physical form. Initially, you had reached the limits of your normal state, but now, with a trace of a Moxie's bloodline coursing through you, your standard state can be enhanced. Moreover, should you elevate the concentration of your bloodline, it is conceivable that, in your normal state alone, you could rival even the weakest of the gods of destruction. Just as in a certain universe, where a formidable being triumphed over a god of destruction in their normal state, without resorting to transformation. Bobo reassured. Understanding your words brings clarity. It appears the journey ahead is long. Vegeta reflected. Have you not noticed the peculiarities of those 2 androids? Bobo inquired. Who? The siblings. Number 18 and her brother? Precisely. Their extraordinary energy emanates from the deceased Supreme Kai. Bobo revealed slowly. What? The Supreme Kai? How could Dr. Gero have obtained such a thing? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. It must be the work of the demon realm. The Grand Priest would not stoop to such depths. Bobo asserted. I see. It seems the conspiracy is gradually unveiling. So what is that energy source? Vegeta asked, increasingly perplexed. It is the divine essence left behind by the Supreme Kai upon their demise. When a Supreme Kai perishes, their divine position vanishes. Yet the essence cultivated retains a modicum of divine power coupled with a hint of creative force. After Dr. Gero's modifications, it is no wonder they possess limitless stamina. Bobo elucidated. Which Supreme Kai's essence is it? If a Supreme Kai dies, does that not also spell doom for the god of destruction? Such a monumental event should not remain concealed from you. Vegeta queried. I do not know. It has been an age since any god of destruction has met their end in the 12 universes. Perhaps the demon realm holds onto the essences of previously obliterated universes. Bobo speculated. Regardless, as long as I grow stronger, clarity will eventually dawn. It seems I must not grow complacent, Vegeta resolved, setting aside his inflated ego. Indeed. You need only to be aware. Now, you may also witness a Moxie's next transformation. Remember to observe the material I transmit to you. Bobo instructed. Yes. He still possesses Super Saiyan 5 and 6. I can too. Vegeta's confidence surged instantly. Someone seeks you out. Let us step outside. Bobo sensed the presence from the outside. Who is looking for me? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. The two exited the concealed area, and upon surveying the surroundings, Vegeta discovered it was number 18. As she approached him, number 18 expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Vegeta. With a faint smile, number 18 expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. I can't think of any other wishes for the time being. Did you come all the way just to tell me this? Vegeta inquired. Well, what else do you want to do? I don't want anything. It's mainly about what you wish to do. At that moment, Bubbles interjected with dissatisfaction. You two can talk outside the temple. There's a child here. All right then, I shall take my leave. Vegeta awkwardly bid farewell to Bubbles and number 18. He ascended with number 18, and as they soared through the sky, an awkward silence enveloped them, neither knowing how to break the ice. You. Their voices coincided. You go first, number 18 urged. Where do you plan to go next? Vegeta asked. I don't know. Perhaps I will continue to wander with number 17. She replied, uncertain of her destination, resigned to roaming together with her brother. By the way, what were you going to say earlier? Number 18 inquired again. Would you be willing to be with me? Vegeta gently asked, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Number 18 murmured softly, so quietly that Vegeta almost missed it if he hadn't been fully focused. That's wonderful. Then please don't run off. Stay with me. Vegeta exclaimed joyfully. I don't wish to share a partner. I long to have you all to myself, but that's impossible with Bulma around. I just hope you will come to visit me when you can, and please don't forget me, number 18 shyly confessed. Vegeta, moved, embraced the woman, astonished by her profound understanding. The thought of the bald man from the animation stirred a wave of anger within him. Fortunately, he had succeeded now, and he vowed to treat her well in the future. It seemed that he had indeed made his choice regarding her. At that moment, number 17 flew in from afar, teasingly remarking, number 18, as she awkwardly pushed Vegeta away, at a loss for words. Number 17, from now on, you should accompany your sister. I shall arrange for a residence for you both, Vegeta declared. Forget it. I have no desire to indulge in your romantic escapades. I'm off to wander and seek a girlfriend for myself, number 17 retorted, waving his hands dismissively. Number 17, number 18 said reluctantly. Rest assured, sister. Do you not know me? I have a fondness for animals and wish to explore the wonders of nature. After all, with Dr. Gero's modifications, I can traverse the vastness of Earth at will. And do you not fear my presence as a third wheel, illuminating your wicked hearts? He jested. With that, number 18 playfully teased once more before swiftly taking flight, fearing that if she lingered, she might receive a sound thrashing from number 18. Curse you. How dare you run so fast? Number 18 clenched her fists, exclaiming. Vegeta stood awkwardly to the side, perplexed by the unexpected antics of his brother-in-law. A side he had never witnessed before. Come on, Lazili, I shall purchase a house for you, Vegeta declared. Indeed, I prefer when you address me by that name, replied Android 18. Upon their return to West City, Vegeta entered the Capsule Corporation and withdrew some funds. Accompanied by Lazili, he sought the assistance of a real estate agent and procured a lavishly furnished apartment, approximately 150 square meters in size, ready for immediate occupancy, complete with all necessary amenities, including cookware and utensils. Initially, Vegeta intended to acquire a more spacious residence, yet Android 18 opposed the idea, as it was Bulma's money, which she was reluctant to utilize. Fear not, what is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. If you desire, I can conquer an entire planet for you, Vegeta proclaimed with a haughty pride. Ha! You truly have mastered the art of living off others, Android 18 retorted with a smirk. What did you say? Dare you speak to me in such a manner? Observe how I handle you. Vegeta could not contain his irritation and, in a fit of rage, effortlessly tore apart Android 18's clothing. Caught off guard, Android 18 did not evade his actions. Her hands could shield the upper half, but not the lower, and similarly, she could not protect the upper while shielding the lower. The alluring curves of her figure were undeniably captivating. As a result of Vegeta's actions, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Choosing not to defend herself any longer, she took the initiative and launched an offensive, executing a powerful throw that sent Vegeta tumbling onto the bed. Vegeta gazed upon her exquisite form, apprehensive that a mere misstep might result in him being toppled by the erratically bouncing sphere. With a swift motion, he extended his hands to catch the ball. Hormones surged as the two became one possessing formidable strength, the other an inexhaustible reserve of energy. He feared that the entire building might collapse under the intensity. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, the cloaked figure knelt and reported to the demon lord, "My lord, our plan has once again faltered. We have squandered 2 divine essences." "It matters not. There are plenty of pawns." "This is of little consequence," replied the demon lord seated upon his throne. Chapter 71. Vegeta's Transformation. Earth. In the lavishly furnished residence that Vegeta acquired for Android 18, the master bedroom's bed has succumbed to the tremors of their passion, leaving them to find solace in the guest room, entwined in each other's embrace. Had it not been for their harmonious control, the entire building would have quaked with their fervor. "This house seems inadequate. It cannot withstand our might," Vegeta remarked, caressing the ball. "It's not entirely my fault. You were so forceful on our first encounter." Android 18 replied breathlessly. "We should purchase a villa. This place is simply unsuitable," Vegeta asserted, his hands remaining in motion. While Android 18 began to savor the unfamiliar sensations, her extraordinary strength and physique distinctly setting her apart from the ordinary. Vegeta's fragrant exhalation elicited a reaction, igniting a fervent connection between the two. Amidst the chaos of their tumultuous encounter, the tatami in the secondary bedroom collapsed, transforming into a mere heap. After concluding their escapade, they promptly purchased a new villa on the outskirts, neglecting the recently acquired property. This new residence was conveniently situated in close proximity to Bulma's estate. In the Grand King's palace, the Supreme Kai found the interplanetary warfare rather lackluster. "Is there not a new game?" inquired the Grand King. Before his throne lay a spherical area, resembling an infinite expanse of cosmic space, studded with planets and shimmering stars radiating brilliance. It was as if one beheld a miniature universe. With a slight gesture of his finger, a planet was reduced to mere stardust, while simultaneously, in the distant 7th universe, another planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to ashes. "My lord, there is nothing at present, but something will soon manifest. Please do not fret," the Supreme Kai replied with a respectful bow. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a hint of indifference or even malice in his gaze, albeit faint, so subtle that even the 2 elite guards of the Grand King would find it hard to detect. "Then let us hasten," the Grand King commanded, extending his finger once more. "Ah, it seems the Grand King remains aggrieved over Lord Beerus's escapade of returning to slumber," mused Whis, indulging in his delicacies. "The recent games have all centered around the 7th universe. I fear the day may come when I too succumb to sleep." Vegeta and Android 18 have ventured into their newly acquired villa. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. This new bed, though it has endured its share of trials, can still withstand the rigors for a year and a half. After yet another intense battle, the two. Vegeta confided in Android 18 about the entirety of the fairy continent. "So, you have 2 other women, do you? I must be blind," Android 18 exclaimed in anger. "Well, that's the situation. I genuinely care for you," Vegeta replied earnestly. "Humph, don't expect me to be like them. Even if you are here, you belong solely to me," Android 18 stated coldly. "So, does that mean you forgive me?" Vegeta asked, his voice filled with joy. "I have given you my all. Do you expect me to let you indulge and then depart without a care?" Android 18 feigned surprise. "Rest assured, as long as I am alive, I will never leave you," Vegeta declared as he embraced her tenderly. At that moment, Android 18 teasingly remarked, "Then what about seeking them out? Wouldn't that count as leaving me?" You know what I mean. My notion of leaving is not what you think," Vegeta replied helplessly. "Humph. Just because you say it isn't, doesn't T make it so?" The two engaged in a playful exchange of banter. Vegeta spent approximately a month with Android 18 before departing for the fairy continent. "Bulma, we can return now. The enemy has been vanquished. Let's take Trunks along to meet your father," Vegeta declared as he held Trunks close. "But what about Sister Nara? Won't she be left alone to bear the solitude?" Bulma inquired. "Fear not. This time, I will bring Nara with us. My original time-space technique has evolved into time-space power, allowing me to temporarily safeguard her energy," Vegeta replied. At that moment, Nara was filled with immense excitement. "Really? So I can explore freely now? I've heard Bulma speak of the shopping malls on your Earth. I long to visit them," she exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Indeed, I feel sorry for you. The promise I made is only now being fulfilled. Yet I still cannot liberate your kin," Vegeta said, a note of remorse in his voice. Nara gazed at Vegeta with deep affection and replied, "It's all right. This alone gives me hope. One day, you will succeed, and I believe in you." The two shared a heartfelt gaze when Bulma interjected, "Hey, you two. Stop being so sentimental. Are we leaving or not? Let's go. I miss my father as well. When we return, you can indulge in your affection, Bulma added. Vegeta harnessed the power of time and space, sealing away Gurnara's presence, unless one were to lay eyes upon him. They would remain oblivious to the fact that another being stood before them. Wait a moment. I shall inform my kin, Gurnara declared before stepping out to relay the message. An hour later, four individuals, accompanied by Trunks, instantaneously transported back to Earth. Briefs and his wife, upon seeing young Trunks, were filled with boundless affection, eagerly taking him from their hands to indulge in playful activities, entirely indifferent to Gurnara's identity. The three women orchestrated a delightful escapade, compelling Vegeta to act as their laborer as they traversed the shopping mall. They amassed a plethora of items, both practical and frivolous. It was Gurnara's inaugural shopping experience, and her enthusiasm seemed inexhaustible. Vegeta found himself repeatedly returning home to deposit their acquisitions before making his way back, truly embodying the role of a mere tool. After an entire day of shopping, even the formidable Scion found himself utterly exhausted, as if he had battled 100 cells. After dining, due to the circumstances at Bulma's residence, the four did not share a bed, mindful of certain sensitivities. At that moment, Vegeta was within Bulma's abode. You scoundrel. Today we went shopping, and I saw Android 18. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? Bulma exclaimed furiously. What? You saw her? Vegeta replied, astonished, still grappling with how to explain the situation to them. I don't care what you've done. While I'm indifferent to your actions, you must not harm Bulma, or else I'll forsake you. You'll be left to eat dirt. Bulma threatened. I understand. Do not worry, Vegeta replied with resignation. You truly are insufferable. I don't want you tonight. Just leave. Bulma retorted angrily. Really? You mean it? Vegeta responded, fidgeting slightly. Oh, you scoundrel. Weren't you too fatigued from shopping? Yet here you are, brimming with energy. Bulma gasped, catching her breath. And thus, another round of banter ensued. Time slipped away, and for the past 5 months, Vegeta had been caught in an endless tug-of-war between Android 18 and the women. At the same time, Goten had been born at Mount Payas. Gohan, filled with excitement, embraced his younger brother, while Piccolo observed from a distance, displaying a faint, ant-like smile. After ensuring Chi-Chi safely delivered Goten, Goku entrusted him to Piccolo to be taken to King Kai's planet. Chi-Chi, infuriated, unleashed a torrent of curses, calling him a scoundrel. Yet, witnessing Gohan cradle Goten brought her a measure of solace. King Kai, did you see how Vegeta has become? I wish to transform as well. Do you have any means to assist me? Goku reminisced about Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 form, his body trembling with excitement. I am uncertain. I can only take you to seek out the Grand Kai and see if he possesses any solutions. King Kai responded with a hint of resignation. Although Goku did not meet his demise in the original tale during Cell's self-destruction, he had nonetheless arrived at King Kai's planet in pursuit of new breakthroughs. Perhaps, in the original narrative, his death at Cell's hands was intentional. Had he spent less time boasting before using instant transmission, he might have had ample time to evacuate with King Kai before the explosion. It appears that he was at a loss on how to refuse Kiki's request, ultimately opting for death instead. Even with the capability to connect with others, the king did not reach out to his family even once before the emergence of Majin Buu. As a hero, he is more than sufficient. However, as a family man, he falls short as a father and husband. At this moment, Vegeta is in the gravity chamber, enduring 1,000 times the normal gravity while his mind is occupied with visions of Yamoshi's Super Saiyan 5 form. Before transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Yamoshi's appearance featured red hair, which likely represents the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 4, with a power amplification estimated around 4,000 times. I am still at the initial stage, Vegeta pondered. Suddenly, within the imagery, Yamoshi began to transform further beyond the Super Saiyan 4 form. In mere moments, his red hair shifted to a white hue, his energy becoming increasingly ferocious, as if it could shatter everything in its wake. His hair lengthened considerably, reminiscent of Goku's Super Saiyan 3 transformation, enveloping him in a dense coat of white. As Vegeta observed the scene, he felt an immense pressure weighing on him. He could only glimpse this portion, as the subsequent visuals eluded him. It remains incomprehensible. There is no discernible process, merely the elongation and alteration of hair color. Unsure of the specific method, he resolved to first attempt mastering the ultimate state of Super Saiyan 4 before seeking further solutions. He murmured to himself. Rising to his feet, he exited the gravity chamber. With 7 years remaining until Majin Buu's arrival, should I take action in advance? He contemplated. Regardless, at present, Kakarot and Piccolo could effortlessly handle him. I shall focus on finding a way to transcend my current limitations, Vegeta whispered. His battles with Cell and exchanges with Buu have enlightened him. He could not afford to stagnate. Had it not been for his self-healing abilities and the use of Senzu beans, he might have truly faced dire consequences. Thus, he cast aside his laziness and began to forge ahead. Ding! The system announced a new task. Chapter 72, New Task. On Earth, having just completed his training, Vegeta heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a new task. A mechanical voice echoed. In light of the host's change in mindset, the following task is being released. For every formidable opponent he defeats, he will be rewarded with a 5% increase in mastery over time-space power, until complete mastery is achieved. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly realized that there are indeed other universes. Although the 7th universe has no rivals aside from the God of Destruction and the Angel, wait, there's also Broly. He could be trained as a practice partner. As he journeys through battles, not only can he surpass his own strength, but he can also fulfill the tasks set by the system. The host finally grasped that in this world, power is paramount. Once you reach the pinnacle, you could have any woman you desire, and no one would dare to oppose you, provided, of course, that your body can withstand it. The voice of the female system chimed in. Hee, does that include you? Vegeta teased. To be honest, I have only heard a hint of your feminine voice and have yet to see what you truly look like, system. Bah. Host. I fear you are overthinking. I am merely a fragment of consciousness left behind when my master constructed the system. I possess neither body nor soul. You are merely dreaming. The female voice of the system replied. So, you have a master. No wonder you keep calling me host. It seems you have quite a problem, system. Vegeta said ominously. Goodness, you truly are relentless, trying to pry information from me. I reiterate, the system harbors no malice towards you. Once you reach the summit, I will reveal everything. The female voice insisted. Let us hope so. I accept the task. Vegeta replied coldly. Ding. Task accepted successfully. With each formidable opponent you defeat, the host will receive rewards. After that, the system fell silent. Vegeta found himself increasingly perplexed, uncertain of the true intentions of the system that promised the power of time and space as a reward. The stakes were undeniably high. He dismissed his doubts, resolving that as long as he grew stronger and achieved the pinnacle of power in the universe, everything would eventually become clear. He needed to contemplate whom he should seek first. Reflecting on the original storyline, a myriad of characters flashed through his mind. Ultimately, he decided to pursue Broly first. Such a potent lineage could not be squandered. However, he did not depart immediately. He returned to the living room and shared his thoughts with Bulma and the others. Let us embark on an adventure together. We long to witness the wonders of the universe. Bulma gazed at Vegeta with eager anticipation, a sentiment echoed by both Bulma and Granala. You cannot accompany me. You would merely be a distraction. I am seeking adversaries far stronger than myself, and I cannot afford to divert my attention to you. Vegeta replied, exasperated. Do not worry. I possess the power of time and space and can return to see you whenever I wish. Very well, but you must return to check on us after some time, or we shall miss you dearly. Bulma insisted. Indeed, I shall miss you too, chimed in the trio, each expressing their sentiments in turn. Understood. I too am reluctant to part. Perhaps I should reward you all first? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with mischief. He then wielded his power over time and space, cloaking the living room in an impenetrable barrier. The others were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding around them. Trunks was still engrossed with the new toys crafted by Dr. Briefs. Stop it, you. It's broad daylight. One exclaimed. No, please. Our fathers are still outside. The women protested half-heartedly. Fear not. This space is sealed off by me. No one can enter or hear us. Come now. Vegeta declared with a wicked grin, promptly shattering their garments, the sofa, the coffee table, and the carpet, leaving a chaotic scene in their wake. The parting embrace was filled with an unusual sense of longing. Time and again, they implored Vegeta until nightfall, when Bulma remarked, Someone has departed. We shall feel the void. Sisters, I have an idea. Did you know that there can be joy shared between women? Bulma teased. What do you mean? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Could it be that Vegeta spoke of Catherine's thoughts regarding me? Granala gasped in surprise. The specifics are irrelevant. What matters is the comfort it can bring, Bulma replied with a cheeky grin. I too wish to witness this. Why not give it a try now? Vegeta echoed her sentiments. Dream on, I shan't show you. Bulma retorted with a haughty air. TCH, I must leave to discuss matters with Piccolo. I shall return shortly and take Trunks with me. Vegeta stated. Where are you taking Trunks? No, you can leave, but you shall not take my son. Bulma objected. He is already 1 year old. He can walk on his own. The child must start training from a young age. Otherwise, how can one become formidable? Vegeta lamented. It simply cannot be. You are sufficient on your own. Why should Trunks have to endure suffering? Bulma sternly rejected the notion. Do you wish for Trunks to become worthless? Just look at Bulma, who has endured so much hardship. If something were to happen to me, who would protect you? I leave everything else to you. But this is non-negotiable, including Tarbell. Vegeta exclaimed with fury. Granara's belly had also begun to swell slightly. Although the pregnancy period was lengthy and the child had yet to be born, it was already confirmed to be a boy. Her abdomen resembled that of a human 5 months along. The strength of the elven race did not hinder her life with Vegeta. Sniff, sniff, you shout at me. Bulma cried, tears streaming down her face. All right, Bulma dear, let's heed Vegeta's words. I have experienced that kind of suffering. It is truly tragic. Bulma comforted her. Indeed, Bulma. They Scions are inherently a warrior race. Granara chimed in. I apologize, Bulma, but I must maintain my stance. You cannot refuse. Vegeta stated, though his tone was firm. Humph. You are such a jerk. Do not touch me again. Bulma retorted, yet she felt compelled to agree with Vegeta's words upon hearing everyone's sentiments. All right. I will go find Piccolo. At a waterfall within the Bowsy Mountain, Piccolo opened his eyes from meditation. Vegeta, what brings you here? Piccolo, I entrust my son to you. Please guide him, along with Kakarot's 2 sons. There are many enemies on Earth, and I cannot always be the one to rely on. I have my own path to follow, Vegeta explained. I understand about old son's 2 sons, but with your own son, isn't your presence sufficient? Piccolo questioned, perplexed. Vegeta then elaborated on his travels across the universe. Very well, I will assist you. Bring him to the temple for training. He will not be disturbed there, Piccolo replied. That's fine, and also, let him return home periodically. After all, there's still a fierce mother at home. Vegeta remarked with resignation. Haha, I never expected you to be like old son, afraid of your wife. Piccolo laughed heartily. You know nothing, you asexual being. That is love, not fear. Vegeta retorted. Whether you are afraid, I cannot say, but old son is definitely afraid. Haha. Piccolo dismissed Vegeta's jibe, knowing his fear stemmed from avoiding trouble. I'm not like him, Vegeta declared proudly. He then vanished in an instant, reappearing not at home, but with Android 18, explaining everything to her. Then take me along. 18 said, I am no weakling. Vegeta experienced a fleeting moment of emotion, yet swiftly relinquished it. No, I must grow stronger. I cannot perish because of you. Historically, it has always been the overworked ox that succumbs, never the plowed land. If I take you with me, how can I focus on my own ascension? He scoffed. Humph. Today will not be so easily forgiven, exclaimed Android 18, her eyes gleaming with determination. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle, lightning clashing against fire. The great rock serpent launched an attack at the pearl clam, which retaliated by spitting water, and the great rock serpent was equally unyielding. It wasn't until the following morning that the great rock serpent ceased to be formidable, transforming into a limp, lifeless snake. The pearl clam consumed the essence of the great rock serpent, striving to digest its spoils. Alas, I will have to trouble the dragon again next time, Vegeta remarked. During a moment when Android 18 was feigning sleep, he made his escape. Upon returning to the estate, he avoided contact with the other women, fearing discovery. He took Trunks and entrusted him to Piccolo, ensuring everything was in order before embarking on his solitary journey. Meanwhile, Android 18, with her eyes now open beneath the guise of slumber, was filled with reluctance. She gently caressed her abdomen, revealing a tender smile reminiscent of a mother's affection. 2 months prior, she had sensed a change. Chapter 73, Arrival at Wampa Star, Beyond Earth's Atmosphere. This marks the first occasion for Vegeta to harness the innate abilities bestowed upon him for survival within the cosmos. He gazed in astonishment at his own form, as if he possessed the remarkable capacity for self-sufficiency, devoid of the need for respiration. Moreover, the vacuum of space harbored no oxygen. He attempted to articulate words, however. Devoid of a medium for transmission, no sound emerged, only the sight of his lips moving, contemplating the memories etched in his mind. He found himself perplexed by how the gods of destruction managed to vocalize in the void of space. Perhaps it was intricately linked to their divine powers. After the explosion on Namek, Vegeta fell into a coma due to the vacuum pressure, relying solely on his self-healing abilities to sustain his life. He had never been so acutely aware before. "Broly, I am coming," Vegeta silently vowed, and then he summoned the power of time and space. Sensing Broly's location within his mind, fleeting images of galaxies passed through his consciousness. After a few moments, he detected Broly's presence in the distant southern galaxy. Truly difficult to locate, he mused, and in an instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself on the planet Vampa. The ground was riddled with craters of varying sizes, each housing a colossal green beast that, when concealed, resembled a vast emerald meadow. Nearby, smaller spider-like creatures feasted on the blood of the giant beasts. As the number of these diminutive monsters increased, the enormous green creature extended its head, its body serpentine yet immensely large, and opened its mouth to engulf the smaller monsters. Some were swallowed, while others managed to escape. A peculiar food chain indeed. Aside from these two types of creatures, Vampa was devoid of any plants or other life forms. The air was thin, the pressure exceedingly high, and it was daytime. With the weather swelteringly hot, the environment was incredibly harsh. Vegeta gazed skyward, where a solitary satellite, resembling the moon, emitted a faint yet enchanting glow. Vegeta hastily averted his gaze, lest he transform into a colossal gorilla. At that moment, Paragus and Broly were nestled within a cave, feasting on the legs of small monsters while sipping the liquid from eggshells. Were it not for the Scion's formidable digestive capabilities and their body's remarkable adaptability to harsh environments, survival would be utterly impossible. Suddenly, after decades of silence, a long-dormant detector emitted a series of beeps. Paragus's once dull gaze ignited with fervor. Someone was approaching. Had they discovered the distress signal from the spaceship? Paragus discarded the monster leg and bolted outside, while Broly remained oblivious, continuing to drink the egg liquid. Poor Broly had not tasted any other food since his exile to planet Vampa following the destruction of planet Vegeta in age 737. It seemed that Paragus had indeed located him. Vegeta whispered, sensing an energy signature with a battle power of approximately 500 approaching him. How could this be? King Vegeta? No, you are Vegeta 4. King Vegeta was not this youthful. Paragus exclaimed in terror upon reaching Vegeta's presence. You are Paragus, Broly's father, Vegeta inquired. It appears your father has no intention of sparing us, sending you to eliminate us both. Does he? Paragus spat with palpable hatred. Do not misconstrue, after your exile. Planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza. My father has vanished entirely. Vegeta replied coldly. What? Does that mean my target for vengeance has ceased to exist? Serves you right. King Vegeta, you have perished even before me. Paragus shouted towards the skies. Not so fast, there is still you. You are still alive. The sins of the father must be avenged by the son. Paragus said through gritted teeth. Are you certain, Paragus? You are Broly's father. I have no desire to kill you. However, that does not grant you the liberty to provoke me. Vegeta declared, a menacing intensity in his voice. I came to this inhospitable planet in search of Broly. My spacecraft was severely damaged upon landing, destroying its most vital anti-gravity core. And I have endured this planet for approximately 30 years. Were it not for my thirst for vengeance and Broly's presence, I would have long since succumbed to despair. Paragus lamented, expressing the anguish of his tortured existence. I am ignorant of my father's actions. If you seek revenge, I shall face you. But I implore you to relinquish your hatred. The Scion race has dwindled, and I would prefer not to kill you only to awaken Broly's desire for retribution. Vegeta advised coldly. Impossible. The entire line of Vegeta must perish. That is my sole purpose for survival. Paragus bellowed. At that moment, Broly let out a powerful shout. A tremendous sound wave resonated across the planet. Hearing this while consuming the egg liquid, Broly surged towards their location with astonishing speed. In an instant, Broly materialized before Vegeta, accompanied by a formidable gust of wind. You are, Broly stammered, struggling to articulate due to his infrequent communication. Kill him, Broly. He is our enemy. It was his father who exiled you to this planet, commanded Paragus. Come on, Broly, let us engage in battle. Otherwise, your father will not relent, Vegeta declared, gazing at the familiar visage before him. Vegeta's body was also filled with anticipation, his fighting spirit surging and blood boiling. Father, I do not wish to fight, Broly protested, resisting the urge to engage. At that moment, Broly was not in a state of fury. Under normal circumstances, he possessed a gentle nature and had little inclination for combat. It was his father who relentlessly pressured him into training. Only in his berserk state did his bloodthirsty and violent tendencies emerge, accompanied by an uncontrollable consciousness. "What did you say? Do you dare to defy me?" Paragus exclaimed in anger, subsequently producing a remote control and pressing a button. At that instant, the metallic collar around Broly's neck erupted with intense electrical currents, inflicting a powerful sting that forced him to his knees, trembling violently. "Ah!" Upon witnessing the scene, Vegeta extended his index finger, and a beam of yellow light struck the remote control in his hand. With a resounding explosion, the remote shattered into fragments. Broly's trembling body regained consciousness, and he cast a glance of gratitude towards Vegeta. "Broly, have you not yet realized? Your father regards you merely as an instrument of destruction. He is merely utilizing you for his vengeance," Vegeta declared. "I will not allow you to speak of my father in such a manner," Broly replied, his previously calm visage now betraying a flicker of anger. Although his father had consistently exerted control over him, training him relentlessly, he remained the one closest to Broly's heart. At this moment, Broly's inner self was profoundly innocent and benevolent, starkly contrasting with the legendary Super Saiyan. His bloodthirsty and violent temperament was nowhere to be found. Had he been sent to Earth instead of Goku, perhaps he would have fared better. With his inherent kindness coupled with the limitless potential of the Super Saiyan lineage, he might have thrived. Goku, on the other hand, had to endure a head injury before he became docile. Initially, he too exhibited traits befitting a Saiyan's fierce and combative nature. It seems this Broly bears a closer resemblance to the version seen in Dragon Ball Super. Vegeta mused to himself. The differences between the old Broly and the one before him are quite pronounced. Perhaps it is a consequence of parallel universes. "Come forth, Broly," he urged. Vegeta charged towards Broly, taking the initiative to launch an attack. Chapter 74, The Emergence of the Ultra Form. Planet Vampa was experiencing seemingly even more severe weather. Vegeta charged towards Broly, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Broly's body spun 360 degrees from the impact, but he quickly regained his stance and retaliated with a strike mirroring Vegeta's own. Vegeta did not evade. Instead, he struck back, clashing his fists against Broly's with unwavering determination. Both warriors were in their normal states, although Broly had undergone training under Paragus. The latter's relatively low combat power failed to awaken the latent potential of the Super Saiyan bloodline within Broly. At this moment, Broly's combat power was approximately 20,000. Yet his physique was remarkably resilient, comparable to that of Vegeta's current form. Vegeta possesses a trace of ancient Saiyan lineage. His physique has long since diverged from that of ordinary Saiyans. In addition to enhanced hardness, his flexibility and the coordination among his muscles are unparalleled by typical Saiyans. However, at this moment, Broly's body exhibits remarkable resilience. Moreover, during the battle, he continuously assimilates Vegeta's techniques, and his combat prowess is rapidly escalating. Vegeta, however, did not exert his full strength, instead employing a combat power slightly superior to that of Broly. Engaging in battle with him allowed Broly to unleash the latent potential he had accumulated over the years. In a matter of moments, his combat power surged beyond 1 million, escalating from 20,000 to 100,000 and ultimately surpassing the million mark. Although Vegeta has perused the original work, witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different matter. It is simply astonishing. Vegeta murmured, reflecting on the immense toil he had once exerted to surpass the million mark, all while being acutely aware of the original narrative. In less than 10 minutes, Broly transcended all that he had labored for. The shockwaves from their battle radiated in all directions, affecting a multitude of small monsters lurking in the shadows, prompting them to flee the area. Paragus had long since retreated to a considerable distance. It must be said, though his words were defiant, his body betrayed a different truth. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a colossal green creature was slowly emerging from the pit behind him, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be missing an ear. Vegeta and his opponent continue their fierce battle. Remarkably, Broly, while adeptly parrying attacks, has begun to mount counterattacks as well. Moreover, the frequency with which Vegeta is struck has noticeably increased. In such a short span of time, Broly has not only learned his adversary's offensive maneuvers but has also gained clarity in observing his movements. Vegeta has ascended to a new echelon of combat prowess. While Broly grows increasingly exhilarated in battle, his muscles expanding uncontrollably, surrounded by a white aura that faintly hints at a shade of green. A solid punch strikes Vegeta's abdomen, inflicting excruciating pain. He is taken aback to discover that, in this fleeting moment, Broly's power has surpassed his usual combat strength. Immediately, Broly unleashes his fury, transforming into Super Saiyan. "Broly, you are truly formidable," praises the Golden Warrior, Vegeta. "What is this?" Broly, still retaining some awareness, inquires. "This is Super Saiyan. Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you." Vegeta responds, launching himself towards Broly with a speed 100-fold greater than before, subjecting Broly to relentless torment. No matter how he attacks, he cannot land a blow on Vegeta and can only endure the onslaught. The white aura beside him has turned increasingly green, until at last, Vegeta delivers a powerful explosive attack that connects with Broly. The white aura has completely transformed into green. Broly has entirely lost his original consciousness, his humanity vanishing as a bloodthirsty, frenzied persona takes over, struck deep into the molten depths of the earth. Broly activates his protective shield at the moment of contact with the lava, shielding himself from its searing heat. Steadying himself, he bursts forth from the ground. His formidable fists deliver blows that leave Vegeta momentarily stunned, as speed, strength, and explosive power surge to yet another level. Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformation is no longer sufficient to contend with this foe. Upon closer inspection of Broly's form, it becomes evident that he has lost all sense of self-awareness. Consumed entirely by a bloodthirsty rage, his eyes are devoid of life, and an eerie green aura envelopes him, even encircling his dark hair with a hint of green. Indeed, this epitomizes the terror of the legendary Super Saiyan, manifesting the might of a great ape in humanoid form. Vegeta mused, how terrifying this is. If this rate of growth continues, once he transforms into a Super Saiyan in this state, his power could rival my Super Saiyan 4 form. Vegeta whispered in astonishment, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Broly's attacks were chaotic and unrefined, yet they brimmed with formidable strength, rendering Vegeta's counterattacks ineffective as he found himself gradually retreating, momentarily unable to retaliate. Bang! Vegeta was forcefully hurled against the mountainside, the tremendous impact piercing through the rock, creating a vast gaping hole. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 limit break state. Meanwhile, Broly roared, his body swelling slightly, as if he had grown even larger than before. Paragus, concerned for his son's well-being, contemplated advising Broly against pushing himself to the brink of destruction. However, upon witnessing that Vegeta still drew breath, the flames of vengeance ignited within him, compelling him to bide his time. Unbeknownst to him, a monstrous creature was stealthily approaching from behind, its enormous eyes brimming with murderous intent, yet revealing a hint of struggle. On the battlefield, Vegeta, now fully transformed, charged once more at Broly. Were it not for Vegeta's significant enhancement in power, even his Super Saiyan 2 form would struggle to sustain the fight. It was no wonder that in the original tale, he was compelled to unleash his Super Saiyan God form. The two engaged in another fierce exchange, causing the very fabric of planet Wampa to tremble, the tremendous shockwaves altering its landscape dramatically. The sight of various creatures fleeing in terror underscored the ferocity of their battle. In that moment, Paragus cried out for Broly from a distance, "Save me." Yet, before he could finish his plea, he was devoured and crushed by a green, ear-like creature. This creature, known as Kaiatsu, had once been a companion of Broly during his childhood training under Paragus. As a child, Broly's gentle spirit had befriended Kaiatsu amidst the grueling exercises. Paragus believed that kindness would shape Broly's development. Thus, he had attacked Kaiatsu, inadvertently causing harm to the creature's ear, which was reminiscent of Broly's green cape. Henceforth, Kaiatsu abandoned Broly. Years passed, yet Kaiatsu retained memories of Paragus. Although possessing a modicum of intelligence, it remained a beast, and the flicker of Broly's visage haunted its mind. Seizing the opportunity, it launched a surprise attack on Paragus. The unfortunate elder, spared by Vegeta, still met a grim fate. Witnessing his father's demise ignited an overwhelming fury within Broly. His already inflated form expanded further, his hair transforming to a brilliant shade of green. An aura of golden energy enveloped him, surpassing even Vegeta's limit break state. The legendary Super Saiyan had finally emerged. Chapter 75, The Battle of Super Saiyan for the once level ground of planet Wampa, aside from the crater left by the colossal green creature, was now riddled with numerous other pits. As the mountains trembled and the earth quaked, The scorching daylight faded, giving way to encroaching darkness. The sky crackled with lightning, and fierce winds heralded an impending storm. Yet, amidst the chaos, only Vegeta and Broly remained illuminated by the golden flames encircling them, their formidable energy repelling the rain that dared approach. The last vestige of Broly's will vanished entirely following Paragus' death. A frenzied aura enveloped the entirety of planet Vampa, prompting even the small creature that had devoured Paragus to hastily flee. Vegeta sensed the ever-increasing power emanating from Broly, his heart filled with astonishment. In comparison to his own Super Saiyan 4 form, Broly had attained a strength equivalent to the first stage of Divine Realm through his transformation. The specifics of this power would only be revealed once he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and engaged in battle. At that moment, the Saiyant's intrinsic warrior spirit erupted in its entirety. He had never unleashed his full strength in Super Saiyan 4 when he defeated Cell. It was merely a transformation without fully exerting himself, as Cell was unworthy of such effort. Vegeta's entire being began to gather energy, his aura surging dramatically. His tail instinctively arched upward, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow. At that moment, Broly had completed his transformation. His towering frame, originally 2 meters, had grown by an additional 30 centimeters, with his formidable muscles coiling and intertwining. The overwhelming pressure he exuded sent all creatures within a 100-mile radius fleeing in terror. The battlefield was left desolate, occupied solely by the two of them. Vegeta has completed his transformation, sporting crimson hair and dark locks, with his physique slightly elongated. His aura, although formidable, is remarkably steady, devoid of the wild, uncontrollable energy that characterized his initial transformation. It appears that after vanquishing Cell, he underwent rigorous training, fully mastering the initial stages of Super Saiyan 4. Observing the still-roaring Broly, he calls out, "Hey, Broly." Vegeta extended his index finger in a provocative manner, exclaiming loudly. In that moment, the furious Broly found his target. He surged forward, charging at Vegeta with a fierce intensity. Whoosh, with a speed that conjured a swirling tempest. He instantly reached Vegeta, raising his hand to deliver a powerful punch. Bang. Vegeta's elbow pressed against his fist, executing a backflip, his toes aimed at Broly's chin. Broly staggered from the blow, his body slightly tilting, but he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a swift kick towards Vegeta. With his height advantage, his leg effortlessly soared towards Vegeta's head. Vegeta lowered his head, his body bending as he unleashed a powerful uppercut with his right fist, striking the inner thigh of the incoming kick. Broly, feeling the pain of the blow, seemed to channel an even more ferocious will. With one hand pressing down on Vegeta's head, he slammed him into the ground and began to propel his body forward. Vegeta slammed you to the ground with a fierce friction. How audacious you are. Vegeta clasped his arms tightly, rising to retaliate as he spun Broly's body with a speed reminiscent of a tornado, reaching an apex before casting Broly aside. Subsequently, in a classic display, he unleashed the prince's combat technique. With a swift motion, a barrage of energy blasts surged forth, hurtling towards the airborne Broly. The impact echoed with a resounding boom. Such an assault, however, felt merely like a gentle caress to Broly at this juncture. In a fit of rage, Broly's energy surged, rendering Vegeta's projectiles ineffective. How infuriating. Is he not weary? He only seems to grow stronger. He has surpassed me, Vegeta mused. At that moment, Broly, under the onslaught of Vegeta's attacks, experienced yet another surge in power, as if he possessed no limits. The two warriors charged at one another, engaging in a fierce close-quarters brawl. Amidst their rapid movements, the air crackled with intense sonic booms. Vegeta's potential is gradually unleashing. From the initial stage of Super Saiyan 4 with a staggering 3,000-fold increase, it steadily rises to 3,200-fold, then 3,500-fold. Broly is even more formidable. In the midst of their fierce melee, the boundless energy within him transforms into energy blasts that erupt from his body, hurtling towards Vegeta. Such a fantastical assault is unprecedented for Vegeta. In that fleeting moment, evasion proves elusive. He is struck by several green energy blasts, which impact various parts of his body, bringing not only pain but also a searing sensation, causing the scent of singed hair to waft from him. Infuriated, he promptly channels the power of time and space, employing spatial rules to restrain Broly's movements. Broly's speed comes to an abrupt halt, yet his entire being writhes in resistance. As the invisible force of spatial energy struggles to contain him, Vegeta was equally taken aback. He instantaneously teleported away from Broly's side. Goodness, what a monster! Does he never tire? Vegeta gasped, as Broly, who had been ensnared by his spatial power, was now breaking free. He surged forward with renewed speed, charging at him. Fortunately, he had the Senzu Beans. This could not continue. It was time to settle the battle with a decisive blow. Before embarking on his journey, Vegeta sought out the Cat Sage at Korin Tower and obtained 20 magical beans. After consuming these beans, Vegeta experienced a remarkable restoration of his vitality, with his strength surging exponentially. His originally black hair, characteristic of the Super Saiyan 4 form, now shimmered with a faint crimson glow. Through his fierce battles with Broly, he had significantly enhanced his power. When translated into combat strength, it should approximate around 2 million points. Ultimately, a radiant brilliance emanated from him. Vegeta concentrated a formidable surge of energy between his hands, directing it towards the advancing Broly. In that moment, Broly halted his advance, gathering energy with a single hand. A vibrant green aura coalescing at the center of his right palm. The energy intensified, swelling larger, before he unleashed it, countering Vegeta's final flash. The two forces clashed in an ultimate tug-of-war. Broly's energy blast, devoid of any subsequent energy infusion, surged forth solely propelled by his immense power, relentlessly pressing towards Vegeta. Vegeta's final flash, akin to the Kamehameha, channels an immense reservoir of energy from the palms. With a resounding cry, he unleashes the final flash. The already formidable energy wave thickening further, instantly engulfing the energy blast launched by Broly. At this moment, Broly seems to regain a flicker of will. Encasing his body in a verdant protective shield, the final flash strikes Broly, shattering the shield in a cacophony of power. The overwhelming energy, coupled with the explosive brilliance, illuminates the tempestuous night of planet Vampa as if it were daylight, an intensely blinding spectacle. As the radiance dissipates, the stormy night of Vampa has vanished without a trace. Vegeta sensed a faint aura emanating from the direction of the explosion and swiftly teleported to Broly's side. At that moment, Broly lay unconscious, wisps of smoke rising from his body. Fortunately, his formidable physique allowed him to retain a flicker of life. Vegeta swiftly retrieved a Senzu Bean and administered it to Broly. Despite his hollow physique, Broly did not instantly regain his strength. After 3 seconds, he opened his eyes and awoke, surveying the devastated landscape of planet Vampa. How could this be? Broly murmured in confusion. You don't remember anything? Not what just transpired? Vegeta inquired. I don't recall. The only memories I have are from before I transformed into a Super Saiyan, Broly lamented, tapping his head in frustration. Here's what happened, Vegeta began, recounting everything that unfolded after Broly lost consciousness. My father? He is dead? Broly asked, sorrow glistening in his eyes. Yes, he was ambushed and killed by that one-eared green behemoth. In your rage, you transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta explained. My father is dead. What am I to do? The one who killed him must be Paragus, my only friend. Should I seek vengeance? Broly pondered, lost in his thoughts. Come with me. I will help you gain control over your body and that raging consciousness, Vegeta offered. He had always admired Broly, whether in the original or the Dragon Ball Super version. Each incarnation of Broly, when not in a frenzy, exuded kindness and innocence, devoid of any malice. However, once unleashed, he transformed into the most savage and bloodthirsty Saiyan. If he could master the fury unleashed by his Saiyan bloodline, Broly would grow even stronger. But, aren't you our enemy? Why would you help me? Broly questioned, perplexed. Take my hand. I will lead you to a place, Vegeta replied, invoking his temporal powers to transport them to Earth. At West City Manor, Broly inquired. Where's this? The air feels so refreshing. This is Earth, my home. I'll take you to bathe, have a meal, and then we can discuss everything in detail. Vegeta assured him. Bulma and the others emerged. Who is this? He may be dirty, but he is quite handsome, Bulma teased, having never encountered a woman before. Broly was bewildered by the jest, and simply glanced at Vegeta in confusion. Enough jokes, he knows nothing. Prepare some food, I'm hungry as well. And this one is a Saiyan, so we need to prepare 3 times the usual amount. Vegeta gestured towards Broly. Ugh, fine. You've really outdone yourself bringing home another person. It's truly becoming unmanageable. Bulma retorted. Vegeta ground his teeth in irritation. All right, I'll go prepare something. Bulma conceded. Broly's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Chapter 76. Taking Broly to Pibra on Earth. At Bulma's home, A massive dining table overflowed with food. Broly gazed at the plethora of unfamiliar dishes, his eyes filled with wonder. The air was saturated with enticing aromas, scents he had never encountered before. At this moment, a rumbling sound emanated from Broly's stomach. "May I partake in a meal?" Broly inquired politely. "Go ahead, indulge yourself. This is for you," Bulma exclaimed nonchalantly. She then proceeded to mock Vegeta, saying, "Look at him, a fellow Saiyan, exhibiting far more courtesy than you and Goku." TSK. Vegeta expressed his disdain as Broly picked up a bottle of juice from the dining table and tentatively took a sip. Instantly, his taste buds were overwhelmed by the juice's delightful sweetness, prompting him to gulp it down in one go. "Delicious. It's simply exquisite. On my planet, I could only consume the liquid from monster eggs," Broly exclaimed after finishing the drink. "That is not eating, that is drinking," Gurna remarked. "Well, I can only eat the legs of monsters and, no, drink the liquid from their eggs," Broly replied. "How pitiful." Bulma felt a surge of sympathy, as if recalling the days of fleeing alongside a great beast. "Enough of your questions. Let him eat something first. After he finishes, we can talk." "Go ahead, Broly. Let us see who can eat faster and more," Vegeta provocatively challenged. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Broly transformed into a ravenous wolf, seizing a dinosaur leg and devouring it in 2 bites. "Even though I was defeated, I shall not lose to mere food," Broly declared between mouthfuls. "Damn it. I am the Prince of Saiyans. How could I possibly lose to you?" Vegeta shouted, joining the fray. The two engaged in a fierce contest, each refusing to yield. The women observed in silence. "Indeed, they are Saiyans, albeit somewhat more polite," Bulma remarked. The food on the table vanished at an astonishing rate. After a whirlwind of consumption, the two sat on the floor, their bellies full, their faces radiating bliss. Ugh, ugh. The sounds of their satisfied belches echoed as they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Broly, this time there's no winner or loser," Vegeta declared. "I drank one more glass of juice than you." Broly responded with solemnity. "You've learned quickly, haven to you? Not only are you gifted in battle, but you're also quite clever. You've even learned how to tease." Vegeta replied, somewhat exasperated. "What does it mean to tease?" Broly asked, puzzled. Vegeta, at a loss for words, changed the subject. "Come, I will take you to meet someone." He then led Broly to the temple. "Hey, Tian. Do you still watch Earth every day with such enthusiasm?" Vegeta inquired. At that moment, Tian had grown significantly since his arrival, no longer a mere child.